Chapter 1. Ghost Stories from the Forum. The old man calculated with his fingers and deduced that you are currently lying in bed, engrossed in a novel, perhaps even charging your phone. Wow. The original poster is indeed a genius. How did they know? Huh. Would you like me to disclose that I am currently in the restroom? No need to ask, my legs have gone numb. Tattoos should be of a certain someone from now on. I refuse to be a wage slave. Society, oh society. Yang Jian closed this thread and opened another one with an impressive number of clicks, which began with these words. I am a consulting physician at the third hospital of a certain province. Let me share something with you. A truly terrifying incident has occurred at my hospital recently, and I'm so frightened that I dare not go to work. Currently on leave at home. Stop right there. I neither buy shoes nor add WeChat contacts. The original poster must have been harassed by patients. If not, I'll eat my words. Quick, look. The third floor is at it again, trying to deceive us. Instantly, the thread was purged, leaving only the post from the self-proclaimed doctor, whose online name was King of Thunder. Continuing to read the post. Hey Race, what transpired? Last week, it was my turn for night duty. Around midnight, an ambulance brought in an elderly man. The paramedics informed me that he had fallen from the 5th floor. My colleague was temporarily unavailable, and I was the only one responsible for the diagnosis. I could ascertain with absolute certainty that the elderly man had already succumbed to death. Moreover, from the characteristics of the deceased and the temperature of his chest, it was evident that he could not have died that very night. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge understands that after death, a body's temperature decreases by approximately 1 degree per hour in a temperate environment for the first 10 hours, and it takes about 24 hours for the body temperature to align closely with the ambient temperature. However, the temperature of this elderly man appeared to be at least 10 degrees below normal, perhaps even more, while the evening temperature was a balmy 22 degrees. I concluded that this man had been deceased for more than a day. Immediately, netizens began to comment. The original poster's modicum of knowledge is truly terrifying. I bow to such wisdom. Upon deeper reflection, this is chilling. Please update. I've already cocooned myself in my blanket. Yang Jian continued scrolling. The King of Thunder continued to post. Drawing from my experience of watching over 300 episodes of detective animations during middle school, I could instantly deduce that this man did not die from an accidental fall. Rather, he was likely murdered. The corpse must have been stored in a cold chamber at some point. I chose to report this to the police, informing them of the situation. However, what I wish to discuss today is not this incident, but rather what ensued afterward. The post was interrupted with an update 2 hours later. Apologies, someone knocked on my door inquiring about the incident, but they were neither police nor journalists, though they bore official identification claiming to be detectives. Never mind that IT was approximately the following morning. IT that time. I had not yet commenced my employment, but I overheard my colleagues discussing the mysterious disappearance of the elderly man's body, which had been delivered to the morgue the previous night. The police are conducting an exhaustive investigation, suspecting that the perpetrator may have stolen it. The commotion was quite significant, leading to the review of all hospital surveillance footage. However, the body remains unfound, as does the assailant. Tonight, I am on duty again. Yet, the events of the day have left me somewhat unsettled. But a patient in the hospital claimed to have seen the old man's body, but rather than being carried away, he stated that it walked out on its own. The patient even accurately pointed out the route the elderly man supposedly took, which indeed appeared to emerge from the direction of the morgue. Upon hearing this, I felt a flicker of fear, but fortunately, being an atheist, I did not fully believe the patient's account. Later, I heard from a head nurse that Dr. Fong from a neurology department intended to increase the patient's medication dosage, which somewhat eased my mind. Indeed, my skepticism regarding the patient's claims proved correct. However, what I wish to recount is an incident that transpired while I was on duty that night. It was around 2 o'clock in the morning, and I was in the emergency room, engrossed in a game of Greedy Blue Moon. You cannot begin to fathom how enjoyable that game is. If you are a true brother, come and challenge me. Wow, you truly are a talent. What happened to the sincerity between people? You caught me off guard with that trick. Society, I predicted the beginning but failed to foresee the ending. By the way, what happened to your promise of swallowing excrement on the 3rd floor? A flurry of netizens replied, and the forum was abuzz with activity. Yang Jian lay in bed, bemused as advertising reached such an extraordinary level. Yet, as he scrolled down further, he stumbled upon something unexpected. The Thunder King continued to post. I apologize. I truly am not advertising, rather. An astonishing supernatural event occurred that night, something you could scarcely imagine. At precisely 2:15 in the morning, while I was playing games in the emergency room, I suddenly felt a chill reminiscent of the atmosphere in the morgue. My skin prickled with goosebumps, and then, you will not believe what happened next. The elderly man who had gone missing from the morgue appeared outside the emergency room at some point. He was not dead, rather. He was moving slowly, step by step, toward the exit of the hospital. Heavens, this cannot be. I had witnessed that old man's death with my own eyes, and he had been deceased for over a day. How could he possibly be alive again? A prank? Resurrection? A medical miracle? In that fleeting moment, a multitude of thoughts raced through my mind. Yet, perhaps due to my frequent encounters with corpses, I did not feel as terrified as one might expect. The immediate priority was to seize my phone and capture a photograph, intending to share on my social media. Below, I would reveal the truth there is evidence, and it is certainly not photoshopped. Yang Jian scrolled down further, and a photograph promptly materialized before him. The photograph is not blurred, rather, it is remarkably clear. Through the glass window of an emergency room, an elderly man can be seen walking by. Dressed in a black, retro-style long robe, the man is exceedingly thin, his skin a mottled brown, marked with age spots. From the angle of the shot, one can discern one of his eyes a haunting gaze, devoid of life, ashen and hollow, exuding an unsettling stillness that evokes a sense of dread. There is no blood or horror depicted within the photograph, yet the presence of this elderly figure sends a shiver down the spine, instilling a profound sense of unease. The earlier statement from the doctor, known as the Thunder King, that this man was once a cold corpse intensifies the fear that wells up within. The more one gazes at the image, the more it chills the soul. It resembles a dead person, but resembles even more a ghost. I'm terrified. This photograph is truly frightening. The more I look at it, the more I fear it. Where did the original poster find this? Why does the old man have so many spots on his hands? I have a phobia of clusters. Those are cadaveric spots, indicating that this man has indeed become a corpse. Begone, malevolent spirits. I, Lin Zhengying, am here, exclaimed a netizen, sharing an image of a Taoist priest. You're Lin Zhengying? In a lowly voice, regardless of the comments from netizens, the Thunder King continued to post the image as genuine, captured by my own hands. Later, the old man walked out of the hospital, and where he went, I cannot say. However, for those in the same city as I am, please exercise caution. Although I am an atheist, there are certain things one cannot help but believe. Yet, within a minute of posting, the Thunder King shared another message. Damn it. Damn it. That old man who ran out of the hospital is standing at my door, knocking. I saw him clearly through the peephole. What should I do? I feel as though I've attracted something that should not be disturbed. Are you enjoying this, original poster? Is this for real? It can't be that sinister. Hurry, call the police. Quickly. Summon the spirits. Don't play around, original poster. This must be fake. If it's not, it'll eat feces on double. It's you again, the feces-eating boy. You still owe me from last time. However, the Thunder King posted again. I called the police, but what should I do now? That thing is still knocking at my door, and it doesn't seem inclined to leave. Worse yet, just now the lights in my living room suddenly went out. I'm too frightened to even step into the living room. I've shut the door and turned on every light I could, but that old man continues to knock. At this point, the Thunder King's post became frantic, with intervals of less than 30 seconds between each message, and some words misspelled. It is evident that this doctor, who has been posting, is now overwhelmed with terror and panic. Yang Jian felt a chill enveloping him, for although he suspected the tale might be fabricated, the image of the elderly man standing outside his door, tapping insistently, sent shivers down his spine. An elderly figure, long deceased, had seemingly returned to life. Appearing at his doorstep, such an occurrence would instill fear in anyone. The footsteps paused just outside my door, as if contemplating their next move. The entity resumed its knocking, and a sense of foreboding washed over me. I recorded the sound as evidence, and, with a heavy heart, left my phone number behind, for if my call were to go unanswered, it would surely indicate that something dreadful had transpired. I implored any kind-hearted soul to alert the authorities. 138. Bang, 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 bang. Below was an audio file. Upon opening it, one could hear the muffled, oppressive sound of knocking. With each rap, The noise felt as if it were reverberating against the very core of one's being, rendering one nearly breathless. The post momentarily ceased at this juncture. Flipping to the final page, Yang Jian encountered but a single line. The old man entered. Chapter 2. An impromptu lecture. School commenced at 8, and the evening study session loomed. Due to having stayed up late, engrossed in that forum tale, Yang Jian found himself yawning throughout the day, listless and weary. Whenever the temptation to doze during class arose, he could not shake the image of that elderly man's photograph, and in a daze he sensed those hollow, lifeless eyes fixating on him from somewhere in the shadows. That a sudden jolt brought him back to alertness. Sleep eludes me. The photograph truly possesses an unsettling aura. Hey, Yang Jian, lend me a moment to speak, chimed in a tall, slender classmate. Perplexed, Yang Jian replied, What do you mean, lend a moment to speak? Zhang Wei, nicknamed Impotence, had endured this moniker for 3 years since the teacher mistakenly read his name as Yang Wei during roll call. It was a rather sorrowful tale. Come on, don't play coy. I've seen you yawning all day. You surely indulged in some rather embarrassing activities last night, Zhang Wei whispered while patting him on the shoulder. Have you come across any intriguing resources lately? Share them. Let's have some fun. Yang Jian retorted. Fun? Hardly. I merely read a ghost story on my phone last night and went to bed late. Ghost story? Speaking of ghost stories, do you know about the supernatural incident that transpired recently in a local community? Interjected another classmate. What incident? Yang Jian inquired. I haven't heard a thing about it. Zhang Wei replied. I'm aware of it too. Allegedly, in a single night, over 20 individuals from a community committed collective suicide by hanging, their bodies suspended from the security bars, as if they were being dried like cured meat. It's truly terrifying. I even have a photograph from the scene, though I cannot attest to its authenticity. With that, he retrieved his phone and opened his photo gallery, revealing an image. The photograph was taken in the evening, and due to the poor lighting in the community, it appears somewhat blurred. Nevertheless, it is still possible to discern a humanoid silhouette hanging on the balcony's security window, densely lined up in a row. One can vaguely make out the grotesque and terrifying faces of the corpses, especially their eyes, wide open in sheer terror, leaving one to wonder what they experienced in their final moments. From a distance, the numerous bodies indeed resemble meat being dried in the sun. Curiously, the heads of the corpses are inside the security window, while their bodies dangle below the gaps in the window, are far too narrow for an adult to pass through. Moreover, the heads are tilted back, presenting an eerie posture as if they had been broken. The more one scrutinizes the image, the stronger the sense of unease and fear becomes. This photograph bears a striking resemblance to that of the elderly man in traditional garb found on Yang Jian's phone, both capable of evoking deep emotional responses. Goodness, where did you get this photo, Yang Wei? I couldn't find it anywhere, a classmate exclaimed. Zhang Wei, brimming with pride, replied, A friend of mine captured it while passing by. The area is now sealed off, and they won't allow any more photographs. If you want it, just call me Daddy, and I'll share it with you. And please, stop calling me impotent. I've recently adopted an English name. What's your English name? Ward Gil Ingbang. Then I too have an English name, Washisha Bai. Remember to call me by my English name when you see me on the road. Yang Jian remarked, Given our 9 years of compulsory education, how is it that you all excel so remarkably? Yang Jian, we all attended supplementary classes. You wouldn't be able to keep up, Zhang Wei boasted. Speaking of supernatural events, I've heard numerous accounts online recently. Some are so frightening that I dare not look. Do you think any of these stories could be true? Surely. Some places can't be haunted, can they? A female classmate named Miao Xiaoshan inquired. Yang Jian responded, Most of the stories online are fabricated unless witnessed firsthand. I refuse to believe in ghosts. However, it's wise to err on the side of caution regarding such matters. If you encounter anything unusual, it's best to maintain your distance. That's true. Miao Xiaoshan nodded in agreement. Everyone, please be quiet. At that moment, Teacher Wang strode into the classroom, commanding attention. The administration has announced that tonight's self-study session will be replaced with a safety awareness lecture, primarily focusing on student safety precautions. I expect complete silence during the lecture. Any disruptions will not be tolerated. Now, let us welcome Mr. Zhou Zheng to the podium. Please give him a warm round of applause. As Yang Jian clapped, he felt puzzled about the timing of the safety lecture so late in the evening. However, When the lecturer, Zhou Zheng, entered the classroom, Yang Jian's eyelids flickered. This man, Zhou Zheng, donned a gray trench coat, wrapped tightly around himself, and wore a mask. It was a particularly hot day, after all, and he bore an unidentified badge on his chest. What captures one's attention is the terrifying visage of this individual. His face is gaunt to the point of being skeletal, the contours of his cheekbones unmistakably visible, devoid of any excess flesh. Due to his extreme emaciation, his eyes appear disproportionately large, filled with bloodshot veins, indicative of sleepless nights. Yet beneath this gaunt facade lies a conspicuously protruding abdomen, resembling a distended beer belly, a contradiction for one so thin. This anomaly evokes a peculiar sense of disquiet. This moment, Zhou Zheng stands at the podium, exuding an aura of darkness, weariness, and numbness. His body is rigid, and his bloodshot eyes move slightly, resembling two dull glass beads. As his gaze sweeps across the room, an inexplicable fear envelopes all the students. Yang Jian instinctively clenches his fists, his body tensing involuntarily, unable to meet Zhou's gaze, silently reflecting. This sensation is even more intense than when I faced that photograph. Hello, students. My name is Zhou Zheng, and I am an Interpol officer. It is a pleasure to be alive and standing here today to deliver this lecture. Zhou Zheng finally speaks, his voice dry, hoarse, and grating, akin to glass scraping against the floor. Coupled with his emaciated face, it sends chills down one's spine. Alive and standing here to lecture, Yang Jian's heart jolts. There is something unsettling about those words. Zhou Zheng then picks up a piece of chalk and turns to write a hasty yet unmistakable character on the blackboard. Ghost, legends of the supernatural have existed since time immemorial, not only within the annals of our own history, but across various nations as well. My knowledge of history is limited, particularly regarding ancient events, so let us consider significant occurrences from recent decades. The Louvre incident in France, the ghostly villa incident in America, the spectral parking lot incident in Japan, the curse of the Egyptian pharaohs. And the Flintstone incident in our country. Zhou Zheng continues, his voice still raspy and jarring. It has been said that the endpoint of science is theology, and this statement holds truth. Students, there are matters you must now accept. In recent years, supernatural occurrences have surged exponentially across nations. This is no longer merely an isolated incident, but is gradually evolving into a global catastrophe. If this situation is not effectively controlled, the future, perhaps the entire world, may face a bleak destiny. Everyone present is taken aback by these words. How has this safety lecture transformed into a ghost story convention? Moreover, he has audaciously proclaimed the world may face annihilation. Not only the students, but even Teacher Wang is momentarily stunned. Regarding this matter, I cannot elaborate further, and I ask that you refrain from questioning. What I am about to convey is crucial. This safety lecture may one day save your lives. Zhou Zheng refrains from continuing his discourse, and instead turns to inscribe another phrase on the blackboard. Ghosts cannot be killed. In the near future, you may encounter situations you would rather avoid, such as encountering a ghost. While such experiences may be disheartening, please remember this: ghosts cannot kill. Therefore, even in the depths of fear, do not entertain thoughts of confronting these entities, for your life holds little value in their eyes. To them, extinguishing your existence is as effortless as squashing a few ants. No, it is even simpler, perhaps with a mere blink or a snap of their fingers. Your fate is sealed. His bloodshot, weary eyes fixed upon everyone as he earnestly conveyed these words before turning to inscribe a second statement on the blackboard. Only ghosts can confront ghosts. Zhou Zheng continued, if ghosts cannot be vanquished, it implies that the technological advancements of nations are rendered futile. Talismans, incantations, bombs, even nuclear weapons, none of these will suffice. Should scientists from various countries fail to unravel the mystery of ghosts, the only recourse available is to employ ghosts against ghosts. I recognize that you may harbor doubt. Some of you may even think I've lost my sanity. However, that is inconsequential. What matters is that you listen to me and commit these words to memory. You will find them invaluable in the future. Of course, I also hope you never have to apply them. Yang Jian, what is this person talking about? I cannot comprehend a word, Zhang Wei muttered beside him. Yang Jian replied, I struggle to grasp it as well, yet there's an unsettling feeling that lingers within me upon hearing these words. Is it possible that the Earth has undergone mutations, akin to what is described in novels? Zhang Wei pondered. That seems unlikely. Yang Jian hesitated. Though he had once fantasized about the existence of deities and superpowers, the realization of such phenomena would inevitably evoke fear, as they pose a tremendous threat to ordinary individuals. On the podium, Zhou Zheng continued, since ghosts cannot be killed and possess extraordinary abilities, we must consider this crucial question. How can an ordinary person survive if targeted by a ghost? This is the crux of the matter. I implore you to remember it, ideally for a lifetime. Every entity follows a discernible pattern, and ghosts are no exception. Research indicates that each ghost possesses a nearly fixed method of killing and manner of operation, much like a computer program. You press the power button for the computer to function, and you click the mouse to open software. Overcoming fear, discerning the patterns of ghosts, and identifying their vulnerabilities is the singular opportunity for an ordinary person to survive when pursued by a ghost. Bear in mind, should you be targeted by a ghost, aside from this method, there exists no other means to preserve your life. Do not harbor any false hopes. The terror embodied by such entities surpasses your imagination. He solemnly reiterated this point. Chapter 3. The Domain of Spirits. Spirits cannot be vanquished. Only spirits can confront spirits. The intricacies of spirits are inscribed in 3 succinct phrases upon the blackboard, scribbled yet discernible, revealing the intensity with which Zhou Zheng penned them. However, the students in the evening class exchanged bewildered glances. Could this individual truly be an Interpol officer? Or perhaps a deranged soul from some obscure place? Was this truly a lecture on safety, or merely an attempt to bamboozle them with incomprehensible nonsense? Some students shook their heads in disbelief at his words, while others began to murmur among themselves, laughter occasionally erupting. Clearly, most of them dismissed Zhou Zheng's remarks. Yet, Yang Jian's expression was marked by gravity, troubled by the tale recounted in yesterday's forum and the unsettling photograph that had lingered in his mind. Coupled with this person's bizarre discourse, he wondered if the world was indeed undergoing changes unbeknownst to him. After writing the 3 sentences, Zhou Zheng refrained from elaborating further, instead surveying the students with his haggard, bloodshot eyes. Classmates, he addressed them. If you have any questions, or if peculiar events occur around you, feel free to inquire. I am here to provide clarity. If there are no inquiries, then this safety lecture concludes. Yet, not a single student dared to pose a question. Should someone ask about the elderly figure in that photograph? Yang Jian's expression shifted as he retrieved his phone and opened the forum, once again coming across the photograph of the elderly man. Just as he hesitated, the lights within the classroom suddenly dimmed, casting a shadowy pall over the entire space. On the podium, Zhou Zheng's demeanor changed, instantly becoming exceedingly vigilant. Yang Jian instinctively lifted his head, but when his gaze inadvertently pierced through the glass window, catching sight of a shadow lurking outside the classroom corridor, his eyes widened in shock. A visceral sense of dread surged from the depths of his heart, swiftly enveloping his entire being, rendering him momentarily numb. Outside the window stood an elderly figure clad in a long black robe, his face marred by ghastly patches resembling decay. His lifeless, grayish eyes, devoid of any spark, stared blankly into the classroom, resembling a frigid corpse standing upright. Surrounding this ominous elder was an abyss of darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light. It seemed as though the corridor lights had been extinguished entirely. A thick, inky darkness surged towards the classroom like mercury, inexorably invading the space. The walls near the elder aged at a visibly accelerated pace, as if years were stripped away in mere moments. The once pristine surface of the walls became cloaked in moss, blackened and peeling, while a heavy, putrid odor gradually seeped into the air. It was the very old man from the tales shared in the forum. Impossible. How could he be here? Yang Jian's palm had turned pale from excessive strain as he clutched his phone with unwavering intensity. The screen illuminated the visage of an elderly man, identical to the one outside his window, yet the latter appeared even more terrifying. In a state of sheer panic, he abruptly rose from his seat, so overwhelmed that he upturned the chair beneath him. His abrupt actions drew the collective gaze of his classmates, who turned to him in unison. Yang Jian, why are you standing? Sit down immediately and refrain from disrupting the class, admonished teacher Wang from the back of the room. However, Yang Jian remained oblivious to the reprimand. His terrified eyes fixated on the old man in the black attire outside. The figure began to move. Its stiff body rotated in a mechanical manner, those ashen, lifeless eyes seemingly unfocused, numbly following the motion of its head. Tap, tap, tap. Was it about to leave? Yang Jian was drenched in cold sweat, his heart filled with an overwhelming anticipation that the old man would turn away and not step inside. If the tales from that forum were indeed true, the consequences of the old man's entrance would be unimaginable. However, contrary to his hopes, the old man did not leave. He merely took a few steps and halted at the classroom door. Yang Jian, why are you still standing? Did you not hear my words? Do you dare disrupt the safe lecture? Teacher Wang's tone grew stern. At that moment, a female classmate let out a piercing scream, pointing at the book on her desk, unable to articulate her fear. Before their eyes, the book rapidly yellowed, then became moldy, eventually decaying into a heap of dark, putrid matter. How foul. Sule, how could there be such a mess on your desk? Zhang Wei remarked, pinching his nose in disgust. It's impossible. How could a ghost domain appear in school? Yet, a nearby male classmate turned pale, abruptly standing and retreating several steps. Fang Jing, why are you screaming like a ghost? Teacher Wang was visibly irritated. What had happened to the usually disciplined students during this evening study session? On the podium, Zhou Zheng narrowed his eyes, his demeanor shifting from weariness to heightened vigilance. Resembling a beast unleashed, he fixed his gaze on Fang Jing and asked, do you know about the ghost domain? Fang Jing, however, exhibited an unsettling calmness. Zhou Zheng, you are well aware of what the emergence of a ghost domain signifies. There is at least one dangerously classified ghost within the school. If this is not handled properly today, no one will leave alive, including you. It seems you possess quite a bit of knowledge. Are you a ghost master? Zhou Zheng inquired. Zhou Zheng, this is my concern, not yours. Fang Jing then turned his fierce gaze upon Yang Jian. I had intended to deal with you in a few days, but it seems the future has shifted. Yang Jian, I declare this. I will not allow you to thrive. You are too terrifying for this world. A being of ghostly caliber can kill at will, and a realm of the living can be silenced at a whim. However, your fate is sealed. You are destined to perish in this life. Yang Jian gazed at Fang Jing with a perplexed expression, struggling to comprehend his words. However, his greater concern lay with the figure of the elderly man in black standing outside the classroom door. The other students were taken aback by Fang Jing's revelations. Goodness. Fang Jing, your words carry immense weight. What has transpired in your life? You speak of the future and a past life. Are you perhaps a time traveler from a distant future? If that is the case, then Fang Jing must be the fated protagonist, while Yang Jian assumes the role of the villain. Surely, in that future, Fang Jing meets his demise at Yang Jian's hands, only to be reborn for vengeance. We must isolate Yang Jian and refrain from associating with him henceforth. Fang Gu, I humbly seek your guidance. I am but a loyal follower. Panic ensued as students pondered the bizarre happenings around them, oblivious to the imminent danger. Their curiosity had morphed into excitement. Suddenly, a series of ominous knocks echoed through the classroom, thud, 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 resonating with a disquieting clarity, as though they were striking the very hearts of the students. In that instant, a chilling sensation gripped everyone's soul, akin to being submerged beneath water, gasping for breath. The sound of knocking was eerily identical. Yang Jian shuddered. It matched the audio file he had encountered on the forum, but the clarity in person was far more pronounced. Zhou Zheng's expression turned grave as he urgently grasped a special phone and pressed a button, establishing an immediate connection. Zhou Zheng here, report the situation. A woman's voice responded from the other end. I am at the 7th high school in Dachang City. An emergency has arisen. A ghost of at least a dangerous level has manifested within the premises. Zhou Zheng replied promptly. I have noted the situation. The voice on the line quickened. Can you handle it? Zhou Zheng continued. The ghost has already formed a ghost domain, beginning to exert its influence in my vicinity. The lights outside have vanished. The extent of the ghost domain is likely larger than I anticipated. A ghost domain, the situation is escalating beyond your capacity to manage. You must retreat swiftly. It's becoming too late to leave now. There are many students here, and I must do everything in my power to ensure their survival, Zhou Zheng asserted. Utilizing the power of the ghost in your current state is perilous. If you proceed, you may encounter not just one, but 2 ghosts. I advise you to withdraw. Your limits are nearing, and even if you were to risk your life, you might not save anyone. A ghost capable of forming a ghost domain could very well reach a disaster level. The voice on the other end warned urgently. Zhou Jingdao, time is running out. I am less than 5 meters away from that thing, just outside the classroom door, and it may already have its gaze fixed upon me. I will maintain communication. If it ceases, it will signify my demise. Please ensure that my farewell letter is delivered to my parents. Thus, I shall commence my actions. Knock, knock. The oppressive, muffled sound of knocking continues to resonate outside, a sequence of one long and two short knocks, adhering to a fixed rhythm that persistently pounds against the classroom door. Mr. Wang, someone is knocking. A student, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, exclaimed. Mr. Wang hesitated, but noticing Zhou Jing's demeanor, which indicated a severe crisis, his curiosity got the better of him, and he opened the back door of the classroom to investigate the source of the knocking. Don't go out, Zhou Jingdao shouted urgently. However, it was too late. Mr. Wang had already stepped outside. Strangely, it seemed that the moment he opened the door, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Indeed, he had disappeared. The darkness outside the classroom was impenetrable, an inky void capable of devouring even the faintest glimmer of light. Once Mr. Wang crossed the threshold, silence enveloped the air, as if he had evaporated into thin air. As the classroom door swung open, the thick darkness surged in like a dense mist, rapidly encroaching upon the space within. In that moment, even the most oblivious students sensed something was amiss. Eyes widened in terror, some female classmates screamed in fright, retreating from their seats in panic. Is it truly haunted? Chapter 4. The terrifying knocking ghost knock. Knock. The oppressive, eerie sound continued at a steady rhythm, reminiscent of a well-tuned alarm clock. The classroom door was not locked, merely closed without a latch. It could easily be pushed open with a little force. Yet, it was chilling to behold that the elderly figure clad in black, covered in ghastly patches, did not push the door open but remained rigidly outside, continuing to knock without any intention of entering. Although the old man did not step inside, the darkness outside, as thick as ink, swiftly advanced. A transformation of unimaginable magnitude began to unfold within the classroom. The once pristine walls became mottled and moldy, paint peeling away to reveal uneven surfaces, which sprouted blackish-green mold, exuding a damp, chilling odor. The books on the chairs rapidly yellowed and began to decay, while even the concrete floor succumbed to rapid erosion, exposing rusted rebar, and in some areas, signs of collapse began to appear. It was as if, in an instant, decades of time had passed, ravaging this place with the relentless passage of years. However, the classroom lights valiantly struggled against the encroaching darkness, their bright glow resembling a flickering candle in the wind, casting a final dim light as if they were on the verge of extinguishment. Fear manifested on every student's face. Some screamed, others cried for help, while a few trembled in terror. The only one composed was Zhou Zheng, who stood motionless, surveying the surroundings with keen vigilance. A ghost of a perilous level could wield a ghost domain. This was beyond his capacity to confront. His sole objective was to devise every possible means to find a path to survival, ensuring that these students could escape, even if only a fraction of them. Zhou Zheng. Look. At that moment, Fang Jing suddenly shouted, his complexion exceptionally pallid as he pointed towards several classmates slumped over their desks, previously unnoticed. It was only now that he realized several students lay motionless, their eyes and mouths agape, faces ashen, emanating a putrid stench akin to that of decaying corpses, as if they had been lifeless for days. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed once more. At that moment, a male student who had just been standing among the crowd suddenly shuddered, his body stiffening before collapsing to the ground. Li Ming, what's wrong? Someone attempted to help him up, but upon contact, the individual screamed and recoiled in terror. Cold, rigid, like a lifeless body. Li Ming, like the previous classmates, had wide eyes and an open mouth, his countenance devoid of any vitality. His body gradually began to exude a foul odor of decay. Dead. They are dead. And not just one. At least 6 or 7 students lay face down on their desks, all bearing the same ashen expressions. How could this happen? Who will save us? A female classmate cried, paralyzed with fear on the ground. Just moments ago, everything was fine. How could they suddenly be dead? Another voice quivered with trepidation. Fang Jing's face turned ashen. Stop your wailing. There is a ghost outside. We could all perish at any moment. You will soon understand the terror of a ghost capable of manifesting a ghost domain. The others gazed at him in horror, each one resembling a prey ensnared in a trap, trembling with dread. Zhou Zheng, have you yet devised a plan? If you cannot, we shall perish here. Fang Jing admonished angrily. His own heart trembled, for within a ghost domain, anyone could meet their demise, including himself. Enough with your incessant chatter, if you cannot wait. Then escape on your own and do not rely on me, Zhou Jing replied, his expression fraught with anxiety. He dared not act recklessly. Running amok within a ghost domain leads to swifter death. Do you think I am ignorant of such things? Fang Jing retorted. Since you are aware, Remain there and stand still. If death is imminent, do you think you alone shall perish? Everyone faces the same fate. Do not presume that possessing certain knowledge renders you unique. Before the specter of death, all are equal. Zhou Zhengdao. Damn it. Fang Jing could not restrain a curse. At this moment, Yang Jian felt a chilling numbness in his hands and feet. He compelled himself to remain calm, for this was no time for jest. A life had indeed been lost, and not merely one. If the situation persisted, many more could follow suit. However, when his gaze inadvertently fell upon the nearly crumbling blackboard on the wall, he was momentarily taken aback. His eyes lingered on the 3 phrases previously inscribed by Zhou Zheng. Particularly the last one, discern the patterns of the specter. Zhou Zheng's hesitance to act stemmed from his own observation of the elderly man outside the door. In search of a discernible pattern, only by uncovering this pattern would he dare to take action. He urged himself to think, to contemplate what pattern this old man might possess. His mind began to whirl with frenzied thoughts, recalling every detail documented in the story on the forum, and correlating it with the events unfolding before him. Surely, there must be commonalities, there must be similarities. The user known as the Thunder King had been at home, with his door firmly shut, when this old man stood outside, knocking, and then he entered. He proceeded to the door once more, knocked again, and then he entered again. At this moment, the specter appeared in the corridor, also knocking at the door, yet it had not yet entered. Why did the old man gain entry in that user's home, but not here? The circumstances were identical. What accounted for the disparity? Was it a matter of insufficient time? If so, what time was lacking? Was it perhaps the time spent knocking? This might indeed be the crux of the matter. With newfound resolve, Yang Jian suddenly exclaimed, Zhou Zheng, it is the sound of knocking. The sound of knocking? Zhou Zheng's attention sharpened. His gaze fixated intently on the student who had just spoken. What do you mean? Yang Jian suppressed his fear and remarked, though it is merely a conjecture. I believe that this entity is employing a method of knocking to take lives. Perhaps the old man is keeping time, or perhaps it is something else entirely. But it is undoubtedly related to the knocking. If we could somehow stop this thing from knocking, it might prove useful. Knocking to kill. If that is indeed the case, then this specter is exceedingly terrifying. The potential of this creature is manifesting all too rapidly. Fang Jing cast a menacing glare in his direction, his fist clenched tightly. He must not be allowed to leave this institution alive. If we delay any longer, everyone here will perish. Without hesitation, Zhou Zheng sprang into action, charging forth like a frenzied beast. His unusual physique granting him an explosive force beyond that of an ordinary person. With a resounding crash, he forcefully burst open the classroom door. Simultaneously colliding with the elderly figure outside, a man clad in a long black robe, his visage ashen, his body marred by ghastly blotches. The old man fell to the ground. Yet none dared to assist him. His body contorted into a grotesque posture, resembling a marionette with limbs aimlessly flailing, devoid of the resilience and suppleness characteristic of the living. Ghosts cannot be killed. Zhou Zheng would never forget the words he had inscribed himself. Even if this old man were to be ground into a pulp or reduced to ashes, he would still not die, and would continue to manifest in an unfathomable manner. Only a ghost can confront another ghost. As he uttered these words, something beneath his voluminous coat began to stir ominously. A hand, rather. The outline of a hand emerged from beneath a layer of skin, its hue a ghastly greenish-gray, with nails as sharp as blades, seemingly intent on tearing through the abdominal skin to reveal itself. Yet the skin enveloping that hand proved remarkably resilient, refusing to be torn. Terrifyingly, that hand extended over 2 meters in length. Was this still a human hand? Thus, the ghastly green appendage seized the elderly man lying on the floor. A sizzling sound erupted as the fluorescent lights flickered. In an instant, the darkness that had enveloped the classroom dissipated, and brilliant illumination returned. Although the walls remained mottled and the floor appeared to be on the verge of collapse, it seemed as though the calamity had been averted. Effective. Zhou Zheng felt a slight sense of relief wash over him. However, his eyes widened in horror as he beheld the old man, who had been sprawled on the ground, slowly rising to his feet. The ashen eyes shifted slightly, as if locking onto Zhou Zheng. This ghost was undoubtedly more than just a threat. Cold sweat trickled down his spine. Chapter 5. Lost. Zhou Zheng's shout roused all within the classroom, though they had been rendered speechless by the sudden turn of events. The instinct for survival surged in every creature. Those who wish to live, follow me, Fang Jing bellowed, rushing forward at an astonishing speed toward the rear door of the classroom. They were situated on the 5th floor, and in order to escape the confines of the school, they must first descend. Had they been on the 2nd or 1st floor, he would undoubtedly have leapt from the window without hesitation. However, Jumping from the 5th floor would be tantamount to committing suicide. Fang Jing's desperate act to flee was remarkably infectious, as others grasped the situation. They instinctively followed him out of the classroom. Yang Jian did not hesitate and promptly departed from the location. He had a foreboding that Zhou Zheng could not hold off the old man for much longer. Suddenly, with a thunderous rumble, the previously weathered ground, weakened by the multitude of footsteps, gave way, causing several classmates to plummet into the abyss below. Zhang Wei and Miao Xiaoshan. Yang Jian was taken aback and hastily maneuvered around the collapsed area. "Damn it, I'm fine," he exclaimed. "Which beast just shoved me? I shall accuse him of attempted murder." Zhang Wei, rubbing his backside, inhaled sharply in pain. Fortunately, he had only fallen to the layer below, a height of about 3 meters, which was not fatal. However, when Zhang Wei turned his head to glance at the others who had also fallen, his eyelids twitched. A figure lay on the ground, eyes wide open, blood gushing from her neck, producing a gurgling sound from her mouth, seemingly still clinging to life. Yang Jian noticed a blood-stained steel rod piercing through her neck. It was Su Lei. She was an academically gifted student in their class, also known for her beauty, attracting numerous admirers outside of school. It was unthinkable that she had met with such a misfortune. With injuries of this severity, calling for an ambulance was futile, especially under the current circumstances. "Everyone, get up quickly and leave this place. Do not waste any more time," Yang Jian shouted, and, disregarding the others, immediately departed. "Yang Jian, even without your words, I am determined to leave this dreadful place. Damn it, you ran off just like that. Don't expect me to share any resources with you in the future." Zhang Wei cursed. At that moment, a group of students, as if driven by madness, surged out of the classroom and rushed down the staircase. Would they be able to escape this place unscathed? At this moment, Yang Jian was engulfed in an unsettling anxiety. The image of an elderly man clad in a black long robe, his body marred with corpse-like stains, lingered incessantly in his mind. If that man were indeed a ghost, could Zhou Zheng possibly confront him? He had mentioned that ghosts could not be killed. Only other ghosts could contend with them. Wait, could it be that Zhou Zheng himself was a ghost? In an instant, Yang Jian felt a chill run down his spine. Had he just been listening to a ghostess lecture? What on earth was happening in this world? Meanwhile, outside the classroom corridor, Zhou Zheng was desperately trying to restrain the old man, preventing him from unleashing his ghostly domain once more. Should the ghost domain re-emerge, the students trapped within would find it impossible to escape alive, even if they managed to leave the classroom. However, the terror emanating from the old man in the black robe surpassed Zhou Zheng's expectations. He had no certainty about how long he could hold out. At that moment, the crowd was frantic, racing down the stairs like a panicked herd of rabbits. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3 floors. It felt as if the hope of escaping was just within reach. But as Fang Jing reached the corner of the staircase, a faint hissing sound suddenly echoed, and the lights in the staircase went out, plunging the entire area into darkness. This darkness was thick and suffocating, rendering visibility to mere inches. Not even a glimmer of light could be seen from outside the windows. With the lights extinguished, a female student shrieked in terror. Damn it. Had Zhou Zheng reached his limit? Could the ghost domain be reappearing? What level of ghost was that old man? Truly frightening. He did not wish to rescue these individuals. Yet he could not allow them to perish within the ghost domain, for it would only become more horrifying. Navigating down the staircase in the pitch black was not difficult for those familiar with the environment. However, after a while, Fang Jing suddenly halted, sensing something was amiss. He was not alone. Yang Jian also detected the anomaly, his body tensing as he realized that the staircase they had traversed seemed to extend beyond 5 levels. And there were still more stairs ahead. Stop. Don't move. Fang Jing commanded, and the others instinctively ceased their descent. In this perplexing situation, he, relatively composed, appeared to be the anchor for the group. Fang Jing, what is wrong? Why aren't we moving? A girl asked, her voice trembling. If you don't move, I will. I refuse to stay here and await my demise. A male student, gripped by fear, pressed onward, quickly vanishing into the darkness. Others hesitated, some with tears in their voices lamenting. What do you mean by keep going? Didn't you count how many levels we descended from the 5th floor to here? Fang Jing scolded vehemently. In the midst of fleeing for our lives, who has the luxury to count? In such a frantic situation, not everyone possessed the clarity of mind to remain calm. At this moment, Yang Jian fell silent for a moment before speaking. Before the lights went out, we had already reached the 3rd floor and were making our way to the 2nd floor. However, when we arrived there, the lights extinguished. We could have descended to the 1st floor and exited, but since the lights went out, We have at least gone down 3, perhaps even 4 levels. In other words, we have descended into the underground. Yet, this teaching building does not possess a basement. So what now? Should we continue onward or turn back? Perhaps Yang Jian miscalculated. As the group deliberated, a faint glimmer of light suddenly emerged from the darkness. A female classmate, trembling, had activated the flashlight on her phone. The phone still works? The others were instantly filled with joy, hastily retrieving their phones to illuminate the space. Soon, a mere handful of lights flickered to life. Far too few compared to the number of students present. Had the others scattered? Strangely, the light was not as bright as usual. It seemed to be subdued by the surrounding darkness, illuminating less than a meter ahead. Beyond that, the darkness was impenetrable, thick as ink. This oppressive darkness made it nearly impossible to breathe, as though one could lose themselves within it at any moment. We must press on, Fang Jing gritted his teeth, realizing he had no choice. This was not a force that could be resisted by individual strength. He could only hope that Zhou Zheng was still alive, buying them time to break the grip of this ghostly realm. Otherwise, everyone might forever remain lost in this haunted domain, unable to escape for eternity. Continuing down the stairs, Fang Jing was not alone in counting the levels. Many classmates joined in. 1 level, 2 levels, 3 levels. As their calculations continued, their anxiety deepened. Upon reaching 5 levels, they saw that the staircase was far from finished, causing all to halt, their limbs growing cold, terror etched upon every face. At that moment, a female classmate broke down, collapsing to the ground in tears. We've already descended 5 levels. I counted 5 levels too. This is it. We cannot escape this place. It must be a wall of ghosts. In that instant, everyone was at a loss. Fang Jing's expression darkened. He dared not proceed further, feeling an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Was he truly destined to die here in such a bewildered state? Yang Jian, you're not dead, are you? Suddenly, he called out in a rage. Fang Jing, I have not offended you. Please do not curse me to death, Yang Jian replied, his tone icy. Fang Jing turned, weaving through the crowd, seizing Yang Jian's collar fiercely. Since you're alive, lead the way. If it's you, you will surely find a way to survive this place. With your potential, you cannot perish in this ghostly realm. Yang Jian remarked, you possess knowledge far beyond my own, yet you remain trapped. What options do I have? You must know something. Will you speak or not? Fang Jing's face twisted in a grimace. He found himself at a dead end, placing all his hopes on Yang Jian. If this Yang Jian could indeed reach the heights of the future, he surely would not perish here. He had begun to observe Yang Jian closely, quickly discerning the patterns of the knocking ghost, as well as calculating the stairs during their escape. Undoubtedly, this was an individual with a terrifying adaptability. While the average person would be paralyzed with fear upon encountering a ghostly realm, Yang Jian remained unnervingly calm. This was a rare gift. In ordinary circumstances, such a talent might seem trivial, rarely finding application, yet in a world turned upside down, it could significantly enhance one's chances of survival. If he were to become a ghost master, this talent would grant him a formidable advantage in dealings with spirits. Fang Jing, asking me is futile. This is my first encounter with such a situation. Were I capable of escaping, I would not linger here. Even a second spin in this place could lead to an encounter with that entity. Do you think I wish for death? Yang Jian replied. Fang Jing's heart sank as he realized that, at this moment, Yang Jian was still an inexperienced novice, utterly unaware. He felt a twinge of absurdity for seeking assistance from him. Was it the future Yang Jian's influence that loomed so large over him? Fang Jing, something's wrong. Look. Suddenly, a trembling classmate pointed at the restroom door. Between the 3rd and 2nd floors of the teaching building lay a restroom. Damn it. We've circled back to the 2nd floor. This is truly disastrous. No, that's not it. Look behind that door. It seems there's a figure. The classmate quivered, raising his phone to shine a light in that direction. The others instinctively recoiled in fear. A tall, indistinct silhouette appeared in the glow behind the restroom's glass window. Who is in there? Someone summoned the courage to shout, hoping it was merely a fellow student. With a chilling creak, the door slowly opened, revealing a pale, spectral arm extending from the inky darkness, resting on the door as it pushed it ajar. Not a person. This is another ghost. Fang Jing's eyes widened in alarm. Yet a fierce expression soon overtook his face. Since you know nothing, then perish. With all his strength, he shoved Yang Jian towards the abyss of darkness within the restroom, intending to sacrifice him to momentarily distract the newly awakened ghost. Chapter 6. The hand in the restroom. As the restroom door swung open, a ghastly white hand emerged from the shadows. Fear gripped everyone, rendering them speechless, their hearts racing in panic, frozen in terror. At that moment, Yang Jian could not fathom why his classmate Fang Jing would suddenly seize him in a frenzied manner, propelling him towards the direction of that ghost. Fang Jing, do you wish to bring about my demise? Yang Jian gritted his teeth, immediately realizing something was amiss. He swiftly seized Fang Jing's arm, causing their steps to falter. As long as you remain alive, I shall never find peace in this lifetime. Did you truly believe my previous words were mere trifles? Your naivety is astounding. Despite knowing my intentions, you remain unguarded. Yet, this was within my expectations, for you are merely a student, still oblivious to the brutal realities of this world. Today, I shall impart a lesson upon you. Utilizing moral coercion proved effective. Under the threat of a malevolent spirit, one would go to any lengths to preserve their life, especially when cloaked in a seemingly justifiable cause. In an instant, 3 male classmates rushed forward, their faces etched with terror, seizing Yang Jian. Together, they exerted their strength, a resistance that no individual could withstand. Before long, Yang Jian found himself propelled backward, quickly arriving at the threshold of the restroom. In the next moment, a ghastly, pallid hand emerged from the shadows, resting upon his shoulder, its fingers tightening with a frigid and unyielding grip. A terrifying force began to drag Yang Jian toward the inky darkness of the restroom. Yang Jian, step inside. This time, your fate is sealed. In your next life, perhaps you shall learn to be wiser. Fang Jing bellowed with a heavy impact. Yang Jian was consumed by a tumult of rage. He sensed that his shoulder had succumbed to numbness, as if it had been crushed by that frigid, pallid hand. A chilling dread enveloped his entire being, rendering his blood seemingly on the verge of freezing. You wretched scoundrels, how could you, my classmates, conspire to end my life? If it is death you desire, then I shall take a few of you down with me. With that declaration, he ceased his resistance, his palm firmly grasping the arms of 2 classmates. The terrifying force pulling from behind compelled several individuals to be dragged forward. Fang Jing had already sensed something awry and hurriedly retreated, evading Yang Jian's grasp. No, please. Let me go? Yang Jian, release me. I beg you, I do not wish to die. Let go of me and seize someone else. The 2 captured classmates, overwhelmed with terror, pleaded for mercy, their voices tinged with desperation. Yang Jian believed that he was on the brink of death, yet paradoxically, he felt an unusual calmness wash over him. Enveloped by darkness, he coldly declared, cease your cries. If you wish to bring about my demise, then I shall ensure that you accompany me into the abyss. Fang Jing, do not revel in your triumph. Should I transform into a specter upon my death, I will not spare you. Bang! Yang Jian, along with 2 classmates who had conspired against him, vanished from sight. The door stood firmly shut, enveloped in an eerie silence. Witnessing this scene, Fang Jing finally exhaled in relief, a faint smile breaking through the remnants of his shock-stricken expression. Yang Jian, you are finally doomed. Fang Jing, you have truly brought about the demise of Yang Jian and the others. The onlookers beside them trembled as they spoke. Fang Jing's face twisted in fury. Silence. Without that ghost emerging just now, we would all be dead. Why are you still standing here? If you wish to survive, follow me. Those 3 cannot hold out for long. Once the ghost dispatches them, we will be next. With that, he turned without a second thought and ascended. A profound fear gripped his heart, for the more souls that perished in this haunted realm, the more terrifying it became. Time to escape was indeed running short. The atmosphere was frigid and dark, accompanied by the incessant dripping sound, akin to a faucet left ajar. Yang Jian and 2 of his classmates were ensnared by that ghastly pale hand, drawn into a pitch-black restroom devoid of any glimmer of light. Leave. We must escape this place. Duan Ping and Zheng Fei broke free from Yang Jian's grasp, their faces etched with terror as they frantically fumbled along the walls, desperately seeking an exit. The cold, mottled walls bore pits and exuded a putrid stench. In normal circumstances, one could navigate this cramped restroom even with closed eyes and find the great door leading out. Yet, as they flailed about, they were met only by the unyielding surface of the wall. To the left, a wall. To the right, another wall and endless barrier stood before them. The door has vanished. It's not here either, Zheng Fei uttered in a voice trembling with fear. They continued their frantic search, their palms scouring every inch in hopes of locating the familiar restroom door. However, no matter how they groped, they could not uncover the way out, only the frigid, mottled wall. Or perhaps, that door simply did not exist. As they sought an exit, Yang Jian found himself in an increasingly dire predicament. He could feel that icy hand clutching his shoulder, and what began as a loss of sensation in just his shoulder had now spread to his entire arm. With each passing moment, the numbing sensation spread further. if it continued to encroach upon his body. Yang Jian was certain he would become nothing more than a lifeless, cold corpse. Yang Jian was drenched in cold sweat, exerting every ounce of strength in a desperate attempt to break free. It was futile. The spot where he was seized felt as though it were anchored by iron nails, unyielding and immovable. Despite employing various methods of struggle, none yielded any results. Was he truly destined to perish here? At that moment, this singular thought consumed his mind. Ultimately, perhaps he resigned himself to fate. Strangely, he felt no fear. Instead, he contemplated the notion of making a phone call to his family before his inevitable demise, leaving behind a final message. Yang Jian's lips curled into a wry smile as he suppressed the chilling numbness enveloping his body. He retrieved his phone, attempting to call his family. However, upon unlocking the device, the screen flickered to reveal the very forum story he had previously perused. The display showcased only the final page. Accompanying the narrative was an audio file available on the forum. Yang Jian suddenly caught sight of the audio file and momentarily froze, his mind racing back to the sound of the old man knocking at the classroom door. Wait a moment. If that old man indeed used the sound of knocking as a means to kill, then this sound should serve a purpose not only for the living but also for the spirits. Zhou Zheng had mentioned that only spirits could contend with spirits. With this thought, a glimmer of hope surged within him. Without hesitation, Yang Jian, with his other arm still capable of movement, clicked on the audio file. Thud, thud, thud. However, an unexpected event unfolded. A chilling, rigid sensation swiftly dissipated from his body. Chapter 7. The Footsteps Behind. Yang Jian felt his body weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. He gasped for breath, becoming acutely aware of the cold sweat trickling down his forehead and cascading down his cheeks, drop by drop. No. He could not linger in this place any longer. He must leave swiftly. He hurriedly grasped his phone, activated the flashlight, and rose to his feet. Within the oppressive darkness lurked an unseen specter. The longer he stayed, the closer he came to death. He ventured forward, navigating through the shadows. Yang Jian trembled slightly, uncertain whether it was due to overwhelming anxiety or an inexplicable dread. He beheld a faint glimmer of light. Yang Jian, with a cold expression, spoke into his phone. It's me, Yang Jian. Why, Yang Jian? You're not dead? Zhang Fei exclaimed, his voice trembling with both terror and astonishment. Do you, like that mirror, wish for my demise? Yang Jian replied. Duan Ping, his emotions heightened, rushed over with a mixture of anxiety and fear, grabbing Yang Jian and shouting, Why did you drag me into this? We have no enmity, no grievances. Why seek to harm me? Yang Jian struck him squarely in the face, exclaiming with fury, I bear no enmity towards you. Yet you seek to bring about my demise. The good deeds you have committed previously now turn against me. I once proclaimed that should death come, we would meet it together. I now regret not having brought that Feng Jing in, for he ought to experience the terror of being grasped by a ghost, as I just did. Duan Peng, having been knocked to the ground, disregarded his pain and, with a trembling voice, implored, I do not wish to die. I only wish to survive. It was Feng Jing who compelled me to act thus. If I did not, that creature would emerge, and all would perish. Better for one to die than for us all, is it not? So am I to be the sacrificial lamb? How ludicrous. If you were so noble, why do you not willingly offer yourself? Why must you force others into sacrifice? Yang Jian said, Do you truly believe that sacrificing me will allow you to escape? Do not forget that there is still a ghost lurking outside. Furthermore, do not be naive. Feng Jing has been intent on my demise from the very beginning. He must possess some knowledge, for it is inconceivable that he would keep such a close watch on me without reason. I will avenge this grievance today. If I manage to survive this ordeal and emerge from here. In the dense darkness, nothing was visible, yet he felt a frigid hand grasping his wrist. This icy grip exuded an overwhelming force, causing Duan Peng's form to be nearly uncontrollable as he was dragged backward. Almost instinctively, he reached for his phone, intending to play that audio file in hopes of recreating the previous scene to frighten off the ghost. However, as soon as he made a move, he froze in place. Is it truly worth saving you? He pondered. No, it is not worth it. Now that danger has approached, why should I risk my life for you? You did not come to my aid earlier. You were solely focused on finding your own escape. And even if I were to attempt to rescue, how would I do so? This audio file can only frighten the ghost. It cannot harm it. I am merely a cowardly figure trying to wield authority. You wish to live. Do I not desire the same? Feng Jing was right. I had been too naive. I had heard him plotting against me in the classroom. Yet I remained unprepared. Such a mistake shall never be repeated again. Yang Jian turned his head, drawing in a deep breath as he endeavored to calm his tense body and conquer the fear brewing within. He then picked up his phone, feigning nonchalance as he searched for an escape route. The ghost still lingered nearby, if he remained. He could not guarantee that the specter would not choose to assault him again. Fong Jing had previously mentioned that using a person could momentarily delay the ghost. The reason he had been thrust into this predicament was that he had intended to sacrifice himself to stall the ghost. If his analysis was correct, he would be safe until the next ghostly attack. He could only pray for that. With this thought in mind, Yang Jian immediately began to seek a way out. Yang Jian, where are you going? Take me with you. Zhang Fei called out urgently as he noticed Yang Jian's intention to leave. Yang Jian, however, paid him no heed, coldly dismissing him with a retort. Figure it out for yourself. Do not follow me. Do you truly expect me to lead you out of this wretched place? It is your doing that brought me here. With that, he quickened his pace, swiftly disappearing into the enveloping darkness. Should the specter strike again, it would undoubtedly prioritize Zhang Fei. Startled, Zhang Fei hurried after him, but soon found himself alone in an abyss of shadow, devoid of Yang Jian's presence. Yang Jian. Where are you? Come out. I didn't mean it before. I apologize. His voice quivered with desperation as he groped through the obscurity, yet he grasped nothing. After wandering aimlessly, Zhang Fei quickly realized he was lost. This place no longer resembled the familiar restroom but had transformed into an interminable void of darkness. Fear began to swell within him, submerging the remnants of his courage. Then, he heard the muffled sound of footsteps approaching from behind, drawing nearer and nearer to his location. Before he could utter another word, a ghastly, pale hand emerged from the shadows, seizing his neck from behind. Cold, rigid. It was not the hand of a living being. A piercing scream erupted from him, but Yang Jian was oblivious to it, as he too faced a dilemma. He had once again lost his way in the dark. This was certainly not a restroom, he thought with a shiver. The darkness before him seemed endless, and the distance he had traversed far exceeded that of a mere restroom. Checking the time on his phone, he noted that a full 20 minutes had elapsed. 20 minutes without exiting a restroom, without even encountering a wall or a toilet. This was utterly illogical. The only explanation was that he had wandered into some unknown realm. Damn it, what exactly is this ghost domain? Why didn't T. Zhouzheng mention it during his lecture? Yang Jian felt a surge of anxiety. Without sufficient information, he could not deduce anything, let alone discover a way to unravel this ghostly domain. Drip, drip. The sound of a faucet dripping echoed ominously. Yang Jian's expression shifted, and without a moment's hesitation, he followed the direction of the dripping sound. Damn it, he regretted not noticing this sooner. With a newfound sense of purpose, he quickened his pace. However, he was soon startled by a low battery alert from his phone, causing him to hesitate briefly before gritting his teeth and powering it off. In the face of darkness, he feared the lurking specter even more than the absence of light. This minimal battery life had to be conserved for a critical moment. He proceeded cautiously in the dark, acutely aware of his surroundings. The only sound accompanying him was the incessant drip, drip of water, creating an eerie silence that amplified even the sound of his own breathing. Yet, not long after he had turned off his phone, he suddenly heard it. Thud, thud. A series of footsteps echoed from behind him, heavy and distinct. The footsteps grew closer, approaching him steadily. The light illuminated only about a meter ahead, revealing nothing but an oppressive darkness behind him. Yet, the footsteps continued to draw nearer. It was impossible for a living person to follow him so precisely in the dark. Move faster. Feeling the footsteps closing in, Yang Jian's heart raced, prompting him to hasten his steps. Chapter 8. The strange tree. Yang Jian quickened his pace, advancing further into the darkness. Step, step. Yet the distinct sound of footsteps behind him remained unhurried, closely trailing him. No matter how fast Yang Jian moved, he could never shake off that persistent sound. As time passed, the footsteps grew increasingly nearer. Initially, he sensed them to be about 5 or 6 meters away. However, soon they seemed to be merely 3 meters behind him. As he pressed on, the footsteps were almost right at his back, merely a meter away. Yang Jian's palm gripped his phone tightly, unwilling to let the screen dim, for he was ever poised to activate that audio file at a moment's notice. If that specter were to assault him once more, he was prepared to confront it. His entire being was taut, ready to repel the malevolent entity. However, events did not unfold as he anticipated. The footsteps behind him remained steadfastly 1 meter away, neither retreating nor encroaching. Regardless of whether Yang Jian quickened or slowed his pace, the footsteps maintained their delicate distance. Could it be that the creature was waiting for his phone's battery to deplete? Suddenly, Yang Jian's expression shifted dramatically as he glanced at the dwindling battery, now below 10%, and unease gripped his heart. If this were indeed the case, meeting his demise at the hands of that ghost was merely a matter of time. The hope of escaping this place alive seemed utterly impossible. He looked again at the battery indicator on his phone, 7. With less than 5 remaining, the possibility of the device shutting down loomed ominously. Yang Jian now finds himself filled with regret. He had squandered his time during the day, frivolously playing on his phone until its battery was depleted. Yet, this was not a moment for such thoughts. If he wished to escape this cursed place, he must flee before the last remnants of power in his phone extinguished. Gritting his teeth, he began to run with all his might, racing towards the source of the incessant dripping sound. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps behind him pursued relentlessly. An unshakable presence. Yang Jian could even sense the chilling cold emanating from behind him, accompanied by a faint stench of decay. The ghost lingered closely, relentlessly pursuing him. As he sprinted with all his might, the sound of dripping water grew ever closer. Yet, at that moment, his phone screen illuminated automatically. Battery level, 5. It displayed a message. To prevent the phone from shutting down, please charge it promptly. Damn it. Yang Jian gasped for breath, sweat pouring down his body. And as he glanced around, a sense of panic surged within him. Despite his exhaustion, he dared not pause. To halt would signify awaiting death. He gritted his teeth and continued to sprint fiercely. Suddenly, amidst the darkness, a faint glimmer of light appeared before him. This light, a subtle shade of red, stood out distinctly against the blackness, akin to a spark in the night. Though feeble, it was remarkably conspicuous. That was. Yang Jian's eyes sparkled with exhilaration, as if he had glimpsed a flicker of hope for survival. Yet, at that moment, his mobile phone vibrated slightly, and the screen illuminated once more. It displayed the message, shutting down automatically. Although there remained a trace of battery power, the device had commenced its forced shutdown. However, just as the screen was about to extinguish completely, Yang Jian sensed a chilling presence enveloping him from behind, the sound of footsteps drawing rapidly closer. In an instant, that entity was merely a meter away, right at his back. Although obscured by darkness, he could feel a cold, pallid hand reaching out, brushing past his ear and grasping towards his neck. No matter how fast he ran, that hand remained relentless in its pursuit. Was he destined to perish here? Yang Jian felt the icy fingers graze the skin of his neck, a frostbite-like chill spreading throughout his body, raising goosebumps. A faint stench of decay lingered at his nostrils. There seemed to be no escape. The glimmer of red light in the darkness grew increasingly prominent. Suddenly, the footsteps behind him ceased, vanishing in an instant. The cold hand, which had just touched his neck, froze in place, failing to tighten its grip. After taking a few steps forward, Yang Jian sensed that the entity had receded. It appeared that the ghost had ceased its pursuit. Reflecting on the perilous moment, he was certain that his survival was not merely due to luck, but rather that the ghost had abandoned its chase. But why? Listening intently, he realized that the footsteps had not returned. For the moment, he felt a semblance of safety. Regardless, he decided to move on. The absence of the entity's pursuit indicated that he was presently unharmed, and he needed to leave this place as swiftly as possible. Panting, he lifted his gaze towards the source of the red light and approached it. Soon, he arrived at the spot emanating the crimson glow. A bulb? A glass orb? Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback, unable to discern its true nature in the darkness. He cautiously reached out to touch the source of the red light. Ah, this is not a lamp. However, what filled him with dread was the realization that the glowing glass orb had adhered to his hand, writhing uncontrollably, and it suddenly burrowed into the back of his hand through an opening it had created. Coldness and agony enveloped him in an instant. Yang Jian collapsed onto the ground, writhing in agony as the pain coursed through him, akin to the torment of muscle cramps or the crushing of his very soul. Yet amidst this suffering, he discerned a transformation occurring around him. The darkness that enveloped him began to recede with alarming swiftness. Clarity emerged. He could see everything around him distinctly, as if he had suddenly acquired the gift of night vision. The pain surged swiftly, only to dissipate just as rapidly. In less than 3 minutes of struggling, Yang Jian felt the agony ebbing away like a receding tide. Exhausted, he lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his muscles still twitching from the prior torment. After a considerable time, having regained a semblance of composure, he managed to sit up as if he had narrowly escaped death. However, upon surveying his surroundings, his eyes widened in horror, his face betraying sheer terror. Before him stood a tree, an eerie, pallid entity resembling bone. Upon its branches hung tattered human skin, filthy rags, decayed heads, and bizarre paper banners. Yet what instilled a deeper dread in him was the sight of a figure, towering at a staggering 4 meters, draped against the trunk of this tree. No, it was not a mere human. Rather, it was a shadow, a silhouette mirroring a human form, seemingly forged from darkness itself. This towering shadow remained motionless, suspended upside down with its head towards the ground. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a thick iron nail embedded in its chest specifically, a type of coffin nail commonly used in folklore. This nail had likely been affixed to the tree for countless years, rusty and on the verge of breaking. Drip, drip. Black blood oozed from the area where the shadow was pinned. The sound of dripping water he had encountered earlier in the darkness was, in fact, this. Yet when Yang Jian beheld the head of this immense shadow, a chill swept over him. The shadow's visage bore no discernible features, only a hollow indentation where its eyes should have been. The source of the crimson glow he had perceived earlier seemed to emanate from what could only be its eye sockets. Yang Jian glanced at the back of his hand. With a gurgling sound, the split flesh parted, revealing a crimson eye that spun a few times before emerging, simultaneously conjuring a peculiar perspective in his mind. It felt as though an actual eye had sprouted from his hand, transmitting images directly into his consciousness. Strange, grotesque, or perhaps an unknown ability. Yet, as Yang Jian beheld the bizarre skeletal tree, along with the human skin, the desiccated corpses, and the immense shadow pinned to the trunk, he sensed the unsettling nature of the place. Regardless of what this tree represented, it was prudent to depart swiftly. He vaguely felt that the massive shadow affixed to the tree was more terrifying than the elderly figure he had encountered earlier. Moreover, he sensed that the hollow eye sockets of the cadaver hanging from the tree seemed to observe him intently, imparting a chilling sensation. He glanced at the revealed crimson eye on the back of his hand, a shroud of gloom enveloping his heart, lingering ominously. However, this was not the moment for such thoughts. The surrounding darkness seemed to have dissipated, allowing Yang Jian to clearly perceive everything around him. It was a dim, infinite space, devoid of substance, save for the skeletal tree. It resembled an otherworldly realm, entirely unlike the school he was familiar with. How had that door been so close without his previous notice? Chapter 9. The ghostly infant. The ghost appeared to have vanished. Perhaps this was what they called surviving great peril only to be met with subsequent fortune. Upon opening the grand door and stepping inside, Yang Jian was suddenly taken aback. Before him lay a familiar corridor. Turning back, he realized it was the classroom he had previously escaped from. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a weak and agonizing cough echoed. It's you. How did you emerge from the classroom? A gaunt man clad in a trench coat leaned against the corridor wall, his pale face and bloodshot eyes regarding Yang Jian with a mix of wariness. Zhang Zhou? Yang Jian paused for a moment. Is it? This must be due to the ghost domain. It seems that entity does not wish to release you. Zhang Zhou's gaze shifted slightly. However, a ghost domain typically harbors only one vengeful spirit, which would be the elderly figure in the black robe, yet he has already departed. What you encountered should be a ghost servant. What is a ghost servant? Yang Jian inquired as he approached. Zhang Zhou explained, in a ghost domain, the souls of those who perish at the hands of a vengeful spirit transform into these entities, bound to the ghost master and compelled to obey the spirit's commands unconditionally, much like the servants of ancient landlords. Thus, they are termed ghost servants. They may not possess the terror of a vengeful spirit, yet they still pose a significant threat to ordinary individuals like yourselves. Cough, cough. This ghost domain has only recently manifested, and already ghost servants appear. It is indeed remarkable that you have managed to escape unscathed. However, now is not the time to discuss this. Your presence here is quite fortuitous. He retrieved a device resembling a walkie-talkie from his pocket. This is a satellite positioning phone standard issue for Interpol. Take it and leave quickly. If you can escape this dreadful place, someone will contact you afterward. Simply relay the situation here to the person you meet. Zhou Zhendao's face was etched with anguish. Brother, what about you? Yang Jian inquired. Zhou Zhendao replied, I have reached my limit. While restraining that old man earlier, I exerted too much of the malevolent spirit's power. It is on the verge of awakening. Those capable of wielding the power of these spirits are referred to as spirit tamers. Yet the spirits can gradually dominate their wielders as well. To exist in this world as a being neither human nor ghost is a torment in itself. Just as he was about to finish, he suddenly let out a pained scream and collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. In his struggle, his oversized coat flared open. Yang Jian was taken aback. Beneath that trench coat lay a prominently swollen abdomen, larger than that of a pregnant woman. The skin of the belly exhibited a translucent hue, within which was curled a fetus roughly the size of a 4 or 5-year-old child. The infant's body was a deep, ominous shade of blue-black. Its hands adorned with sharp nails, and its eyes were ink-black, devoid of pupils. It writhed and tugged within the confines of the abdomen, seemingly attempting to tear its way out. What is this? A ghost, a ghostly infant, as the files had designated it. Zhou Zheng endured the agony. When it first resided in my belly, it was merely the size of a thumb. Each invocation of a malevolent spirit's power caused it to grow. Even without such exertions, it would continue to expand. My intestines and internal organs have been entirely consumed by it. Each day, I endure the torment of having my insides gnawed upon. Every night, I am kept awake by the pain. Yet, despite my innards being devoured and my belly now a mere hollow shell, a regular person would have perished long ago. However, I remain alive, and for me, existence is a torment and a trial. Death would be a release. Come, take this phone and go. He extended his hand and cast the phone away, shouting, if we do not leave now, this ghostly infant will break free. And then there will be 2 malevolent spirits here, making your escape even more difficult. Yang Jian picked up the phone and, observing the anguished expression on his face, instinctively touched the back of his hand, recalling that he too had once endured such torment. A ghost master? Could it be that he had transformed into someone akin to Zhou Zheng? I apologize for disappointing you all. That elder was far too formidable. I was no match for him and could not hold back that old ghost. From here on, you must rely on yourselves. Upon witnessing Yang Jian retrieve the phone, Zhou Zheng's lips curled into a faint, bittersweet smile. Yang Jian said, since you possess such knowledge, why did you choose to remain here initially? You could have safely departed if you had wished to leave. There was no necessity to stay and face death alongside us. Because I am a detective, as well as a ghost master, only individuals like us can confront these spirits. If we succumb to fear and cling to life, this world shall be doomed. My commitment to this profession is not solely for the nation or its people, but also for my family and for myself. Zhou Zheng's lips twitched, his agony intensifying. He felt he could no longer endure. Suddenly, he shouted, what are you still doing here? Move, quickly. Yang Jian felt a shiver run through him. He dared not linger, clutching his phone tightly as he turned and fled. By the way, be cautious of that student in your class named Fang Jing. I encountered him before, and he possesses a peculiar aura, something distinctly abnormal. He does not seem entirely human, though I cannot be certain. It would be wise for you to maintain your distance from him. I have already reported my concerns regarding him, and there will be an investigation in due course. Do not place your trust in him. Zhou Zheng, in his painful struggle, called out once more. What? Ah! The curious figure glanced around. Yet the darkness of his eyes revealed an unsettling and sinister essence. Let us depart. Yang Jian was taken aback, hurriedly turning to flee. The ghostly infant slowly emerged from Zhou Zheng's body, his once distended abdomen deflating like a punctured balloon. No blood flowed, nor were any internal organs visible, only some darkened flesh. As he had previously stated, his insides had long been consumed by this ghostly child. Father, mother, I am so sorry. Zhou Zheng's gaze gradually dulled, losing its luster as vitality faded. He tilted his head, life slipping away, yet his eyes remained fixed on the ghostly infant, which crawled slowly towards the path Yang Jian had taken. The 4th level, the 3rd level. How fortunate, I have not lost my way. At this moment, Yang Jian swiftly descended the staircase, a surge of astonishment swelling within him. He realized that the darkness which had previously enveloped the stairs had vanished, though dim. Everything was now clearly visible, and the prior phenomenon of the wall of ghosts had not reoccurred. With no darkness to obscure his path and no risk of getting lost, he mused that under normal circumstances, it would take merely a few minutes to exit the school. It was as if he had been ensnared by some illusion, forever unable to escape. No, that was not the case. It was not the realm of the spirits that had dissipated, nor had the darkness receded. Rather, he had gained the ability to perceive beyond it all. Yang Jian's expression shifted slightly as he glanced at the red eye upon the back of his hand. Could this be the power of the ghost master? If so, did this eye also signify a ghost? He recalled Zhou Zheng's words, that the ghostly infant within him had initially been no larger than a fingernail, only to grow to its current size. If this were true, what form would this ghostly eye eventually take? Would it transform into a malevolent spirit intent on consuming him? The thought of Zhou Zheng's earlier predicament sent a chill down Yang Jian's spine, instilling a sense of dread as he gazed at the eye on his hand with alarm. The earlier elation of piercing the veil of the ghost realm evaporated entirely. Even if this eye were to bring about his demise, that was a matter for another time. For now, the pressing concern was to escape this place. Yang Jian gritted his teeth, striving to suppress his errant thoughts, and strode purposefully towards Zhang Wei and the others. Yet, to Zhang Wei and his companions, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. The light from their phones illuminated merely a meter ahead, rendering anything beyond it indistinguishable. Zhang Wei. We have been walking for half an hour already, and we still cannot find a way out. Is it possible that we will be trapped here for eternity? Miao Xiaoshan. A fellow student said anxiously. That Zhou Jing mentioned this is a ghost domain. Do you know what that entails? Is there really a ghost? Could the incidents in the classroom have been supernatural occurrences? If ghosts truly exist, is it conceivable that we may never escape? The other students spoke cautiously, their anxiety palpable. Zhang Wei, with a serious expression, reassured them, do not worry. There is no way we could be trapped here for a lifetime. That is utterly impossible. Trust me. In a few days, we will be starving here, and we won't need to wait an eternity. At this moment, you still speak so lightly of it. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed from the darkness. Who is it? Who is there? Zhang Wei's demeanor shifted to one of tension as the others trembled in fear. Do not be alarmed. It is I, Yang Jian, came a voice from the shadows. Stop. Do not come any closer. You claim to be Yang Jian. Can you prove it? What if you are a ghost in disguise? Zhang Wei retorted. Yang Jian said, Zhang Wei, must you be so verbose at such a perilous moment? It is dangerous here, but I can lead you to safety. If you follow my instructions, you shall not lose your way. He had come specifically to rescue Zhang Wei and his companions. Should he fail to do so, they would undoubtedly perish in this place. Although he bore a grudge against Fang Jing, he held no animosity towards them. Furthermore, within the realm of the spirits, two malevolent ghosts had emerged, their terror unfathomable. Wojir Ying Bang Bang. Yang Jian, he declared. Zhang Wei immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him. It truly is you, not a ghost. You startled me, fortunately. I have learned the secret code. Chapter 10. The power of evil spirits. Hold hands tightly and follow me. Do not stray. I can guide you out of this building. Yang Jian instructed. Zhang Wei, why are your hands so clammy? Yang Jian inquired. With utmost seriousness, Zhang Wei replied, clammy? My hands are not clammy. Yang Jian. You are overthinking. This is clearly urine, good for warding off evil spirits. I just relieved myself moments ago, and it is still warm. You should feel it for yourself. As he spoke, he shamelessly smeared it on Yang Jian's hand. Goodness, that is utterly revolting, Yang Jian retorted. Do not hold my hand. Go away. Yang Jian. Do you truly have a way to escape this place? Miao Xiaoshan asked from behind. Yang Jian led them down the staircase, exhibiting no signs of disorientation. He remarked, indeed. I have gleaned some understanding of this so-called ghost realm. It is shrouded in darkness, and ordinary individuals may easily succumb to illusions, perceiving things that may not be real. However, there are still aspects I find perplexing. If all is in order, departing from here should not pose a challenge. Let us pause. There is something ahead. Suddenly, he called out and came to an abrupt halt. At the foot of the staircase on the first floor, he noticed several classmates ensnared in confusion. Standing motionless like wooden figures, their bodies rigid and upright. These were the individuals who had previously left with Fang Jing. Yet, those remaining here constituted only a portion. Not the entirety. Could it be Zhao Chan? Yang Jian's expression shifted, his gaze lingering upon a male classmate. If Fang Jing is not present, does this imply that these individuals have been forsaken by him? Yang Jian furrowed his brow, pondering the implication that Fang Jing had resorted to his old tricks once more, attempting to use these individuals' lives to stall the malevolent spirit. If this were indeed the case, it would be a fitting retribution. Stepping forward, he placed a hand on Zhao Chang, intending to inquire about the situation. At that moment, Zhao Chang, standing rigidly with his back to Yang Jian, slowly turned his head. His body remained motionless, yet his head twisted in an eerie manner, completing a full 180 degrees, revealing a pair of lifeless, ashen eyes that gazed blankly at Yang Jian. Yang Jian was immediately taken aback, retreating several steps. Dead? Dead? If so, then why could he still move? Was he destined to transform into a malevolent spirit as well? Yang Jian was filled with apprehension, a sense of tension gripping his heart. Should more apparitions manifest, it would truly spell disaster. However, Zhao Chang's lifeless body stood there, motionless, slowly turning its head before resuming its previous stance, facing away from the group. No reaction. It seems he poses no immediate threat. He observed this and sighed in relief. Zhang Wei, come this way. There's an obstruction ahead. We should circumvent it. He then led the others around the bodies. Given Zhao Chang's grim fate, Yang Jian had come to terms with his prior transgressions. When one dies, their debts are settled. Nonetheless, the true perpetrator was Fong Jing. Suddenly, an eerie sound pierced the air. What was that? It resembles an infant's cry, yet not quite. A classmate stammered in fright. Your mother makes that sound. I bet it's a ghost, Zhang Wei retorted. If it's not a ghost, could it be a beautiful woman asking you out? We're in a horror film, not a classroom. He had transformed into a volatile figure, lashing out at anyone nearby. Stop wasting time, move quickly. It's a ghost baby, and it's coming for us. Yang Jian's expression darkened as he spoke. This was the specter that had emerged from Zhou Zhang's body. Aptly named the ghost baby. While the level of danger remained uncertain, it was undeniably perilous. Curse it, just as I feared, it has really appeared. Even when hanging. One should take a breath. Zhang Wei trembled in terror and hastily fled. The group quickened their pace, hastening to escape the teaching building under Yang Jian's guidance. After much effort, they finally emerged from the maze-like staircase, and the remaining individuals felt hope glimmering before them. Yet at that moment, a pitch-black infant crawled along the wall with a horrifying and unnatural speed, resembling a spider. Its large, dark eyes gazed at the group, devoid of any human emotion, exuding an eerie lifelessness. It seemed to recognize Yang Jian and, with a sudden, grotesque cry, extended its arm towards him. The slender arm of the baby grotesquely elongated, swiftly reaching out through the darkness. Unbeknownst to Yang Jian, who walked ahead, this peril was lurking just behind him. Yang Jian suddenly sensed a chilling presence swiftly approaching from behind, evoking an identical sensation to that of being assaulted by the ghost in the restroom. The pain compelled him to halt as he leaned against the wall, nearly losing his balance. A peculiar cry echoed, and the infant's arm that had been advancing through the darkness abruptly paused behind him. A single crimson eye manifested at the back of Yang Jian's head, intently fixated on the hand reaching out from the infant, emanating a faint red glow that seemingly thwarted its assault. Yang Jian, why have you stopped? A voice inquired. As the pain gradually subsided, Yang Jian gasped. No, it's nothing. I was just attacked by that ghostly infant, but fortunately, I am unscathed. Instinctively, he reached to touch the back of his head, a chill running through him as he encountered an eye. The vision from behind surged into his mind, and at that moment, he could perceive the situation unfolding behind him. Was this entity his savior? Yang Jian recalled Zhou Zhang's earlier words. Contemplating, this eye is akin to a specter, gradually awakening under incessant provocation. Once it reaches a certain threshold, I shall meet the same fate as Zhou Zhang, perishing at the hands of this apparition. Is this what they call a ghost master? The power to command malevolent spirits while simultaneously being ensnared by them. Yang Jian's lips curled into a bitter smile. What does this signify? The cost of acquiring the power of a malevolent spirit, or simply a countdown to his own demise? The ghostly infant's attempt to assault Yang Jian had failed, yet it appeared undeterred, swiftly crawling down the stairs at an unnatural speed, unmatched by any ordinary human. Ultimately, it leaped from the ground and suddenly clung to a female classmate from behind, its slender arms wrapped tightly around her neck, its entire form suspended above her. The girl's eyes widened in terror, her face a portrait of fear as she screamed frantically, grasping at the constricting arms in a desperate attempt to dislodge the ghostly infant. Wan Shanshan, what has happened to you? A nearby classmate, overwhelmed with dread, hurriedly aimed their phone's light at Wang Shanshan. Under the illumination, the head of the infant, grotesquely tilted, gazed at the onlookers. Its delicate arms possessed an extraordinary strength, constricting Wang Shanshan's neck as if intent on severing it. At that moment, she could barely utter a sound, her head tilted back, struggling for breath, her face flushed with anguish. Strangely, the skin of the infant began to adhere to hers upon contact. Chapter 11. Gradual Awakening in the Dim Light. A ghastly sight unfolded. A dark, lifeless infant lay beside Wang Shanshan, its pitch-black eye surveying the scene. At that instant, the hearts of all present felt as if they might shatter from sheer terror. The crowd screamed, panic erupting as they instinctively recoiled from Wang Shanshan. Damn it! The ghostly infant could not assail me, so it turned its wrath upon others? Yang Jian clenched his fists tightly, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. He yearned to save her, yet dared not approach. Go. Gritting his teeth, he instinctively contemplated flight. Cough, cough, help me, Wang Shanshan, her face contorted in agony. Resembled a fish on the verge of death, gasping for air, her hand outstretched towards Yang Jian as if reaching for a final glimmer of hope, producing a faint cry for assistance. Witnessing the desperate plea of his classmate, Yang Jian instinctively halted his retreat. This scene echoed the earlier moment when Fong Jing had pushed him into the bathroom. Wang Shanshan had not yet lost consciousness, despite her overwhelming fear. In this moment of despair, she desperately longed for someone to aid her. What difference would it make if I abandoned her, just as I did Fang Jing? To save myself at the cost of a classmate's life, tethered to a vengeful spirit? Moreover, I should now be considered a ghost master, wielding the power of a malevolent spirit, no longer an ordinary person. Saving her might not lead to my own demise. In that fleeting moment, myriad thoughts coursed through his mind. The ghostly eye at the back of his head remained fixed upon Wang Shanshan, observing her pained struggle and the gradual descent of her arms. If he did not act soon, the ghostly infant would surely strangle her to death. Damn it! Yang Jian cursed softly before immediately turning and rushing over, unhesitatingly delivering a punch to the head of the ghostly infant that had ensnared Wang Shanshan. If this scene were to be broadcast online, he would undoubtedly be mercilessly condemned by keyboard warriors for his violent assault on an infant. The ghostly infant, having received the blow, had a portion of its head cave in, yet it appeared unscathed, its pitch-black eyes regarding Yang Jian with an eerie intensity. With a ghastly cry, the ghostly infant seemed to be incensed, releasing Wang Shanshan and lunging toward Yang Jian. Its cheeks split open, its mouth widening beyond human limits, and in one swift motion, it engulfed half of his forearm. The sensation was chilling and viscous, akin to being drawn into a black hole. Not only could he not extricate his arm, but his entire being was being inexorably swallowed by that gaping abyss. Coughing violently, Wang Shanshan was nearly collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Am I to be devoured? Yang Jian felt an unsettling sensation as if his very being was melting away, as though his flesh and blood were being drawn into that gaping mouth. On the brink of being devoured alive. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his arm, akin to having his skin brutally torn apart, as if his soul were being crushed. At that moment, the ghostly infant emitted a wretched cry, releasing Yang Jian's arm, which then fell to the ground with a thud, devoid of vitality. It quickly scurried backward, seemingly in flight, and soon vanished upon the staircase. Damn it, once again, this wretched feeling. Yang Jian was drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling with pain. Unable to suppress a mournful cry, he observed that the severed portion of his arm, devoured by the ghostly infant, emitted a crimson glow as flesh was brutally torn apart, revealing a multitude of scarlet orbs emerging from the wound. Previously, there had been but a single eye on the back of his hand. But after the assault by the ghostly infant, a second eye had emerged at the nape of his neck. Now, following a mere bite, 4 additional eyes had sprouted forth. The quantity of those crimson eyes escalated at an alarming rate. Perhaps it was precisely this surge that compelled the ghostly infant to retreat. Yang Jian, how are you? Are you all right? Wang Shanshan, having narrowly escaped death, though still shaken and filled with dread, recognized that it was Yang Jian who had saved her. Witnessing him writhing in agony on the ground, she urgently inquired, reaching out to assist him. Suddenly, 5 eyes on his arm began to rotate, fixating on her in unison. Wang Shanshan, terrified, collapsed onto the ground, unable to restrain a scream. Yet swiftly, the 5 eyes on his arm closed once more. At that moment, Yang Jian's voice rang out. I am fine. Indeed, being a good person is no easy task. In saving you, I nearly sacrificed myself. I still cannot learn to be as ruthless as Fang Jing. The pain swiftly subsided, and he stood up, pallid, leaning against the wall, every muscle in his body twitching. The excruciating torment, akin to having his very soul crushed, was an experience he desperately wished to avoid repeating. Being bitten by that entity felt as if his entire being were being devoured. Was this the power of the ghostly infant residing within Zhou Zheng's belly? Truly terrifying. Moreover, it seemed that this creature had the potential to grow. Yang Jian gazed at his arm, feeling an unsettling writhing beneath the skin, as if something were poised to emerge at any moment. The presence of those eyes grew increasingly pronounced, indeed indicating a revival. I apologize for being a burden to you. Wang Shanshan murmured softly. Even if I don't save you, I won't last much longer, Yang Jian replied. Having endured all of this, he had begun to grasp the gravity of his situation. Do not linger here, come with me. If that entity returns, we shall all perish. He stifled the pain he felt. With a quavering voice, Wang Shanshan confessed, I have no strength left. I cannot move. The portrayal in films proved accurate. In times of crisis, women often became a hindrance and could lead to calamity. Despite his words, Yang Jian noticed the 2 dark, hand-shaped imprints on the back of Wang Shanshan's neck, remnants of the ghostly infant, resembling tattoos that starkly contrasted with her skin. Moreover, the dark hue was spreading outward, akin to an acute contagion. A chill coursed through him, yet he refrained from warning her, for now was not the time for such discussions. The ghostly infant had merely been temporarily repelled. It could very well return. If it were to strike again, Yang Jian feared he would meet the same fate as Zhou Zheng, succumbing to the resurgence of the malevolent spirit. I will assist you in leaving. You can still walk, right? He helped Wang Shanshan to her feet, feeling her body tremble with overwhelming fear. Though she did not voice it, her body betrayed her. I can still walk, she managed to say, instinctively leaning against Yang Jian, her soft form nearly brushing against his chest, devoid of any pretense, exuding an air of intimacy. This was not an act of seduction. Rather, it was a primal instinct of a frightened woman seeking the protection of a strong man. A role Yang Jian embodied at that moment. Chapter 12. As if simple-minded outside the teaching building lay the school's playground, vast and enveloped in darkness, yet far more favorable than the suffocating gloom within the classroom. The darkness inside was so dense it felt as though it could swallow a person whole. Here, although dim, one could still discern the surroundings. As others fled to this refuge, their terror began to subside slightly. Almost entirely spent, each individual collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, unable to rise. It was not due to a lack of stamina, but rather the prolonged confinement in the teaching building and the sheer terror combined with reckless flight that had rendered them utterly exhausted. I thought I was going to die. That was truly terrifying. So close, almost right before me. That infant was perched on Wang Shanshan's shoulder, staring at me. I had no idea when it had crawled over. A male classmate stammered, his voice still trembling. It must be a ghost. That infant is undoubtedly a ghost. There are spirits everywhere. We are doomed. We are done for. A female classmate's face had turned pale, her mind teetering on the brink of clarity. Wait a moment. Wang Shanshan has been captured by that ghost. Why is Yang Jian also missing? Suddenly, Miao Xiaoshan spoke up. She was Yang Jian's classmate and had known him since middle school, thus she was particularly attentive to him. Zhang Wei glanced around and indeed did not see Yang Jian. He was a person of some stature in life. Zhang Wei, based on your words, I can confidently assert that our friendship is akin to plastic. Should we encounter a ghost again, I certainly will not come to your aid and will simply allow you to fend for yourself. Abruptly, Yang Jian's voice resonated from behind. He appeared, supporting Wang Shanshan as he approached. Yang Jian, you are unharmed. How wonderful. Miao Xiaoshan exclaimed with joy. The others, upon seeing that both Wang Shanshan and Yang Jian were safe, also brightened up. This was indeed the only good news of the day. Since the beginning, far too many classmates had perished. Zhang Wei, somewhat agitated, remarked, Yang Jian, I knew you would be fine. I was merely speaking thoughtlessly earlier. Please do not take it to heart. You must not abandon me in the future. My life depends on you. Beside them, Wang Shanshan's face flushed slightly, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Do not be so heartless. I have shared all my resources with you without reservation. As friends who have braved hardships together, we ought to look out for one another, Zhang Wei insisted. Wait, something is amiss. How did you and Wang Shanshan escape in such a situation? Suddenly, his expression shifted, a wary glint in his eyes as he scrutinized Yang Jian. I simply punched that child away and pulled Wang Shanshan out. Otherwise, how else would I have made it out? Yang Jian replied. Zhang Wei, now serious, said, Brother, what about the haunting in the teaching building? I can believe in Wu Song battling the tiger, but you dare to confront a ghost? Spare me. I am beginning to suspect that you are not Yang Jian at all, but rather a ghost in disguise intending to infiltrate our group and lead us all to our doom, such as the plot of horror films. Upon hearing this, the already shaken group turned their fearful gazes toward Yang Jian, as if he might truly be a ghost. Here we go again. Can you not think rationally for once? You suspect one person after another of being a ghost. If you truly encountered a ghost, you would have already met your end, and would not have the leisure to stand here and converse, Yang Jian retorted. In that case, allow me to pose a question. What is my English name? Wait. Let me change the question. I previously asked that one in the teaching building, and perhaps the walls have ears and the ghost is overheard. I shall ask a different question. What is Zhao Lei's English name? Zhang Wei struck a pose of unparalleled wisdom, seemingly proud of his caution. I do not know. Yang Jian replied. You are indeed suspicious. Zhao Lei's English name is Vashabi. Everyone, keep your distance from him. Zhang Wei hastily retreated several steps, preparing to flee at a moment's notice. Yang Jian inquired, Wait a moment, I did not quite catch what you just said. Could you kindly repeat Zhao Lei's English name? He chuckled. I suppose you are unaware. Zhao Lei's English name is Vashabi. Zhang Wei scoffed. What am I? Yang Jian asked. Vashabi. Yang Jian nodded and remarked. You are aware of your own foolishness. It seems you have yet to sink into irredeemable ignorance. Zhang Wei, Wang Shanshan, Miao Xiaoshan, and others regarded him with expressions of concern typically reserved for those with diminished faculties. Moments ago, Zhang Wei had been engaged in a battle of wits with thin air. His predicament akin to that of a simpleton. The disparity between him and Yang Jian was akin to that of a novice versus a master. Their survival hinged entirely upon Yang Jian's guidance and protection. I am not a fool, Zhang Wei vehemently retorted. He was astonished that someone could decipher the meaning behind his gaze. Classmates widened their eyes in disbelief, taken aback by the revelation. Zhang Wei felt an overwhelming urge to weep, yet this was not a moment for respite. Yang Jian remarked, "My phone has run out of battery. Does anyone know what time it is now? My watch seems to be malfunctioning, indicating that it is already 4 in the morning." Miao Xiaoshan, glancing at the cartoonish watch on her wrist, expressed her astonishment. "Oh, my phone also shows it is a little past 4. Yet I clearly saw it was only 8:30 just moments ago. How could so much time have passed?" The group began to realize that something was amiss with the time. "Indeed, I had already called the police," someone added. "I even reached out to my mother." The surroundings felt unusually quiet, typically at this hour. The sounds of cars would be echoing outside the school, yet now not a single vehicle's light could be seen. Yang Jian raised his gaze towards the heavens. The sky was dim and devoid of light, as if shrouded in a veil of gloom, obscuring the moonlight and starlight, which was contrary to reason. Yang Jian's expression grew solemn as he spoke in a low voice. "Moreover, we have not departed from this place at any point. The realm of the spirits encompasses not only the teaching building but also extends to the playground. This domain may even be larger than we realized previously." The teaching building was likely situated at its epicenter, and now it appears to be at the periphery. Alternatively, the spirit may be in motion, causing the boundaries of this ghostly domain to shift along with the old man's position. However, we find no trace of the old man in any direction. Thus the impact remains minimal. Yet, I firmly believe that this ghostly realm is a uniquely enclosed space, whether at the center or the periphery. The degree of influence may vary, but the challenge of escape remains constant. The distance does not seem to be the key to evading this spectral domain. In other words, we are ensnared, akin to birds trapped within a cage that is in motion, compelled to follow its trajectory, though we remain unaware of the subtle shifts. What shall we do now? Wang Shanshan's voice trembled as she grasped Yang Jian's arm tightly, leaning against him as if he were her savior. She wished never to relive the terrifying events that had transpired at the staircase. The others looked at Yang Jian with a mix of fear and hope, yearning for him to devise a strategy to liberate them from this haunted place. Yang Jian remained silent, gently tracing the several pairs of closed eyes on the back of his hand. It seemed that there was only one way to escape this place, to continue harnessing the power of the vengeful spirits. However, Zhou Zhang had warned that each use of this power would awaken the spirit within him a fraction more, drawing him ever closer to death, more perilous than ingesting poison. It was no wonder that Zhou Zhang ultimately remarked that becoming a ghost master was not solely for the sake of others, but also for oneself, for at times, not only must one save others, but one must also rescue oneself from the clutches of malevolent spirits, Yang Jian mused. Yet before that, there was a matter I must clarify, a grudge I need to resolve. Otherwise, I would perish with lingering dissatisfaction. Resolute, Yang Jian said. "Does anyone have Fang Jing's phone number? Please lend it to me. If I am not mistaken, he should still be trapped here with us." Chapter 13. Parchment indeed. Fang Jing had not left the school. However, he too had lost his way. Although he had managed to escape the terrifying teaching building with Zhou Jing's assistance, he remained ensnared in this place. In a frantic attempt to evade the old man, he had inadvertently dashed into a small grove outside the schoolyard. This area was merely a patch of greenery, yet under the shroud of darkness, the numerous trees loomed like an endless primeval forest, ensnaring Fang Jing and the few classmates remaining with him. No matter the direction they attempted to flee, they were perpetually trapped within this wood, unable to find their way out. Damn it, why? Why is that old ghost still following me? Shouldn't it be seeking Yang Jian? Fang Jing's face was drenched in cold sweat, panic etched upon it. Yang Jian must be dead. He must have perished. And thus this old ghost has chosen me as its target. It must be so. The future had altered. And now he had taken Yang Jian's place as the focus of the old ghost's wrath. But I am not Yang Jian. How can I survive this malevolence? Fang Jing was engulfed in regret. Had he known this would transpire, he would have feigned allegiance to Yang Jian, allowing him to charge forth while he cowered in safety behind. He had been too impatient, forgetting that at this moment, Yang Jian was not the greatest threat. The old man was the true terror. Fang Jing, listen. That sound of footsteps is approaching again, one of his companions whispered in terror, his voice quaking. How can it be so swift? A person should be able to distract a vengeful spirit for several minutes. Suddenly, Fang Jing raised his head, gritting his teeth as he scanned the few individuals beside him. The remaining classmates now recoiled from him as if he were the embodiment of a malevolent spirit. During this time, some chose to flee from Fang Jing's perceived dominance, ultimately vanishing into the darkness, never to be seen again. Now, only 5 or 6 classmates remained. They did not wish to run. They were simply too frightened to do so. Staying with Fang Jing was their only means of survival thus far, while those who had departed might very well have met their demise. In the present moment, Fang Jing, armed with his limited knowledge, has seemingly ascended to the role of a tyrant among this group, instilling fear in those around him. Despicably, these individuals have become astute. They will no longer allow me to lag behind, and if I were to compel others to do so, they would likely choose to flee immediately. Fang Jing sensed the vigilance and hostility emanating from the others, cursing inwardly. He urged them to move swiftly. No longer did he attempt to force anyone to remain behind. Instead, he called out to them to flee through the dimly lit woods. At that moment, however, his phone unexpectedly rang, displaying a call from Zhang Wei. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided to answer. Perhaps Zhang Wei and the others had made some progress since they had become separated, prompting this call. Fang Jing. It's me, Yang Jian, came a voice from the other end. Startled, Fang Jing nearly dropped his phone, his heart racing. You. I thought you were dead. Are you human or a ghost? Thanks to you, I'm still alive. Yang Jian's voice came through, chilling and indifferent. Fang Jing's expression shifted. He had personally pushed Yang Jian into that haunted restroom, and yet he had not perished. It seemed impossible for any ordinary person to survive such an ordeal. How had he managed it? Why are you calling me now? He forced himself to regain composure and inquired. Yang Jian asked, do you wish to survive? Do you long to depart from this school? Do you possess a solution? Fang Jing inquired, a hint of surprise in his tone. I have become a ghost master. Do you think I lack the means? Yang Jian replied. That's splendid. Please, help me escape, Fang Jing urged. Heh. Yang Jian's laughter was tinged with a hint of mockery. I did not act with ill intent regarding the previous matters. I was merely striving for survival. Given that we are classmates, is there not a misunderstanding that can be resolved? As long as you take me away from this place, you may do as you wish. At worst, I shall grant you a complimentary beating. Fang Jing clutched her phone and spoke hurriedly. Yang Jian stated, let us not dwell on the inconsequential. If you wish for me to escort you out, you must first satisfy my conditions. Otherwise, prepare yourself to remain trapped here. Then, what do you desire? Indeed. I possess knowledge of the future. I carry within me information regarding all events yet to unfold. Fang Jing responded, if you liberate me from this place, I shall disclose all that is to come. Your existence as a ghost master will be short-lived. I hold the key to your survival. By adhering to my guidance, you can harness the power of malevolent spirits without the fear of your body succumbing. With the information I provide, you shall surpass other ghost masters and attain greater accomplishments. You deceive me, Yang Jian retorted. Zhou Zheng stated that no one can traverse from the future. He also mentioned experiments conducted by the Research Institute. Purported time travelers do not exist. At that moment, Fang Jing felt the ominous footsteps closing in behind him, causing his heart to race. He quickened his pace. Gasping for breath, I lack memories of the future. The knowledge I possess comes from a piece of parchment, sent to me by my future self through some means. It contains records penned by me a decade hence. Yang Jian, please save me. If I perish, you will gain nothing. A parchment containing future information? Yang Jian's expression shifted. The possibility of its existence intrigued him. I must have that parchment, he declared. No, I cannot relinquish it. It belongs to me, Fang Jing firmly rejected. You have no choice. The entity pursuing you draws near. Your time is running out. What does your knowledge of the future matter if you were to die? Yang Jian pressed. Fang Jing found himself engulfed in uncertainty. However, the encroaching footsteps left him little room for contemplation. Fine, I shall grant it to you, he gasped. Exhaustion overwhelming him. The darkness enveloped him, illuminated only by his phone, revealing he remained trapped within the woods, unable to escape. Desperate to survive, he resigned himself to compromise. Nevertheless, Yang Jian, I can provide you with the item, but how can I trust in your ability to save me? Although Fang Jing feared death, he remained cautious. Yang Jian remarked, I can teach you how to rid yourself of the ghost that follows you, but you have but one chance. Should you resort to further cunning? I shall not hesitate to decline this transaction. Very well, what must I do? Fong Jing inquired. Proceed to your left, Yang Jin instructed. With gritted teeth. Fong Jing immediately altered his course, sprinting to the left. Now move to the right, Yang Jin continued. Fong Jing complied. And a surge of ecstasy coursed through him as the footsteps behind him began to fade away. He was distancing himself from the ghost. It works. This Yang Jin truly possesses the means to save me. Hand over the item, Yang Jin demanded. Fong Jing's gaze flickered. What if you fail to rescue me? I will give it to you once I am safely out of here. Just get me out of the school. Does this imply a failed transaction? Be cautious. That entity is closing in again, Yang Jin warned. Beep. The call ended abruptly. Simultaneously, Fong Jing heard the footsteps re-emerge behind him, sending a shiver down his spine. He glanced around, only to find that his classmates had vanished. He was utterly alone. Chapter 14. The eerie paper. Fong Jing had not anticipated Yang Jin's decisive termination of the call, leaving no room for negotiation. His initial intention was merely to placate Yang Jin, intending to sever ties and refuse to hand over the parchment once he was safely outside the school. However, Yang Jin's resoluteness had thrown him into a state of panic. Moreover, the footsteps behind him had returned, indicating that Yang Jin's guidance had only temporarily evaded the pursuing ghost. What should I do? Without Yang Jin's assistance, I cannot escape this place. I will surely perish at the hands of the vengeful spirit. I do not wish to die. My future has just begun. With the parchment's aid, I could rise to greatness in this world. How can I resign myself to die here? Fong Jing's heart raced with dread, sweat pouring down his brow as he instinctively continued to run, hoping to distance himself from the ominous footsteps. Yet, it proved futile. The sounds drew ever closer. The surrounding darkness thickened, threatening to engulf him. No, I cannot succumb to death. I will part with the parchment. Yang Jin is right. If I die, all knowledge is rendered useless. Besides, I have grasped enough of the future's secrets. The parchment's value to me is not as substantial as I once believed. Under the looming threat of death, nothing is beyond relinquishment. Beep, beep, beep. The call connected. I will give you the parchment. Just promise to take me away from here. Before the other party could respond, he interjected. Yang Jin's voice echoed from the other end. Drop the parchment on the ground. I will retrieve it. At this moment, Fong Jing ceased his tricks, unhesitatingly retrieving a stack of dark brown paper from his pocket and casting it onto the ground. I have followed your instructions, please. Assist me swiftly. I do not wish to perish. Yang Jin instructed. First, I shall teach you how to rid yourself of the specter trailing behind you. Proceed to your right. All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Fong Jing exclaimed, flustered, as he hurriedly followed Yang Jin's directions. Further to the right, Yang Jin continued. Fong Jing complied once more, and the results were immediate. The footsteps behind him gradually receded, ultimately vanishing entirely. A mixture of astonishment and elation washed over Fong Jing. He understood that he was, for the time being, safe. Foolish. Yang Jin set down his phone, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He halted his steps, observing Fong Jing flitting about in the woods ahead like a headless fly, his startled yet delighted expression eliciting a sense of absurdity. The footsteps trailing behind Fong Jing were not those of a ghost, but rather his own. Indeed, there were no specters following Fong Jing. Only Yang Jin lingered in his wake. Terrified by the specter, Fong Jing, unable to penetrate the realm of the supernatural, remained oblivious to the fact that a mere human was shadowing him. Was this the parchment that recorded future information? Yang Jin bent down to retrieve the object from the ground. The brown leather was supple, imbued with a chill, as if it had been extracted from a cold storage, exuding an air of ominousness and peculiarity. Upon contact, the eye on the back of his hand instinctively opened, emitting a faint red glow. This was not parchment. It was human skin, and something felt amiss. A chill ran down Yang Jin's spine as this thought flickered through his mind. Upon unfolding it, he found a line inscribed upon the skin. My name is Fong Jing. By the time you read this letter, I will have already perished. Do not be alarmed. I am yourself from 10 years hence, conveying information about the future through a peculiar means. It is imperative that you remember the following content. Ghosts have emerged in this world. This is no jest. By the time you receive this news, it will be too late, and you will be at least 6 months behind other ghost tamers. Beware of your classmate Yang Jin. The future version of him is terrifying. I was killed by him, hence you must eliminate Yang Jin in advance, or else the future you will undoubtedly perish at his hands. Remember, kill Yang Jin. On June 20th of a certain year, during evening study hours, you will encounter an Interpol officer named Zhou Zheng, who will impart some critical knowledge to you. This is significant. Zhou Zheng is a ghost tamer affiliated with the Asian division, codenamed Ghost Infant Zhou Zheng, but he is merely a transient presence. So do not dwell on it too much. Beware of the ghost infant that may emerge from his body. That entity will grow, and within a few months, it will become. I advise you to keep your distance. Otherwise, death will ensue. You must swiftly join the Interpol organization. Remember, gold, paper, stay away, flee, ghosts. As Yang Jian absorbed this information, he noticed the writing on the parchment swiftly becoming blurred and dimmed. Vital details were being erased by some unseen force, vanishing completely from his sight. What had once been a densely packed array of notes transformed into a vast expanse of blank parchment, akin to characters disappearing from a computer screen, one by one. Yang Jian had yet to behold anything of value, yet the script inscribed upon the parchment, which bore the knowledge of the future, had already vanished entirely. His brow furrowed deeply as he examined the parchment from side to side. Indeed, the writing had completely disappeared, leaving no trace whatsoever. In light of this phenomenon, Yang Jian was reminded of a film he had once seen, where alterations in the past would inevitably lead to changes in the future. Could it be that by seizing this parchment, which contained future insights, he had inadvertently caused his future self to erase all traces of it? However, before Yang Jian could ponder this for long, he witnessed the script re-emerging upon the parchment. Each stroke and line materialized before his eyes, as if an unseen hand wielding a pen was diligently inscribing words. I am Yang Jian. By the time you read this letter, I shall have passed away. I am you from 10 years hence, conveying future knowledge through a means most extraordinary. Upon seeing this, Yang Jian felt a chill run through his entire being. As he gazed at the parchment in his hand, his eyes involuntarily narrowed. What on earth is this sinister object? This is undoubtedly not a parchment that records future information. He could sense the eerie and malevolent nature of this human skin. The characters that had just appeared were not erased by the future's mirror, but rather autonomously obliterated by this very skin. It had changed owners, seeking to eliminate the information of its previous master, and thus was now in the process of generating Yang Jian's information. The content inscribed upon it is utterly untrustworthy. This object must not be kept. Yang Jian's gaze flickered. Sensing an inexplicable dread, he glanced around, contemplating discarding the human skin into the sewer, wishing for it to vanish forever. Yet, words began to materialize on the parchment. Do not discard, do not discard. I can help you. Without me, you shall perish, perish, soon. All the writing faded, leaving behind only 2 words, stay, stay. Chapter 15. The conditions for the elder's appearance. Upon witnessing the words emerge, he hesitated for a considerable time. Ultimately, Yang Jian chose not to dispose of the brown human skin. The reason was simple. He did not wish to follow in Zhou Zheng's footsteps and succumb to the resurrection of malevolent spirits, although the parchment exuded an aura of malevolence and enigma. To Yang Jian, it represented an unknown opportunity. Perhaps this parchment could indeed divulge significant information to him, or perhaps it could provide insight into the future. He sensed that retaining this parchment was unlikely to bode well, yet he found himself devoid of choices. No matter how dire the situation became, death was a preferable alternative to the revival of vengeful spirits. Yang Jian's eyes glimmered. If he were cautious and vigilant, perhaps the circumstances would not be too dire. Gritting his teeth, he rolled the human skin and tucked it into his pocket, having resolved to keep it. At that moment, Zhang Wei's phone in his hand suddenly rang again, displaying Feng Jing's name. He almost forgot that Feng Jing was still nearby. After a moment's consideration, he chose to answer the call. Hello, Yang Jian. I've given you the item. You cannot hang up on me. Quickly, tell me how to escape this place. Speak. Feng Jing's voice was laced with panic, clearly indicating his fear. He was now utterly alone, without a single companion by his side. Though he had shaken off the footsteps trailing him, he remained within the ghost realm, as long as he did not exit this domain. Any semblance of safety was merely temporary. At this moment, Yang Jian's gaze flickered as his mind raced with thoughts. He resolved to conduct an experiment using the square mirror. Soon, he spoke. Square mirror, I shall not actively lead you away from this place, but I will impart to you a technique that has enabled my survival. What technique? Please, tell me quickly, urged the square mirror. Yang Jian inquired. Is your phone still capable of connecting to the internet? I shall send you a link. Please access a forum and locate a post made by a user named Thunder King. Upon uttering these words, he shared the address of the ghost story forum he had previously perused. Feng Jing swiftly received the information and responded, I have found the post by Thunder King. It has garnered significant attention. I will open it, shield it from others, and navigate to the end. Yang Jian instructed. and Fong Jing's fingers grew clammy as he tapped the screen of his phone, following the directive to reach the conclusion of the thread. Upon unveiling the final image, he was seized by a shiver. A photograph depicted an elderly man clad in a long gown, his body marred by deathly spots, his visage numb and ashen. This figure stood outside a glass window, as if passing by. Indeed, it was the very same elderly man who had knocked on the door outside the classroom earlier. Did you see the photograph? Save it, Yang Jian urged. All right, I will, Fong Jing stammered, swallowing hard, fear gripping him as he preserved the image. Once he completed this task, Yang Jian immediately surveyed his surroundings, keenly aware of his environment. 1 minute passed, then 2, and then 3. The elderly man did not materialize. It seemed he had departed from this place, whereabouts unknown. Yet Yang Jian understood that the ghostly realm persisted. The man had not truly vanished, merely stepped out of sight. Given the vastness of the school, it was hardly surprising that the apparition remained elusive. Yang Jian, please respond. I have followed your instructions, yet nothing has transpired. Fong Jing's voice echoed through the phone. Could my assumptions have been erroneous? Perhaps that elderly man did not appear outside the classroom because I viewed his photograph. Yang Jian furrowed his brow, his mind swirling with 3 hypotheses. The post from Thunder King had originated from a hospital in a distant province, at least several hundred kilometers away from Dachang City. What were the odds of encountering the same ghost, traveling from a hospital in another province to the school? Yang Jian felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance. There seemed to be only one plausible explanation. The old man had been summoned by some entity, a signal, a condition, or perhaps a certain individual. Hence, his initial conjecture was that it was related to Zhou. The old man was evidently in search of Zhou, for he was a ghost master and had undoubtedly encountered spirits. However, with Zhou's demise, and given that this was their first encounter, this hypothesis could be dismissed. His second suspicion pertained to Fong Jing. Yet, since Fong Jing had not perished thus far, this too could be ruled out. Therefore, the third hypothesis emerged. The old man had been summoned by none other than himself. If this supposition held true, then Yang Jian's only connection to the old man was through having read the stories on the forum, seen his photograph, and heard the knocking captured by the Thunder King. If it was not the photograph, then it must be the sound of the knocking. With this thought in mind, Yang Jian spoke again. Fong Jing. Do you see the audio file below? Click on it. This is your chance to escape. Fong Jing complied and opened the audio file. The sound of heavy knocking reverberated. Dull and resonant, as if striking against the heart, rapidly spreading through the darkness. Fong Jing illuminated the surroundings with his phone and remarked, Yang Jian, nothing is happening. However, on the other end of the line, Yang Jian's eyes suddenly narrowed, his face contorted with horror. An old man, clad in a long robe, his visage ashen and marred with the marks of decay, had inexplicably materialized along the pathway of the school's greenery, moving with a stiff gait, advancing slowly towards Fong Jing. Indeed, he had appeared, and in a manner that defied reason, as though he had been standing there all along. Damn it, my suspicions were not unfounded. The old man had come for me because I had heard that knocking sound. A chill enveloped Yang Jian's heart. Yang Jian, hey, Yang Jian, speak to me. Fong Jing continued to inquire, oblivious to the impending approach of the old man. Yang Jian slowly retreated, carefully avoiding the gaze of the elderly man, intent on continuing to listen to the audio file without interruption. Is this truly effective? Fong Jing repeated, tapping to open the audio file once more. Thud, thud, thud. The eerie sound of knocking echoed incessantly from his phone. Although it appeared to yield no results, Fong Jing noticed that the footsteps around him had ceased entirely. While it seemed ineffective, it could not be deemed entirely without merit. Yang Jian's method should prove useful. With this thought, Fong Jing felt a slight sense of relief. However, unbeknownst to him, a figure clad in a black long robe, marred with patches resembling corpses, was gradually closing in behind him. The distance was still several hundred meters, rendering Fong Jing and the verdant trees invisible. Is Fong Jing still alive? Yang Jian suddenly inquired. Of course, I am still alive, Fong Jing replied. Yang Jian said, I apologize, I deceived you. What did you deceive me about? Fong Jing responded, taken aback and perplexed. The old man who appeared outside the classroom and knocked on the door was summoned by me. That entity came in search of me. Yang Jian remarked, until now. I was unaware, but I have come to realize that the conditions provoking the appearance of that elderly figure are intrinsically linked to the audio file. Specifically the knocking sound you just heard. What? Fong Jing's heart lurched in terror, his face betraying a look of sheer horror. This knocking sound has the potential to summon that old man, and I had just activated it multiple times. A wave of dread washed over him, prompting him to instinctively retreat several steps. Bang! His body collided with something cold and rigid. Turning around, he beheld an elderly figure, face ashen and marred with signs of decay, staring vacantly at Fong Jing. His body had become immobile. A frail, icy hand slowly rose, gradually making its way to cover Fong Jing's face. The pressure was immense. He felt the bones in his face beginning to shatter. Yang Jian. On the other end of the line, Fong Jing's terrified and resentful scream echoed through the receiver. Yang Jian remained unfazed. Speaking into the phone, "You taught me that one must not be overly naive in life." With that, he ended the call. Chapter 16. The Connected Call. Yang Jian set down the phone in his hand, casting a wary and fearful glance at the verdant thicket behind him. The old man was indeed terrifying. Regardless of how many times they had encountered each other, even from a distance, he instilled a profound sense of dread and unease. Fong Jing must have already perished, hadn't he? Yang's gaze shifted slightly. The pressing concern at present is to escape the realm of spirits, to distance myself from this elder, should he capture me again. It would surely spell doom, just as it would for Zhang Wei and Wang Shanshan. The outcome remains the same. What good is it to become a ghost controller? Did not Zhou Zheng perish precisely because he overexerted the powers of malevolent spirits, leading to their resurgence? The reason for Zhou Zheng's demise undoubtedly lies in the terrifying nature of this old ghost, whose malevolence far surpasses that of the ghostly infant. The inadequacy of the ghostly infant's suppression allowed this elder to ultimately overpower him. Soon enough, although I managed to reach Fong Jing on the phone, it was hardly surprising that he too had encountered a spirit. Yang Jian remarked, "Moreover, I have seen the elderly man who knocked on the classroom door earlier. That area has become entirely off limits. Our immediate priority is to vacate this place. If we linger any longer, I shudder to think how many more lives might be lost here." As he spoke, a heavy silence enveloped the group, their faces marred by fear and regret. Indeed, just a few hours had passed since the haunting commenced in the classroom, and despite their frantic escape, only a meager number of survivors remained from the original class of over 40, including the teacher. The rest had vanished without a trace. And everyone understood the grim implications of such disappearances within a haunted locale. This was no dream, nor a cinematic fabrication. It was a genuine haunting event, one where lives were at stake. Yang Jian, thank you for guiding us to safety. Without you, we would surely have met a grim fate, one of them expressed gratefully. Yes, thank you, and I apologize for what transpired earlier. When Fong Jing pushed you into the restroom, we failed to intervene. It was only later that we realized Fong Jing was a malevolent presence, leaving behind Zhao Chang and Wang Gang. Not to mention the female classmates who were also sacrificed as decoys. That fiend is nothing short of a beast. The classmates behind him voiced their curses against Fong Jing while simultaneously expressing their remorse towards Yang Jian. There were 4 of them. The few Yang Jian had rescued from the greenery, all of whom had been classmates with Fong Jing. He felt that Fong Jing deserved his fate. Yet the others should not have perished. Since he had encountered them, aiding their escape seemed a trivial matter. After all, they were fellow students, and such cold-heartedness was unwarranted. Expressing gratitude at this juncture felt premature. You have all witnessed the reality. We remain within this school, still ensnared in the realm of the supernatural. Whether we can survive this ordeal remains uncertain. Yang Jian shook his head. Though you are undoubtedly fatigued, this is not the time for rest. While my knowledge of the ghostly domain is limited, we must endeavor to press on. Follow me. Let us see if we can exit the school. At that moment, he became the pillar of strength for his companions. Upon his command, those resting on the ground immediately rose to their feet. 1, 2, 3, 4. From a class of over 40, only 13 remained, a mere survival rate of 30%. Who knows how many more might succumb? Had he foreseen this? Zhang Wei thought he should have taken a leave of absence. While others pursued education for monetary gain, they were risking their lives. His mood soured considerably. The others glanced at him, their heads bowed in silence, their spirits visibly diminished. If they failed to glimpse any hope for survival, Yang Jian feared they were on the brink of psychological collapse, for he noticed a girl whose complexion had turned ashen, murmuring to herself in a disjointed manner, "Let us depart." At this moment, Yang Jian could no longer concern himself with the issue of mental collapse. The pressing matter at hand was simply to survive and escape this place. With his guidance, the group felt reassured about not losing their way, and indeed, their path seemed to lead them further away from the realm of spirits. The surrounding darkness was not oppressive, although the sky remained dim. The road and nearby buildings were discernible. Before long, they arrived at the school gate. The security booth stood empty, and the street was eerily silent. a stillness that was almost unsettling. The streetlights remained unlit, and no vehicles traversed the area. The atmosphere felt distinctly strange, apart from their own voices. Not a single sound could be heard. Yang Jian cast a wary glance at the closed door of the security booth, a profound sense of vigilance reflected in his eyes. He dared not approach any door, for who could tell what terrifying entity might emerge upon opening one. Moreover, observing the eerie stillness outside, he understood all too well that even if they were to step beyond the confines of the school, it would avail them nothing. As long as they remained ensnared within the domain of the supernatural, no matter the location, they would find themselves in the same predicament. Indeed, this university, typically bustling with throngs of people and congested traffic, now lay desolate and devoid of life, save for their own shadows. "I will go out and take a look," Zhang Wei volunteered, vaulting over the railing and stepping onto the road outside. As he surveyed the street, his gaze fell upon the horizon, shrouded by an endless veil of darkness, as if it led deep into the abyss of hell. The path from whence they had come was equally enveloped in gloom. The entire area felt as though it had been severed from the world. "It is futile. We cannot escape by merely walking. There is no point in exhausting ourselves," Yang Jian remarked. "Then does that mean we are destined to perish here?" I do not wish to die." A girl suddenly broke down, collapsing onto the ground as tears streamed down her face. Although the other male classmates did not succumb to despair, the palpable fear of death in their eyes was evident to all. "Yang Jian, please think of a solution. Save us, won't you?" I do not want to encounter any more ghosts," Wang Shanshan pleaded, grasping her arm, her tear-filled eyes beseeching for relief. Yang Jian fell into a brief silence, contemplating deeply. He had no intention of continuing onward. Instead, he seated himself upon a nearby stone pedestal, taking a moment to rest. The flight had left him quite fatigued. Suddenly, he glanced down at Zhang Wei's phone in his hand. "Have you attempted to make a call for help before?" I tried earlier. The call connected, but a classmate spoke up. "Zhao Lei, but what happened?" There was no sound. There was utter silence on the other end, yet it was still connected. I dared not call again," Zhao Lei said after a moment of contemplation. The phone was silent, yet the call had gone through. A chill ran down Yang Jian's spine. This place was indeed haunted, and with such strange occurrences, he dared not continue seeking help over the phone. However, the call had been successful while in the classroom. This peculiar situation had only arisen shortly after stepping out. Suddenly, Miao Xiaoshan interjected, recalling that Zhang Wei had previously made a call for an ambulance. Indeed, Zhang Wei nodded. Not long after leaving the classroom. Considering the timeline, it must have coincided with the moment the ghostly realm re-emerged, precisely when Yang Jian reached the second floor and the corridor lights flickered and extinguished. "Is that so? Let me try another phone." Yang Jian suddenly recalled a person's telephone number and decided to give it a try. He accessed Zhang Wei's mobile phone and logged into the forum, then used the satellite phone provided by Zhou Zheng to dial a number, 138. This was the number left by the Thunder King on the forum. He yearned to ascertain whether the Thunder King had encountered any misfortune. If so, it was highly probable that the phone would appear as evidence in the possession of a ghost handler. After all, with someone like Zhou Zheng, a detective adept at handling supernatural occurrences, it was conceivable that he might be responsible for the case. Let us give it a shot. The phone did not exhibit any signs of a lost signal. On the contrary, it connected smoothly. However, the situation was even more dire than he had anticipated. Ring, ring, ring. Yang Jian's hand froze as he made the phone call. The mobile phone of the Thunderbolt King was in this school? His eyes suddenly narrowed, and he quickly rose to his feet, scanning his surroundings with an expression of horror, instinctively searching for the source of the ringtone. Cold sweat began to beat on his forehead. The Thunderbolt King's acquaintance was an emergency room doctor from another province, hundreds of kilometers away. If his ringtone was resonating here, it could only mean he was also present. Beep. At that moment, the call was answered, yet silence echoed from the other end. Just then, Yang Jian noticed a faint glow of a mobile phone light emanating from the third-floor window of a nearby teaching building. He could vaguely make out a shadowy figure standing by the window, seemingly gazing in his direction. Damn it. A shiver ran down Yang Jian's spine as he hastily ended the call. Chapter 17. The Curse of the Malevolent Spirit. The gazes of others remained fixated on Yang Jian. When they heard him make the call and the school bell rang, they were puzzled. Before they could voice their inquiries, they witnessed him abruptly hanging up, his face a mask of fright. Zhang Wei, observing Yang Jian's terror, began to tremble as well. Don't scare me like that. We are counting on you. Your reaction is making me feel quite uneasy. Please, just smile for me. Show that knowing smile you have when watching a movie, to give me a bit of confidence. Yang Jian's composure, along with his guidance in leading everyone out of the ghost realm, instilled a sense of hope for survival among the group. However, the sudden change in his expression now sent waves of panic through them. Yang Jian's expression fluctuated, his countenance exceptionally grim. Before he could utter a word, suddenly, the satellite phone in his hand rang with a series of beeps. He glanced down, his eyes narrowing sharply. The caller ID displayed 138. It was the phone number left by the Thunder King on the forum. Indeed, this was a trap, a truly terrifying one. Yang Jian gritted his teeth, unable to discern whether it was anger or fear that gripped him. The phone continued to ring, yet he chose not to answer. He understood that the individual making the call was undoubtedly not among the living. Heaven only knew what might transpire upon answering. Fortunately, the phone settings proved effective, and the ringing did not persist indefinitely. After a prolonged silence, the call eventually disconnected. Moreover, no further calls ensued. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. I love you, loving you, like a mouse loves rice. The cool moonlight has turned into a river of longing for you. Everyone pulled out their phones to check, and the caller ID for all was 138. Yang Jian, look. Wang Shanshan, Miao Shashan. And Zhao Lei held up their phones to show him the caller ID, their eyes betraying fear. Do not answer, Yang Jian said gravely. The others nodded in understanding. They all recognized the strangeness of the call and agreed it was best left unanswered. Zhang Wei, who did not have a phone as he had lent his to Yang Jian earlier, looked at the screens of his companions, trembling as he spoke. What the hell? All the same caller ID. This 138 number is remarkable, dialing a dozen numbers in one go. It's haunting. That's not the 138 number. Mine displays Teacher Wang's number. A classmate named Qian Wanhao instinctively answered the call. Qian Wanhao, have you lost your mind, or are you out of your senses? Zhao Lei nearly shouted in fright. We said not to answer the phone. What is the fuss? This is Teacher Wang's call, Qian Wanhao replied. Perhaps Teacher Wang is here to rescue us. Hang up. Yang Jian's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly rushed over, intent on seizing the phone to terminate the call. It was from Teacher Wang? This was even more terrifying, for it was well known that Teacher Wang was the first to vanish within the domain of the supernatural. With all others perished, how could he possibly still be alive? Indeed, all that came through from Qian Wanhao's phone was the crackling sound of static. Teacher Wang remained silent. However, what followed sent a chill of dread coursing through Yang Jian. The sound of knocking echoed from the other end of the line. Thud, thud, thud. It was identical to the knocking that had resonated outside the classroom moments before. Heavy and oppressive, it rendered one breathless. At this juncture, Qian Wanhao finally grasped the gravity of the situation, his face paling in fear, and his hand trembled as he hastily discarded the phone. It fell to the ground, the screen shattering, yet the call persisted, unbroken. Thud, thud, thud. The eerie knocking once again emanated from the receiver. Thud, thud, thud. At this moment, Yang Jian rushed forward and swiftly picked up Qian Wanhao's phone, cutting off the call. Qian Wanhao, you fool. If you wish to die, do it yourself, but do not drag us into your demise. Zhao Lei shouted, gripping his collar, his anger unable to conceal the fear in his eyes. Although he was uncertain of what would transpire once the call was answered, he was certain it would not bode well. Damn it. I fear not the enemy that resembles a deity, but rather the teammate who behaves like a swine. This adage rang true. At critical moments, there are always a few dim-witted individuals who bravely step forward to jeopardize their own lives, endangering others in the process. Qian Wanhao, you are truly remarkable. You evoke in me an urge to commit murder. After 9 years of compulsory education, I have yet to encounter anyone as extraordinary as you. Zhang Wei remarked, was that elderly man outside the classroom your grandfather? If you hold him in such high regard, why not plead with him to spare us? I truly did not mean to, Qian Wanhao sobbed, wiping tears from his eyes. The name on the call was unmistakably from a teacher. Had it been anyone else's number, I would not have answered. So, you answer the teacher's calls? If the teacher commanded you to die, would you comply? Zhao Lei, filled with rage, felt the urge to strike him. Enough. Let us all calm down. This is not the time for such discussions. I bear some responsibility as well. For I should have warned you earlier, Yang Jian interjected. Furthermore, can we survive through bickering and infighting? Just look at our current predicament. At once, the group fell into silence. Yang Jian, what will happen after the call is connected? Miao Shaoshan inquired anxiously. Yang Jian remarked, what else could possibly transpire? Soon, Qian Wanhao, your grandfather, will come to seek us out for a conversation. What? Everyone's eyes widened in sheer terror. Indeed, That old man is certain to arrive here. The knocking sound emanating from the mobile phone possesses a rather ominous capability. It has the power to summon that elderly figure. As for the outcome, it is all too evident. Moreover, Yang Jian tightly gripped the mobile phone in his hand, recalling the post made by the Thunder King on that forum. The entire narrative within the forum unfolded like a trap. The Thunder King encountered an elderly man knocking at his door while at home. Based on the events that transpired in the classroom, it was evident that someone had already perished by the time the elder knocked on the first door. Moreover, the Thunder King's residence possessed two doors, the main entrance and a room door. This implies that when he was alone at home, he had already met his demise upon the first knock. Consequently, it is inconceivable that the subsequent stories on the forum could have been authored by him, as the phone number and audio files left behind were not of his doing. Only one entity could be responsible for such occurrences: a ghost. Yang Jian took a deep breath several times. Indeed, the tale preceding this post was about the Thunder King, a living individual who had authored the post. However, by the conclusion, he had perished, and it was a ghost who continued the narrative. To substantiate this hypothesis, he reopened the forum story and turned to the final pages. As expected, it revealed itself to be a curse disseminated by a malevolent spirit. Anyone who hears a knock at the door will be sought out by this elderly figure. Thus, this serves to validate all previous occurrences. Those who hear the knock online or on their mobile devices become targets of the old man, as if marked by an invisible coordinate, while those who hear it in reality are destined to meet imminent death. But why? When I opened the audio file in the restroom earlier, did that old man not appear? Yang Jian's face glistened with beads of anxious sweat as he pondered deeply, striving to decipher the patterns of the old man's movements and the methods employed in his killings, all in the pursuit of survival. Chapter 18. Death Approaches. At this moment, Yang Jian was engulfed in frantic contemplation, acutely aware that the previous knocks heard through the phone would inevitably draw the old man near. The consequences of the old man's appearance were all too clear. The forum, the stories, the audio files, the knocking elder, along with the phone calls. All these elements collided chaotically in Yang Jian's mind. He had discerned a fragment of a pattern, but was unable to extrapolate further information. This was his inaugural encounter with a ghost, and having come this far was commendable, for he was not like Feng Jing, who was reputed to possess foresight into future events. Suddenly, a thought struck him: that piece of parchment. In a flash, he hastily retrieved the stack of dark brown parchment from his pocket. Yang Jian, look over there," Zhang Wei stammered, his voice trembling as he pointed towards the direction of the school. Yang Jian glanced up, and a chill ran through his limbs. A dense, inky darkness loomed several hundred meters ahead, gradually encroaching upon them, engulfing all in its path. The ground around began to decay, trees withered and rotted. The concrete became mottled and moldy, while the streetlights, festooned with rust, teetered precariously. An elderly man clad in a long black robe, his body marred by ghastly spots, approached with a face ashen and eyes devoid of life, moving with a slow, deliberate gait. Damn it, is this really happening? Yang Jian's heart raced. What do we do now? Are we destined to perish? Zhang Wei's eyes brimmed with tears. I don't want to die. I'm still so young, still a virgin. Yang Jian, you must think of something. Feng Jing said you would be formidable in the future. Surely you have a solution, right? There's no way out, is there? Beside him, Wang Shanshan clutched his arm, her hands pale with fear. They were enveloped by darkness, with nowhere to flee. At this moment, Yang Jian chose to disregard them. With a sense of urgency, he unfurled the parchment in his hand, endeavoring to uncover pivotal information inscribed upon it. The parchment revealed a striking line in bold letters before his eyes. At 5 o'clock in the early hours of June 22nd, the realm of spirits reappeared before us. Indeed, that specter has returned. At 5:30 on June 22nd, we all perished. Not a single soul survived. I am Yang Jian. By the time you read these words, I shall have already succumbed. Have you pinned our demise? Nonsense. There must be a way to escape this place. When I was seized in the restroom, that old man did not follow. I yearn to understand why. If you fail to divulge this to me now, I shall find a place to bury you, ensuring you remain in eternal darkness. Yang Jian gritted his teeth, his words laced with a subtle threat. The parchment in his hand seemed to have heard his utterance, as the inscriptions gradually began to blur, eventually vanishing entirely. In their place, a new line of text emerged. On the night of June 21st at 9 o'clock, I was ensnared by a ghost in the restroom. I did not perish, for within that restroom lurked an even more fearsome specter. It was a realm of another kind of ghostly domain, where I encountered unspeakable horrors, though at the time, I was blissfully unaware. At 9:30 that same night, I found myself lost within the restroom, yet an elderly man appeared outside the door, knocking, searching for me. However, I did not hear him. Perhaps it was this very reason that I narrowly escaped a fate worse than death. Upon encountering this phrase, Yang Jian felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that the elderly man he had encountered while lost in the restroom was knocking at the door? Soon after, words began to emerge once more on the parchment. After that incident, I surmised that the realm of spirits was the key to survival at that time. If I could harness the power of the spirit realm, perhaps I might have a chance to persevere. For now, I too am a ghost. Zhou Zheng was indeed correct. Only a ghost can contend with another ghost, and only another spirit realm can lead one out of the spirit realm. At precisely 5:15 on the morning of June 22nd, the elderly man reappeared. I attempted to wield the power of the spirit realm, yet I failed. My strength was still insufficient. By 5:30 on June 20th, we had all perished. Upon encountering this statement, Yang Jian's eyes narrowed. Although the outcome remained a grim 5:30 demise, he discerned a glimmer of hope for survival. The ghost domain. Indeed, the very place where this elder had appeared birthed the ghost domain. Thus, he too was now a ghost master. Why could he not wield the ghost domain? If Zhou were present, he would undoubtedly find Yang Jian's notion absurd, for not every ghost possesses a ghost domain. Those that do are exceedingly rare, and correspondingly terrifying. He must attempt it. There was no other recourse. Yang Jian clutched the parchment tightly. Reveal to me how to utilize the ghost domain. Soon, writing began to emerge anew on the parchment. Yang Jian, to whom are you speaking? Look around. Everything has become abnormal. What should we do now? Zhang Wei was in tears, wholly reliant on Yang Jian for salvation, fearing to hear any ill tidings from his lips. Silence. I am devising a plan. Grant me a moment, Yang Jian replied urgently, casting a fleeting glance. The elder was still advancing toward them, now less than 100 meters away. They were anxious. They were afraid. He too felt the same urgency and dread. After all, no one wishes for death. The parchment continued to inscribe. At 5:20 in the early hours of June 20th, I reflected on my previous failure, attributing it to the insufficient awakening of the ghost within me. Perhaps if I could open more eyes, it might prove beneficial. The number of eyes? Yang Jian had little time to ponder. There were merely 10 minutes left until 5:30. And he was determined not to succumb to the parchment's ominous influence and meet his demise here. In an instant, the flesh on his arm parted, revealing 5 blood-red eyes that opened in unison. Each eye emanated a faint crimson glow. At 5:22, I resolved to augment the number of eyes. The inscriptions on the parchment began to materialize. A method. I seek a method. Yang Jian let out a fierce roar at the parchment. I have perished. And you shall be forsaken as well. You wish to avoid being cast aside, but now that I am gone, do you truly believe someone else will claim you? The inscriptions on the parchment grew hazy once more, before a new line emerged. At 5:24, through my endeavors, I consumed one of the eyes on my arm, successfully augmenting myself with an additional eye. Now, with 6 eyes, I have effectively manifested my own domain of the supernatural. I am increasingly resembling a specter. At 5:30, I did not open my domain. All of us have met our demise. To consume the eye? Yang Jian gazed in astonishment at the 5 eerie crimson eyes adorning his arm. Yet, upon reading the final sentence, at 5:30, we shall all perish, he realized that he had no choice left. At that moment, darkness enveloped him, swiftly dimming the surroundings, while the old man loomed less than 20 meters away from them. Creak. As the shadows descended, the door to the security room slowly creaked open, revealing a pale hand reaching out. Beyond the railing behind him, a vague silhouette shrouded in darkness gradually approached along the road. Nearby, faint beams of mobile phone lights pierced through the gloom, reminiscent of classmates who had previously strayed, inching closer with their devices in hand. Yang Jian, Zhang Wei Zhaolei, Wan Shanshan, Miao Xiaoshan, Qian Wanhao. All were ensnared by the apparitions. In the 19th chapter, the 8 who had departed faced an urgent situation. Devoid of time for contemplation, not only did Zhang Jian sense the encroaching terror from all directions, but the others too could hear the ominous creak of the security room door and the heavy footfalls echoing in the corridor. They were acutely aware that only a handful of them remained within the confines of the school. Thus, Zhang Wei, Zhaolei, Wang Shanshan, and their companions understood with grim certainty that those footsteps belonged to ghosts. The phantoms were inexorably approaching them. In that critical moment, Yang Jian gritted his teeth and resolutely sank his teeth into the eye embedded in his arm. A sharp, excruciating pain surged through him, coursing throughout his body, causing his muscles to tremble. However, he did not yield to the agony. Blood splattered as flesh was torn apart. The intense pain intensified as Yang Jian forcefully bit down on the crimson eye, severing it from his arm. Yang Jian, the others, hearing his anguished scream, turned to look in unison. Instantly, they were rendered speechless, their expressions morphing into sheer terror. Yang Jian's arm was a gruesome sight, bloodied and mangled. Blood flowed from his mouth, and his eyes, possibly due to extreme congestion, glowed a sinister red. Furthermore, his skin was fracturing, with patches peeling away intermittently, evoking a visceral fear in those who beheld him, instinctively stirring a sense of dread. Could it be that Yang Jian has been possessed by a ghost? The crimson eyes are now swiftly traversing beneath his flesh, leaving in their wake a gory fissure that resembles a body being torn asunder. Blood seeping forth and staining his garments in a vivid hue. The pain is excruciating. A heart-wrenching agony that far surpasses the torment he felt when bitten by the ghostly infant, which resulted in the sprouting of an eye. However, this time, it was not the ghostly infant that bit Yang Jian, but rather he himself who inflicted the wound. Moreover, that red eye has vanished from his mouth. Yet, at the sight of the wound on his arm, where the red eye had been bitten off, flesh and blood writhe anew. And soon a larger red eye emerges to fill the gash, surveying its surroundings with an eerie glint. The sixth eye has manifested, for the fifth resides within his abdomen. As Yang Jian howls in agony, crimson light emanates from the fissures in his skin. 1 beam, 2 beams, 3. The red luminescence gradually envelopes his entire being. The ground around him is similarly affected. This red light spreads like a viscous fog across the earth, starkly contrasting with the surrounding pervasive darkness. At this moment, invisible to all, a line of text emerges upon the parchment. At 5:30, after consuming an eye, I successfully sprouted the sixth eye, an uncanny red glow radiating from my form. I can feel that wherever the red light touches, it constitutes the realm of ghosts, my own ghost domain. Yet, I sense the malevolent spirit within me continuously reviving. Perhaps I shall soon be overtaken by this vengeful spirit, losing my consciousness and becoming a ghost myself. As I expand my ghost domain, other spirits nearby arrive. Someone has been killed by a ghost. As if to validate the words inscribed on the parchment, a pale hand reaches out from the darkness, suddenly seizing the neck of a classmate who trembles in fear. The icy, rigid hand possesses a terrifying strength, dragging the student back into the shadows. No, please, help me. The classmate screams in a frenzy, flailing desperately in an attempt to grasp onto something. But it is futile. He quickly vanishes into the darkness, his screams fading away, akin to a stone sinking into water, creating but a ripple before the surface returns to calm. The others, witnessing this horror, turn pale, their limbs cold with dread. They have all seen the scene, yet none dare to intervene, for they lack the courage. Qian Wanhao is already in tears, having lost his sanity, instinctively turning to flee, desperate to escape this haunting place. However, as he turns, he collides heavily with a rigid corpse. An elderly man, clad in a long robe marred by ghastly stains, stood in the darkness, gazing at him with a face devoid of color. His eyes, lacking any semblance of human emotion, reflected only a chilling numbness and an eerie strangeness. Qian Wanhao attempted to flee, but soon realized that his body had become immobilized. The old man slowly lifted his emaciated hand, reaching towards his face. Ah! A piercing scream erupted, resonating with an unspeakable dread. Do not come closer. Stay away from me. A young woman, disheveled and trembling, curled up nearby, muttering incoherently. Her eyes wide with terror, succumbing to the overwhelming fear that had shattered her sanity. Even if she survived, she would likely emerge as a mere shadow of her former self, plagued by madness. Zhao Lei, drained of all strength to escape, sat on the ground in a daze, utterly paralyzed by fear. Miao Xiaoshan crouched down, covering her ears, burying her face in her knees as tears streamed down her cheeks, trembling uncontrollably. Wang Shanshan clung tightly to Yang Jian's arm, her entire being drawn into his embrace, oblivious to the terror emanating from him. For her greatest fear lay in the specters lurking in the darkness, poised to strike at any moment, perhaps due to the demise of several classmates. The surrounding apparitions seemed to have temporarily halted their pursuits. Yet, the enveloping darkness had descended, rendering the atmosphere eerily silent, devoid of even the echoes of screams. However, this peculiar silence was short-lived. Moments later, the sound of footsteps echoed once more in the shadows. This time, it was not a solitary footfall, but many, from the front, the back, from all directions. At this moment, pale hands emerged in succession from the darkness, one resting upon Zhang Wei's shoulder. another seizing a female classmate by the hair, and yet another gripping Miao Xiaoshan's ankle. In that instant, everyone was besieged by the vengeful spirits. The time displayed on the phone read, 5:30. Just as foretold on the parchment, at 5:30, all would meet their demise. Get away! A suppressed, anguished roar erupted, infused with the desperate struggle for survival. At this moment, Yang Jian rose to his feet, his skin cracked like ancient parchment, through which seemed to reveal a multitude of eyes lurking within. Simultaneously, a crimson radiance emanated from his being, enveloping an area of approximately 5 meters around him. The red light illuminated the surroundings, dispelling the darkness. The elderly man, clad in a long black robe, his face marred by patches resembling decay, took a step back. Retreating from the embrace of the red glow, his ashen eyes numbly fixed upon Yang Jian. The old man paused briefly, yet he advanced another step, re-entering the sphere of crimson light. However, the red luminescence emanating from Yang Jian flickered erratically like a faulty bulb before vanishing entirely. Along with it disappeared Yang Jian, Wang Shanshan, Zhang Wei, Zhao Lei, and 3 others. The old man approached, and the surroundings were rendered utterly desolate. The echoes of footsteps gradually dissipated. The door to the security room slammed shut with a resounding bang. Darkness surged forth like a tide. Upon the parchment, a line of text re-emerged. 5:30. All are dead. That is impossible. At 5:31, I have survived. There were 8 of us. I have left the university. Heh. A bizarre grin manifested upon the parchment but vanished just as swiftly. Chapter 20. The Street. In Dachang City South Pedestrian Street, around 5:30 in the morning. The sky began to brighten. The hour was still too early. Typically bustling and vibrant, the commercial thoroughfare lay deserted, with every shop long shuttered, not yet open for business. The streetlights remained aglow, illuminating the path. Yet at this moment, the row of streetlights, originally radiating white light, abruptly transformed into a sinister crimson hue, casting an eerie glow. The circular bulbs reflected the shapes of numerous red eyes, as if imprinted upon them, the only peculiar aspect being that these eyes appeared to be alive, gently shifting. However, this bizarre spectacle emerged abruptly and vanished with equal swiftness. As the streetlights flickered ominously, everything reverted to its former state. The red illumination dissipated, and the eye patterns upon the bulbs disappeared. Strangely, amidst the previously vacant pedestrian street, 7 individuals suddenly appeared, both male and female, evidently young, resembling students. Yet each bore an unsettling demeanor, their faces pale, bodies trembling, eyes filled with terror, as though they had recently endured a frightful experience. This was not a school. Where are we? The excruciating pain that coursed through Yang Jian's body gradually subsided as he collapsed onto the ground, leaning against the glass door of a nearby shop. Gasping for breath. The previous moments had been perilously fraught. Had they lingered any longer, all would have perished within that realm of malevolence. Fortunately, at the critical juncture, he had unleashed his own domain of spirits. The others, still reeling from the ordeal, exchanged glances filled with lingering terror, their wide eyes frantically scanning the surroundings, fearful of encountering the encroaching darkness once more. Yet, upon beholding the luminous streetlights and the sun rising in the distance, a wave of exhilaration washed over them, a profound sense of having escaped death. This elation swiftly replaced their erstwhile dread, allowing them to regain their composure. Indeed, it appears to be the pedestrian street, Miao Xiaoshan remarked as she crouched on the ground, cautiously lifting her gaze to survey her surroundings, her voice tinged with uncertainty. It is the pedestrian street. I've played here since childhood. I cannot be mistaken. My home is nearby. Zhang Wei interjected with excitement. We survived. We have left that school behind. Look. The streetlights are aglow, the sky is bright, and there are vehicles passing by. I can even hear the sound of car horns. His demeanor was animated, for never before had he found such beauty in the mundane sights that once bored him. It truly is the pedestrian street. We have escaped the school. Zhao Lei's hands trembled as he grappled with disbelief at the scene before him. Just moments ago, they had been engulfed in the darkness of that school, and now, in a blink, they had found themselves in the vibrant pedestrian street. Yang Jian surveyed his surroundings with a hint of vigilance. After a thorough assessment, he could ascertain that he had indeed left the school in the realm of spirits. The reason for his appearance on this pedestrian street, instead of outside the school, was no longer worth pondering. In any case, surviving was a stroke of fortune. The group sat on the street for a full 2 hours, gradually coming to terms with their circumstances, while the terror that had gripped their hearts began to dissipate. However, the expressions on their faces revealed the profound shadow that this haunting incident had cast upon them. Teacher Wang, Zhao Chang, Zheng Fei, Fang Jing, Qian Wanhao. They must have perished. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Wei, resting on his chair, finally spoke. The others remained silent, still unable to accept that, after that harrowing night. Only a handful of classmates remained. At this moment, Yang Jian was their pillar of strength. The few survivors looked to him with unwavering trust, for it was he who had led them to safety. Yang Jian touched the scar on his arm, which had already healed and vanished, sensing something lurking beneath the flesh, resembling the outline of an eye poised to emerge at any moment. This peculiar sensation conveyed to him that everything that transpired last night was not a mere dream, but rather profoundly real. Yang Jian cast a glance at him. Otherwise, what do you intend to do? Call the police? Inform them that the school is haunted and many have perished? Do not be naive. Zhou Zheng is an Interpol agent. His death at a university will undoubtedly prompt an investigation by the authorities. Such significant matters do not require your concern. Moreover, we are merely students. Having survived this ordeal, do you wish to become entangled in it further? At most, we will tell the truth when the police come to take statements. Zhao Lei felt the weight of Yang Jian's gaze, fear creeping across his face, and instinctively lowered his head, choosing not to speak further. Yang Jian was right. This was beyond our control, and merely surviving was already a considerable feat, Miao Xiaoshan remarked. Some even contemplated transferring, leaving Dachang City behind. What of the college entrance examination and attending university? All of that could be cast aside. In this lifetime, one might as well resign to being a salted fish. Yang Jian yawned, feeling utterly exhausted, as if he could simply collapse onto the ground and drift into slumber. By the way, there is something I must inform you regarding the elderly figure at school. It would be wise for you to limit your internet usage, particularly avoiding this forum that recounts ghost stories. He opened his phone to show the others the post. Do you see this audio file? Remember, whatever you do not click on it. This audio file contains a knocking sound, identical to what Qian Wanhao previously heard on his phone. Anyone who listens to it will inevitably attract the attention of that elderly man. With that, he scrolled up a page, revealing a photograph of the old man. Take it away, quickly, take it away. Upon seeing the old man's photo, Zhang Wei and the others recoiled in terror. Yang Jian remarked, the photograph poses no threat. I have tested it myself. What is truly terrifying is this audio file. To this day, this post remains unsealed. At least tens of thousands across the nation have clicked on this audio after reading the story. If I am not mistaken, in the time to come, that elderly figure will wander between major cities, visiting one door after another. In other words, the events that transpired yesterday will continue to unfold across the country. Only this time, we are no longer the protagonists. Please, do not speak of such horrifying matters. I am still but a child, Zhang Wei said, his eyes wide with fear as he gazed at him. Yang Jian remarked, let us not speak further. I shall return your phone. Zhang Wei quickly shook his head and retreated several steps, exclaiming, I no longer desire the phone. You should hastily dispose of it. What if that number starting with 138 calls again? This was, after all, the newly released Fruit X, which you claim to have purchased for over 9,000, Yang Jian. Zhang Wei stated earnestly. Your family is so affluent. Why not carry a radio on your person? Yang Jian responded. That is an intriguing suggestion. I shall contemplate it. Upon hearing Zhang Wei mention the ominous 138 prefix phone number, the others were equally terrified and hastily discarded their phones as if they were handling a plague. Do not give me your phones. It would be a waste to discard them, Yang Jian protested. You still wish to keep these phones? They have received calls from a ghost. What if it returns? Miao Xiaoshan widened her eyes in astonishment. No, the crowd chorused in unison. He departed, clutching 7 or 8 phones, turning to leave. You, allow me to accompany you, Wang Shanshan, still visibly frightened, requested to follow Yang Jian. In a hushed voice, she added, I wouldn't mind staying at your home for a few days. The others, including Yang Jian, widened their eyes in disbelief. It is worth noting that while Wang Shanshan may not have been the most sought-after girl in class, she was certainly attractive, particularly due to her prior dance training. Boasting an enviable figure, slim waist, long legs, and ample bosom. However, this had little relevance to a mere commoner like Yang Jian. Typically, they were not well acquainted. So how was it that in just one night, Wang Shanshan had grown close to Yang Jian? While the others were oblivious, Yang Jian understood the truth. Wang Shanshan had not developed feelings for him. Rather, she was still haunted by the incident involving the ghostly infant. She was engulfed in fear, unwilling to remain alone. Am I a human or a ghost? Chapter 21. The Operator. After Yang Jian departed, the remaining individuals gradually came to realize the gravity of their situation. Indeed, Yang Jian had saved them, Yet they had not expressed their gratitude. Was that not rather inconsiderate? Miao Xiaoshan remarked. Zhao Lei suggested. How about we find an opportunity in a couple of days to invite Yang Jian for a meal? Perhaps some skewers? He then scrutinized Miao Xiaoshan, adding, no seduction allowed. What are you even saying, Zhang Wei? Miao Xiaoshan blushed and retorted. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Zhao Lei exclaimed in disbelief. Zhang Wei scoffed. Exaggerated? If possible, I would willingly offer my very essence to him. A chill ran through the nearby individuals, prompting them to instinctively distance themselves from Zhang Wei. The other girls exchanged puzzled glances, fully aware of Zhang Wei's commendable qualities, yet this seemed a tad excessive. Such fervor. What's wrong? You don't believe me? Would you rather offer your essence or confront a ghost? Zhang Wei posed. Offering one's essence seems the better option. Zhao Lei hesitated before cautiously responding. For reasons unknown, faced with these two choices, their hearts instinctively leaned towards the former. Even the girls felt their cheeks warm, recalling Yang Jian's earlier words about dedicating oneself after saving Wang Shanshan. Indeed, Yang Jian instilled a profound sense of security within them. Zhang Wei spoke with a newfound seriousness. That international criminal police officer, Zhou Zheng, mentioned that events similar to ours will recur. They are evolving into a global catastrophe. This implies that while we survive this encounter with a ghost, what about the future? Ordinary individuals like us cannot contend with such entities. Only those like Zhou Zheng can. Yang Jian is destined to join their ranks. He paused, fully grasping Yang Jian's unique significance in this moment. The events of the previous night had been a harrowing nightmare he wished never to experience again. Were he a girl, he would surely be clinging to Yang Jian by now. Wang Shanshan had executed this sentiment remarkably well. He gazed in the direction of the bus stop. At this moment, on the bus, Yang Jian sat wearily in his chair, gazing out at the familiar streets, the well-known throngs of people, and the comforting clamor. Although the noise was incessant, it brought a sense of solace. At least there were no more apparitions. Would Yang Jian encounter such circumstances again in the future? Wang Shanshan clung to his arm, reluctant to let go, and after a considerable pause, finally posed this question. Uncertain, yet it seemed likely that similar events might reoccur. It merely depended on the whims of fortune. With a stroke of luck, perhaps they would not have to face such occurrences again, for the earth is vast. Even if supernatural phenomena were to manifest, their distribution across various districts and neighborhoods would statistically remain quite low. Unlike the widespread devastation wrought by natural disasters such as earthquakes or floods, Yang Jian turned his head to glance at her and said, "Of course. These are merely words of consolation. Whether there will be any issues remains to be seen." Shortly thereafter, he suddenly noticed the two dark blue handprints resembling those of an infant on the back of Wang Shanshan's neck, still present like tattoos, having yet to fade away. They were not merely bruises inflicted by a ghostly child but bore the semblance of a brand. A shiver ran through him, leaving him uncertain whether to voice a warning or to remain silent. However, considering Wang Shanshan's nearly frayed mental state, Yang Jian chose discretion. One's greatest fear often stems from within. Perhaps it was just a scar, and nothing more would transpire. Do take care in the coming days. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to call me, Yang Jian kindly reminded her. Thank you, Wang Shanshan replied, her voice tinged with emotion as she lifted her gaze. Suddenly, at that moment, Yang Jian's phone rang unexpectedly. Wang Shanshan, startled, turned pale and instinctively let out a scream. Yang Jian reassured, do not worry. It is likely just an ordinary call. He sifted through a collection of mobile devices and ultimately retrieved a walkie-talkie-style phone. The standard satellite positioning phone used by criminal investigator Zhou Zheng. This device lacked internet capability and was solely functional for voice calls, resembling a hefty brick. He pondered the rationale behind carrying such an unwieldy phone. Nevertheless, Yang Jian decided to answer the call. Hello, Zhou Zheng. Report the situation, he said. A female operator's voice came through the line. Yang Jian said, Zhou Zheng has passed away. Passed away? How did it happen? Yang Jian said, a child was born. And death followed. A child? The voice on the other end of the line was clearly taken aback. Yes, a child. It was a cesarean section. There was no time for an incision. The child could not wait, so it tore through the abdomen to emerge. I witnessed it firsthand. However, the child was rather unruly. Perhaps it was because I did not assist in the delivery. Upon its birth, it chased after me and bit me, nearly devouring me. Yang Jian continued. The operator, Lu Xiaoyu, was on the verge of losing her composure. Stop this nonsense. Who are you? How could Zhou Zheng's satellite positioning phone be in your possession? Do you realize you are currently embroiled in an international criminal case? I am Lu Xiaoyu, the dedicated operator for Zhejiang, affiliated with the Asian division of Interpol. And I have the authority to demand you report Zhejiang's situation truthfully. Yang Jian said, I have already stated that Zhejiang is deceased. If you wish to ascertain the truth, would it not be prudent to dispatch someone for an investigation? Must I declare that Zhejiang succumbed to the resurgence of a malevolent spirit, thus alarming all the passengers on the bus and inciting panic? Did you not engage in reading comprehension during your elementary years, grasping the essence of central themes? Your comprehension skills lead me to question your qualifications as an Interpol agent. I now refuse to continue this conversation. Please have an experienced individual take over the call. At this moment, within the International Criminal Police Organization's Asian division, the uniformed operator Lu Xiaoyu was grinding her teeth in frustration. The sharp point of her 2B pencil dug fiercely into the paper beside her, as she fantasized about silencing the audacious young man on the other end. Remain calm, remain calm. Compared to the life and death struggles of frontline personnel, my irritation is trivial. Lu Xiaoyu took a few deep breaths and resumed her official demeanor. Sir, I kindly request your cooperation in our investigation. If you persist in this unreasonable behavior, I am entitled to notify the local authorities to detain you for 48 hours. Sir, the matter concerning Zhejiang pertains to national security. I implore your cooperation. Haha, sir, I am aware that you possess knowledge of the situation. If discussing it in a public setting proves inconvenient, I can grant you 5 minutes to find a quieter place to disclose the details regarding Zhejiang truthfully, Lu Xiaoyu stated. Haha, what is this haha? Do you intend to investigate me, perhaps even scrutinize my household water meter? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Wei, and I stand by my name. If you have the audacity, come forth. Those who do not are cowards, Yang Jian retorted. Very well, you shall wait and see. Chapter 22. Codename Ghost Knox. Lu Xiaoyu immediately regretted her outburst. Within the call center, a serious-looking middle-aged man in uniform approached and rapped on the table before her. Lu Xiaoyu, maintain your composure. This is a critical moment. Do not let your personal feelings interfere with your duties. Captain, this individual is clearly aware of the situation, yet refuses to divulge any information. Lu Xiaoyu protested. In the face of extraordinary incidents, many individuals may experience psychological distress. It is essential to empathize, tolerate, and even provide comfort. This is why most operators are female. If you find yourself unable to fulfill this role, you may opt to resign, the middle-aged captain asserted without room for dispute. Understood. Captain, Lu Xiaoyu replied, lowering her head. Hello, I am Zhao Jiangwo, Lu Xiaoyu's captain. I wish to express my apologies regarding her earlier conduct. She acted immaturely and I have reprimanded her. However, I hope that this gentleman can maintain a steadfast position in the face of significant matters and cooperate with our Interpol investigation. If there are no objections, we may resume our previous dialogue. Zhao Jiangwo's tone was steady, instilling a sense of trust. Captain, is it? On the bus, Yang Jian held his phone, his gaze subtly shifting. This should be the highest level of personnel he could summon temporarily. I will divulge every detail about Zhejiang without omission, but correspondingly, I seek to ascertain certain pertinent information, Yang Jian stated. The individual Lu Xiaoyu possesses insufficient authority for decisive dialogue, which is precisely why I am reluctant to converse with him. Zhao Jiangwo's expression shifted as he picked up a nearby pencil and inscribed a line. Name, Zhang Wei, to be determined, age, 20, estimated. Very well, you are aware of Zhejiang's affairs, thus you must also be cognizant of supernatural phenomena. There are certain matters I can disclose. Now, please provide a general overview of Zhejiang's situation, Zhao Jiangwo inquired. His words were concise, devoid of any circumlocution. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Jiangwo continued. So, you are suggesting that the university encountered a supernatural incident that night? The ghost controller perished due to the resurgence of a vengeful spirit, indicating the utilization of its formidable powers. Typically, the sole reason for invoking such forces is the occurrence of an urgent, exceptional event. Indeed, Yang Jian affirmed. Might you elaborate? Zhao Jiangwo asked. Certainly, at that time, I and my classmates were engaged in evening study. Yang Jian began to recount the events of the previous day. Zhao Jiangwo gestured to Lu Xiaoyu beside him. Prepare to establish a new dossier on the vengeful spirit. Lu Xiaoyu quickly took notes, opting for pen and paper rather than a computer. The realm of spirits, sounds of knocking leading to death, specters in the stairwell and restroom. The phone emitting knocking sounds. As each incident was documented, Zhao Jiangwo's countenance grew increasingly grave. Yang Jian inquired, Is this the general course of events? Does this esteemed detective have any further questions? It seems that this young man still harbors some reservations and does not fully trust us. However, such vigilance and caution are commendable traits in the youth. Nevertheless, I sincerely hope that you will continue to cooperate with our investigation. Zhao Jiangwo responded. Could you enlighten me on how you managed to escape the realm of the ghosts? It is not so simple to emerge from such a domain. Certainly, Zhao Jiangwo contemplated before continuing. What precisely constitutes a ghost? Yang Jian replied. Various laboratories around the world have conducted experiments. Some theorize that ghosts are merely a form of unique energy, akin to dark matter or certain exotic particles, phenomena that science has yet to fully comprehend. It is merely due to humanity's ignorance and inability to analyze these occurrences that we hastily label them as ghosts. Much like ancient peoples who attributed storms and lightning to divine beings, when in truth, they are merely natural phenomena. I seek the truth, Zhao Jiangwo insisted. Yang Jian spoke earnestly. There is a crucial piece of information regarding that elderly man that I have yet to disclose. I believe it is worth our while to exchange intelligence. Zhao Jiangwo tapped the table and pondered for a moment before responding. Currently, scientific experimentation has yet to substantiate the existence of spirits. Although scientists speculate it may be a manifestation of energy related to the soul, the prevailing perspective leans towards idealism. What does that imply? Inquired Yang Jian. A ghost is simply a ghost, as the term suggests. Perhaps science has been outmatched, and materialism ought to be redefined. Zhao Jiangwo replied. Yang Jian's expression was exceptionally grave. He fervently wished that the so-called ghost was merely a transformation of some unknown energy. Alas, that was not the case. It turned out that ghosts indeed existed. May we continue our previous discussion? Inquired Zhao Jiangwo. Yang Jian remarked. The reason I was able to depart from the realm of spirits is quite simple. I have become a ghost master. Indeed, Zhao Jiangwo's gaze sharpened. He understood that Yang Jian had anticipated this conclusion upon his exit from the ghost domain. Without becoming a ghost master, how could one possibly escape such a realm? Is there anything else you are concealing regarding that elderly figure? Zhao Jiangwo inquired. Yang Jian said, I wish to acquire more information regarding malevolent spirits. Zhao Jiangwo replied, certainly. I shall provide you with a unique website where you can explore pertinent details. This site has been established collaboratively by governments worldwide and is highly confidential. Accessible only to authorized personnel. You may log in using the identity credentials of Zhou Zhang. I will send you the procedure shortly. All right. Yang Jian remarked. Since that is the case, I shall not conceal anything further. The elderly man located his victims by means of a knocking sound relayed by others, subsequently committing murder through this very sound. The origin of this phenomenon is currently linked to a post made by an individual known as the Lightning Law King. You may investigate from this point. However, exercise caution regarding the knocking sound, for it is a curse. Anyone who hears it will inevitably be sought out by the elderly man. He then recounted the details of the Lightning Law King's information and the forum's address. Very well, I have recorded this and will dispatch personnel for investigation, Zhao Jiangwo replied. As for Zhou Zhang's mobile phone, I kindly request that you temporarily safeguard it. This device has been specially crafted to withstand the corrosive powers of malevolent spirits and possesses a battery life that can endure for an entire year. Unless confronted with an exceptionally dire situation, it can maintain communication even amidst other supernatural occurrences. Is that so? My gratitude to you, came the response. Yang Jian remarked. I have expressed everything I needed to say. For now, let us leave it at that. We can reconnect at a later time. Very well. Your dedicated liaison moving forward will be Lu Xiaoyu. On her behalf, I extend my apologies for the previous matters, Zhao Jiangwo replied. It's nothing. My temper has been less than agreeable, Yang Jian responded before ending the call. With a knock on the table, Zhao Jiangwo stated, the situation has evolved. This individual has now become a ghost master and warrants special consideration. I perceive great potential in him. He should be recruited into Interpol, ideally under our Asian division. Lu Xiaoyu, this shall be your task. Ensure you keep close to him. The security head of Dachang City, Zhou Zhang, has perished, and presently, there are no new officers to uphold the law in Dachang City, which is now in a precarious state. Given that he is a local, if he could oversee the security there, it would be most advantageous. Is that feasible? He has just become a ghost master and has yet to undergo training. Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed. I understand, but we can initially employ him on a provisional basis. If necessary, we may facilitate training post-employment. However, prior to his official appointment as a police officer, we must assign another individual to Dachang City. I will escalate this matter for review. By the way, how did the documentation go? Zhao Zhengwo inquired. It has been duly recorded and is ready for organization and archiving. What is the code name? Lu Xiaoyu asked, glancing at the densely packed manuscript. Code name, Ghost Knocking at the Door. Level of terror is to be classified as A, disaster grade, Zhao Zhengwo stated, adding, when the archives are reviewed, indicate that it was my proposal. Understood, Lu Xiaoyu replied, taken aback. A disaster grade malevolent spirit, yet another has emerged in Asia. Chapter 23, The Impossibility of Attending School. The bus came to a halt, due to their earlier phone conversation. When he and Wang Shanshan arrived at the entrance of an upscale community, a fashionably dressed middle-aged woman approached them, her brow furrowed and expression displeased. Mother. Wang Shanshan exclaimed with visible delight. Her mother, Wang Haiyan, chastised her. Shanshan, what happened? I'm sorry, there was a situation at school, that's why. Wang Shanshan lowered her head. This is my classmate, Yang Jian. You met him previously at school, didn't you, mother? Wang Shanshan explained. A classmate? With so many students in your class, how could I possibly remember all of them? Wang Haiyan scrutinized Yang Jian. Yang Jian said, hello, Aunt Wang. Since there is nothing more to discuss, I shall take my leave for now. I will visit you again when I have the time. He did not linger and intended to depart immediately. Wait, Wang Haiyan interjected. I called Teacher Wang, and nothing at all occurred at school yesterday. Yang Jian chuckled. Teacher Wang's phone was utterly unreachable yesterday. Auntie, you must be jesting. Wang Haiyan was well aware that Teacher Wang's phone was indeed out of service. She merely sought to tease the young man, probing for any hidden intentions. Implicitly, she aimed to advise Yang Jian to maintain his distance from Wang Shanshan, discouraging any notions of pursuing her daughter. Yang Jian stared at the 200 yuan in his hand, momentarily taken aback. Then, the smile on his face faded, and he replied calmly, thank you, auntie. After saying this, he accepted the money and turned to leave. As Yang Jian departed, Wang Shanshan was on the verge of tears. Mother, you have gone too far. Although Yang Jian's academic performance is not exemplary, he possesses a good heart. What you did by offering money to others is nothing short of humiliation. Do you understand what it means for a girl like me? I was merely testing this young man. Look, he didn't hesitate to accept the 200 yuan. It is evident he lacks ambition and is but a poor child. Make sure to distance yourself from such individuals in the future and don't let their sweet words deceive you, Wang Haiyan asserted. People like him have no dignity and should be avoided. Wang Haiyan continued, our family is not to be trifled with. Overwhelmed with emotion, Wang Shanshan turned and walked away, tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, Yang Jian, still seated on the bus, gazed at the 200 yuan in his hand, fully aware of the implications behind Wang Shanshan's mother's actions. It was a mixture of disdain and subtle humiliation. Had it been anyone else, they might have reacted with indignation. However, Yang Jian remained composed, unaffected by the provocation. What good would it do to react in anger? After all, expressing outrage would only lead to embarrassment. He could not possibly confront Wang Haiyan over a mere 200 yuan. To Yang Jian, this was merely a trivial matter, for he had not sought anything in return when he aided Wang Shanshan. Being a good person is no simple task. It is no wonder that spirits have begun to appear. Yang Jian lightly touched the back of his hand, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips as he tucked 200 yuan into his pocket. Upon returning home, he collapsed onto his bed and drifted into slumber, utterly exhausted. He spoke no falsehood. Indeed, he was a scion of wealth, yet he maintained a low profile, untouched by the proclivity for extravagance. As Zhang Wei entered the door, his father, Zhang Xianhua, emerged from his room, his expression one of stern seriousness. Zhang Wei instinctively shrank back, mumbling, I went out with friends from school. He wanted to divulge the haunting incidents at school that had left him utterly drained, but he refrained, feeling that such a revelation would insult his father's intelligence. Instead, he opted for a white lie. Zhang Xianhua offered no harsh reprimand. He merely remarked, after breakfast, remember to head to school. Don't be late. The mention of school caused Zhang Wei's eyes to widen in alarm. No, I refuse to go, he declared, terror lacing his tone. What do you intend to do instead? Zhang Xianhua inquired. I will do anything but attend school, Zhang Wei replied defiantly. Do you dare venture back to 7th High? You must be out of your mind. That place is haunted, and I barely escaped a few hours ago. Going back would be akin to suicide. No. I would rather die than set foot in that school again. Are you itching for trouble? Skipping class? Zhang Xianhua shot him a piercing glare. With the college entrance exams approaching, do you really want to forfeit your chance at university? Haunting? I believe you have lost your mind. Come on. I'm taking you to school. If it's truly haunted, I would like to see for myself. Your father has never encountered a ghost in his lifetime, he asserted. Gripping Zhang Wei's wrist, Zhang Wei immediately wrenched his arm free, springing up with a mix of shock and anger. Let go of me. I said I will not go to school, even if I have to jump from here or face a gun to my head. I will never set foot in 7th High again. I stand by my word. Father, if you doubt me, feel free to test it. Refusing to go to school? Fine. But from now on, I will not give you a single cent of your allowance. You will have to fend for yourself, Zhang Xianghua retorted, equally incensed. Have the courage to hide in your room and not come out, Zhang Xianghua added. Moments later, Zhang Wei emerged, clutching 2 books. Dad, I'm going to school. Very well, Zhang Xianghua nodded in satisfaction. Once outside, Zhang Wei scoffed to himself. School? That will never happen in this lifetime, or the next. Who says carrying books means I must attend school? Why not head to an internet CAF instead? Today, I, Zhang Wei, shall devour 20 chicken wings at the CAF. As he approached the entrance of the internet CAF, he declared loudly. However, it was not long before 2 police officers approached him. Are you Zhang Wei? A student from 7th High? One officer inquired. Zhang Wei paused, then, crossing his legs in a feigned air of profundity, replied, Gentlemen, you have mistaken me for someone else. I am Yang Jian. Zhang Wei is merely my classmate. At the bar, the registration of your identification card reflects your personal information, and there is no error in this. Please accompany us. There is a case that requires your assistance in the investigation. Zhang Wei, filled with uncertainty, was soon escorted away by the police. Chapter 24. Logging into the website, the atmosphere was oppressive and stifling, nearly rendering one breathless. It felt as if a malevolent force was weighing down upon him. Although his consciousness remained clear, his entire being was rendered immobile. The dimly lit room had transformed into a dark prison, with Yang Jian as its captive. Unable to break free or evade his fate, seemingly destined to sink into an eternal abyss. Suddenly, on the inky black ceiling, the darkness began to coalesce, forming the shape of an eye. This eye was immense, dominating the entirety of the ceiling, though it remained closed. Yang Jian could sense the presence of that colossal eye watching him, an eerie gaze that lingered incessantly upon him. Gulp. Yang Jian felt a chilling sensation in his cheeks, as if something forcefully pried them apart. A single crimson eye emerged from within the flesh, revealing a bizarre perspective that invaded his mind. Simultaneously, a strange entity seemed to wriggle and meander within him, striving to stretch his skin to the brink of tearing, unleashing an excruciating pain akin to the torment of severe interrogation, rendering him nearly insufferable. Yet, Yang Jian remained lucid, though his body lay paralyzed. He could only endure the unrestrained movements of the malevolent force within, yearning to scream in agony, yet his mouth merely twitched, unable to part or emit any sound. This torment did not last merely a fleeting moment. It persisted for a full 2 to 3 hours. It was only around 6 in the evening that the pain within his body swiftly dissipated and his senses returned. Almost the instant his body regained mobility, he sprang upright from the bed, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath in large gulps. Yang Jian raised his trembling palm, almost instinctively. What is happening to me? My body feels utterly out of control, and just moments ago, it felt as if I were on the verge of splitting apart. As if something were trying to burrow its way out from within. Could it be the influence of that eye? He gazed at his trembling hand in silence for quite some time. Suddenly, he retrieved a dark brown piece of paper from his pocket. Soon, words began to manifest upon the parchment. Today I awoke in torment. I can sense the malevolent spirit gradually reviving within me. I have expended far too much of its power due to the incident at school, and my days are numbered. Yet, I must continue to endure the agony inflicted by that entity within my body, for I still wish to live. The revival of the malevolent spirit, indeed. Yang Jian once again fell into silence. He began to tread the same path as Zhou Zheng, enduring the torment of the malevolent spirit's resurgence, ultimately destined to be slain by the very entity dwelling within him. Is this the price of survival? How much longer can I endure? Yang Jian continued to ponder. The parchment once more revealed its inscription. If I do not devise an alternative approach swiftly, I estimate that under such relentless torment, I shall not survive beyond 3 months. 3 months? This is swifter than succumbing to cancer. If I must endure such suffering daily, indeed, as Zhou Jing articulated, death would be a true liberation. At this moment, it is utterly impossible for Yang Jian to feel any semblance of calm. He is still young, immersed in his studies, and his parents at home still require his future care. What would happen to them if he were to perish? No, he cannot die, at least not now. Yang Jian suddenly stood up, his gaze fixated upon the enigmatic parchment before him. This object is most peculiar. Your words lack credibility. You claim I shall perish in 3 months, yet previously you foretold my demise within the confines of the school, which has since altered. You possess no true foresight of the future. You merely deduce likely occurrences based on the present circumstances. However, I am certain of one thing. Your knowledge is undoubtedly vast and profound. What exactly are you? The parchment remains silent, devoid of any movement or emerging text, seemingly opting for quietude. Your silence is of no consequence. I shall uncover the truth in due time, Yang Jian declared, reflecting on the matter of vengeful spirits. A sudden recollection struck him. He retrieved Zhou Zheng's satellite phone, noticing a text message displayed upon its screen. It contained a website address, the very link bestowed upon him by Zhao Zhengguo. Perhaps I might glean some valuable information from this site. Without hesitation, Yang Jian opened his computer and entered the URL. The website appeared to be an unusual one, presenting nothing but a blank void, as if it were non-existent. He understood this to be a mere precautionary measure. He then took Zhou Zheng's phone and typed the identification code imprinted upon it into the keyboard. Instantly, the web page refreshed, and the site materialized before him. Yang Jian briefly scanned the information, which was filled with urgent requests for ghost hunters' assistance from around the globe, alongside bounties offered by various governments. Most rewards were in the realm of $100 million, although some were in the tens of millions. He clicked on one post. A certain state in the United States reported the emergence of a Class C malevolent spirit, codenamed Ghost Church, with a bounty of $30 million for its resolution. Accompanying the post was a video. In the footage, a church was depicted, its exterior walls overrun with moss, the paint peeling and weathered, giving it an ancient appearance. Yet, at the entrance, Yang Jian discerned a vague silhouette standing there. Although the figure's features were obscured, he sensed the presence of a being, more precisely, a humanoid form that exuded an unsettling aura. Suddenly, a fighter jet roared overhead, and a missile plummeted down, striking the church with a thunderous explosion. The flames engulfed the structure, indicating that the U.S. military had opted for a forceful and direct assault. Would this be effective? Yang Jian watched intently. However, as the blinding light gradually receded, his gaze sharpened. In the midst of the flames, the church remained unscathed, standing defiantly. The missile had not even managed to dislodge a single piece of its exterior. Subsequently, in the video, he observed the shadow at the church's entrance slowly emerge, advancing step by step towards the camera. Then, with a faint hiss, the video abruptly blurred, and the image vanished. Below the video, numerous comments flooded in. What the hell? $30 million to deal with this thing? The U.S. president can take a hike. Save your money for buying lollipops for your kids. Is this really classified as Class C? Are you trying to trick us into becoming cannon fodder? One American netizen remarked, with English translations alongside Chinese and other languages for easy understanding. Since we're likely to die anyway, let us form a group to cash in. Looking for teammates to carry me away? So cute. The American video bounty was deemed utterly untrustworthy, not a single frame worthy of belief. Yang Jian glanced at the comments. Pondering deeply, are there levels among ghosts? Let's investigate. Chapter 25. Where did you get your father? Yang Jian searched on the website and swiftly located a document regarding the classification of malevolent spirits. Upon opening it, he encountered a line of text that cautioned, governments classify spirits into the following levels based on the degree of threat they pose to the world. Note, this does not represent the terror level of the spirits. Sea level, restricted. These malevolent spirits are confined to a specific area and pose a threat to fewer than 100 individuals. They can be restrained and contained by spirit tamers, exhibiting no capacity for propagation. B-level, dangerous. These spirits possess the ability to roam and are exceedingly perilous, yet their threat level remains below 10,000. While they cannot be contained, they can still be restricted by spirit tamers and possess a degree of transmissibility. A-level, catastrophic. If left unchecked, these spirits could potentially annihilate the population of an entire city within a certain time frame, embodying extreme terror. Currently, they cannot be contained or restrained and exhibit significant potential for spread. S-level, destructive. These spirits have the capacity to obliterate the populations of multiple cities, if not curtailed. They could even devastate a nation. The classification of malevolent spirits based on their threat to humanity does not necessarily correlate with their level of terror. Yang Jian's gaze flickered as he grasped the implications of the classifications, regardless of whether they were C-level or A-level spirits. Their levels of terror might be comparable. The distinction lies solely in the magnitude of harm C-level spirits inflict upon humanity, which prevents their elevation in classification. Thus, the levels serve merely as a reference and hold little practical utility. Yang Jian shook his head, not placing much significance on the levels indicated. These classifications of disasters vary among nations, yet when confronted with the supernatural, death remains inevitable, whether one meets their end alone or alongside 100 others. What difference does it make? In the end, it is merely death. Yang Jian continued to peruse additional materials. Suddenly, a peculiar list caught his attention, the global ranking of vengeful spirits based on their terror levels. The existence of such a ranking was quite astonishing. These foreigners certainly had too much leisure time. Why not create a ranking for female ghosts as well? It would be intriguing to see which female ghost was more beautiful, more alluring, and a fashion show in bikinis would be quite the spectacle, he mused. Upon opening the list, his eyelids flickered, and his expression turned grave. The first entry on the vengeful spirit ranking was as follows. Code name, ghost call. Characteristics. The ringing of a phone signals certain death. Regardless of whether the call is answered, whether the sound is audible, or even if one is near a phone, it operates as an indiscriminate killer on a global scale, lacking any physical characteristics, akin to a strike from the laws of causality. Currently, it remains unresolved. Fortunately, each ghost call claims only one victim at a time. Classified as a B-level threat. Note, a foreign president has already succumbed to a ghost call. How astonishing, Yang Jian thought in disbelief. This was utterly unfathomable. The mere sound of a ringtone could herald death, akin to a death knell. It made no difference whether one had a phone nearby. And even the deaf would not be spared. The second entry on the vengeful spirit ranking was code name, nightmare. Characteristics. Individuals perish in their sleep, with the patterns of its actions and its potential for spread remaining unknown. It, too, lacks physical attributes and operates as an indiscriminate murderer globally. Having once claimed the lives of 351 individuals in a single instance, classified as an A-level threat. Note, abstaining from sleep can avert the nightmare. The third entry on the vengeful spirit ranking was codename Ghost Devourer. Characteristics. Yang Jian gazed upon the chilling rankings of the malevolent spirits, a wave of despair washing over him. The phrase indiscriminate killing worldwide sent shivers down his spine. There was no defense, no escape, and no forewarning. Encountering such a being guaranteed death, regardless of whether one was a billionaire or a destitute beggar, or even the president of a nation. Everyone was under the looming threat of these vengeful spirits. Those aware of the existence of such entities were undoubtedly filled with trepidation. However, with the vast global population, the likelihood of crossing paths with one of the spirits listed was relatively low, should one meet their demise at the hands of a ghost. It would merely be a stroke of misfortune. After a brief period of shock, Yang Jian swiftly regained his composure. After browsing for a full hour, Yang Jian finally rose from his computer. Dad, why are you reading the newspaper without turning on the light? Be careful, or you might harm your eyesight. He entered the living room and noticed that the lights were still off, prompting him to speak up. Yang Jian did not dwell on it for long. After finishing in the restroom, he returned to the internet. He must grasp the unfolding events of this world in the shortest possible time, seeking methods to ensure his survival. For the parchment ominously declared that he would not last beyond 3 months. However, he harbored doubts that becoming a ghost master necessarily precluded the possibility of survival. Previously, during his time at school, Fong Jing had mentioned that he possessed a means to prevent ghost masters from succumbing to vengeful spirits. Yet, Fong Jing was dead. The contents of the parchment had also been rewritten, and Yang Jian was oblivious to this method. Nevertheless, he felt a profound conviction that a way to survive must exist. In the pursuit of survival, he also needed to prepare for the worst-case scenario, he silently resolved. The power of ghosts can influence all matter, with one exception, gold. Signed, Bruce Pye. A paper materialized before his eyes. Yang Jian opened the device and continued browsing. However, at that moment, a phone beside him rang. Turning his head, he discovered it was Zhou Zhang's satellite positioning phone. Hello, who is this? Yang Jian connected the call, continuing to scrutinize the paper. Dare to deceive me? Your name is not Zhang Wei. You are Yang Jian, hailing from Maishan village in Yangzhen, Dachang City, a certain province. You were born on January 1st. And you are currently 19 years old, 20 in the traditional sense. On the other end of the line, Lu Xiaoyu's voice resonated with clenched teeth. Yang Jian was not surprised. Instead, he remarked, So, you have already located Zhang Wei for your investigation? Your efficiency is rather average. I had expected that you would have discovered this 6 hours ago. Do not misunderstand me. I initially found it hard to trust a call from a stranger. What if it were a mobile scam? The misleading information was also for my own safety. How much time and effort might have been wasted due to a single false statement? Lu Xiaoyu replied, I must seriously caution you. You must never act in such a manner again. We handle numerous cases daily, and our responsibilities are substantial. If everyone were to behave as you do, how would we carry out our work? Despite her words, Yang Jian shrugged nonchalantly. However, I am not a criminal investigator, and this does not fall under your jurisdiction. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered the living room and sat beside Yang Jian on the bed, silent and engrossed in a newspaper. Dad, is there something you need? Yang Jian inquired. The middle-aged man remained silent, but Lu Xiaoyu's voice emerged from the phone. Who are you speaking with? You should keep matters of this nature confidential and refrain from disclosing them to unrelated individuals to avoid causing panic. I ought to enlighten you about confidentiality protocols. I'm talking to my father. Let us conclude our conversation for today. We can discuss this further another time. I have much to attend to, Yang Jian said, preparing to end the call. Wait. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoyu's voice rose in pitch, tinged with astonishment. Your father? What is occurring over there? I have your file right beside me. I can see your information from birth to high school. Where does this father of yours come from? He passed away in a car accident when you were in 5th grade, and your guardian is your mother. Moreover, there is no record of your mother remarrying. This indicates that you have been raised in a single-parent household since elementary school. Yang Jian exclaimed, What nonsense are you spouting? My father is right here beside me. Engrossed in a newspaper, the middle-aged man seated motionless on the bed raised his arm to shield his face with the newspaper, obscuring his features. The living room and bedroom remained shrouded in darkness, save for the glow of the computer monitor, rendering it impossible to discern the words upon the newspaper. Dad, is everything all right? Yang Jian reached out to lift the newspaper. However, his hand froze as he caught sight of a black-and-white portrait of the middle-aged man hanging on a cabinet in the room. Yang Jian, something is definitely amiss. Quickly, leave your residence. Lu Xiaoyu's urgent voice crackled through the phone line. Chapter 26, Acknowledging the Ghost as Father. A middle-aged man, whose features remained hidden, sat rigidly at the head of Yang Jian's bed, his hand raised as if genuinely absorbed in the newspaper's contents. At first glance, everything appeared normal, devoid of any peculiarities. Yet, the dimness of the room was wholly unsuitable for reading. Furthermore, this individual had maintained his position unchanged since Yang Jian had begun his online venture. A feat impossible for any ordinary person. The only alteration was his transition from the living room sofa to the edge of the bed, merely a shift in proximity. This closeness, rather than offering a sense of reassurance, instead evoked an inexplicable sense of menace and dread. Why would his father be seated beside him, casually reading a newspaper? Had he ever engaged in such a habit? Gazing at the portrait on the cabinet and listening to Lu Xiaoyu's frantic urging only heightened his unease. Yang Jian realized that something was amiss. If Lu Xiaoyu's account of the files were indeed accurate, could this person still be his father? It seemed so. Yet it also felt otherwise. Had his father truly perished in a car accident during his childhood? In Yang Jian's mind, he unmistakably perceived the individual before him as his father. Everything appeared so natural, devoid of any pretense. Yet, an unsettling sensation lingered. He felt compelled to distance himself from this man absorbed in his newspaper. Was it that his memories had been tainted by some external influence? Or perhaps, all of this was merely a dream, lacking any semblance of reality? Could it be that the entire residential building harbored some peculiarities? Carefully, he retreated from the room into the living area, making an effort not to disturb his father, who remained engrossed in his reading. As he exited the room, a flicker of curiosity drove him to discern the features of this individual. However, before he could fully grasp the man's visage, he noticed a corner of the newspaper stained a deep crimson, as if soaked in blood, the vivid scarlet seemingly poised to drip like liquid. A newspaper drenched in blood. Would a rational person truly engage with such a publication? Yang Jian's eyes narrowed, and in that moment, he was utterly convinced that Lu Xiaoyu spoke the truth. His father had indeed perished in a car accident during his elementary school years. The file from her side was authentic, rendering the man before him, claiming to be his father, an impossibility, for the dead cannot be resurrected. If his father was non-existent, then the figure seated on the bed, perusing a newspaper, could only be one thing, a ghost. An immediate chill gripped his heart. When had the specter infiltrated his home? When had it manifested within these walls? And when had his memories been altered? Had he been cohabitating with this apparition all these years? If not for Lu Xiaoyu's phone call, would he have remained oblivious to this truth forever? As he contemplated these unsettling thoughts, a sense of dread enveloped him. Just as he stepped out of the room, the man reading the newspaper suddenly stirred, his head turning towards Yang Jian with an uncanny swiftness. Fear surged through Yang Jian, prompting him to retreat repeatedly. This man bore no face, no features, only a layer of flesh. He must flee. Yang Jian let out a low growl within, turning to flee without a moment's hesitation. He had come to a definitive conclusion. This man was indeed a ghost. However, the instant he turned, darkness enveloped him, as if he had collided with an unseen force. A newspaper, sticky and foul, seemingly tainted with fresh blood, suddenly adhered to his face. Instinctively, he attempted to tear it away. Yet the blood-soaked paper clung to him as if it had merged with his very skin. The moment he pulled at it, excruciating pain surged through his visage, and it proved nearly impossible to remove. Has this ghost begun its assault on me? Yang Jian realized this truth immediately. He had previously endured 2 waves of malevolent ghost attacks during his time at school. Only another ghost could contend with a ghost. Gritting his teeth, an eye unexpectedly emerged from the flesh on the back of his hand, radiating a faint crimson glow. With this eye, he was finally able to tear away the newspaper that obscured his face. It began to peel off like a bandage gradually being removed. Yet, at that moment, the ghost seemed unwilling to relinquish its grip so easily. Yang Jian sensed the ghost drawing closer, as if it were tugging at the newspaper draped behind him. A chilling force enveloped him. The newspaper clinging to his face constricted once more, suffocating him with an overwhelming sensation of asphyxiation and dizziness. At this rate, he would not need to be slain by the ghost. He would perish beneath the weight of this bizarre newspaper. Since you wish to engage in this game, I shall oblige. You are a ghost, but I am not merely human. A primal growl erupted from his throat. Suddenly, 2 crimson eyes emerged upon his visage. As these eyes sprouted, the newspaper in that vicinity emitted a sound akin to tearing paper, swiftly shredding apart. In that instant, the terrifying pull from behind diminished significantly. Once more, Yang Jian silently gritted his teeth. The power of these eyes must be conserved. Each use brought him closer to death. Yet, he was left with no option. Without harnessing the strength of the ghost within him, he would surely meet his demise. A third eye emerged upon his forehead. With a sharp sound, the blood-stained newspaper adhered to his brow was again torn asunder. The force pulling at him lightened once more, and at that moment, the sensations of suffocation and dizziness rapidly receded. Continue. Yang Jian was acutely aware that the power of the ghost within him was still insufficient. The 5th eye emerged at his throat, constricting around his neck, causing another fissure to form. In that moment, with a surge of strength, the newspaper that had been wrapped around his face, now riddled with countless tears, was instantly shredded. The suffocating heaviness dissipated entirely, and fresh air rushed in voraciously. Yang Jian's face bore 4 eyes, each emitting a faint crimson glow. Behind him, however, there was no one, only the scattered, blood-stained fragments of newspaper lay strewn across the ground. Depart from this place. Yang Jian felt a surge of fear coursing through him, prompting him to leave without delay. Abandoning his belongings as he swiftly exited the house. Not long after his departure, a figure emerged from the room he had just vacated. This individual gathered the torn newspapers scattered across the floor and painstakingly reassembled them. However, the newspaper soon reverted to its former state, still stained with deep crimson blood, but now bore the faint outline of a face upon its scarlet surface. That visage was Yang Jian. The figure picked up the newspaper and, as if unperturbed, sat down on the nearby sofa, raising his arm and remaining motionless, fixated on the newspaper before him, mirroring his previous posture. Hours passed in silence until, suddenly, the figure moved. He slowly lowered his arm, and he was no longer devoid of features. At that moment, he manifested Yang Jian's countenance. Yet, where the eyes should have been, there existed only a void, as if portions of a vivid photograph had been cruelly excised. The face was far from perfect. Chapter 27. The red paper blinds the eyes within a public restroom. Water gushed forth as Yang Jian scrubbed the foul, bloody grime from his visage. The cool touch of the tap water instilled a sense of calm within him. Indeed, the problem lay with me. That ghost had the ability to alter one's memories, forcibly implanting the image of a non-existent person into my mind, leaving me completely unaware of the anomaly. Even with my unique eye, I could not discern the truth. Had it not been for Lu Xiaoyu's warning, I fear I might still have been living alongside that ghost in my own home. He raised his gaze to the mirror before him. Yang Jian's eyes had vanished from his face, and he temporarily reverted to normalcy. Throughout this time, the call had not been disconnected. It's me. Yang Jian answered the phone. What has transpired on your end? Lu Xiaoyu inquired. Yang Jian said, you were right in your speculation. My father indeed perished in a car accident during my elementary school years. What was in the room just now was not a human. It was a ghost. Did you manage to escape? Yes. Yang Jian wiped the water from his face, and at that moment, he suddenly noticed a piece of red paper stuck to the back of his hand. This is a fragment from that newspaper. Is everything all right? Could you share some details about the ghost? Lu Xiaoyu inquired. Yang Jian remarked, that ghost possesses the ability to alter human memories. Its patterns of behavior remain elusive, and its methods of killing are unclear. However, I was once nearly suffocated when my face was wrapped in a blood-stained newspaper. This is all I currently know. Understood. Lu Xiaoyu swiftly noted. If your father is indeed a ghost, what of your mother? Where is she? Additionally, when did this ghost likely appear? You should be able to access the surveillance footage from this vicinity. Can you investigate this for me? Yang Jian replied, I can assist with that. Lu Xiaoyu responded. I can look into it for you, but you must cooperate with us moving forward. What kind of cooperation? Yang Jian inquired. For now, it will simply involve gathering basic information. You must report immediately upon discovering the presence of any malevolent spirits, Lu Xiaoyu explained. What benefits are there for me? Yang Jian asked. Lu Xiaoyu stated, you will receive certain familial considerations and a generous salary. However, since you are not a detective, there is no salary at this moment. Nevertheless, I can help your mother secure a more stable job. Without even a salary, you expect me to dedicate myself to your international police efforts? I have seen that website. The rewards for resolving a malevolent spirit incident are at least in the tens of millions of dollars. Once I become a ghost tamer, my life expectancy would be limited. If there are no tangible benefits, I refuse to work for you. Yang Jian said earnestly. On the other end of the line, Lu Xiaoyu sounded somewhat exasperated. The high bounties abroad are due to the fact that ghost tamers there operate almost like mercenaries, taking on tasks based solely on the rewards offered. Consequently, the prevalence of paranormal incidents abroad far surpasses that in our own country. Living in Dachang City, you should be well aware that apart from the supernatural occurrences you have personally encountered, there are very few widely known instances of malevolent spirits causing mass casualties. This is largely attributable to the diligent efforts of our domestic ghost tamers. If everyone thought as you do, what hope would there be for peace in our nation? Let us set this topic aside for now. I have some additional information to discuss. We shall connect again next time. Yang Jian chose not to continue the conversation and hung up the phone. The sound of the call disconnecting left Lu Xiaoyu seething with frustration. Yang Jian hung up the phone, not as an excuse, but because he needed to address the crimson paper affixed to the back of his hand. As he tore away the palm-sized red paper, preparing to discard it, he felt an unsettling sensation. This object, long held by the hand of a ghost, exuded an aura of eeriness and malevolence, suggesting that its presence was far from fortuitous. However, just as he removed the red paper, the area from which it had been detached erupted in searing pain, splitting open to reveal a singular crimson eye once more. Simultaneously, an odd writhing sensation coursed through his entire being. The several eyes within him began to stir restlessly, as if the exertion of their latent powers had roused them from their slumber. Could it be? The red eye promptly shut, and the peculiar writhing sensation within his flesh subsided. It appeared that tranquility had returned. Indeed, this red paper had the capacity to suppress the power of that eye. Albeit not entirely, it could, however, mitigate the extent of its awakening. Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. He then recalled the phrase, only a ghost can confront another ghost. If the eyes within him could be regarded as a ghost, then the crimson newspaper could also be considered a specter. The interplay of these two phantoms would yield a balance of power, perhaps revealing the essence of survival. Yet, a frown creased Yang Jian's brow as he pondered, if this supposition held true. Then why did the bite from that ghostly infant in the teaching building not subdue his eyes, but instead invigorate them further? The red newspaper, the ghostly infant. What distinctions existed between the two? After a moment of contemplation, he resolved that it was a chance for his own survival. However, just as he exited the restroom, he encountered a group of 4 or 5 young men who exuded an air of carefree defiance. Brother, headed to the restroom? Don't rush off. Meeting is fate. How about we discuss something? One youth's eyes lit up upon seeing Yang Jian, and he approached him with an outstretched hand resting on his shoulder. What is it? Yang Jian inquired, glancing at him. It's nothing. Just wanted to get acquainted. I'm A Fei. May I ask your name, brother? The youth introduced himself with a grin. Yang Jian, he replied. A Fei beamed. Then we are friends. And as friends, isn't it natural to lend a hand in times of trouble? I find myself a bit short today. Would you be so kind as to lend me some money? Rest assured, I will repay you in full tomorrow when you return, not a penny less. Yang Jian tilted his head and gazed at him, saying, borrow money? It appears that you are intent on robbery and extortion. However, if you are to resort to such nefarious acts, might I suggest you choose a more suitable target? I am not quite myself lately. It would be prudent for you to keep your distance. I fear I may lose control and inadvertently commit a crime. You certainly have a bold demeanor, AI Fei retorted. When I asked to borrow money, it was a gesture of goodwill. Do not mistake my kindness for weakness. If you are seeking to court danger, merely say the word, and I shall oblige. Nearby, a young man brandishing a small knife pressed it against Yang Jian's face. Friend, let us not escalate matters. Should anything untoward occur, it would be regrettable. Allow me to leave, and we shall consider today's events as though they never transpired. Shall we? Yang Jian proposed. That is out of the question. You shall not leave until the money is in hand. The young man with the knife chuckled menacingly. Brother, even if I were to borrow from you, I would repay you next time we meet. Let us not be so ruthless, for we are friends after all. AI Fei mocked from the side. Yang Jian said, since you insist, there is no other option. The money lies within my pocket. Feel free to take it for yourself. Consider yourself fortunate. The young man wielding the knife felt a surge of excitement as he reached into the pocket, anticipating the money. However, as his hand delved inside, he suddenly encountered something cold, akin to a glass orb. Instinctively, he pulled it out, only to find his hands drenched in blood. Clutching a singular red eye that seemed to gaze back at him with an unsettling glimmer. Ah! The knife-wielding youth shrieked in terror, his face paling as he stumbled backward. Yet, as he retreated, he noticed that everything around him had transformed into a vivid crimson hue. The residential buildings, the street lamps, the moon above, even the ground. Everything appeared to be enveloped in a shroud of red light. Since we are friends, it shouldn't be a problem for you to test the ghost realm for me. Yang Jian emerged slowly from the restroom. Fei's eyes widened in shock. Who was the figure draped over his arm as Yang Jian exited? A ghost. A ghost. Fei turned pale with fear. Swiftly turning on his heel and fleeing from the restroom, followed closely by the other ruffians, who likewise were seized by panic and dashed away. At this moment, Yang Jian cast a glance at the back of his hand. Where the red paper adhered, the outline of an eye emerged, only to be swiftly suppressed once more by the crimson sheet. Yet the eye reappeared, as if engaged in a silent struggle. With the emergence of 6 eyes, I could unleash the power of the ghost realm. However, with one eye restrained by the red paper, I can still wield the ghostly domain with 5 eyes, thus halting the resurgence of malevolent spirits. He felt a piercing pain in 5 distinct areas of his body. The visions from these 5 eyes flooded into his mind, allowing him to gain a precise control over his surroundings. 6 eyes represented the utmost limit of his physical capacity, yet with 5 eyes, the situation improved considerably. Although there were still side effects, they were far less pronounced. Yang Jian's gaze shifted slightly as he began to comprehend the boundaries of his endurance. If I were to acquire that red paper, which could seal all 6 eyes, would it not signify that I could harness the power of the malevolent spirits without any adverse effects? I would no longer need to fear the consequences of their resurgence. Nevertheless, prior to that, I must master this ghostly domain. Yang Jian observed the fleeing ruffians, recognizing that testing them was the most opportune choice. Mastering the ghostly domain was essential for his future encounters with malevolent spirits. Thus, wielding the power of a vengeful ghost was imperative, not a waste. Chapter 28. Lone. Escape. An unfathomable flight. Fei and his companions sprinted forward as if their lives depended on it, their faces ashen, eyes brimming with terror, as though they had just witnessed something profoundly horrific. Indeed, they had encountered a truly terrifying ordeal. It seemed they had crossed paths with a ghost. They ran for an indeterminate duration, only halting when exhaustion rendered them incapable of further movement, bending over and gasping for breath. Reflecting on the previous scene, Fei felt his limbs tremble slightly. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, another companion, trembling, pointed ahead and stammered, Do you see what's in front of us? The group raised their heads, and their expressions were instantly replaced by sheer horror. Before them stood a public restroom, the very site where they had previously encountered the supernatural. In front of that restroom stood a figure radiating a faint red glow, motionless and fixated upon them. That figure was none other than Yang Jian. Upon witnessing this scene, some had already succumbed to fear, collapsing to the ground, utterly paralyzed by sheer terror, devoid of the strength to flee. Run. Despite his own fatigue, Fei was far more frightened of the figure standing before the restroom, turning on his heels to escape. At that moment, Yang Jian furrowed his brow, contemplating. My ghostly domain differs somewhat from that of the elderly man. He can disorient an entire building's occupants, even affecting the very walls and structure. Yet, I can merely confuse individuals? No. If the ghostly domains are indeed similar, it must mean I have yet to master the method. Ghosts and humans are not the same. Yang Jian took a step forward. Suddenly, he vanished from his original spot, only to reappear approaching from the direction in which Fei had fled. It was as though he had traversed a circle, moving from one end to the other. Thus, it became evident that within the realm of spirits, I could manifest in any location. This elucidated why the old man who knocked on the door had silently materialized nearby after hearing the knocking. Ah, Fei. Startled by the sudden appearance of Yang Jian, hastily halted his steps and scrambled away in fright. If one could alter their own position, what effect could this have on the surrounding entities? Yang Jian's gaze shifted momentarily as he seized a terrified thug and hurled him against the wall of a nearby restroom. Enveloped in a crimson glow, it seemed that everything lay within his dominion. The thug let out a cry of agony, feeling a surge of intense pain. In the next instant, his head was thrust into a ventilation duct situated before the restroom door. The duct's dimensions were insufficient for a head to pass through, nonetheless. Yang Jian managed to force the thug's head inside, wedging his neck firmly in the opening. So, this was how it was. Yang Jian gradually comprehended some secrets of the ghost realm. In this place, distance becomes distorted, and things transform. The scenes before him shift, rendering everything both false and true, while simultaneously isolating him from the outside world. Within the ghost realm lies a world that revolves around malevolent spirits, emerging and transforming because of these very ghosts. Yang Jian experimented extensively with the applications of ghost domains, utilizing these unruly spirits as subjects in his trials, gradually comprehending the true nature of the formidable power they wielded. It was inscrutable. Indeed, it was inscrutable. For humanity, this capricious force that warps reality is utterly beyond comprehension. It is no wonder that even explosives cannot eradicate a ghost domain. Within the confines of a ghost domain, the reality you are familiar with ceases to exist. If explosives can obliterate all that is tangible, how could they possibly annihilate something that exists in the liminal space between the real and the unreal? Should the boundaries of the ghost domain be constricted to envelop only oneself, then one becomes an entity straddling the line between reality and illusion. Yang Jian constricted the power of the ghost domain. The surrounding crimson light swiftly dissipated. The streetlights returned to their original state. Neon lights flickered to life on distant skyscrapers, and the familiar sounds of car horns echoed once more. However, a faint red glow still emanated from Yang Jian's form. He took a step forward, and his body effortlessly passed through a wall, entering an adjacent residential building. Within, he beheld a brightly lit room, where a couple was engaged in intimate activities. Yang Jian gazed at them, and they returned his gaze. The couple stared at the unexpected presence in their room, glowing with a faint crimson light, their eyes widening in sheer terror. I apologize for the interruption. Please continue, Yang Jian said as he turned and vanished into the wall. A ghost? Yang Jian observed his current condition. He indeed resembled a ghost more than ever. Were it not for the preservation of his human consciousness, he would be indistinguishable. The ghost master truly embodied an existence that straddled the realms of both humanity and the supernatural. Yang Jian sensed a renewed restlessness within his body. A piece of red paper concealed one of the ghostly eyes, yet the prolonged exertion of this malevolent force remained a considerable burden. He could feel the eye within him stirring with disquiet once more. The duration of the ghostly domain was limited to a mere 5 minutes. After that, my limits would be reached. Yang Jian glanced at the time displayed on his phone, noting it down. He emerged from the state of the ghost realm. This endeavor was indeed of great significance. He looked around. Earlier, that Fei and a few ruffians had been so terrified that they cowered behind the trash bins, trembling, or had already lost their wits in fright. With such poor resilience, they still dared to extort money? My dear brother, trembling, are we? As friends, we must lend a helping hand in times of difficulty, right? I happen to be a bit short on cash at the moment. Would you mind lending me a bit? Yang Jian said, narrowing his eyes while patting Fei's shoulder. Extort money? Here, take it all. Just don't come after me, please. I'll even burn incense for you. Go seek someone else. Fei, terrified, was on the verge of tears, trembling as he emptied his pockets. There was barely over 100 yuan. No need for repayment. My brother, consider it a gift, Fei stammered, keeping his head bowed and not daring to look up at Yang Jian. Just a little over 100 yuan. What was that worth? In his heart, he could only hope that this ghost would quickly leave him alone. As long as he was no longer pursued, he would agree to any request. In the future, Extort a bit more. That way, it will be easier for me to find you. Yang Jian stood up, his voice tinged with an eerie quality. Wu Fei burst into tears. I'm still just a child. Why must you treat me this way? He vowed that he would never again engage in extortion for the rest of his life and would strive to be a good person. Tomorrow, he would help an elderly lady cross the street. Yang Jian methodically dealt with the other ruffians, casually borrowing a few hundred yuan from them. One could trust that after today's encounter, they would thoroughly extinguish any thoughts of extorting others. For who could truly ascertain whether their next target was a human or a specter? Enough of this frivolity. It was time to attend to more pressing matters. As Yang Jian glanced around, he couldn't help but chuckle upon witnessing the small thug he had stuffed into the ventilation shaft struggling to extricate his head. Perhaps it was time to call someone to knock down the wall tomorrow. How audacious to wield a knife in an attempt to intimidate. It was fortunate for them that they had not encountered a genuine ghost. The dimly lit room was devoid of any presence. The once torn red newspaper that littered the floor had vanished. The ghost had disappeared. Had the specter fled? Yang Jian's expression shifted as he prepared himself for a confrontation with the ghost, only to find nothing. Could it be that the ghost had been frightened and retreated? Or had it simply sought out another victim? Chapter 29. The handprint in the bathroom. The presence of a ghost within one's home would render even the most resilient individuals incapable of remaining there. Yet, in pursuit of that elusive red newspaper, Yang Jian felt compelled to take risks. It was an opportunity to confront the resurgence of the vengeful spirit. This endeavor required immense courage. Yang Jian undoubtedly exhibited immense courage, harboring a resolute determination to remain despite the peril. To merely cling to life in such circumstances amounts to a slow demise. Once the eye of his physical being progresses to an uncontrollable state, he awaits the arrival of spirits within the confines of his home. In another upscale residential area of Dachang City lies the abode of Wang Shanshan. Since the haunting incident at school 2 days prior, she has not ventured beyond her doorstep, choosing instead to conceal herself within her home, having sensed an unsettling change within her surroundings. In the bathroom, water cascades down, enveloping her delicate, fair form. Yet, fear and a hint of madness flicker in Wang Shanshan's eyes as she frantically scrubs a certain area beside her neck with a toilet brush. The tender skin of the young girl turns crimson from her excessive scrubbing. Under normal circumstances, one would be unable to endure such pain. But Wang Shanshan appears impervious to sensation, intensifying her efforts as terror mounts in her gaze. Soon, the skin beside her neck splits open, crimson blood oozing forth, mingling with the warm water of the bathroom and staining the floor. Regardless of her relentless scrubbing and the blood that flows, too dark, bluish handprints remain starkly visible on the bloodied skin, as if they have fused with the flesh, akin to a birthmark carried from the womb, utterly impossible to erase. At this moment, Wang Shanshan's mother, Wang Haiyan, sits on the living room sofa, anxiously glancing at the time on her watch. Her daughter has been in the bathroom for over 2 hours, having already taken a bath that morning. She wouldn't have fallen ill, would she? Is there something wrong with her? Husband, have you found out what transpired at school the night before? Wang Haiyan inquired, her attempts to contact the teacher having been futile. I visited the school yesterday. There indeed was an incident, and it has been cordoned off. All students have been placed on mandatory leave, awaiting notice from the school regarding the resumption of classes. I encountered several parents while I was there, Wang Bin replied. A cloud of concern etched upon his brow as he inhaled from his cigarette. Wang Haiyan gasped, how could this be? Something must have happened at the school. We simply do not yet know the details. I initially intended to ask Shanshan, but given her current state, I hesitate to press her, fearing it may add to her distress. Wang Bin extinguished his cigarette and said earnestly, Shanshan has certainly endured something significant. She appears to be in a state of fright. Yes, I have met that classmate, Yang Jian, Wang Haiyan remarked. He must know what has transpired with Shanshan. We should reach out to him, Wang Bin suggested. Wang Haiyan responded, I have considered that, but I do not possess his contact information. Just at that moment, a piercing scream erupted from the bathroom, belonging to Wang Shanshan. The expressions of Wang Bin and his wife changed instantly, and they hurried to the bathroom door, only to find it locked. Shanshan, open the door. What is happening? Your mother is right outside. Wang Haiyan anxiously knocked on the door, but the screams continued to echo from within. Wang Bin sensed the gravity of the situation. His face paled, and disregarding the need to knock, he forcefully crashed through the bathroom door. Bang! The door flew open with a resounding crash. As a mother, Wang Haiyan rushed inside first. She was met with a horrifying sight. The bathroom floor was stained with vivid crimson blood, causing her face to drain of color. Then, she spotted her daughter, naked and curled up in the corner, her neck covered in blood, trembling in terror as if she had experienced an unimaginable shock. Shanshan, what happened? Wang Haiyan's heart ached, nearly bringing her to tears as she wrapped her daughter in a towel. It's come. It's outside the window. It's looking for me. Wang Shanshan exclaimed in sheer terror. Don't come near. What is it? There is nothing outside the window, Shanshan. Please don't frighten yourself, Wang Haiyan replied. Glancing at the bathroom window, finding nothing amiss. No, it's right outside. It's watching me. Shanshan clutched her mother's arm in panic. I want to go to Yang Jian's house. I don't want to stay here. Mom, I don't want to die. Everyone is dead. They're all gone. Su Lei, Zhao Yan, Lu Jai. They've all died. I don't want to die. As she spoke, Wang Shanshan buried her head in her mother's embrace, weeping inconsolably. It's all right, my dear. You're safe. Nothing will happen to you. I'm here. Wang Haiyan comforted her through her own tears. It found me. It's outside the window. I'm going to die? Wang Shanshan cried. Wang Haiyan glanced at the window again, insisting, there is truly nothing outside. We live on the 16th floor. There is nothing out there. Look for yourself. Mom. It really has come. I want to stay at Yang Jian's house. I don't want to die. Wang Shanshan continued to sob, her body trembling uncontrollably. Wang Haiyan nodded, supporting her daughter as they left the bathroom. After the mother and daughter exited, Wang Bin turned off the hot water in the bathroom and washed away the blood on the floor. As he prepared to leave, he suddenly glanced at the bathroom window. It was closed. He leaned out to see if there was indeed something outside. How could anything be out there, living on the 16th floor? Indeed, Wang Bin saw nothing at all. However, just as he was about to close the window, he suddenly froze. A layer of condensation covered the glass, upon which was imprinted a distinctly clear handprint. The handprint appeared rather diminutive, not that of an adult, resembling that of a child around 4 or 5 years of age. Furthermore, the handprint inexplicably extended from the exterior of the window into the bathroom. The walls of the bathroom, shrouded in moisture, bore similar marks, even on the ceilings, which was beyond Shanshan's reach. The small handprints were numerous and unmistakably visible. A shiver coursed through Wang Bin, sensing that something was amiss. That night, Wang Shanshan's family was unable to sleep a wink. Equally restless was Zhang Wei, who stood on the balcony, gazing out into the darkness. His brow furrowed as he pondered throughout the night. Who could it be that had conspired against him? Chapter 30. The Unscrupulous Merchant. Would that ghost not return? Yang Jian remained at home throughout the night, deprived of sleep, his eyes bloodshot and weary as he gazed intently at the door. The door stood ajar, for he yearned to witness the apparition's entrance at the earliest possible moment. Yet, reality proved far less idyllic than his imagination had conjured. Yang Jian rubbed his bloodshot eyes, striving to awaken and relax himself. A night spent in tension could surely drive one to madness. If he could not locate the ghost in the immediate future, he must prepare for dual contingencies. Rising from the sofa, Yang Jian took a shower and tidied his belongings in preparation for departure. The first contingency involved discovering a means of survival, should he manage to endure. The second, if his demise were indeed inevitable. It would be prudent to amass some funds to secure a comfortable future for his parents. With a backpack slung over his shoulder, Yang Jian stepped out of the somewhat dilapidated residential building. Raising his gaze to the harsh sunlight outside, he felt a wave of dizziness. However, it seemed that the ghost was not deterred by the sun's rays. Yang Jian touched the back of his hand, noting that the eye showed no unusual reaction. This indicated that, even during the day, the ghost might still manifest. The folk belief that ghosts only appeared at night has now been thoroughly debunked. One could only conclude that the brightness of daylight offered a semblance of security, alleviating some of the fear within. Yang Jian arrived at a small mobile phone repair shop located beside the street. The shopkeeper glanced at him and remarked, "We do not accept vintage models. Only smartphones released within the last 2 years." Yang Jian sat down and said, "I am not selling the mobile phone in my hand. Rather, I intend to sell these." He pulled out the smartphones that were previously discarded by Zhang Wei, Wang Shanshan, Zhao Lei, and others from his backpack. "So many? Where did you steal them from?" The proprietor, momentarily taken aback, scrutinized Yang Jian with a hint of skepticism as he observed the assortment of various models. "They were given to me by friends who no longer wanted them. Besides, could one really steal such pristine devices?" Yang Jian replied, "Why don't you appraise them? If the price is right, I shall sell them all to you." The proprietor examined the phones and noted their excellent condition. Indeed, each device was worth 2,000 to 3,000 in the market, with the more expensive ones fetching 7,000 to 8,000. "This one is not worth much. I can only offer you 300. This one is decent. I'll buy it for 1,000, and this one for 1,300. The proprietor assessed the prices. At that moment, one of the phones on the counter suddenly rang. Yang Jian glanced at the screen, which displayed, "Dad. Heaven knows whose father this belongs to. Perhaps the owner is calling." The boss chuckled and remarked, "When they come looking for it, I might find myself in quite a predicament. I can only offer 500 for this phone." With that, he intended to power off the device. Yang Jian picked up the phone. It was not a call from the owner, but rather from a friend's father. "Hello." A middle-aged man's voice resonated from the other end. "Is this Yang Jian?" "Yes." "Who am I speaking with?" Yang Jian responded. "Indeed, you have Shanshan's phone. I am Wang Bin, Wang Shanshan's father. I need to discuss something with you." "Are you available for a meeting?" Wang Bin inquired. "Ah, Uncle Wang, I've been rather occupied these past few days and it's not convenient for me," Yang Jian replied. Wang Bin insisted, "It won't take up much of your time. Where are you? I can drive over to pick you up." "Uncle Wang, if you have something to say, please go ahead. I truly have pressing matters to attend to and cannot leave at the moment," Yang Jian remarked. After a brief silence, Wang Bin continued. "It pertains to my daughter Shanshan. Do you know what transpired at school the other day? Didn't Wang Shanshan mention anything about the haunting? A haunting at the school?" Yang Jian echoed, surprised. Wang Bin paused, taken aback by the absurdity of such a claim in this day and age. However, he could not dismiss the recent lockdown of the school and the peculiar occurrences surrounding his daughter Shanshan, leading him to believe that there was indeed something amiss. "Do high school students still believe in such nonsense?" he asked, a hint of skepticism in his tone. "I didn't believe it before, but now I do," Yang Jian replied. "What has happened to Wang Shanshan? Has she encountered something again?" Wang Bin explained. "Perhaps she is simply feeling a bit fragile, easily frightened. She has been convinced that something is pursuing her, following her, and Shanshan mentioned that you might be able to assist her." "Something is following her?" Yang Jian's gaze shifted, contemplating. "Is it an infant?" "An infant?" Wang Bin recalled the handprints he had seen in the bathroom. Weren't they the prints of a child's hands? "Do you think my home is haunted?" Wang Bin asserted seriously. "I am asking you earnestly, so please do not dismiss this as mere superstition. Shanshan's condition is quite concerning. If you know anything, I hope you will share it honestly. In return, I assure you, I will not let you down." He was a successful individual. Unable to entertain the notion of baseless ghost tales, Yang Jian fell into contemplation. From the tone and demeanor of Wang Bin's voice, it was evident that Wang Shanshan was indeed encountering a ghostly presence. It was highly probable that it was the very ghostly infant that had escaped from the school. Yet, there seemed to be no rationale behind it, although the terror of that ghostly infant did not compare to that of the elderly figure who knocked at the door. Wang Shanshan was merely an ordinary person. If she had truly faced such a threat, she would not still be alive. Ghosts do not negotiate before taking lives. "Hey, can you hear me?" Wang Bin inquired, noticing Yang Jian's silence on the other end of the line. There was a brief moment of confusion on Wang Bin's part, but he quickly composed himself and continued, "If Shanshan can return to normal, I can privately offer you a bonus of 20,000 yuan. However, if you cannot assist my daughter, you shall receive not a single cent." He was taken aback by how this student, Yang Jian, was so astute about societal dealings, clearly understanding the exchange of money for services rendered. Consequently, his tone shifted to one of greater formality. 20,000. I expected you might propose 200. 20,000 is rather insufficient. This matter is perilous and far more complex than you assume. If I do not intervene, not only will Wang Shanshan be in jeopardy, but your entire family may face dire consequences, for that entity shows no mercy in its lethal intent, Yang Jian asserted. To confront the ghostly infant, he would have to harness the power of malevolent spirits. Such an action would expedite the awakening of these vengeful beings. In other words, this was a matter of risking his own life for the sake of assistance. Sacrificing oneself to illuminate the path for others is the essence of a candle. Yang Jian felt it imperative to earn a fee for his services. Furthermore, Wang Shanshan's family was relatively affluent, while he found himself in dire financial straits. It appeared that Uncle Wang was rather naive regarding the market rates for such matters. Abroad, resolving a similar incident would typically commence at a staggering $5 million. However, in the spirit of fairness, and considering their camaraderie as classmates, Yang Jian proposed a sum of 500,000. Goodness, 500,000. Have you lost your mind over money? How dare you even mention it in the context of our friendship? Wang Bin, usually mild-mannered, could not help but erupt upon hearing the figure. Should it come to a point where either Wang Shanshan or I must perish, know that my time is limited. I have a mother to care for, and earning this sum feels like a gamble with my life. It's no trivial matter. If you delay further, Seeking assistance later will transcend mere monetary solutions. Additionally, refrain from contacting this number in the future. Reach me on my other mobile, which incurs no charges for calls. With that, he divulged Zhou Zhang's satellite phone number to Wang Bin and promptly ended the call. My friend, if we tally up the cost of all these phones, I can offer you 5,000, the boss interjected at that moment. 5,000. Yang Jian hung up the phone, frowning, and said, so little? Are you jesting, boss? These few phones you possess are hardly worth anything. For instance, that latest model of the fruit phone is a counterfeit. The boss replied, if you don't believe me, I shall disassemble it for you. With that, he indeed took apart the phone, revealing its fraudulent nature. A counterfeit? What nonsense from this unscrupulous vendor. Zhang Wei is certainly aware of the authenticity of his own phone. Yang Jian's expression darkened. Boss, you didn't secretly switch my phone while I was on the call. Did you? The boss, initially indifferent, immediately changed his demeanor and waved Yang Jian away dismissively. Yang Jian rose abruptly, seizing the lapel of his shirt. His bloodshot eyes glowing faintly with a strange, eerie indifference as he uttered, do you wish to perish, you unscrupulous merchant? If so, merely voice it, and I shall grant your desire. You dare deceive me? The proprietor, taken aback by the intensity of Yang Jian's gaze, felt a shiver run down his spine. Was this the countenance one would expect from a mere mortal? The coldness, devoid of any emotion, carried an unsettling eeriness. In Chapter 31, titled Coolly Delivered to You, the shopkeeper was momentarily unnerved by Yang Jian's almost supernatural detachment. However, he quickly regained his composure, pushing Yang Jian away and shouting, what do you intend? Do you mean to strike me? I could easily call the authorities, for I see you as nothing more than a thief. You dare to settle accounts here and threaten violence? If you wish to avoid trouble, I suggest you hastily depart with your worthless wares, lest I have you imprisoned. Do you truly believe I am intimidated by you? Come, everyone, witness this individual attempting to peddle stolen goods in my establishment. Quick, alert the police. Not only did he seek to swindle Yang Jian's phone, but he also aimed to retaliate. Nearby, some onlookers, drawn by the proprietor's shouts, began to turn their attention toward the unfolding scene. Yang Jian finally comprehended the malicious nature of this unscrupulous merchant. Boss, since you have chosen to court your own demise, do not blame me for being ruthless. You seem to have an affinity for mobile phones, so allow me to gift you another one. A frigid smile crept upon his lips. Without uttering another word, he seized a mobile device and brought it crashing down upon the merchant's head, his hand emanating a faint crimson glow, as an eye on the back of his hand abruptly opened. With a resounding smack, the merchant exclaimed in fury, You dare to strike me? I shall call the police immediately. Consider yourself warned. If you have the guts, do not flee. Enraged, the merchant grasped his phone, poised to report the incident. Yet, deep down, he was plagued by guilt, hesitating to dial. Should the authorities review the surveillance footage and uncover his deceitful actions? It would not be the young man selling phones who would face imprisonment, but rather himself. Yang Jian remarked, Feel free to call the police. I, too, have a call to make. With that, he lifted his phone and dialed a number. Before long, the call connected. The cool moonlight transformed your longing into a river. Yet, the ringtone did not emanate from Yang Jian nor from the counter. It resonated within the mind of that unscrupulous merchant. The merchant immediately let out a harrowing scream, collapsing to the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably, blood oozing from his nose, mouth, and eyes. In that moment, he felt as though his head was on the verge of exploding. Yang Jian promptly ended the call, then picked up a pen and inscribed an account number nearby. I value that phone at 10,000. Transfer the sum of 10,000 to me within 10 minutes. Should the funds not arrive, the ringing in your mind will persist. Additionally, my phone number is noted here. Whenever you wish to retrieve that phone from your thoughts, inform me. Having spoken, he seized the other phones, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and departed the mobile repair shop. Dare to deceive me? I shall make you. This unscrupulous merchant wished for nothing but suffering. After Yang Jian departed, a moment passed before the terrified boss, who had collapsed on the ground, convulsing with blood oozing from his nose and eyes, managed to rise. He touched his head, feeling as though something foreign had been forcibly inserted into his brain, causing a severe and uncomfortable pain, as if he wished to open his skull to extract it. He glanced outside, only to find that the young man with the backpack selling second-hand phones had vanished. On the counter lay a note with a phone number and an account. 10,000 yuan? He was instructed to transfer this sum within 10 minutes, or else the agonizing ringing in his head would persist. Reluctant to endure the excruciating pain once more, he hastily picked up his phone and initiated the transfer. However, Just as he was about to confirm, doubt crept in. What if that person was deceiving him? Perhaps it was merely a coincidence, an accident. If that were the case, transferring 10,000 would lead to a significant loss today. No, he couldn't send the money. After taking a sip of water and resting briefly, despite still feeling a lingering heaviness in his head, he felt somewhat better. Perhaps he should visit a hospital for a checkup. Meanwhile, 10 minutes later, Yang Jian walked down the street, his phone devoid of any transfer notifications. Without hesitation, he dialed the number. The cool night air swirled with his thoughts. As the phone rang, the dreadful ringing echoed in the boss's mind once more, plunging him into convulsions, foam gathering at his mouth, blood streaming from his eyes and nose. 10 seconds later, Yang Jian hung up, appearing unfazed as he continued his stroll. The fate of this dishonest merchant now lay firmly in his hands. Who dared to deceive him? He would play this game slowly. After making the call, within minutes, he received the notification that the money had been transferred. 10,000 yuan. Simultaneously, another phone of Yang Jian's rang. Upon answering, he was met with the merchant's desperate pleas. Brother, please spare me. I've already transferred the money. Just let me go. Money? What money? I haven't received anything. You must have transferred to the wrong account. You have 3 minutes. I will call you again, but this time it won't be 10,000. It will be 20,000. Yang Jian spoke these fabrications with a straight face, then promptly ended the call. Come now, let us engage in mutual deception. The merchant, evidently having tasted the bitterness of pain, soon transferred an additional 20,000. Yang Jian's phone resonated once more with the sound of a money transfer notification. Yang Jian said, I have received it. I will not call you for the next 10 minutes. I shall call again after that, adhering to our usual arrangement, 10,000. With that, he hung up the phone. What? A call again in 10 minutes? If he did, he would truly find himself in dire straits. The small shopkeeper, a scheming merchant, was at a loss, striking his own face in despair. He continued to dial, hoping to persuade Yang Jian to spare him and resolve the matter. However, Yang Jian did not answer. The small proprietor, unable to bear the situation any longer, promptly transferred another 10,000 and called again, successfully getting through this time. Such an expensive call, 10,000 for each. Yang Jian said, Boss, weren't you quite arrogant before? You boasted about calling the police. If you truly believe I am extorting you, feel free to report me. I'm just nearby, strolling around. Just like this, in the next 10 minutes, it will be 10,000. After hanging up the phone, 7 or 8 minutes later, another 10,000 arrived in his account. Going to jail is your concern, not mine. I am merely engaging in a business transaction with you. There is no coercion in your payment. Just like this, in the next 10 minutes, another 10,000. But I have no money left in my account. The small business owner said, despair evident in his voice. I have already transferred you 50,000. No money? That is of no consequence. I'm aware of several online lending platforms. Although the interest rates are somewhat steep, the loans are dispersed swiftly and are quite reliable. I believe they would suit your needs perfectly. If the funds do not arrive within 10 minutes, I shall serenade you with a melancholic tune. Yang Jian remarked. You are robbing me, the small business owner's voice trembled. Yang Jian remarked, stop your nonsensical chatter. Robbery does not transpire so swiftly. As it stands, my mobile phone balance is nearly depleted. Beep. Chapter 32. The Closed Shopping Mall. Yang Jian tormented the unscrupulous merchant for over an hour, pushing the wretched scoundrel to the brink of collapse. Yang Jian grasped the collar of the unscrupulous merchant, his countenance icy. You must have frequently engaged in the despicable act of swapping others' phones. Heaven knows how much you have swindled from innocent people. Let me make this clear. I can conduct business with you as an ordinary person, but I can also embody a villain 10 times more malevolent than you, making you truly comprehend the meaning of regret. I will pass by here often, and should I witness you indulging in such misdeeds again, next time, it won't merely be a phone I thrust into your skull. Big brother, I swear I won't do it again. I won't. The merchant trembled in fear, stammering his plea. People like you have hearts as dark as your greed. When not caught, your arrogance knows no bounds, and you shamelessly accuse others of thievery, claiming I sell stolen goods. Do you think an apology will suffice now that you have fallen into my grasp? That would be too lenient, wouldn't it? The consequences of deceit are far too trivial for you, which explains why scoundrels like you are so prevalent. Today, I shall let you suffer a financial loss to avert greater calamity, and perhaps it will serve as a lesson. Be wary of your life next time. Yang Jian issued a stern warning to him before departing. Of course, he found himself with an additional 100,000 yuan, having extracted every ounce of profit, and it seemed unlikely that the unscrupulous merchant could offer more, especially since they had resorted to online loans. However, this was of little consequence. The villain had brought this upon himself. After all, he had become a being neither human nor ghost, and without the ghost, his time was undoubtedly limited. Regrettably, there were no rewards for supernatural occurrences in the country. Otherwise, he might have dared to gamble and earn several million to tens of millions of dollars. He wandered aimlessly through the streets, seeking potential opportunities for profit. Eventually, he came to a halt before a utility pole adorned with various advertisements. Desperately seeking a child. Generous reward of 2 million. Wu Jiajia, you wretched woman, how dare you betray me? I shall annihilate your entire family. There was nothing significant. Merely a desire to post an advertisement. What to do if a man is impotent? Yang Jian turned around and suddenly noticed a torn advertisement. It read, reward offered for a master to perform rituals and exorcise evil. A generous reward of 1 million if effective. Below were the contact number and address. Yang Jian hesitated for a moment. Should he dare to experiment? It could very well be a scam. Yet it might also be a genuine plea from a certain proprietor who has encountered a supernatural event, seeking a master to resolve it. After all, the bounty was extraordinarily high. Over 1 million. If he could truly earn such a sum, it would cover half of the funds needed for his mother's retirement. After a brief contemplation, Yang Jian resolved to forego making a phone call and opted instead to visit the location directly to ascertain the authenticity of the matter. If it proved to be a falsehood, he would not squander his time. Without delay, he hailed a taxi and swiftly made his way to the address advertised. Along a bustling main thoroughfare, surrounded by numerous residential complexes, the area was teeming with pedestrians, and there stood a large shopping supermarket beside the road. This was indeed the establishment referenced in the address. Yang Jian paid the fare and alighted from the taxi, surveying the shopping mall before him. Outside, a police cordon remained in place, suggesting that a recent incident had transpired. The interior of the mall was eerily quiet, devoid of any customers. Most of the lights were extinguished, imparting an impression that the establishment had fallen into a state of suspension. Yang Jian approached and noticed several advertisements for job openings displayed at the entrance, offering enticing salaries of 6,000 a month, along with accommodation and meals. At first glance, it certainly appeared that something was amiss, though he could not ascertain whether it was of a supernatural nature. Without dwelling on it further, he entered the shopping mall. Upon stepping inside, Yang Jian's expression subtly shifted. A faint yet distinctly unpleasant odor wafted through the air, barely perceptible, yet eerily familiar. He had encountered it a few days prior at school. It was the unmistakable stench of decay emanating from a decomposing corpse. His gaze shifted, scanning the interior of the mall. Aside from the brightly lit entrance, the rest of the establishment remained shrouded in darkness due to its closure, creating an oppressive atmosphere. It was difficult to determine if it was merely a figment of his imagination, but Yang Jian sensed an unsettling presence lurking in the mall's shadowy depths, watching him intently. Suddenly, a shadowy figure approached, its footsteps growing louder as it drew nearer. Yang Jian instinctively tensed up, his breath seemingly suspended. Was that thing a ghost? It drew closer, inching toward him without a hint of hesitation. Apologies, the mall is undergoing renovations and is currently closed. If you wish to purchase something, you may proceed to the small supermarket up ahead. From the shadows emerged a slender youth clad in a security uniform. Why are you staring at me like that? The young security guard inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. After a moment of silence, Yang Jian responded, Brother, where did you just go? I went to the restroom. Is there a problem? The young guard replied. Why didn't you turn on the light in the restroom? Yang Jian asked. The electricity is quite costly, the guard explained. The boss does not permit it. If you have no business here, please leave quickly. We are not open, and if someone were to wander in, it would create quite a hassle for me. Just the other day, a child ran in, and I nearly lost my job trying to find him. Yang Jian said, I am not here to make a purchase. I am in search of your esteemed proprietor. The young security guard replied, The owner is not present today. Yang Jian inquired, Might you have any notion of when he shall return? Yang Jian contemplated for a moment and replied, No, I am here for a job interview. Job interview? The young security guard scrutinized Yang Jian and asked, Are you aware of the incidents of missing persons that have occurred in this mall? There are individuals who have vanished within these premises and have yet to be found. I was unaware of this before, but now I am informed, Yang Jian responded. Yet you still dare to apply? The guard inquired. Why should I hesitate at such a generous salary? It's merely a case of disappearance, not a haunting, Yang Jian asserted. The young security guard then said, Very well, follow me. I will take you to Sister Lee. She is in charge of employee recruitment. Yang Jian followed them. In a small shop within the mall, 4 or 5 employees lounged on the sofa. Some were watching television, while others were engrossed in their mobile phones, exuding an air of ennui. "Sisterly, we have a job applicant," announced the young security guard. Yang Jian contemplated for a moment and remarked, "Today shall suffice. The probation period is 3 days. What are the prerequisites for the position? We are in need of personnel for the front desk, procurement, cashiering, and security." Sisterly then elaborated on several requirements, including the work schedule. Yang Jian was not truly attentive. His intentions lay beyond mere work. His presence here was not for professional obligations, but rather to engage with the proprietor and secure a financial gain. She appeared to deliberately sidestep the subject. Yang Jian felt that there was indeed something amiss with this shopping mall. Chapter 33, The Faux Model. "Brother, what have you been busy with these past few days? Have you forgotten about me? Yu Haven Tea called, and I'm feeling quite bored. Shall I come over to your place? I'd like to treat you to dinner at Dabaojian." Inside the mall, Yang Jian received a call from Zhang Wei. "It's best not to come to my house. My father might be there. I encountered him last night, and he nearly caused me serious harm. Right now, I'm working outside." As Yang Jian changed into his security uniform in the changing room, he remarked, "Didn't you previously mention that your father had passed away?" Zhang Wei inquired, a look of confusion on his face. Yang Jian remarked that he had passed away, which is why he sought a job that provided meals and accommodation. Unable to remain at home for long. "Goodness, it turns out your house is haunted," Zhang Wei exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, it is haunted. However, that entity is not as terrifying as the financial woes of the old man, and I can manage it with some effort." Yang Jian inquired, "What brings you to me?" "Nothing much," Zhang Wei replied. "I've been feeling quite restless at home these past few days and thought I might come and visit you." Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Zhang Wei was grateful he had made a call in advance. "By the way, where are you working?" "In a shopping mall." Yang Jian responded, "Are they in need of staff? I could join you, since I'm taking a break from school and have nothing to do." Yang Jian cautioned, "It's best not to. This place might also be haunted. The moment I entered, I detected a foul odor reminiscent of decay. I heard that someone went missing in this mall, and the police have cordoned off the area, but the case remains unsolved. It's likely that the missing person has already decomposed, yet the body remains unfound." Yang Jian continued, "Could you not find a more conventional place of employment? If you truly have nowhere to stay, you are welcome to reside at my home. My bed is spacious and warm, and meals are provided." Zhang Wei replied. Yang Jian spoke. "Recently, Wang Shanshan has been acting strangely, constantly claiming that something is following her. She may have attracted the attention of the spectral infant haunting the school. Her father called me today, urging me to exercise caution as well. I cannot ascertain whether that ghostly child might target others. If you have a moment, please notify the group." "Brother, enough of that. I just purchased a new computer today. Come over to my place and let us indulge in a game of PUBG together. Let us resign ourselves to a life of languor, surrounded by anime and games. What need have we for work? I can support you if necessary," Zhang Wei lamented. "What is happening in this world? Why is that entity everywhere? It seems the only option is to cling tightly to the loyal friend-ass side. That will not do. I still have matters to attend to. In any case, just be cautious," Yang Jian concluded before hanging up the phone. He changed into his security uniform and exited the changing room. "Why are you so slow?" another young man remarked from outside. His name was Lu Chang, a recent university graduate who had only just begun working at this shopping mall. According to regulations, we are required to patrol the entire mall 5 times a day, once in the morning, once at noon, once in the afternoon, and twice in the evening. It is currently 4 in the afternoon. Let us commence our duties promptly, Lu Chang suggested. Yang Jian followed him and said, "Are we the only 2 security guards in the entire mall?" "Indeed, just the 2 of us," Lu Chang replied. "There was originally one more, but he disappeared. And since then, we have been unable to recruit anyone else, so I have taken over his duties." Yang Jian inquired, "Missing? With such a frequency of disappearances in the shopping mall, why do you not resign? How can you continue working here?" "I am from out of town, and finding a job that provides meals and accommodation, along with a decent salary, is no easy feat, so I decided to stay for now," came the reply. "Are you still in high school? Shouldn't you be attending classes? The college entrance examination is approaching," Lu Chang asked. "I've taken a leave of absence from school. I probably won't participate in the examination," Yang Jian responded. Lu Chang refrained from pressing further and instead said, "Typically, I patrol from the 5th floor downwards. After completing a round in the parking garage below, my task is considered finished. However, with the power outage, the elevators are inoperable, so we must ascend on foot. Having worked here for a while, Have you not sensed anything unusual about this mall? Yang Jian asked, illuminating the surroundings with a flashlight. Unusual? Lu Chang hesitated. I haven't noticed anything out of the ordinary. For instance, have you ever detected any peculiar odors within the mall? Yang Jian continued. Occasionally. I have caught a whiff of something strange. It's likely that some frozen goods in the freezers have spoiled. They would certainly be cleared out before openings. Lu Chang replied. Yang Jian inquired. Do you not sense the possibility of this mall being haunted? Lu Chang chuckled heartily. You, a high school student, believe in such nonsense? If there were truly spirits here, after patrolling for so many days, I surely would have encountered something. It is the owner who harbors such beliefs, seeking out masters. Not long ago, one such master visited. However, the results were negligible. The owner then sought a renowned master from afar, convinced that the previous one lacked genuine skill. But how do you explain the missing persons? Yang Jian pressed. People vanish within a mall of this size, and yet they cannot be found. Where could they possibly go? Lu Chang replied, it is not certain that they disappeared within the mall. The police have only confirmed that the last footage of the missing individuals was captured here. Perhaps it was a case of abduction or robbery. However, incidents of disappearance have become exceedingly rare since the mall closed. Suddenly, Yang Jian's expression shifted, and he halted in his tracks. Brother, what is it? Yang Jian pointed ahead and asked, did you not say that we were the only two patrolling the entire mall? What is that? A solitary figure stood motionless in the darkness, resembling a wooden mannequin, frozen in place. Lu Chang shone his flashlight upon it, revealing it to be merely a lifeless dummy. It was nothing to make a fuss about. As he spoke, he approached and lifted the mannequin, placing it inside a nearby shop. The dimly lit store housed a dozen or so human figures, all lacking limbs, with not a single one in pristine condition. They were arranged haphazardly, clearly neglected for a considerable time. All is well, let us proceed to the next level for our patrol, Lu Chang declared. Yang Jian inquired. How could the mannequin be positioned in the middle of the road? Did you not notice it during your previous patrols? Lu Chang replied. I did not see it during my midday patrol, and this is indeed my first encounter with it. Perhaps Sister Li and the others were using the mannequin for trying on clothes. It is not an unprecedented occurrence. As Lu Chang spoke, a peculiar sensation washed over him. The odor of decay he had detected earlier from upstairs seemed to intensify, just as the two of them were departing. A lifeless mannequin once again stood motionless at the entrance of the shop they had previously patrolled, its head seemingly oriented towards the direction in which Yang Jian and Lu Chang had vanished. After Yang Jian and Lu Chang wandered through the shopping mall, it became evident that nothing unusual had transpired. Perhaps he had misjudged the situation. This was merely an ordinary criminal case, devoid of any supernatural occurrences. Indeed, the mall owner's 1 million was not easily obtained. Yang Jian fell into contemplation, deciding to remain here for a 3-day trial period. If he found no substantial results, he would resign, for he could not afford to squander time any longer. The call had been made by Wang Bin, the father of Wan Shanshan. During the day, Wang Bin attempted to reach Yang Jian, but he was infuriated by the exorbitant demand of 500,000. How could a mere high school student, with barely any hair on his face, audaciously ask for such a steep price? Were it not for his daughter Shanshan's incessant yearning to seek out this Yang Jian, he would have never bothered to contact him. What could a recently matured student possibly understand? Even if there were genuine hauntings, did he possess the knowledge to exorcise spirits? Due to his daughter's predicament, Wang Bin had been feeling increasingly despondent over the past 2 days, taking a few days off work to stay home with her. Shanshan's condition had been deteriorating. The doctor assured them that her physical health was normal, with no illness, merely a weakened nervous system from fright. Should we take Shanshan to see a psychiatrist tomorrow? Wang Haiyan, Shanshan's mother, asked with a furrowed brow. Wang Bin replied, it seems we have no other choice. That Yang Jian is utterly unreasonable, demanding a 50,000 fee up front. How could my daughter have gotten involved with such a shameless individual? We must limit her contact with him in the future. When I first encountered that young man named Yang Jian, I sensed he was no good. Even demanding 200 yuan showed a complete lack of dignity, Wang Haiyan added disdainfully. However, as the couple conversed in the living room, suddenly, the door to Wang Shanshan's room slammed shut with a resounding bang. Out of the corner of his eye, Wang Bin perceived something dart into the room. His expression changed dramatically, and he hastily rose to his feet. Wang Haiyan, equally startled, exclaimed, Dear, did you just see that? It seemed like a child ran into Shanshan's room. Stop with such nonsense. You're only frightening yourself, Wang Bin retorted, though his own face betrayed his unease. For he too had glimpsed a child entering Shanshan's room. The child was unclothed, with a skin tone resembling a ghastly shade of blue-black, akin to that of a stillborn. Yet the front door of their home had remained locked, and being on the 16th floor, it was utterly implausible for any child to have entered. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the room. Wang Bin rushed forward, flinging the door open, only to be met with an impenetrable darkness. He noted that the lights had been extinguished, a stark contrast to Shanshan's usual habit of sleeping with the lights on. Frantically, he fumbled for the light switch, but his hand brushed against a small, soft hand, childlike in texture, yet chillingly devoid of warmth, akin to that of a corpse. At that moment, Wang Shanshan, terrified, burst out of the room, colliding with Wang Bin, her face pale and her body trembling. "Daughter, what has happened? Are you all right?" Wang Haiyan inquired with deep concern. Enveloping Shanshan in a comforting embrace, Wang Shanshan was utterly terrified, trembling in her mother's embrace. At that moment, Wang Bin summoned his courage to switch on the light once more, only to find that the icy little hand was absent, illuminated by the glow. The room revealed itself to be devoid of any presence. Where were the children? Yet, in the next instant, his gaze narrowed. On the floor, a multitude of grimy little footprints materialized, chaotically scattered around the bedside, even stretching up the walls and onto the ceiling. In that moment, the fortitude within Wang Bin crumbled entirely. His hand trembled as he hastily picked up his phone to dial Yang Jian's number. What Yang Jian had said was indeed correct. It was highly probable that his home was haunted. "Haiyan, take our daughter and leave this place immediately. We should stay at a hotel for a few days. The house is not safe." While speaking on the phone, Wang Bin instructed. "All right, I'll gather our things right away," Wang Haiyan replied, sensing that something sinister lingered in their home. At that moment, the call connected. "Hello, is this Yang Jian?" Wang Bin inquired. Yang Jian, resting in the security room, answered. "Uncle Wang, what can I do for you? Where are you right now? Could you come to my place urgently? I wish to discuss our previous matters, and we can negotiate the price," Wang Bin urged. "I'm currently working. I have more shifts ahead. If it's not urgent, we can discuss it over the phone." Yang Jian responded. "I need to leave my house now. Where are you working? I'll come find you." He sensed that something dire was unfolding at home and deemed it necessary to confront Yang Jian in person, a duel of men. "At Furuan Mall," Yang Jian replied. "All right, we're on our way," Wang Bin concluded, just as he laced up his shoes and prepared to exit. However, upon attempting to turn the doorknob, he discovered that the door would not budge. He exerted force, yet the door remained immovable. "Darling, what's wrong? Are we not leaving?" Wang Haiyan asked. "It seems to be stuck. I can't open it," Wang Bin replied. "Perhaps something is jammed in it." "Let me check," she proposed. Wang Bin peered through the peephole. A child, clad in tattered, dark clothing, stood outside the door, pressing a hand against it. The child's eyes were devoid of pupils, an abyss of darkness. And as he lifted his gaze towards the peephole, there was an unsettling blend of innocence and eerie malice within those shadowy depths. Wang Bin's complexion turned ashen, fear gripping him as he recoiled. "Hello, Uncle Wang, are you there? If there's nothing urgent, I'll hang up," Yang Jian's voice echoed from the receiver. "No, please don't hang up." Wang Bin grasped the phone as if it were a lifeline. That child is standing outside my front door. I can't get out. Could you come and help us? We can negotiate the payment." At that moment, Yang Jian fell silent, his expression becoming gravely serious. As the ghostly infant lingered outside Wang Shanshan's door, Yang Jian hurriedly made his way there, urging caution from afar. "Be careful, stay away from that thing," he warned over the phone. Just as he set off, Wang Bin, having ended the call, was gripped by terror as he witnessed the doorknob slowly turning. It seemed as though the entity outside was attempting to enter. In a moment of panic, Wang Bin summoned his wits. Disregarding his fear as he rushed to secure the door, fastening it tightly and locking it with every bolt available. The ominous presence was approaching, desperate to gain entry. "Yang Jian, where are you? I need Yang Jian," Wang Shanshan cried out in sheer terror, teetering on the brink of psychological collapse. "What is happening outside?" Wang Haiyan, still unaware of the situation, inquired. She hastily turned on every light in the house and shut the door. Wang Bin fixed his gaze on the door for what felt like an eternity, relieved to notice a temporary stillness outside. However, the next moment, he was startled by the unmistakable sound of the front door creaking open. Impossible! Panic engulfed him completely. The door had been secured with numerous locks, even with a key. It should have remained shut. How could it possibly swing open so effortlessly? The child he had glimpsed through the peephole might truly be a ghost. What should I do? What can I do? Wang Bin frantically pondered his options. He glanced at the window. being on the 16th floor. Escape through the window was out of the question, and attempting to flee to the neighboring apartment was fraught with peril. One misstep could lead to a fatal plunge. Was he destined to sit idly and await his demise? Chapter 35. Driving skills. Wang Bin's family huddled together in their home, trembling with fear. While Yang Jian was en route to Wang Shanshan's residence in a taxi. Could you drive a bit faster? I'm in a hurry, he urged the driver. Impatience evident in his tone. My friend, are you not aware of the city speed limits? There are speed cameras everywhere. Exceeding the limit results in points deducted and fines. The taxi driver replied. I'm already driving at maximum speed. If you want to go faster, you might as well take a plane. At this pace, I could probably outrun you on foot, Yang Jian retorted. Friend, I have 20 years of driving experience. My driving is as steady as a mountain. Just be patient. Do you see any vehicles on the road exceeding my speed? The driver replied. As Yang Jian observed the speed of the vehicle, he surmised that by the time he reached Wang Shanshan's residence, he would likely be collecting the remains of the entire family. The thought of saving them, utterly implausible. 3 lives, and a sum of 500,000. Yang Jian gently touched the back of his hand, sensing the slumbering eyes beneath the flesh, caught in a moment of hesitation. However, the price to pay was the squandered opportunity to wield the power of a malevolent spirit. Yang Jian could not ascertain how much longer the red paper would suppress the malevolent spirit within him. After a moment of contemplation and hesitation, his gaze sharpened, and he resolved to act. Excuse me, dear driver, your speed is rather disconcerting. Might you kindly allow me to take the wheel? Yang Jian gently patted the driver's shoulder. You wish to drive? The driver scoffed. Do you harbor disdain for me or my vehicle? I have been driving for 20 years, overtaking countless cars, in my eyes. There exists no vehicle I cannot surpass. If you dare, offer me an additional 1,000, and I shall deliver you within 10 minutes, 5,000. And I shall run the red lights to arrive in 5 minutes. That is far too sluggish. Should I take the wheel? I could accomplish it in a mere minute, Yang Jian replied. Young man, a touch of humility would serve you well. If you can reach the entrance of that community in 1 minute, I shall not charge you. The driver retorted incredulously. I have navigated Dachang City for decades. Surely, I know how long that journey will take. Yang Jian ceased to speak further. Beneath his clothing, his flesh tore apart with a convulsive shudder, and a multitude of eyes emerged. A crimson glow enveloped his entire being, swiftly extending outward to engulf the taxi. This is what you, the driver, promised, arriving at the community in a minute without charging me, Yang Jian remarked calmly. Of course the driver, barely finishing his sentence, suddenly froze, realizing that he was inexplicably seated in the passenger seat. Instinctively pressing the brake, he found nothing beneath his feet. Meanwhile, Yang Jian had inexplicably taken his place at the wheel. Goodness, young man, how did you manage to move over here? The startled driver exclaimed, believing he had encountered a ghost. Yang Jian said little, merely pressing the accelerator with fervor. Whoosh! The vehicle surged forward. A powerful sensation of being thrust back enveloping him as the speed escalated from 40 to 80, then to 100, 110. My goodness. Step on the brakes quickly. We are going to crash. There lies a sports car ahead, an accident we cannot afford. Turn the steering wheel. The driver, pale with fear, hadn't anticipated such reckless driving from this novice. Clearly, he mistook the clutch for the brake. Yang Jian maintained his composure, unperturbed. Fear not, simply drive through. Drive through? Are you suggesting we pass through or over? Before the bewildered driver could react, the taxi surged forward, swiftly tailing a sports car ahead, then accelerating further. The vehicle, akin to a fleeting shadow, seamlessly passed through the very chassis of the sports car. Help! The driver, convinced a collision was imminent, shut his eyes in terror, screaming loudly while gripping the seatbelt with unwavering resolve. The affluent young man at the helm of the sports car, taken aback, could only watch as a taxi roared past him, releasing a cloud of exhaust that enveloped his prized possession. What on earth? A taxi moving at such breakneck speed, as if racing towards the afterlife. How dare it overtake my vehicle? What of my dignity as the owner of a $10 million supercar? The wealthy heir discarded his phone, swiftly engaged the throttle, and with a thunderous roar, the sports car's engine erupted, propelling him in hot pursuit. The taxi that Yang Jian now operates can no longer be deemed a mere taxi. He has enveloped it in the realm of spirits, warping the reality of this area. This vehicle has transcended into a ghostly chariot, with him embodying the specter within. However, the previously agitated rich heir, driving a high-performance sports car, has pursued him relentlessly. Beep! The sports car honked its horn. Yang Jian turned his head for a glance. The wealthy heir lowered the window and raised a middle finger. How audacious! Provoked. The affluent heir relinquished the steering wheel and raised 2 fingers in response. Yang Jian gazed at him impassively, continuing to raise his middle finger without a glance at the road ahead. The rich heir stole a glance forward, where a green light shone and the road was relatively clear. Gritting his teeth, he defiantly raised both middle fingers in challenge. Come on, who was afraid of whom? They had agreed that the first to lower their hand would be the fool. The 2 locked eyes, their middle fingers pointed at each other, exchanging not a single word. 3 seconds passed, and the rich heir's body tensed, poised to slam the brakes at any moment. For seconds in, cold sweat began to beat on his forehead. 5 seconds. He furtively glanced ahead, easing off the accelerator. Yet throughout it all, Yang Jian maintained his unwavering gaze, his middle finger steadfast. His foot pressing the gas pedal to the floor without any intention of slowing down. The road ahead was, after all, under the watch of another set of eyes. At 6 seconds, Yang Jian suddenly moved, pointing at the rich heir and then gesturing towards the front. To his astonishment, the rich heir noticed a pickup truck ahead suddenly illuminate its brake lights, prompting him to hastily apply the brakes and swerve. The sports car spun around twice before finally colliding with a nearby greenbelt, coming to a stop. Damn it, this madman drives recklessly. The rich heir exited the vehicle. Still shaken, he cast a glance and his eyes widened in shock. A taxi, glowing faintly red, had just run a red light, inexplicably overtaking 7 or 8 cars in front before vanishing at the end of the road. That speed was at least 180, wasn't it? No, this was not a madman. This was a master. The rich heir lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, a look of admiration dawning in his eyes. To let go of the steering wheel, to not look ahead, to accelerate recklessly, this was not merely about driving skill. It was fundamentally about courage and audacity. He had never encountered anyone with such a tranquil demeanor, unperturbed even in the face of peril. His father was right. Such individuals truly existed in this world. After witnessing this display of driving prowess, the rich heir began to harbor feelings of admiration for Yang Jian. If they crossed paths again, he would certainly seek his counsel. Why had that person, whom he did not know, raised a middle finger at him for no reason? Never mind that. Saving lives and making money were paramount. Yang Jian gripped the steering wheel, furrowing his brow. It is often said that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. He maneuvered through the vehicles, glided past the verdant greenery, and weaved between the buildings, ultimately arriving at the community entrance within a minute. As the car came to a halt, the driver, in a frantic rush, tumbled out and, with a guttural sound, began to vomit beside the vehicle, his eyes wide with terror. He muttered incoherently about how this individual was frighteningly formidable, lamenting that after 20 years of driving skills, he found himself so easily overpowered in that given time. He would surely soar to the heavens alongside the sun. However, upon exiting the car, Yang Jian's body still emanated a faint crimson glow. He cast a glance at the driver. The bizarre scenes he had traversed had not been witnessed by the man, who perceived him merely as an ordinary speedster. Inducing hallucinations is a fundamental ability of the ghost realm. Yet, once the ghost realm is unleashed, its effects are limited to 5 minutes. After this duration, the entity within his body would begin to awaken. Thus, having invoked the ghost realm, he could not afford to squander this opportunity. At this moment, Yang Jian dialed Wang Bin's number. Hello, Uncle Wang. Which building and floor is your home located on? I will be there shortly. He hoped that the person was still alive. If they had already passed away, he would have no choice but to call the police to collect the body. Chapter 36. In the midst of growth. Since Wang Bin had hung up the phone, he felt as if time had stretched into eternity. He had heard the sound of his front door opening and sensed that something had entered the living room from outside, as there were sporadic noises of trinkets being disturbed. It was as if a mischievous child was curiously playing. Yet, with each sound, Wang Bin's heart raced. The thought of the previous child being so close in the living room, separated only by a wall, filled him with an inexplicable dread. He dared not open the door, nor even approach it, fearing that the child might suddenly appear right outside. However, passive waiting could not last indefinitely. Some things must eventually be faced. As the commotion outside the living room ceased, it seemed the child had grown bored with the toys scattered around, and soon faint footsteps began to approach, ultimately halting right outside the door. It was here. It was about to come in. Dad, Mom, you must leave quickly. It's coming for me. I can feel it. Please, hurry. Wang Shanshan's emotions escalated, as if she could sense the presence of the ghostly infant. Daughter, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly leave you alone? Wang Haiyan said, wiping away her tears. Husband, what on earth is out there? We'll fight it if we have to. No, don't. Dad, don't. The detective said that ghosts cannot be killed. We need to find Yang Jian. He is the only one who can help us. Wang Shanshan exclaimed in terror, desperate to dissuade Wang Bin from taking action. Yet, Wang Haiyan embraced her tightly. I've already called Yang Jian and promised him 500,000 to handle this. He should be on his way. Don't worry, everything will be all right. Wang Bin reassured, though anxiety gripped him. At that moment, with a click, the door lock audibly disengaged. The doorknob slowly turned, accompanied by a crisp creaking sound. And the door opened a crack. Gradually, the gap widened until, in the next instant, a child's head peeked in. Its eyes, devoid of pupils, were dark and bore a sinister glint as they scrutinized the occupants of the room, ultimately settling on Wang Shanshan. The piercing screams of Wang Haiyan and her daughter filled the room. Damn it, die! Wang Bin, fulfilling his duty as a husband and father, summoned all his courage and shouted, raising a clothes hanger to strike at the ghostly infant. But the apparition paid no heed to Wang Bin. With an unnerving speed, it darted along the wall and lunged directly at Wang Shanshan, its mouth stretching open grotesquely beyond normal limits. The mouth was devoid of a tongue, lacking a cavity, and instead presented a bottomless black abyss, as if anything consumed would vanish from existence. It sought to wholly engulf Wang Shanshan. Witnessing this, Wang Bin's teeth gnashed. Torn between fear and fury, Wang Shanshan and her mother, Wang Haiyan, huddled together in terror, their frantic screams echoing in the air. At that very moment, the bedroom light flickered abruptly, transforming into a crimson hue. The bulb resembled a bloodshot eye, saturating the atmosphere with an eerie tension. Suddenly, a resounding crash erupted as the ghostly infant was propelled outward, colliding forcefully with the wardrobe. Yang Jian approached from the corner of the bedroom, clutching a telephone. A crimson glow enveloped him, and on his face and the backs of his hands, a multitude of scarlet eyes had opened, each one subtly shifting as they fixated on the fleeing ghostly infant. I tried to reach you by phone, but you did not answer. I feared you had perished and was prepared to contact the authorities to retrieve your remains. The crematorium must be quite busy lately. I wonder if one must wait in line. Yang Jian cast a glance at the ghostly infant, his heart quivering with trepidation. Previously, during his time at school, this spectral child had been crawling on the ground. Now it had grown enough to walk unaided. This malevolent entity was maturing. The inscription on the human skin was indeed accurate. The entity within the ghostly infant's abdomen was extraordinarily unusual. Heaven knows what level of malevolent spirit this creature would evolve into in the end. Zhou Zheng, oh Zhou Zheng, you have truly unleashed something formidable. Yang Jian? Upon hearing his name, Wang Shanshan immediately lifted her head, her fear transforming into elation. In that instant, Yang Jian appeared to her as a savior. You are Yang Jian? How did you get in here? Wang Bin exclaimed in terror. If I can't even enter through the door, how could I dare to earn 50,000 from you? Yang Jian replied, surely, Uncle Wang, you understand the principle of you get what you pay for? This situation has exceeded my previous estimations, and given the current circumstances, I may not even be able to handle it. Thus, the price must increase. He was not jesting. Previously, he had managed to repel this ghostly infant with 4 eyes, but now it could no longer be classified as an infant. It should be regarded as a ghostly child. Its terrifying nature had certainly escalated. Ideally, it should not surpass the limit of 6 eyes, otherwise, retreat would be the only option. He glanced at the others, preparing for a withdrawal. With no familial ties, merely classmates, Yang Jian could not risk his life to save someone. Wang Bin, being astute, noticed Yang Jian's reluctant demeanor and hastily offered, 1 million. I will give you 1 million. And there will be additional rewards after this matter is resolved. A sum of 1 million was indeed worth the peril. After all, that was the going rate in the country. Without delay, he refocused on the ghostly infant. The realm of spirits had opened, and this opportunity must not be squandered. At this moment, the ghostly infant slowly stood upright, tilting its head, its pitch-black eyes scrutinizing Yang Jian, while its ashen complexion exuded an essence of death. The kick it had received moments ago had inflicted no harm whatsoever. It was merely due to Yang Jian being in a spectral state that he had managed to repel it. Ghosts cannot be killed. Only ghosts can contend with other ghosts. These two statements are not contradictory. To contend does not imply the ability to kill. Thus, Zhou Zheng's words suggested that only a ghost could repel another ghost. Did they not? Yang Jian's gaze flickered. Having encountered numerous supernatural events, he had gradually conquered the fear within him. Perhaps this transformation into a half-human, half-ghost being played a part. I do not know if you possess any semblance of reason or comprehend human speech, but I wish to convey that I have ensured the safety of this family today. Can you grant me the courtesy to cease hostilities? Yang Jin stated. However, before he could finish his words, a dark, ominous aura suddenly surged from beside the ghostly infant. This malevolent essence began to spread, and the surrounding entities started to succumb to its influence. Is this the realm of spirits? Yang Jian's eyes narrowed abruptly and his heart trembled. Damn it. It is learning and evolving. This ghostly infant is undoubtedly extraordinary. Given its sinister nature, it would be prudent to send this apparition away first. Yang Jian's expression shifted slightly. Suddenly, the ghostly infant stepped into an empty space beneath its feet, promptly plunging through the floor and descending to the level below. Yang Jian took a step forward, his body shimmering with a crimson glow before vanishing from the sight of Wang Bin and the others. The ghostly domain descended with the spectral infant, plummeting through the layers, 16, 13, 9. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the ghostly infant fell from the 16th floor. Landing forcefully on the ground of the first floor, its form grotesquely flattened, lying in a bizarre posture upon the earth. Yang Jian gazed down from the upper floor at the motionless ghostly infant sprawled on the ground. He was acutely aware that this entity was far from dead. Glancing at the time, he recognized that the limits of the ghostly realm were rapidly approaching. His priority was to escort Wang Shanshan and her family away from this place before addressing subsequent matters. Yang Jian understood that his experience in confronting malevolent spirits was insufficient. Thus, he resolved to act with utmost caution. In an instant, he vanished from his location. Moments after his departure, the ghostly infant, which had appeared as though it had been reduced to a puddle of flesh, began to slowly wriggle its bizarre form and ultimately rose to its feet. Chapter 37. Escape. If you wish to avoid calamity, it is best to leave this place swiftly. That ghostly infant seems to have fixated on Wang Shanshan, and it is continuously evolving. The last time I encountered it, it was incapable of manipulating the ghostly realm, yet now it exhibits signs of mastering it. Who knows what form it will take next? I can sense that once it fully matures, its level of terror will be unfathomable. Are you human or a ghost? Wang Bin inquired, his voice tinged with dread. Yes, we must depart from here. I will gather my belongings, Wang Bin responded, regaining his composure. Is that thing dead? It won't return, will it? Wang Haiyan asked, still shaken. Yang Jian remarked, it has not perished. The likelihood of its return is substantial. Wang Haiyan, visibly agitated, responded, what? Then why did you not eliminate that creature? We engaged your services specifically to confront that malevolent entity. Now that you have allowed it to escape, what are we to do? If you are incapable of vanquishing it, we shall not compensate you. How can we trust that you did not deliberately let it go? Despite my camaraderie with Wang Shanshan, personal connections aside, business remains business. Is your aunt insinuating that she intends to renege on the payment? Yang Jian gazed at her and said, do you expect to receive payment without resolving the matter? Do you think that 500,000 is so easily acquired? Wang Haiyan retorted. Yang Jian said earnestly, Andy, you are mistaken. It is not 500,000, but rather 1 million. Who mentioned 1 million? I distinctly heard my husband say you quoted 500,000, Wang Haiyan replied. Yang Jian rubbed his temples and settled onto the sofa, exclaiming, what a headache. I consider myself a person of principle. I adhere to what is right. If, dear aunt, you wish for me to engage in a debate, I find myself at a disadvantage. My education is limited, and my social experience is insufficient to contend with seasoned individuals such as yourselves. Thus, let this encounter be a complimentary gesture in honor of Wang Shanshan. By the way, Aunt Wang, what flowers do you typically favor? Jasmine, why do you ask? Wang Haiyan replied, rising to leave. She was curious to discern whether Wang Shanshan's mother sought monetary compensation or something far more grave. He had little time to engage in idle chatter. Upon seeing Yang Jian prepare to depart, Wang Haiyan's expression shifted dramatically. She hurriedly donned a smile, saying, wait, dear student. What is this? Surely, we can discuss matters amicably? Do not take offense. Allow me to extend my apologies. Moreover, since you and Shanshan share a bond, mutual assistance should be expected, no? Shanshan has been thinking of you these past couple of days. While it is true that students share a connection and mutual aid is commendable, I have just assisted your family, and now, in my impoverished and destitute state, should you not also extend a helping hand of 1 million? It cannot be that I extend goodwill while you engage in commerce, and you in goodwill while I, a member of the disadvantaged, am left to bear the brunt, with all the benefits accruing to you affluent individuals. Therefore, I have become somewhat more astute. Not a single cent less than 1 million will suffice. Yang Jian asserted earnestly. His restraint in not displaying anger publicly was indeed commendable, demonstrating a consideration for the situation. Yang Jian remarked, Auntie, let us not pretend to be close. Although I am classmates with Wang Shanshan, I have only encountered you 2 or 3 times. Thus, it is preferable for us to maintain a purely transactional relationship. You provide the funds, and I offer my assistance. This arrangement is indeed equitable. You spend money to preserve your lives, while I exert myself to earn it. And that too is fair. Yes, it is indeed fair, Wang Haiyan interjected. However, as a classmate, we have provided the money. Yet you must also find a way to resolve this matter for us. Why is it that others are not pursued, yet it is our family that is targeted? Yang Jian stated, It is not seeking you, but rather it is after Wang Shanshan. I had intended to mention this during our last encounter at school. But there were far more terrifying entities present than this ghostly infant, so I refrained from elaborating. I believe the reason lies in the 2 palm prints on Wang Shanshan's neck. She was once assailed by the ghostly infant at school, an incident from which I rescued her. However, it seems the ghostly infant has marked her, leading it to return for another attack. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. I must consult someone for further clarity. Wang Haiyan inquired, Is there a solution? Payment first, and then I shall inform you, Yang Jian replied, gazing at her. At that moment, his phone chimed with a message. The notification read, You have received 1 million. Just then, Wang Bin emerged from the room, stating, Classmate, I have already remitted the payment. I hope you will devote your efforts to resolving Shanshan's predicament. Should you have any further requests, please feel free to voice them. We shall not refuse anything within our means. Yang Jian chuckled. Uncle Wang is indeed straightforward. One can easily discern that he is a man of accomplishment, executing tasks with remarkable efficiency and adhering to his commitments. However, how did you come to possess my bank account number? Wang Bin replied, I work at a lending company, and by the instinct of my profession, I once took a photograph of some documents during a parent-teacher meeting at school. Yang Jian remarked, No wonder all the seats around Wang Shanshan are occupied by individuals of affluence. As for someone like me, from a humble background, I can only sit at a distance. Uncle Wang has certainly invested considerable thought behind the scenes. He felt a twinge of admiration for Wang Bin, who, even in high school, was already establishing connections for Wang Shanshan's future. Wang Bin smiled sheepishly, choosing not to elaborate further. This initiative was not solely his own. It had been a collective effort by several parents of good standing, and he merely played a minor role in it. Well, it seems the time has come. We should take our leave, Yang Jian observed, glancing at the clock. There was less than a minute remaining in the ghost realm. Shortly thereafter, the group exited the community and swiftly drove away from the area. During this period, they encountered no trace of the ghostly infant, likely due to the ghost realm's ability to obscure the search of other spirits. This was a significant detail worth noting. In the depths of his heart, Yang Jian pondered. Yang Jian, I am truly sorry. On the vehicle, Wang Shanshan, regaining a semblance of calm, discreetly tugged at Yang Jian's hand and whispered, There is no need for apologies. My presence here is primarily motivated by monetary considerations, Yang Jian replied. Wang Bin, driving the car, inquired, Classmate, where shall we head now? Anywhere is fine. As long as we distance ourselves sufficiently from that neighborhood, it will take some time for that entity to pursue us, Yang Jian responded. If we were to go abroad, would that not free us from that malevolent presence? Interjected Wang Haiyan from the side. Yang Jian said, What if we cannot escape it? Are there no supernatural occurrences abroad? The paranormal events overseas are often more severe than those domestically. There are no dedicated professionals to handle such incidents, and one must resort to hiring individuals. Consequently, addressing such matters abroad typically commences at several $1 million. Uncle Wang, if you doubt my words, feel free to inquire further. I assure you I was not deceiving you during our phone conversation. Regarding the handprint on Shanshan's neck, can you resolve it? Wang Haiyan inquired politely, refraining from displaying any further anger. Having already provided the payment, she feared that if Yang Jian were to become irate and withdraw his assistance, her family's fate would be dire. Yang Jian pondered for a moment and said, I can only inquire. If this matter cannot be resolved, then there is little I can do. Wang Shanshan must leave her fate to chance. He promptly seized his satellite phone and dialed the operator, Lu Xiaoyu. Through Wang Shanshan's predicament, he hoped to gain further insight into the knowledge of malevolent spirits, which would undoubtedly benefit him in the future. Before long, Lu Xiaoyu's line was connected. Yang Jian, is that you? Indeed, it is I, replied Yang Jian. Are you operators available around the clock? Can I reach you at any hour? We provide one-on-one service. Each spirit tamer is assigned a dedicated operator. I am your exclusive operator, and apart from liaising with you, I engage in no other duties, Lu Xiaoyu stated with professionalism. All right, I do not wish to engage in such trivial matters, Yang Jian responded. Lu Xiaoyu. Yang Jian spoke. I have encountered a bit of trouble. Let me share the general situation with you, and perhaps you can offer some insightful advice. In Chapter 38, The Ghostly Slave Seal, she immediately took the matter seriously. Typically, ghost tamers do not casually utilize satellite phones when such a call is made. It is highly likely that an extraordinary incident has occurred involving a ghostly presence. At such times, the role of the operator becomes exceedingly critical, tasked with gathering intelligence, organizing files, and assessing levels, an essential component in maintaining regional stability. Therefore, even if one is just awakened, the ringing of the phone demands an immediate return to duty. Upon hearing Yang Jian's description, Lu Xiaoyu retrieved the file on the ghost infant, Zhou Zheng, her brows furrowing, revealing a grave expression. Are you implying that the ghost infant that emerged from Zhou Zheng's belly is maturing? Just a few days ago, it was merely in an infantile form. Yet now it has transformed into a child and exhibits tendencies to utilize the ghost domain? Indeed, that is the general situation. Moreover, a classmate of mine has been marked by 2 handprints left by that ghost infant, and it seems to have fixated on her, intent on devouring her. Akin to a curse reminiscent of that knocking sound. Do you have any similar cases on your end? Have you conceived any methods to unravel this predicament? Yang Jian inquired. Previously documented supernatural cases indicate that criminal investigators have encountered similar situations. Generally, when a ghost harbors a clear intent to kill, 2 conditions must be satisfied: a triggering condition and a method of murder. This parallels the motives and techniques of ordinary human killers. In the earlier case of the knocking ghost, the trigger was the sound of knocking, while the method of murder involved the ghost knocking. Other methods of killing cannot be entirely ruled out. The ghost infant's method of killing appears to be consumption, as it seeks to eliminate a person through the act of eating, with the triggering condition being contact. Based on various analyses, I have deduced that the ghost infant will likely consume the individual it has touched, or even those who have touched it in turn. Its current fixation on your classmate is solely due to their previous interaction. Yang Jian remarked. I had never previously encountered the ghostly infant, yet it nonetheless assailed me. Within the confines of the school, he was the first to fall victim to the Spectre-S attack. Most spirits possess an indiscriminate propensity for murder, absent specific triggering conditions. They will randomly assault those in their vicinity. As the ghostly infant departed from Zhou Zheng's body, the first individual it beheld was you, thus designating you as its prey. However, this type of ghost, characterized by its capacity to proliferate and roam, is generally classified as a Class B entity. One cannot assume that merely failing to meet certain criteria will ensure safety from such apparitions. Rather, it is through discerning the patterns of these spirits that one may enhance their chances of survival, Lu Xiaoyu stated. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian's lips twitched slightly, as he finally comprehended why Fong Jing in school was willing to sacrifice others in a frenzied attempt to secure his own survival. Regarding the matter of your classmate's handprint, I believe it may be the mark of a ghostly servant, Lu Xiaoyu remarked. The mark of a ghostly servant? Yang Jiandao, what is it? What distinguishes it from ghost servants? Each ghost capable of utilizing the ghost realm possesses a unique ability to transform the deceased into ghost servants. These ghost servants lack rationality and, apart from their appearance, bear no resemblance to their former selves. They are a peculiar kind of ghost. Thus, one should not be deceived by the familiar visage of a ghost servant from their past life. Moreover, ghost servants are bound to obey their ghost masters unconditionally. You may have encountered this phenomenon at school. However, the door-knocking ghost operates at an elevated level, commanding a number of ghost servants that surpasses your imagination. Here, we have classified it as a Grade A entity. A Grade A ghost, given sufficient time, possesses the potential to obliterate an entire city's population. A chill ran through Yang Jian's heart as he realized the terrifying nature of the knocking spirit. The ghostly slave mark was, in essence, a sign of a malevolent spirit, akin to a corporate logo. Although his classmate remained alive, she was already ensnared as a ghostly servant within the realm of the undead. Upon her demise, she would be under their control. This was the extent of the information I have gathered so far, Lu Xiaoyu explained. On the other end of the line, Yang Jian felt a weight settle in his chest. So, the ghostly infant, lacking full development, intended to claim a beautiful woman for its harem? He had assumed it to be a respectable spirit, only to discover it was a mere libertine. Currently, spirits are devoid of desires, lacking any sense of beauty or ugliness. It is possible that your classmate, being female, was targeted because the ghostly infant had recently emerged from Zhou Zhang's womb and, having failed in its initial attack, opted for an easier prey. Lu Xiaoyu reasoned. Is there any way to eliminate that mark? Yang Jian inquired. Unfortunately, there isn't. However, there exists a potential solution that has yet to be tested by any criminal investigator, Lu Xiaoyu replied. Why not? Yang Jian asked. The requirements are excessively high. Lu Xiaoyu explained. What are those requirements? The foremost condition is that the ghost master must be capable of wielding the ghost realm. A professor posited that if a ghost can possess ghostly servants, then a ghost master should also be able to command them, replacing the malevolent spirit's mark with that of a ghost servant, thereby liberating the individual from the relentless pursuit of the vengeful spirit. Isn't that nonsensical? In the end, the mark would still remain, Yang Jian retorted. Not quite. The malevolent spirit is dead, while the ghost master is alive. Even if one becomes a ghost servant, they would not lose their rationality, distinguishing them fundamentally from ghostly slaves. However, should you perish due to the resurgence of the malevolent spirit, the ghostly servant you once commanded would then be claimed by the spirit residing within your body. Yang Jian's expression darkened. Ghost masters are often short-lived, thus, wouldn't this be akin to leaping from one pit of fire into another? It would lead to the same fatal outcome. I understand now. Let us continue this conversation another time, he concluded. Wait. Lu Xiaoyu suddenly recalled something and hurriedly halted him. Is there anything else? Yang Jian asked. I need to establish a file for you, and I hope you can cooperate. It would be best if you could provide insights regarding the spirit within your body, such as its abilities, characteristics, and form. If you choose not to cooperate, I want to be able to assist you in future endeavors, Lu Xiaoyu stated. Very well. Yang Jian acquiesced. Yang Jian pondered for a moment, deeming the matter trivial, and proceeded to mention the issue regarding the eyes. Father? My father passed away during my childhood. Did he not? What are you referring to? Yang Jian inquired. Lu Xiaoyu hesitated momentarily and replied. Did you not say during your last visit to your rented apartment that your father was nearby? I suspect that was a spirit urging you to vacate that place. That spirit? Simply a spirit. Why bring my father into this? Yang Jian retorted. Do you truly believe that spirit is my father? Please, spare me the absurdity. Lu Xiaoyu remained unperturbed, yet her brow furrowed. From Yang Jian's tone, it was evident he was not jesting. The sole explanation was, his memories had once again been manipulated. A spirit capable of altering one's recollections? Yet, the individual remained oblivious. Even a ghost handler would be none the wiser. But why had she not been affected? Lu Xiaoyu swiftly jotted down notes, preparing to present this conundrum to the intellectually gifted think tank. This was not her responsibility. Very well, if there is nothing further, let us conclude this for now and converse again another time, Yang Jian stated. Before I let you go, may I inquire about your mental state recently? Lu Xiaoyu suddenly asked. I am well, no issues to speak of, Yang Jian replied before disconnecting the call. He then turned to Wang Bin and Wang Haiyan within the vehicle and remarked, Did you hear that? This was a call from an operator in the Asia division of Interpol. Her words carry the weight of authority from various nations. In truth, countries have long been engaged in supernatural events, yet they have concealed this to prevent global panic and unrest. Now that you have been exposed to this matter, I shall not shy away from it. To avoid being labeled a charlatan or a madman, the Wang family fell into a profound silence. Each individual grappled with their own tumultuous thoughts. Yang Jian cast another glance at Wang Shanshan, and suddenly, his expression tightened. He noticed a faint red mark on her wrist, one that resembled an eye, though it was dim, nearly fading away. When did this appear? Yang Jian grasped Wang Shanshan's hand with urgency. She recoiled slightly and murmured, It appeared when you grabbed my wrist at school. This is the mark of a ghostly servant. Indeed, he had seized her wrist during that moment of rescue at school. Could it have been left then? Understanding dawned upon Yang Jian. He finally comprehended why Wang Shanshan had not succumbed to the ghostly infant's torment despite the days of entanglement. It was due to his mark. Yet, as the ghostly infant matured and grew stronger, his mark began to wane. This mark could save lives or bring harm. Yang Jian's expression fluctuated, and he fell into deep contemplation. However, not long after Yang Jian ended the call, a new file regarding him appeared in the archives of the Asian division. The first page bore the bold inscription, Ghost Eye Detective. Yang Jian, not employed, Chapter 39. Change of target. I believe you both have grasped the general situation. Wang Shanshan's condition will only deteriorate. Based on an outsider's perspective, it would be best for you two to have a child, Yang Jian suggested. The group exited the vehicle and took a seat nearby to discuss the events that had transpired. How can you say such a thing? Wang Haiyan replied, somewhat irate. Isn't there a way to remove that mark? In comparison, both options yield similar outcomes. Removing the mark and replacing it with another one ultimately leads to the same result. Yang Jian stated, although my words may be harsh, they reflect the reality. Uncle Wang, what do you think? Wang Bin furrowed his brow, smoking a cigarette. As the head of the family, he found himself utterly perplexed, overwhelmed with worry. He understood Yang Jian's implication. If the mark were not removed, the ghostly infant would continue to follow Shanshan. If the mark were to be removed, another would have to be imposed. And the final outcome would remain unchanged, only postponed for a brief time. Dad, Mom, it's all right. I am beyond salvation. Let me face the ghostly infant alone. I cannot burden you with my plight, Wang Shanshan said tearfully. Having accepted this outcome, her fear had lessened. As a mother, Wang Haiyan was heartbroken. Tears streaming down her face as she and her daughter embraced, weeping openly before passers-by. No, I cannot bear to watch my daughter be tormented to death by that creature. Wang Bin tossed aside his cigarette, rising with newfound resolve. Student, if I agree to have Shanshan receive another mark, do you have a solution? Yang Jian remarked. Although there are methods available, the outcome will not be more favorable. It merely postpones the inevitability of death. There exists a proverb that encapsulates this sentiment, drinking poison to quench thirst, which conveys a similar notion. If that mark is not eradicated, Shanshan would likely not survive beyond 3 days, Wang Bin stated. Yang Jian remarked. No, she cannot survive even a single day. The reason Wang Shanshan was not attacked previously was due to the mark in her possession still being intact. The ghostly infant refrained from assaulting her as long as that mark remained. However, now that it has vanished, it is likely that the ghostly infant will return within the hour, perhaps even sooner. What if we were to erase the mark? Wang Bin inquired. Yang Jian remarked, to live and die alongside the ghost tamer, if calculated, we might have a few months left to exist. The situation could improve somewhat, but the outcome remains unchanged. Moreover, I cannot ascertain whether there will be any other side effects. Even if it is poison, it must be ingested now. We cannot afford to relinquish even the slightest chance. Wang Bin gritted his teeth and said, my friend, I wish to ask for your assistance with this matter. I will cover the expenses, so please name your price. Yang Jian observed the heart-wrenching scene of Wang Shanshan and her mother, Wang Haiyan, weeping in each other's embrace, and spoke. This is neither a supernatural event nor a confrontation with a vengeful spirit. There is no inherent danger. Considering Wang Uncle's previous generosity, I shall offer my assistance free of charge this time. However, should any issues or transformations arise with Shanshan afterward, I cannot guarantee the outcome. Thank you, that is sufficient. I will take full responsibility for all consequences. Even if something unfortunate befalls Shanshan in the future, I shall not hold you accountable, Wang Bin replied, taking a deep breath. This decisiveness and resolve indeed reflected the demeanor of a successful individual, contrasting sharply with Wang Haiyan's indecisiveness and meticulous nature. Then let us commence without delay. I fear the ghostly infant may already be en route, Yang Jian asserted. Wang Shanshan, come here, Wang Bin beckoned. Wang Shanshan lifted her tear-streaked face, her eyes swollen and red as she gazed at both Wang Bin and Yang Jian. Shanshan, if you have made your decision, extend your hand to me, Yang Jian instructed. Go ahead. We shall address future matters as they arise. But first, we must overcome this immediate challenge, Wang Bin said, his expression still fraught with worry, uncertain whether today's choice would save or doom his daughter. Yang Jian, thank you, Wang Shanshan murmured, biting her lip as she extended her hand. She desired to live, to escape the clutches of such a terrifying entity. After all, we are classmates, and I am being compensated for my assistance. Yang Jian grasped her wrist, reminiscent of their school days. Remove the bandage from your neck. I wish to examine the mark, he commanded. Without uttering a word, Wang Haiyan cautiously unwrapped the bandage. The delicate skin on the girl's neck was marred, crimson and raw, smeared with medicinal ointment, yet at the center of the wound, 2 dark blue handprints were distinctly visible. Her eyes emitted a faint red glow, the light seeping from her fingers, beginning to infiltrate Wang Shanshan's wrist. It was indeed the same spot as before. As the crimson light permeated, Yang Jian observed the dark blue handprint on her neck gradually fading, its color receding on its own. Yes, it is effective, Wang Bin exclaimed, his eyes wide in astonishment at the miraculous occurrence before him. Indeed, it is effective. Yang Jian sensed the presence of the ghostly I within Wang Shanshan's body, as if a singular I had shifted into her form. Yet it was not quite so. To be precise, a fragment of the malevolent spirit's power lingered upon Wang Shanshan. After a brief moment, the two dark blue handprints on her neck vanished completely. Upon witnessing this, Yang Jian finally released his grip. He noticed a distinct ghostly eye brand on Wang Shanshan's wrist, resembling a tattoo of a red eye. Strikingly conspicuous and subtly emanating a faint crimson glow. It was gone, truly vanished. The palm print had disappeared. Shanshan, how are you feeling now? Is everything all right? Wang Bin and his wife expressed their excitement. Wang Shanshan took a moment to reflect and replied, I don't seem to feel anything amiss. I feel quite well. Though there is a hint of strangeness that I cannot quite articulate. In any case, I feel much better than before. As she spoke, she cast a deep glance at the eyes beside her. That gaze was markedly different from her usual demeanor, yet it was difficult to define. That's wonderful, Wang Haiyan exclaimed, embracing her with fervor. Yang Jian sensed a subtle shift within his body. Though there were no significant changes, he felt somewhat weakened. As if he had just endured a taxing ordeal. Only those capable of mastering the realm of spirits could rightfully possess a ghostly servant. However, the nature of a living person's ghostly servant remained a mystery, particularly in comparison to that of a vengeful spirit. Wang Shanshan would undoubtedly not behave like an ordinary individual. Yet, the nuances of this transformation would only reveal themselves with time, he mused. As he was dispelling the mark, a peculiar sight unfolded not far from his location. A child, cloaked in an eerie shade of bluish-black, was sprinting along the ground with uncanny speed, hastening towards Wang Shanshan. Did you see that strange child darting past just now? A passerby remarked, astonished. His companion retorted, What child? You must be imagining things. Yet, before the ghostly infant could cover much distance, it abruptly halted. The mark had vanished, leaving it without a definitive target. In the absence of a primary objective, it would indiscriminately select passers-by along the road, embarking on a spree of chaos. At that moment, a young man, engrossed in his mobile device, inadvertently collided with the ghostly child, nearly causing it to stumble. The naked, bluish-black figure stood before him, cocking its head with an unsettling gaze. The young man regarded the ghostly infant with a sense of discomfort, suspecting the child might be a lost soul or perhaps mentally unhinged. Desiring to avoid any entanglement, he chose to sidestep and continue on his way. However, he had not ventured far when the ghostly infant stirred. Instead of proceeding towards Wang Shanshan, it turned to follow the young man who had just brushed past. The terror persisted, merely shifting its focus to another unsuspecting individual. Chapter 40. The functioning elevator. 2 full hours had elapsed in waiting. Yang Jian was certain that the ghost infant would not return. The Wang family's troubles had been temporarily resolved, albeit leaving behind a moderate risk. He cast a sympathetic glance at Wang Shanshan. Becoming a ghost tamer was unavoidable for him. Had he not taken on that role, he would have perished in the restroom during that dire situation. However, she could have been escorted out of the school like the others, yet fate had it that she was targeted by the ghost infant at the last moment. I still have work to attend to. I only took a leave of absence for this matter. Since it has been settled, I shall take my leave. Should anything arise, do inform me via telephone. Of course, if it pertains to supernatural occurrences, a fee will be required. Yang Jian stood up, preparing to hail a cab. Wang Bin hurriedly expressed his gratitude. I truly cannot thank you enough for today. How about this? When you have time, I would like to treat you to a meal. No need for a meal. I wouldn't want to impose, Yang Jian replied, and being around me is unlikely to yield any good fortune. Suddenly, Wang Shanshan interjected. May I accompany you? What are you saying, my daughter? Wang Haiyan exclaimed, grasping her hand, fearful that her daughter might follow Yang Jian. She understood that the current Yang Jian was far from the simple figure he appeared to be, and accompanying him would inevitably expose her to further dangers. Yang Jian smiled and said, You should spend quality time with your parents. It has not been easy for them today concerning your matters. Moreover, you must be aware of your own situation. Even without the ghostly infant's attention, your lifespan is still limited. I understand, but I truly wish to be with you. Wang Shanshan replied, speaking candidly, devoid of any shyness typical of youth, as if engaging in an ordinary conversation. That is not feasible. You ought to stay with your parents. That is final. I must take my leave. He could not possibly allow Wang Shanshan to accompany him. Having an extra burden would only hinder his own safety. In the face of the perilous realm of spirits, he needed the ability to escape swiftly without the obligation of rescuing others. Time to depart. with the money secured. He hurriedly hailed a taxi to leave, returning to the mall to continue his relentless pursuit of wealth. This young man is quite extraordinary. Wang Bin mused as he observed Yang Jian's departure. In the 21st century, what is of utmost importance? Talent. Yang Jian possesses a unique talent and a sharp intellect. Although he lacks extensive social experience, his youth suggests that, given a little time to mature, he will undoubtedly become a significant figure in the future. The thought crossed Wang Bin's mind that if his daughter were to form a friendship with him, it would indeed be a commendable choice. However, it appears that this young man shows little interest in Shan Shan. His daughter is quite attractive. Could it be that Yang Jian has an inclination towards an unconventional preference? If Yang Jian were to catch wind of such a notion, he would certainly admonish him for having a distorted perception. With his own life nearing its end, what desire could he possibly have for romance or fatherhood? Upon returning to the shopping center, the only illuminated area was the security room, while the rest remained shrouded in darkness. I apologize for the inconvenience, Yang Jian said. A classmate urgently needed my attention, which caused the delay. I assure you it won't happen again. Yang Jian held a certain admiration for Lu Chang, marveling at his audacity to patrol alone in such a vast shopping mall. Had it been his former self, he certainly would not have possessed such courage. Thank you for the reminder, Yang Jian nodded, grasping the flashlight, and together with Lu Chang, they commenced their patrol. Although their intention was to merely observe for 3 days, it was imperative to fulfill their duties diligently and with unwavering focus. Due to the lack of business, the underground parking lot was nearly devoid of vehicles, appearing desolate. Whose cars are those? Suddenly, Yang Jian pointed to a row of 5 or 6 luxury vehicles. Are they left by the missing individuals? No, those belong to the owner, who changes them daily. Who knows how many more he has at home? Lu Chang replied. Well, since there are no issues in the underground parking lot, let us proceed to patrol the upper level. Yang Jian cast his gaze once more, surveying the underground parking lot, which presented itself in its entirety, devoid of anything particularly unusual. If there were indeed something amiss, it would surely have been evident at a mere glance. He continued his patrol on the first floor. After traversing the shadows with his flashlight, he encountered no anomalies. Aside from a slight dimness, everything remained as usual. Ascending via the elevator to the second floor, he had scarcely completed a circuit of the area when he was suddenly startled by a faint rumbling sound emanating from above in the shopping mall. What could that noise be? Yang Jian raised his flashlight and directed it upwards, yet he discerned nothing. The sound appeared to emanate from the elevator situated between the 4th and 5th floors. It was the unmistakable noise of the elevator in operation. Perhaps Sister Li and her companions had ascended and neglected to turn it off. Each elevator is equipped with an individual switch, and forgetting to deactivate it is quite plausible. Ultimately, we shall be the ones to clean up after them, Lu Chang remarked. Is that so? Let us go take a look, Yang Jian replied. Why the rush? Let us take our time. We should first stroll around the 3rd floor before heading to the 4th. There are surveillance cameras here. If we are seen idling, our wages might be docked, especially since you are new. If you were caught slacking off, you could certainly face termination, Lu Chang advised. Yang Jian felt that Lu Chang was somewhat rigid in his thinking. Nevertheless, if a slow pace was required, so be it. After all, the mall was deserted, and any potential issues hardly concerned him. The two meandered through the 3rd floor at a leisurely pace, eventually circling around the 4th floor before arriving at the elevator entrance. The mall's elevators were not of the traditional kind, but rather self-service escalators, operating on a track system. See, I told you there was nothing to worry about. The elevator's power was simply left on. Now, let us go, Lu Chang said, moving over to turn off the power at the elevator entrance. Yang Jian did not elaborate further. Perhaps he was simply being overly suspicious. He followed the elevator to the 5th floor. This time, it was not an illusion. That faint odor of decay returned, permeating the air, lingering obstinately. Previously, on the 3rd floor, he had not detected this scent. Something felt amiss on the 5th floor. Yang Jian, wielding a flashlight, accompanied Lu Chang as they traversed the 5th floor. Aside from shuttered shops and a few shelves, the place was devoid of life. Everything appeared deceptively tranquil. However, as Yang Jian passed by a clothing store, he shone his flashlight inside, revealing a collection of plastic mannequins, incomplete and unchanged, just as they had been during the day. As they continued, an idea struck Yang Jian, prompting him to inquire, by the way. The elevator on the 4th floor should have remained operational since it wasn't turned off. Why did it not move when we were there earlier? It's motion activated. It only operates when someone approaches. If no one is present, it remains stationary, Lu Chang explained. Then does this imply that the sudden activation of the elevator was due to someone using it? Yet, Aside from us, there is no one else in the mall. Who could it possibly be? Yang Jian pondered. Perhaps it malfunctioned. If someone was patrolling earlier, they should have noticed, Lu Chang suggested. Just as Yang Jian and Lu Chang were about to retire to their dormitory for the night, a faint rumbling echoed through the mall. The escalator began to operate once more. The elevator from the 5th floor to the 4th suddenly illuminated its power light and commenced its slow operation. After approximately a minute, it came to a halt. However, the elevator from the 4th floor to the 3rd then began to function, rumbling. After a brief operation, it too ceased. Subsequently, the elevator from the 3rd floor to the 2nd sprang to life. Finally, after the elevator to the 1st floor operated for a short while, calmness enveloped the mall once more. Chapter 41. The reappearance of the odor of decay. The next day, Yang Jin awoke early. Ever since he had become a ghost master, he had noticed certain changes within his body, particularly the emergence of the ghostly eye. The most striking alteration was his realization that he required less sleep, yet felt invigorated rather than fatigued. Had he truly only slumbered for 6 hours? Yang Jian washed his face, gazing at his reflection in the mirror. He did not appear haggard. On the contrary, he exuded an aura of aloofness that seemed to repel strangers, rendering him somewhat unfamiliar even to himself. He glanced at the red paper on the back of his hand. A night had passed, and he felt no torment from the resurgence of the ghostly eyes. Rather, he had slept quite soundly. However, the red paper had developed a rather inconspicuous crack. It seemed that resolving his half-alive predicament was not as straightforward as he had imagined. Indeed, in the face of a global catastrophe, supernatural occurrences unfolded across the world. None of those who had become ghost tamers had managed to devise a means of survival. How could he, alone, conjure a solution? The red paper's ability to suppress the resurgence of malevolent spirits was merely a fortunate accident on his part. Wait. Yang Jian suddenly recalled the parchment. He retrieved the sheepskin scroll from his pocket and unfurled it. Inscribed upon the parchment was a line of text. Today, I awoke quite early, and I gradually realized that my body is beginning to be influenced by the gaze of spirits. This influence is insidious and progressive, as I have noticed that I have been sleeping less and less in recent days. If this continues, I estimate that I will soon be able to remain awake throughout the day and night without rest. I have heard that spirits do not require sleep, and perhaps this is indeed true. When I received you from Feng Jing, he mentioned that you possessed knowledge about how a spirit tamer could survive. I believe he would not deceive me, hence you must hold the crucial clues. Yang Jian gazed intently at the parchment. If you are willing to share your truth, I believe I would reassess your existence. The writing on the parchment began to emerge. I yearn to survive. I have gradually come to understand the anguish of being a ghost master, the suffocating weight of death, the anxiety of spirits resurrecting, and the transformation within myself. These are burdens that one of my age should not bear. Today, I could no longer restrain myself from inquiring once more about that peculiar piece of human skin. Yet it yielded no answers I sought. The skin revealed nothing of value. Or perhaps it conceals some profound secret, stubbornly refusing to disclose it. What is it truly hiding? Upon encountering the inscriptions upon this parchment, Yang Jian's countenance underwent a tumultuous transformation. During his time at school, he had once perceived this sheepskin as possessing a consciousness of its own. However, since his departure from the academic confines, it had ceased to serve its purpose of guiding him. Had it not been for the parchment's direction on that fateful day within the realm of the elder's ghostly domain, he would have been unable to escape alive. Since this object offers me no information whatsoever, it has become redundant. I might as well incinerate it to avoid the discomfort of carrying a piece of human skin with me, which is rather unsettling. After completing his ablutions, Yang Jian hurled the ominous object onto the gas stove and ignited the flame. However, beneath the blaze of the natural gas, the parchment remained utterly unaffected. The fire could not harm this peculiar item in the slightest. Yang Jian, what on earth are you burning? Are you cooking noodles? Lu Chang exclaimed as he rushed out of the room, detecting the scent of gas. Yang Jian gazed at the still pristine parchment, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. I haven't burned anything. I merely wanted to test if this stove was functional. If we are to boil noodles, I have some sausages here, Lu Chang offered. I have some as well. Indeed. It is prudent to bury this peculiar item in a location where no one could ever discover it. Yang Jian furrowed his brow slightly. Even in the face of his own demise, he could not allow such an enigmatic object to remain in existence. Just as he was about to tuck the human skin parchment away, a line of text suddenly emerged. I can no longer extract any useful information from this parchment. In light of future considerations, I intend to discard it, ensuring that no one else may find it. Yet, I ponder, if I could capture a ghost using this parchment, perhaps I would uncover the answers I seek. Capture a ghost? It seems you are merely attempting to lead me to my demise. Yang Jian cast a glance but did not believe the nonsensical words written on the paper. He simply tucked it away, intending to find a suitable place to bury it in a couple of days. 2 hours later, the mall opened its doors. Although it remained in a state of partial closure, Yang Jian and Lu Chang still had to fulfill their duties. At 8:30, they commenced their patrol. Logically speaking, the elevators should not have been operational at such an early hour. It's nothing, just a casual inquiry, Yang Jian remarked. Remarkably, all the lights in the mall were illuminated today, a stark contrast to the usual darkness. After completing a round of inspection, Yang Jian found nothing amiss. Everything appeared normal, yet this very normalcy made him uneasy. If even he could not identify any issues, it seemed improbable that supernatural occurrences could exist within the mall. Yet, why then had people gone missing? Moreover, Yang Jian harbored a lingering sense that something was off within the mall, though he could not pinpoint it. Around 10 o'clock, several luxury cars pulled up at the entrance of the mall. A group of individuals alighted from the vehicles, led by a middle-aged man in a suit, somewhat diminutive in stature. The boss has arrived. Be cautious. The mall is currently closed, and the boss has been in a foul mood lately. Lu Chang whispered as a warning. This short man, surnamed Tang, was named Tang In, the proprietor of the mall, previously involved in real estate. He had recently shifted careers to operate this establishment. Master Luo, this is my mall. I humbly request your expertise to discern the issues plaguing it. As people have been disappearing frequently over the past 3 days, Tang In said, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Leading a well-groomed man in his 50s towards the entrance, accompanied by several aides. The man referred to as Master Luo suddenly gestured, we cannot enter through the front door. Are there other entrances to this mall? Yes, there is a delivery entrance, Tang In hurriedly replied. Let us enter through there to inspect the mall, Master Luo instructed. Yang Jian, stationed at the entrance, observed this scene with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. This was undoubtedly a charlatan, indulging in superstitions and deceiving people. Everyone else entered and exited through the front door, including customers. Why should this so-called master be any different? If there were indeed spirits, he should have detected them during his patrol. Unless Master Luo was a ghost handler with abilities surpassing his own. Yet his polished appearance and vibrant demeanor suggested he was far from such a capability. Keep an eye on things here and do not allow anyone else to enter. I will call for you if anything arises. Sisterly hurried over, uttering a quick command before leading several female colleagues to attend to the boss. Master Luo entered the shopping mall through a side door, leading Boss Tang, the manager, Sisterly, and a group of others as they meandered through the establishment. They glanced left and right, and after a while, he nodded, displaying an expression of comprehension, as if he had unraveled the peculiar occurrences within the mall. Yet, it remained unclear what exactly he had comprehended, or whether he had already devised a script in his mind. Yang Jian harbored little interest. Although he recognized that Master Luo was merely a charlatan, he chose not to expose him. If no supernatural occurrences transpired, the million would merely line the pockets of this trickster, and it would not benefit him in any way. Yet, at that moment, Yang Jian's nose twitched as he detected a faint yet unmistakable odor of decay. The scent re-emerged, seemingly much closer this time, its intensity more pronounced than before. He turned to survey his surroundings, but the mall remained tranquil, with nothing amiss. Chapter 42. Yen Li. As long as no paranormal incidents occurred, Yang Jian deemed it unnecessary to take action, continuing his duties as a humble security guard. After several rounds of strolling through the mall with Master Luo, without waiting for him to speak, Boss Tang interjected, Master Luo, indeed, there seems to be an issue with your establishment. The atmosphere is laden with negative energy, perhaps harboring malevolent spirits. I sensed something was amiss the moment I arrived. Master, what precisely is wrong with my mall? Can it be resolved? Boss Tang inquired, his expression shifting with concern. Master Luo smiled and replied, while it is somewhat troublesome, you are fortunate to have summoned me. Otherwise, others would lack the capability to assist you. I can indeed remedy the issues plaguing your mall, but I possess 2 approaches, a superficial fix and a fundamental solution. I wonder, which would you prefer? What distinguishes the 2? Boss Tang asked. Master Luo explained, the superficial method is straightforward. I shall perform a ritual to expel the malevolent spirits, restoring normalcy and preventing further incidents. However, I cannot guarantee that similar occurrences will not arise in the future. And what of the fundamental solution? Boss Tang pressed. The fundamental approach involves adjusting the feng shui. Frankly speaking, the feng shui of your mall is quite poor. The left side is lower than the right, creating an imbalance, and the entrance is positioned in the southwest, a significant feng shui taboo. The southwest is said to be the direction of the gates of the underworld. Thus, opening your mall's doors is akin to flinging wide the gates of hell, inviting all manner of demons and spirits. Patrons entering the mall tread as if crossing into the realm of the dead, and among 100, there will inevitably be 1 or 2 unfortunate souls who do not emerge. The greater the foot traffic, the higher the likelihood of incidents occurring. Master Luo regarded him intently. To ensure tranquility, you would need to cease operations and prevent customers from entering. Reflect, Boss Tang. Is it not true that since you temporarily closed, there have been no reports of disappearances? Indeed, Master, you speak the truth. Ever since we halted operations, there have been no further incidents, Boss Tang exclaimed, his countenance shifting to one of awe and respect. Truly, this was a genuine master, a far cry from the previous quacks he had encountered. The expenditure was worth it. How might we resolve the feng shui issue, Master? Could you propose a solution? Boss Tang inquired once more. His primary concern was when his shopping mall would commence operations. For each day of delay equated to a significant loss in profit. Master Luo chuckled and remarked, having made the journey from afar, it would be unthinkable for me not to resolve your predicament. How could I maintain my reputation in this industry otherwise? However, I was unaware that you required alterations to the feng shui. I had assumed it was merely a matter of some unclean elements. The matter of feng shui is quite distinct, and you are aware of my consultation fees in this regard. Understood. Please rest assured, Master. I shall not spare any expense required. I implore you to enlighten me, replied Boss Tang earnestly. Master Luo nodded and continued, I recently took a stroll around your mall. To address the root cause, in addition to conducting rituals, we must also modify the feng shui here. I recommend sealing the main entrance and opening a new one to the south as the primary entryway. The parking lot entrance on the right should remain unchanged, yet it would be prudent to add several large decorative pieces there, particularly featuring dragons. I will provide you with a detailed construction plan later, as it is not convenient to elaborate further at this moment. Boss Tang nodded repeatedly, feeling as though he had been thoroughly dazzled by the master's words, leaving him utterly disoriented. Yang Jian listened intently, feeling that the master spoke with such authority that he seemed far from a charlatan, almost as if he possessed genuine abilities. However, this notion was soon dismissed. Before long, the master's apprentice, or was he a disciple, retrieved numerous ritual supplies from the vehicle: red cloth, incense candles, peach wood swords, and even ceremonial robes were meticulously prepared. It appeared that they were indeed about to commence a ritual. Close the doors and affix the talismans at every exit. Today, I shall exorcise the spirits that dwell here. Master Luo suddenly commanded his disciple. Did you hear? Hurry, close the door. A sharply dressed man approached Yang Jian and Lu Chang, urging them, make haste, do not dawdle. He was managerly, a trusted aide to the boss, and it was wise to avoid crossing him. Lu Chang offered a reminder and promptly began to secure the mall's entrances. Yang Jian's countenance remained composed, devoid of anger, as he merely turned to assist in closing the door. Once secured, the lock would ensure that the entity could not escape. Master Luo added, lock it? Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback, then remarked, the door is locked. Even if there were indeed a ghost inside, it would be trapped. Yet how would we exit? What if we need to flee? That newcomer, what are you mumbling about? Did you not hear the master instructing us? Hurry and lock the door, managerly scolded, noticing Yang Jian's sluggish movements. Never mind, he continued. If something truly occurs, it will ensnare you all. Whether you lock the door or not makes no difference. With a decisive click, he secured the front entrance. Soon after, Master Luo's disciple began affixing yellow talismans everywhere, ensuring that every door was covered, just as they had done on the first level. Yang Jian, intrigued, reached out to touch the talisman. To his surprise, the ghostly eye showed no response, indicating that this object held no power over spirits, merely a tool for deception. Master Luo donned a yellow robe, grasped a peachwood sword, and commenced his ritual. He lit 3 incense sticks, and, brandishing the sword, performed a peculiar gait, swaying his head and murmuring incantations, the words indiscernible to the ear. For one can never truly decipher the scriptures uttered by a Taoist priest. However, the sight of his rhythmic swaying inadvertently triggered the background music of social dance in Yang Jian's mind, rendering Master Luo particularly captivating. Unable to contain himself, Yang Jian let out a chuckle, but quickly realized the inappropriateness of the moment and hastily covered his mouth. Are you laughing? You, the security guard, are disturbing my ritual. Will you take responsibility if something goes awry? Yang Jian spoke earnestly. Master, you misunderstand. I merely sneezed moments ago. Furthermore, I have undergone specialized training from the company and am a diligent and responsible security guard. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall not easily display laughter. Lu Chang, standing nearby, regarded him with a peculiar expression. When did you, the newcomer, receive such training? There shall be no next time, Master Luo remarked with dissatisfaction. Yang Jian felt the piercing gaze of Manager Li, who seemed to have an insatiable hunger for dominance, yet he chose to disregard it. Soon, Master Luo resumed his incantations, unable to suppress a furtive chuckle. However, Master Luo, unaware of how even the faintest sound reached his ears, reacted sharply. You dare to laugh? I shall cease this ritual, he declared, his heart fragile as he cast aside the peachwood sword and removed his Taoist robe in a fit of anger. You need not return to work tomorrow. You are dismissed. Manager Li immediately approached, pointing an accusatory finger at Yang Jian, proclaiming, You shall not receive this month's wages either. Yang Jian smiled faintly, apologizing. I have done my utmost. Generally, I do not smile unless I can no longer contain myself. You may proceed as you wish. Do not mind me. I shall merely observe. I will be leaving tomorrow. After all, I have only been here for a day, and whether I receive my wages is of little consequence. Manager Li, infuriated, contemplated cursing, feeling helpless against Yang Jian. Who hired this security guard? Someone must be held accountable for this matter. Just then, something unexpectedly fell from above. Bang! What on earth had plummeted? The crowd was startled. However, when they gathered to investigate, they were met with a shocking sight that sent shivers down many spines, causing the more timid among them to scream. A corpse. To be precise, a headless, unclothed body. Already in the stages of decay, emanating a foul odor. Do not be overly alarmed. It is merely a corpse we found after a brief search. It must belong to someone missing from your mall. Indeed, your establishment is haunted. It is laughable that the owner would employ a master to perform rituals. If it were truly effective, we would not have to deal with individuals like us. A young man, seemingly in his early 20s, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and wearing gloves, slowly descended from the 4th floor via the elevator. Who are you? The security guard, Tang, exclaimed in a state of panic. There is no need to call security. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yen Li. I was once a plumber, but I have since changed my profession to specialize in handling supernatural occurrences. Mr. Tang, I believe it is time for us to make each other's acquaintance. The young man named Yen Li extended his hand with a smile, yet his expression bore a chilling indifference that deterred any inclination to draw near. Upon hearing his words, Yang Jian's expression immediately changed, pondering whether this individual might also be a ghost master. If that were the case, he might be here to usurp his business. Chapter 43. The vanished corpse. Due to Master Luo's ritual, the entire shopping mall was closed, with even the emergency exits being secured. It is perplexing how this young man named Yen Li appeared within the mall, as he had not been observed during previous patrols. Had he been present all along? Was he the very presence Yang Jian had sensed in the mall over the past few days? Yang Jian scrutinized the individual known as Yen Li, his mind swirling with numerous thoughts. However, the presence of the decaying corpse posed an insurmountable enigma. During his previous patrol, he had failed to discover this body. Furthermore, the clean and precise cut at the neck could only be executed by a milling cutter found in factories, yet strangely, no blood had oozed from the corpse. Boss Tang, Manager Li, and Master Luo, along with their cohort, gazed at the seemingly unperturbed Yen Li with a mix of terror and suspicion. Was he a murderer, a madman, or perhaps a specter? A multitude of thoughts surged through their minds. Yen Li extended his hand towards Boss Tang, who instinctively recoiled a few steps, refusing to shake hands. His voice trembling with fear as he inquired, Who are you? What do you want? What business do you have here? Boss Tang realized that this man was here to extort him. Having already summoned a master, he saw no need for this enigmatic figure. Before he could utter a word, Master Luo derisively remarked, Young man, which sect do you belong to? Are you aware of the rules? You appear to be no more than in your early 20s. Do you truly comprehend feng shui and the I Ching? I suspect you are merely a dilettante. I shall resolve Boss Tang's predicament today. If you know what is good for you, you should leave promptly. Otherwise, I will have the security escort you out. In response, Yen Li replied with a mocking tone. You foolish charlatan, spouting nonsense about feng shui? Perhaps you can deceive the newly affluent, but your tricks are futile here, for there are indeed ghosts present. Should that specter emerge, your peachwood sword and worthless talismans will be of no use. Even summoning the Buddha himself would be pointless. Furthermore, I advise you to temper your tone. Otherwise, I shall extract your heart and force it into your mouth." His previously affable demeanor shifted abruptly, his expression morphing into one of cold ferocity as he seized Master Luo and lifted him effortlessly, demonstrating an extraordinary strength. The sinister undertone of his voice left no doubt that he was capable of following through on his threats. Beads of cold sweat appeared on Master Luo's forehead, his eyes betraying a growing panic as he instinctively felt fear towards this man, who resembled the most vicious of murderers, cold-blooded and ruthless. No, even the most notorious criminal could not match the terrifying aura he projected. This individual was undoubtedly a ghost master. Yang Jian, observing Yan Li's unnerving demeanor, recognized that he, too, had suffered under the torment of the ghost residing within him. A person inhabited by a malevolent spirit would inevitably be influenced by its sinister presence. This transformation occurred insidiously and silently. Yang Jian had already sensed the shift in atmosphere. Security, security. Quickly subdue this man and make him release Master Luo. Manager Li's expression changed, and he urged anxiously. Lu Chang hesitated for a moment, steeling himself to approach. Observing Yang Jian's inaction and disregard for commands, Manager Li pointed at him and shouted furiously, "And you, stop with the reckless pointing and cursing. Although you are the mall manager, I have no qualms about giving you a beating if you provoke me." The anger had drained the color from Manager Li's face. Have security personnel become this audacious? After dismissing him, he dares to confront me now. Yang Jian nonchalantly remarked, "I believe this job carries certain risks. Perhaps seeking a different position would be prudent." Manager Tang, feeling a sense of unease, refrained from criticizing Yang Jian. Instead, he cast a peculiar glance at Manager Li. The mall was already struggling to recruit staff. And just as they finally had two strong young security guards, Li had to assert his authority and dismiss one, resulting in a strike and refusal to assist. If he was so skilled at reprimanding others, why was he not stepping up in this moment? "Call the police," Manager Tang muttered, suppressing his anger. Sister Li, standing behind him, quickly snapped to attention and began dialing for help. "Calm down, brother." Lu Chang approached resolutely, wary of provoking this peculiar young man. After all, he was merely a wage earner and had no intention of risking his life. "I am quite calm. Had I not been, you would all be dead by now." Yan Li smirked coldly, slowly releasing the terrified Master Luo before forcefully pushing him to the ground. "Boss, the police have been notified," Sister Li whispered. Manager Tang nodded. "First, let's not act rashly. Subdue this person for now." Gazing at the putrid corpse sprawled on the floor, it was highly likely that this individual named Yan Li was the murderer, possibly even responsible for the earlier disappearances in the mall. "Boss Tang, I believe we can resume our earlier discussion. 5 million. I can help you capture that ghost, allowing your mall to operate normally. What do you say?" Yan Li proposed. "Your price is exorbitant," Manager Tang replied, his expression grave. "In comparison to the assets within your mall, my offer is quite reasonable," Yan Li grinned. "If it were lower, I might consider it." Manager Tang was stalling for time, convinced that Yan Li was the killer, having already called the police and awaiting their arrival. Yang Jian observed Yan Li and Boss Tang haggling, shaking his head inwardly. Yan Li was far too reckless. Although supernatural occurrences abound across the globe, the majority of people remain skeptical. To demand a price of 5 million outright would meet with universal dissent. It would only be after Boss Tang truly encountered a ghost and comprehended the horror of such a being that negotiations could begin in earnest. Having gained some experience from his previous dealings with Wang Bin, Yang Jian felt somewhat prepared. However, amidst the heavy atmosphere, a sudden sound of the lights being turned off echoed through the air. The entire shopping mall was plunged into darkness. A power outage? Everyone froze momentarily. No, that was not right. Yan Li's expression suddenly changed. He abruptly looked up towards the 5th floor. In the dim light, a shadowy figure stood by the glass railing on the 5th floor, seemingly gazing down at them. Moreover, that figure appeared to lack a head. Has it finally manifested? A hint of madness flickered in Yan Li's eyes. Without regard for the others, he dashed towards the elevator, racing upstairs. Yang Jian narrowed his eyes, also noticing the figure on the 5th floor, but his brow furrowed in concern. The foul stench of decay lingered on the 1st floor. Was the ghost above or below? Suddenly, an employee screamed, pointing towards a direction on the 1st floor. The employee, Wei Xiaohong, a cashier around 25 years of age, exclaimed in alarm. "What is happening? It's just a power outage. No need for such a commotion." Manager Li scolded. "While the perpetrator is gone, hurry and exit the premises. The police will handle the situation." "No, that is not at the body. That person dropped. It's gone." Wei Xiaohong trembled. indicating the spot where the body had lain moments before. Upon looking again, there was nothing there. The body had truly vanished. The crowd's eyes widened in horror, a chill running down their spines. Yet the stench of decay lingered in the air, and it seemed to grow ever more potent. Chapter 44. The decaying head. Yang Jian gazed at the corpse that had vanished into thin air, his expression gradually turning grave. This time, the group had truly stirred a hornet's nest. The malevolent spirit lurking within the shopping mall had seemingly made its presence known. Yet, the question lingered. Where might this specter be now? The surroundings were shrouded in darkness. Although visibility was not entirely obscured, one could only discern vague outlines of figures, unable to make out individual features. At this moment, Boss Tang, Manager Li, and Master Luo, along with the others, paid no heed to the abrupt extinguishing of the lights. Instead, upon witnessing the disappearance of the corpse, a sense of panic began to engulf them, an instinctive awareness of impending doom settling in. Were they haunted? The two candles on the altar from the earlier ritual still flickered, their orange flames dancing uncertainly in the gloom. However, the vast expanse of the mall rendered the two candles insufficient to illuminate the entirety of the space. They barely cast light on their immediate vicinity. Moreover, the shadows created by obstructed light only served to enhance the eerie atmosphere. Quick, we must leave this place. The ritual has failed, and the malevolent entity has been provoked. If we do not depart soon, we shall face dire consequences. Master Luo exclaimed urgently, confronted with such an unnerving occurrence. The likelihood of genuinely encountering a ghost was overwhelmingly high, and he dared not linger any longer. As his words echoed, a female employee let out a terrified scream and began to flee, prompting the others to scatter chaotically like headless flies. However, they soon confronted a grave predicament. The entire mall had been locked down. Every entrance, including the main doors and emergency exits, was secured. This had been a precaution dictated by Master Luo during the ritual. Where are the keys? Security, open the doors, Boss Tang shouted, frantically trying to unlock the main entrance only to find it barred. I told you, if we were to perform a ritual, why lock the doors? If the intention was to confine the spirit, did anyone consider that they themselves would be trapped inside? This has turned into a disaster. Yang Jian illuminated the area with his flashlight, directing it toward them. Young man, where are the keys to the main door? Hurry, let us out, Boss Tang urged, his voice tinged with rising panic. Yang Jian shook his head and replied, I do not possess the key. I am a newcomer, and today marks my second day on the job. The keys are managed by Sister Li. I can only lock the door, but have no means to unlock it. Furthermore, Boss Tang, does not your companion, Master Luo, possess the abilities to perform rituals and capture spirits? Perhaps we could have him demonstrate his skills and deal with this ghost, ensuring our safety. As he spoke, he glanced at the perspiring Master Luo standing nearby. You dare to speak, young man? It was your earlier disruption that prevented me from completing the ritual. Otherwise, we would not find ourselves in this predicament. Now that entity has been provoked. It is not so easily dealt with, Master Luo retorted angrily, pointing an accusatory finger at Yang Jian. Is it truly appropriate for you, an adult, to irresponsibly shift the blame onto me? Are you not aware of your own capabilities in dealing with spirits? Look at how terrified you are. How can you still utter such words? With your cowardice, if a ghost were to truly appear, you would surely meet your demise. Yang Jian cast a glance at him, laced with a hint of mockery. Master Luo reprimanded him, saying, do not speak nonsense. While I may not be able to contend with the entities present here, rest assured that as long as I am here, they lack the capability to inflict harm upon anyone. Boss Tang, feeling reassured, promptly replied, I entrust everything to you, Master. No problem at all, Master Luo confidently asserted, once again showcasing his uncanny abilities. Yang Jian shook his head, recognizing that it took a certain level of skill for Master Luo to deceive Boss Tang to such an extent. Suddenly, he seemed to hear something rolling towards him. As he directed the flashlight to the ground beside him, the beam illuminated a lifeless gray head that was rolling in his direction. The head, with neatly combed hair, belonged to a female employee, none other than Wei Xiaohong, the cashier who had previously screamed about the missing corpse. My goodness, Master Luo exclaimed, his legs trembling in fear as he collapsed against the wall, sinking to the ground, his pants soaked. He had been utterly terrified. Boss Tang and Manager Li's eyes widened in horror, their faces etched with dread. Initially, the disappearance of the corpse had not instilled such fear, but now, witnessing the head of the once vibrant employee rolling towards them, the gravity of the situation became painfully clear. It was evident to all that this was far from a mere supernatural encounter. The ghost had begun to kill. Yang Jian furrowed his brow deeply. He refrained from utilizing the power of his ghostly eye, for he would not resort to the strength of malevolent spirits unless absolutely necessary, particularly when no benefit could be gleaned from it. However, driven by curiosity, he approached, directing his flashlight towards Wei Xiaohong's head. There was no blood flowing from the neck. He crouched down and examined the head, gently squeezing it, and a piece of flesh was torn away, releasing a nauseating stench of decay that assailed his senses. Moreover, it did not appear to be a recent death. It seemed as though the body had been lifeless for several days. Yet, why had the head remained so remarkably preserved for that duration? This was inconceivable. Just moments ago, she had been alive. How could she have begun to decompose so swiftly? The ghost had not even employed its domain. It was impossible for the corpse to deteriorate at such a rapid pace. Yang Jian fell into deep contemplation. What manner of specter lurked within the shopping mall? Lacking sufficient information, he had yet to lay eyes upon this ghost. He was utterly unable to discern its powers or the patterns of its movements. Furthermore, without a solid agreement in place, he was reluctant to expend his energies, lest he squander his abilities. Rising to his feet, he turned and declared, "Indeed, a grave situation has arisen. There is truly a ghost within the mall. I advise you to flee this place at once. But the doors are locked. How can we escape? And what of Sister Li? Does she not possess the key? Can you assist us in locating her so she may unlock the door?" Manager Li inquired. Yang Jian gazed at him and said, "This shopping mall is vast. Who knows where Sister Li has fled in fright? I shan't go searching for her. If you wish to, then by all means, proceed. However, out of goodwill, I can offer you a piece of advice. Although the first floor is locked, the emergency exit on the 5th floor remains accessible. If you traverse that route, you can walk along the 5th floor platform and then make your way down from another exit." "Ah, how could I have overlooked that? Thank you, young brother, thank you." Manager Li exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he dashed off. "And what of you all? Are you not leaving?" Yang Jian inquired, looking at Master Luo and Boss Tang among others. Prompted by this revelation, the others swiftly regained their composure. A few employees, now frightened, hurriedly followed Manager Li, ascending the stairs in a panic. "Thank you immensely for your guidance, young brother." Boss Tang grasped his hand, visibly agitated. "Let us not be overly familiar. Besides, I merely offered a suggestion. Whether you manage to exit safely remains uncertain. Hurry now, do not waste time," Yang Jian replied calmly, intent on observing whether these individuals might lure out the spirit in their flight. Of course, he also genuinely felt the pressing need to relieve himself. "Are you not coming with us, young brother?" Boss Tang asked. "No, I wish to visit the restroom first." "You all proceed ahead," Yang Jian replied. Boss Tang was momentarily taken aback. Even at such a critical time, one would still think of a restroom? On the 5th floor of the mall. As Yan Li reached the upper level, he finally discerned the figure by the railing. He froze. What stood before him was not a person, but rather a plastic mannequin, eerily resembling a human, indistinguishable in the dim light. Yet, this mannequin bore a striking resemblance to the decaying corpse he had just discovered, lacking a head. The ghost was not on the 5th floor. An alarming realization struck Yan Li as he bent over to peer down the stairs. Just then, a sudden sound echoed, and the entire mall plunged into darkness, leaving only 2 candles flickering in the gloom. Almost immediately, a woman's scream pierced the silence, followed by a wave of panic as the crowd instinctively began to scatter. A diversion? For some reason, that idiom flashed through Yan Li's mind. But could the ghost possess such cunning? Damn it. Pushing those thoughts aside, he steeled himself, determined to head to the 1st floor. However, at that moment, a chill ran down his spine as he caught a glimpse in his peripheral vision. The headless plastic mannequin that had stood by the railing had inexplicably vanished. He looked around, but there was no trace of the mannequin, as if it had simply evaporated into thin air. Suddenly, he heard a faint sound of footsteps behind him. To his horror, a headless mannequin now stood right behind him, its arm raised as if to reach out towards him. Seeking death, he thought. Yan Li let out a fierce shout and immediately seized the outstretched arms of the plastic mannequin. In that moment, his palms turned crimson, exuding a potent scent of blood. As droplets trickled from his fingers onto the ground with a rhythmic plop, the mannequin's arms became stained with this vivid blood, and, with a sudden crash, it toppled to the floor, limbs and body disintegrating upon impact. The surroundings then fell eerily silent. Was this the ghost? Yan Li, with a weight of seriousness, examined the scattered remains of the mannequin on the ground. There appeared to be no abnormalities. Even the blood on his hands had not altered its form. It was merely an ordinary prop. The presence of such an object was indeed troublesome. Yan Li furrowed his brow deeply. The blood on the ground began to rise slowly, as if alive, gradually seeping into his palms. Chapter 45. Jiangyan first. I must ensure my own safety. Matters regarding the ghost can be approached gradually. As long as I refrain from utilizing the power of the malevolent spirit within me, I will not suffer losses. Moreover, the individual known as Yin Li is rather extraordinary. I am curious to discern what makes this ghost master unique and whether there exists anything worth learning from him. Yang Jian observed the fleeing crowd with an expression of calm indifference, remaining unmoved by their panic. Just moments ago, had he chosen to invoke the realm of the spirits, he could have effortlessly whisked them away in an instant. However, such an act would have been a self-destructive endeavor devoid of merit. Yang Jian would never resort to such measures. He preferred to strike only when these individuals were engulfed in despair and terror, seeking to exchange minimal cost for maximum gain. After all, that which is easily acquired is seldom cherished. Thus, he had refrained from even broaching the subject of negotiation earlier. He intended for this boss Tang to endure a measure of hardship before he would make his demands. Additionally, there was the individual named Yin Li, who was encroaching upon his business. Should this spirit prove troublesome, Yang Jian would not hesitate to discreetly withdraw, allowing Yin Li to confront the apparition. As that individual had come specifically for such encounters, this was hardly a prize worth contending for. Overusing the power of malevolent spirits could lead to one's own demise. Having contemplated this, Yang Jian, flashlight in hand, casually made his way towards the restroom. As he stood there, the beam of light illuminating a corner of the lavatory, he suddenly noticed a foot protruding from the last stall. Adorned in black stockings, the delicate and slender foot unmistakably belonged to a woman. What could a woman's foot be doing in the men's restroom? Could it be a case of an encounter with a pervert? Or perhaps yet another corpse? Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback as he cautiously approached with his flashlight. He carefully opened the door and peered inside. Within the solitary restroom, a woman was curled up, clad in a white blouse and a short skirt, presumably a staff member from the mall. However, her complexion was pale, and her eyes were shut, leaving him uncertain if she was alive or dead. He reached out to check for any breath. To his astonishment, she was still alive. If this woman had been a corpse, he would not have been surprised. Yet, she was undeniably a living being. He recalled that during his 2 days of work at the mall, he had encountered various employees. While he might not have known them all, at least some were familiar. Yet, he was certain he had never seen this woman before. After all, she possessed a certain beauty that distinguished her from the other female staff members, who were not particularly memorable. "Wake up, miss," he gently urged, giving her a nudge. Before long, the beauty gradually regained consciousness. However, upon opening her eyes and seeing Yang Jian, her gaze widened in shock, revealing an expression of fear as she instinctively recoiled, as if confronted by a specter. She seemed on the verge of screaming, but Yang Jian swiftly covered her mouth. "Please, don't scream. If you do, it will be your demise," he cautioned, hastily muffling her cries. Indeed, women can be quite troublesome. He decided it was best to leave, preparing to seek refuge elsewhere. Wait. The woman urgently grasped Yang Jian's hand, lifting her head with a mix of fear and unease. "You are human, right?" "Of course, I am human. Otherwise, why would I be standing here conversing with you?" he replied. "Are you an employee of the mall?" she inquired. "I am the accountant here. My name is Jiang Yin." "Who are you? And how did you end up here dressed like that?" The woman, identified as Jiang Yin, clung to Yang Jian's hand, her grip unyielding as she questioned him. Yang Jian chuckled softly. "I am the new security guard. I merely came here to use the restroom. How could I possibly be here otherwise? Yet, I must inquire, what is a woman doing hiding in the men's restroom? Just a moment ago, I caught a glimpse of a foot, and it startled me. I thought it was a corpse. There's a ghost outside, and I dare not venture out. I have been hiding here for 4 days, subsisting solely on a packet of biscuits and drinking tap water. I am on the verge of starvation. Do you have anything to eat?" Jiang Yin replied, her voice tinged with fatigue, revealing that her pallor stemmed from hunger. "Wait a moment. Let me see if I can find something to eat." Yang Jian rummaged through his pockets. "Alas, I have nothing with me, but there is food outside. Perhaps we could step out and grab a bite?" "But there's a ghost outside," Jiang Yin expressed her fear. "If you are aware of the ghost's presence, that implies you have encountered it. What does this ghost look like? Where is it?" Yang Jian inquired, his mind racing. If Jiang Yin had indeed seen the ghost, it would greatly alleviate his burdens. A ghost that can be identified is not as terrifying. At least one can be vigilant against it. The truly frightening specter is the one that remains elusive. Jiang Yin nodded. "You must hurry and tell me. There is chaos outside." Boss Tang has summoned a master to deal with this, and if the situation persists, my 1 million will be at stake. Jiang Yin hesitated before adding, if you give me food, I will tell you. I am about to starve. Yang Jian looked at her oddly. I did not expect you to negotiate. However, seeing you in such a pitiable state, I shall fetch you something to eat. He promptly left the restroom. At that moment, the first floor of the mall was devoid of people, but sounds echoed from the upper levels, indicating that Boss Tang's group had yet to depart. Upon receiving the food, Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and like a famished wolf, she eagerly tore open the packaging and began to eat voraciously. Before long, she had consumed everything. Is there more? Jiang Yin gazed at Yang Jian with hopeful anticipation. Yang Jian inquired, is there nothing left? What about the remaining sausage? Will you eat it? Where is it? Hurry, give it to me. Jiang Yin urged anxiously. Where did you say it is? Yang Jian responded, lowering his gaze. Jiang Yin revealed a hint of flirtation in her eyes. If you could take me away from this dreadful place, I wouldn't mind. As Yang Jian felt a twitch in his eyelids, he cast a discerning glance at her, momentarily poised to utter, you wish. If you are indifferent, I certainly am not. However, the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, unspoken. Despite Jiang Yan's somewhat haggard appearance, she possessed a striking beauty, undeniably a 7 out of 10. Though not particularly tall, she exuded the allure of a mature woman, with a curvaceous figure, ample hips, a slender waist, and a bosom that had remained unyielding despite days of hunger. It was perplexing how she maintained such a form. But wait, what was he focusing on? Setting that aside, you previously mentioned you had encountered that specter. Now, could you describe what that ghost looked like, or perhaps what kind of entity it truly was? As if recalling a past horror, Jiang Yan's expression shifted, revealing a hint of fear as she recounted, it was 4 days ago. I was working at the mall as usual when I happened to encounter the cashier named Wei Xiaohong while I was in the restroom. Just as I was about to exit, I caught sight of her outside. Initially, she was swaying her head in front of the mirror, which struck me as odd. I was about to inquire when, all of a sudden, I witnessed her remove her own head. Yes, you heard correctly, like a doll. She lifted her head with both hands and simply detached it. I was paralyzed with shock. And it was only when she replaced her head that I managed to flee the restroom. Jiang Yin gestured animatedly, her emotions running high. Wei Xiaohong. Yang Jian immediately declared. Impossible. She could never be a ghost. I'm not deceiving you. It is truly her. I saw it with my own eyes, Jiang Yin insisted. You must trust me. It is not a matter of disbelief, but rather my faith in my own vision, for Wei Xiaohong is already deceased. Yang Jian replied earnestly. The head that rolled towards us in the mall was indeed Wei Xiaohong's. If she were a ghost, how could she be without her head? Do ghosts possess suicidal tendencies? It is true. She truly removed her own head, and I witnessed it clearly. Sure, wait, someone is coming. Suddenly, Yang Jian covered her mouth and turned off the flashlight. In the darkness, footsteps approached the restroom. The steps were neither hurried nor slow, akin to the gait of an ordinary person. Something was amiss. Yang Jian's expression grew solemn. The first floor of the mall was devoid of any presence, even if someone were to be outside. The footsteps would not resonate with such unsettling tranquility in the enveloping darkness. Could it be Wei Xiaohong? He recalled the lifeless head left behind in the mall, its countenance ashen and emanating a strong stench of decay. If Wei Xiaohong were indeed a ghost, it would not be entirely implausible. Chapter 46. The Identity of the Ghost. He listened intently to the approaching footsteps outside the restroom. Yang Jian covered Jiang Yan's mouth, extinguished the flashlight, and softly hushed her to remain silent. Remarkably, Jiang Yan proved to be far more astute than the students at school. She quickly grasped the situation and, fearing that Yang Jian's grip was insufficient, clamped her own hand over her mouth. Not a single sound escaped her lips, and she even held her breath. With the flashlight turned off, the entire restroom was enveloped in darkness, the surrounding silence almost unnerving. Yet, amidst the obscurity, the sound of footsteps entering was strikingly distinct. Undoubtedly, someone had entered the restroom at a leisurely pace. This individual did not switch on a flashlight, nor did they illuminate their phone, and they made no utterance, behaving as if they were merely an ordinary person using the facilities. Yang Jian could sense the presence of the individual outside. Jiang Yin also felt it. Her eyes widened in terror. Had the footsteps ceased? Subsequently, Yang Jian's expression shifted slightly as he noted the disappearance of the sounds of footsteps, suggesting that the person who had entered had come to a halt. Judging by the proximity of the footsteps, he surmised that this individual was likely standing beside the first stall of the restroom. What could they possibly intend to do? Surely they wouldn't dare to use the lavatory, would they? Should he venture outside to investigate? Yang Jian pondered this possibility. However, upon further reflection, he decided against it. For if he were to encounter a ghost, he would be compelled to wield the powers of the malevolent spirit for self-preservation, thereby squandering a precious opportunity. It was not worth it. Yet, at that moment, a resounding crash echoed through the air, reminiscent of splintering wood. The door to the first stall of the restroom appeared to have been forcefully kicked open by someone. Jiang Yin trembled in fear, stifling a scream with great effort. After only a few steps, the figure seemed to pause once more before the door of the second stall. Another thunderous crash reverberated as the second stall's door was violently breached by the entity from outside, accompanied by the faint sound of a tank shattering and water gushing forth. The cacophony subsided into silence, but soon the footsteps resumed, advancing toward the third stall. Jiang Yin was now shaking uncontrollably. Her eyes tightly shut as dread enveloped her heart. She could sense that the being outside was no mere human. It was undoubtedly that ghost. With only 5 stalls in the restroom, it would not be long before the ghost discovered her. At that moment, the thought struck her, was it fixated on her? Yang Jian sensed the encroaching presence of the individual outside, methodically opening each room in search of any potential concealment. Bang! Another deafening sound echoed as the door to the fourth room was flung open. There was no alternative, since this entity had chosen to pursue me specifically. I had no choice but to confront it head-on. Yang Jian took a deep breath and ceased to cover Jiang Yan's mouth. He turned to fix his gaze upon the door of the small room. The moment the door swung open and he encountered the apparition, he would not hesitate to summon the realm of spirits. Sensing Yang Jian rising, Jiang Yin, fueled by an inexplicable courage, hurriedly stood up as well, wrapping her arms tightly around him from behind, unwilling to let go. You, please take me with you. I do not wish to perish. I implore you. I am willing to fulfill any condition, as long as we can escape this place. I can be your girlfriend, accompany you in slumber. Her voice trembled with tears and desperation, fearing that Yang Jian might abandon her. Be quiet. Yang Jian lowered his voice and commanded. Jiang Yin obediently bit her lip tightly, not uttering a single sound, her body trembling uncontrollably from fear. At this moment, Yang Jian could not help but admire this woman. She appeared exceptionally perceptive, as if she were aware of his capability to protect her. Clinging to him like a final lifeline, she was willing to divulge anything, any condition. Yet, he found himself unable to focus on her. His expression was grave as he attuned his senses to any sound emanating from outside. They were coming. Suddenly, he felt it. The ghost was nearing. Just outside the room, they were separated merely by a thin wooden door, a distance of less than 2 meters, practically within arm's reach. A faint whiff of decay wafted in, reminiscent of the scent he had encountered 2 days prior upon entering the shopping mall. It was not overpowering, but rather subtle and elusive. Bang! In an instant, a thunderous noise erupted, as if a tremendous force had violently struck the fragile wooden door, threatening to shatter it at any moment. The recoil from the impact nearly sent both Yang Jian and the woman behind him, Jiang Yin, staggering back until they pressed against the wall, finally halting their retreat. Creak. At that moment, the wooden door slowly opened a crack. Through the narrow gap, the outside world remained shrouded in darkness, obscuring any sight of what lay beyond. Yang Jian could sense that the ghost lingered outside. It was merely the absence of light that obscured its form. Had it not entered immediately? It seemed to have paused. Yang Jian was almost instinctively inclined to utilize his ghostly vision, yet he hesitated. The reason being that if the spirit had not entered to commit murder, it implied that neither he nor Jiang Yin were the preferred targets of that particular ghost. This realization was of utmost significance. Yang Jian fixed his gaze intently upon the inky darkness ahead, refraining from any hasty movements. As long as the ghost lurking outside made no further advances, he would abstain from employing the ghostly eye. Thus, a tense standoff unfolded between man and spirit, separated only by a slightly ajar wooden door. Yang Jian remained utterly silent, and the ghost outside exhibited no signs of movement. Everything seemed frozen in time. Nevertheless, out of caution, he slowly extended his hand to gently close the slightly ajar wooden door. The outside remained still, indicating that the ghost was neither searching for him nor for Jiang Yin. Just as Yang Jian believed the situation would settle, Jiang Yin, feeling somewhat constrained by his presence, subtly turned half of her body. In the next instant, bang, crash. The door was violently struck, nearly bursting open. This was alarming. It was back again. Yang Jian swiftly braced the door. Jiang Yin, despite her fear, acted with surprising intelligence, rushing forward to press against the flimsy wooden door in terror. At that moment, he could hardly refrain from invoking the ghost domain. No, that's not right. Why had this ghost remained inactive until Jiang Yin merely shifted? Don't brace against the door. Turn around, Yang Jian commanded, grasping Jiang Yin and compelling her to face him. The moment she turned, the commotion outside diminished instantly, soon fading to silence. Everything returned to tranquility. So, it was like this. A hint of surprise flickered in Yang Jian's eyes. He had comprehended the conditions under which this ghost claimed lives. The calm persisted for quite some time, with the ghost outside remaining motionless, further solidifying Yang Jian's conjectures. Since neither he nor Jiang Yin fulfilled the ghost's criteria for murder, and it had not commenced indiscriminate killing, it followed that the ghost's threat level was merely C, restricted. As he pondered, the ghost outside began to stir once more. This time, it did not approach Yang Jian, but gradually moved toward the restroom. The footsteps receded into the distance. The ghost outside relinquished its pursuit of Yang Jian and Jiang Yan, opting for another target instead. Was it leaving? Yet, the true nature of this ghost must be uncovered. Yang Jian's gaze shifted slightly. In that moment, he hurriedly retrieved his mobile phone, activated the camera, and extended it outside the single room to capture an image of the direction from which the footsteps receded. Click. The flash illuminated briefly. What are you doing? What if you attract that entity again? Jiang Yin exclaimed in alarm, pinching Yang Jian and speaking in a hushed tone. I am merely taking a photograph. It is imperative that I ascertain the identity of that ghost. You claim Wei Xiaohong is a ghost, yet I encountered her just yesterday, and she appeared perfectly alive, not resembling a specter at all. If she truly is a ghost, I should be able to capture her likeness, even if it is merely a fragment of her features. Yang Jian calmly remarked, This is my affair. You need not concern yourself. The fact that the ghost has yet to breach the door signifies that we are not its intended targets. Should any trouble arise, I shall take responsibility and ensure your safety. However, upon glancing at the photograph captured moments earlier, he was instantly taken aback. Impossible. How could it be him? The image failed to reveal the ghost's complete visage. It depicted less than half of its form, the remainder obscured by the wall at the corner of the restroom. Strikingly, the small portion of the body was clad in a security uniform identical to his own. Chapter 47. The Operation Yang Jian stared at the photograph on his phone, momentarily taken aback. Although he could not discern the features of the individual clad in the security uniform, he realized that within the entire shopping mall, there was only one other person besides himself wearing such attire. Lu Chan. Indeed, there were only 2 security guards in the mall. One was him, and the other was Lu Chang. It is undoubtedly impossible for Yang Jian, thus Lu Chang's identity is confirmed without a doubt. He is a ghost. Going to the restroom? If he truly were to use the facilities, how could he possibly overlook Jiang Yin, who was concealed within? It appears that everything aligns perfectly. Yang Jian furrowed his brow deeply. This is impossible. If Lu Chang were indeed a ghost, then why was I not attacked while we were in the dormitory together? At that time, I surely met the conditions for an assault by this ghost. Nevertheless, the possibility of Lu Chang being a ghost is quite high. Yet there remains a lingering doubt. Speculating aimlessly is futile. I must conduct further investigation. With my current understanding and grasp of this ghost, I now possess sufficient confidence to engage with it. So, has that ghost departed? Is everything all right now? Jiang Yin inquired cautiously, her voice tinged with nervousness. Yang Jian said, It's all right now. The ghost has departed, and for the time being, you are safe. Could you please refrain from pressing against me? Additionally, something of yours is pressing against me. At that moment, Jiang Yin had her back to Yang Jian, nearly leaning against the door. It's merely a sausage. By the way, aren't you hungry? Would you like to eat? Yang Jian inquired. Jiang Yin, taken aback, responded, Huh? At this time? Shouldn't we discuss this after we exit? If you don't want to, then forget it. I'm not particularly keen on sharing. Yang Jian replied, Well, if you insist. But could you be a tad quicker? Don't take too long. You truly are quite verbose. Yang Jian switched on his flashlight, illuminating the surroundings, and then retrieved a sausage from his pocket. Take it, he said. I bought it this morning for breakfast. It cost me 3 yuan, so consider yourself fortunate. Yet, it is quite remarkable that even in this haunted place, you still think of the sausage in my pocket. Jiang Yin gazed at the Shuanghui branded sausage in her hand, momentarily taken aback. This is truly a sausage. Enjoy it at your leisure. I must take my leave. Yang Jian opened the door and stepped outside, wielding a flashlight. He illuminated his surroundings, finding nothing but an eerie stillness enveloping the atmosphere. However, When his beam fell upon the adjacent single rooms, he was momentarily taken aback. The door of the previous room appeared to have been shattered by the ghost, yet now it stood intact. Indeed, the door was firmly closed, exhibiting no signs of damage whatsoever, a phenomenon that defies the laws of nature. Encountering a ghost is inherently an unscientific affair. Where are you going? There's a ghost outside. Why not stay here with me until dawn? Jiang Yin cautiously emerged, her hair disheveled and attire disarrayed, clutching a sausage in her hand. Yang Jin remarked, I have matters to attend to. After much effort, I have discerned certain details about that ghost. Naturally, I must seek to confront it. My purpose for being here is to earn money. If that boss Tang were to perish, my journey would be in vain. He has offered a bounty of 1 million to resolve the haunting at the mall. And that is precisely what has drawn me here. As he spoke, he emerged from the restroom, flashlight in hand. Jiang Yin hurriedly followed suit, expressing her concern. If you leave, what am I to do? No, that won't do. What if that ghost appears while I'm in the restroom? Moreover, do you have a means to deal with it? Yang Jian said, there is a way, albeit a reluctant one. Will you protect me? Jiang Yin pleaded. Why should I protect you when we are strangers? The act of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress is reserved for heroes, and heroes often meet an early demise. I have no desire to play the hero. I merely wish to attend to my own affairs. As Yang Jian arrived at the first floor of the shopping mall, he surveyed the surroundings. Jiang Yin followed closely, entwining her arm with his, and said, then let me be your girlfriend. Surely that will suffice. You are not only dreaming beautifully, but also naively. You do not even know my name, yet you wish to be my girlfriend? Once we step outside, who would recognize whom? Is it not that you merely wish for me to serve you? Yang Jian gazed at her. I speak the truth. I will not go back on my word, Jiang Yin asserted. Yang Jian remarked, I cannot place my trust in you. And having you as my girlfriend offers me no advantages. It would only complicate my life and could potentially endanger me. I have encountered my fair share of unreliable companions. As he spoke, he wielded a flashlight, searching intently for something. That is not the case. I am quite astute and would certainly not bring you any trouble. You must believe me, Jiang Yin replied, her heart teetering on the brink of despair. As an accountant within the company, she considered herself a white-collar worker. And though not particularly tall, she possessed slender legs and ample bosom. She had attracted her fair share of admirers, yet here she was, pursuing a mere security guard who seemed to disdain her efforts. Nevertheless, Jiang Yin was determined to persist with this security guard, for she recognized that he was her sole protector. I found it, Yang Jin exclaimed as his flashlight illuminated an object, a decaying human head, exuding a foul stench. This head belonged to Wei Xiaohong. It had remained undisturbed from the beginning until now. Jiang Yan's vision of a ghost was Wei Xiaohong, while the specter I captured earlier was Lu Chang. She had no reason to lie, and I could not have made a mistake. The only plausible explanation is that this ghost has the ability to alter its identity. Whether it be Wei Xiaohong, Lu Chang, or even that sister Li, or any other employees, each one could potentially be a ghost. Yang Jian furrowed his brow deeply. No, we must also consider Boss Tang, Manager Li, and Master Luo, as they have lingered here for quite some time. To truly ascertain who among them is a ghost, one need only visit one location, the surveillance room. The events of the past few days must have been captured on camera. By accessing the footage, all mysteries would be unveiled. Jiang Yin, do you know where the surveillance room is? Yang Jian inquired. Yes, it's on the 5th floor, Jiang Yin responded. Yang Jian said, lead me. And I assure you shall leave this place alive. Really? Jiang Yin replied, a hint of surprise in her voice. Indeed. But there is a condition. You must heed my words. Whatever I instruct, you must comply. Should you succumb to fear and flee recklessly, your demise will not be my responsibility, Yang Jian asserted earnestly. I promise to follow your instructions, Jiang Yin vowed immediately with unwavering conviction. Yang Jian spoke. I hope you can follow through on your words, not for my sake, but for your own. Now, let us ascend to the 5th floor. He lifted his gaze upward. Although the upper level was dimly lit, it offered a semblance of clarity, far superior to the conditions below. Yet, an unsettling silence enveloped the space above. He pondered the fates of Boss Tang, Master Luo, and the exorcist Yin Li. Perhaps they had escaped. Or perhaps they had met their demise. Nevertheless, it was imperative to investigate. If death had indeed claimed them, he would have no reason to linger here. Chapter 48. The surveillance room in an inconspicuous storage room within the mall. Several mobile phone screens illuminated the faces of those inside, each person holding their breath, pallid and filled with terror. Among them were Boss Tang, Master Luo, Manager Li, Sister Li, and a particularly noteworthy individual, Yinli. At this moment, Yinli wore an especially grim expression as he stared at the door before him, which was smeared with congealed crimson blood. Seeping outward as if the very door were oozing with it, the droplets rhythmically falling to the ground and forming a pool of blood. The commotion had ceased. It seemed the ghosts could not breach their sanctuary for the time being. Yinli exhaled a sigh of relief, glancing at his bloodied hands, his countenance far from serene. Master, it should be safe now, right? Boss Tang inquired, still trembling with fear. They had initially navigated to the 5th floor without incident, intending to exit through the emergency stairway. However, upon arrival, they discovered that all the doors had been mysteriously locked. In a desperate attempt to break the locks, they experienced a bizarre occurrence. One of their companions suddenly collapsed behind them, headless. Overcome with terror, they abandoned their escape plan and scattered, fortuitously encountering Yinli, who ushered them into this storage room and secured the door, thereby saving them from calamity. Yet, the situation had not calmed. Moments ago, a series of thunderous bangs reverberated from beyond the door, as if something was attempting to force its way into their refuge, even damaging the lock. The strength exhibited was beyond that of any human. As others witnessed Yin Li's bleeding hands, he smeared the blood on the door, and the unsettling noises finally subsided. However, this reprieve would not last long, for the ghost outside had fixated on them, aware of their presence. It would undoubtedly continue its assault. I can sense the ghost waiting for us just outside, Yinli declared. His predicament mirrored that which Yang Jian had previously encountered. Yet he remained oblivious to the true nature of the ghost lurking outside. What shall we do now? Am I going to die? Beside them, Manager Li, trembling with fear, inquired anxiously. Yinli Dao let out a soft snort, saying, if death is to come, it shall not claim just you. What are you so afraid of? I have warned you before that one cannot trust charlatans from the underworld, seeking out feng shui masters for guidance, performing rituals, when faced with a true specter. They flee faster than anyone. With that, he cast a glance into the corner. There, the previously self-assured Master Luo was now cowering in fright, his former arrogance completely vanished. Master Yin, you must devise a solution quickly. Remaining here is not an option. I am willing to negotiate any price, as long as we can leave this place, urged Boss Tang, his anxiety palpable. He felt that the longer they stayed, the more perilous their situation became. Only by exiting this venue could they find safety. Quiet. Is this merely a matter of money? Yinli interjected, his voice low and urgent. He too was growing increasingly restless, for he lacked a viable plan. The malevolent spirit within the mall was proving far more formidable than he had anticipated, and his limits as a ghost handler were rapidly approaching. As they stood there, a collective sense of helplessness enveloped them. Yang Jian ascended the elevator at a measured pace, wielding a flashlight as he made his way upstairs. Aren't you afraid? Jiang Yin inquired, grasping his sleeve, her neck drawn in, her eyes darting anxiously, fearful that a specter might emerge from some shadowy corner. Of course I am afraid. But does fear serve any purpose? Yang Jian replied nonchalantly. Does being afraid prevent death? The more one trembles in the presence of a ghost, the likelier one is to succumb. The fact that you managed to remain hidden in the restroom for 4 days without being attacked by that spirit merely attests to your good fortune. Yet, to survive, relying solely on luck is insufficient. One must also take decisive action. Idly waiting for fate to intervene leads only to a dead end. As he spoke, they reached the 5th floor. The journey had been uneventful, with no sounds to disturb the stillness. Yang Jian illuminated the surroundings with his flashlight, discovering that there was not a soul in sight. However, at the entrance of the safety passage, he beheld a solitary head. Its complexion was pallid, eyes closed, and the neck appeared as though it had been severed. Not a drop of blood had spilled. Had it not been for the absence of a body, the head could have been mistaken for one in slumber, its expression serene. This was one of Master Luo's companions. Yang Jian's expression shifted slightly, yet he had been slain by a ghost. Jiang Yin gazed at the head, frightened, covering her mouth to stifle a scream. Yang Jian had previously cautioned her not to cry out regardless of what they encountered. Where's the monitoring room? Yang Jian inquired. It is over there. Jiang Yin pointed ahead. Yang Jian swiftly followed her and soon arrived at the monitoring room. At this moment, the door to the monitoring room stood ajar, with a set of keys inserted into the lock. The lights inside were illuminated, suggesting that someone had entered. Wasn't there a power outage? How could the lights still be on inside? Jiang Yin inquired, her expression one of bewilderment. Yang Jian's gaze sharpened. It was not a power outage, but rather someone had intentionally extinguished the lights in the mall. Under ordinary circumstances, how could the mall possibly lose power? If it truly had, I wouldn't have come to the monitoring room. However, upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback. Before the surveillance console sat an individual, their body somewhat rigid and utterly still. This person was clad in a security uniform. Moreover, there were traces of water beside the seat, suggesting that their pant legs were damp, as if they had just emerged from the restroom. It was a colleague. Jiang Yin had not seen the photograph in Yang Jian's hand and instinctively called out, "Yang Jian. What brings you here?" Lu Chang. Yang Jian's expression darkened instantly. He still had the photograph of the security uniform taken in the restroom saved in his phone's album, and apart from Lu Chang and himself, there was no other person in the mall wearing a security uniform. "How wonderful. It turns out you two are acquainted," Jiang Yin remarked with a hint of delight. Having discovered another living soul, which provided her with a modicum of reassurance. "I am Jiang Yin, the accountant for the company. It is a pleasure to meet you." She intended to step forward to greet him, but was halted by Yang Jian. Yang Jian presented her with a photograph, saying, "First, take a look at this." It was taken earlier in the restroom. Jiang Yin examined the image closely. In the dimly lit restroom, a figure clad in a security uniform appeared to have just stepped out, captured in the frame halfway through the door. "Stand against the wall and do not move," Yang Jian instructed, gently guiding her to lean against the wall. Jiang Yin complied immediately, pressing herself tightly against the surface, refraining from any movement. This woman was indeed astute, fully aware of when to act appropriately. "What is going on here?" Lu Chang approached, his expression one of confusion. Yang Jian gazed at him and said, "It's nothing. The mall is haunted, and some individuals have become separated, so I came to the monitoring room to take a look. By the way, what brings you here?" He conversed with Lu Chang as casually as ever, yet in his heart, he had already categorized Lu Chang as a ghost. Lu Chang replied, "Haunted? Where is it haunted? I haven't seen anything. I noticed the mall had experienced a power outage, so I came to check the wiring. When I saw that the monitoring room still had its lights on, I decided to step in. You arrived shortly after I sat down. Is that so?" Yang Jian regarded him with suspicion and asked, "Have you seen anyone else besides us?" "No, I haven't found them." Lu Chang shook his head. "Really? Could you assist me in reviewing the previous surveillance footage?" Yang Jian inquired. "Certainly. This is my forte," Lu Chang responded. With that, he took a seat and began to adjust the earlier surveillance recordings. Yang Jian approached and glanced at his damp pant legs. "Did you go to the restroom earlier?" "It's nothing, just a casual inquiry," he remarked. Chapter 49. The truth of the mall. The surveillance room retains footage for a total of 15 days. I will now retrieve the recordings from the past 7 days. While Lu Chang operated the equipment, he also pulled up the earlier recordings. "By the way, what is your purpose in reviewing the previous footage?" Yang Jian remarked. "Let us find a few individuals and ascertain what has transpired with them in recent days." Suddenly, he expressed curiosity. "How peculiar. Who is this person? She does not appear to be affiliated with the company. And wasn't the shopping mall closed for business these past few days? How did she manage to enter?" At that moment, Lu Chang let out a soft exclamation. A middle-aged woman, clad in a dress, emerged on the surveillance footage. "Do you not recognize her?" Yang Jian inquired, his vigilance directed at Lu Chang. Lu Chang replied, "I do not know her, yet she seems familiar, as if I have encountered her somewhere before. However, I cannot recall at this moment." Yang Jian was not familiar with the middle-aged woman depicted in the footage, having only been at this location for 2 days and briefly encountering the previous employees. He fixated on her, attempting to discern her intentions within the mall. A vague sensation suggested that this woman in the surveillance might be a ghost. However, the evidence pointed towards Lu Chang as the true specter. If this ghost could alter its identity, then everything would make sense. Yet, mere conjecture was futile without the surveillance video serving as proof. He continued to scrutinize the recording. The actions of the middle-aged woman appeared somewhat peculiar. She ascended the escalator to the 2nd floor, pausing for an extended duration at the top of the stairs, standing motionless like a puppet. Fast forward, Yang Jian instructed. The scene accelerated. The middle-aged woman remained at the stairwell for a full half-hour before suddenly moving. She proceeded to the 2nd floor, where the figure of cashier Wei Xiaohong materialized beside a checkout counter, seemingly on duty. However, Wei Xiaohong appeared fatigued, rising from her station to stretch her limbs. The middle-aged woman advanced slowly and deliberately towards her. At that moment, Wei Xiaohong was facing away from her, engaged in a twisting motion, oblivious to the approach of another. "Slow it down," Yang Jian commanded again. The playback speed returned to normal. In the surveillance footage, the unfamiliar middle-aged woman paused behind Wei Xiaohong for approximately 2 to 3 seconds before suddenly extending her hands to seize Wei Xiaohong's head. An astonishing scene unfolded. Wei Xiaohong's head was removed from her shoulders as if it were a plastic doll. There were no screams, no bloodshed. Everything appeared eerily tranquil. Wei Xiaohong's headless body stood rigidly, devoid of life. How is this possible? Lu Chang exclaimed in shock. Jiang Yin, secretly peering at the surveillance screen, was equally startled. Her hand pressed to her mouth to stifle any cries that threatened to escape. Yang Jian maintained a composed demeanor, unaffected by the unfolding events. As he continued to scrutinize the surveillance footage, the unfamiliar middle-aged woman, after removing Wei Xiaohong's head, astonishingly detached her own head as well, subsequently placing Wei Xiaohong's head atop her own. In that instant, the stranger transformed into Wei Xiaohong. Moments later, Wei Xiaohong began to stir. Nonchalantly, she cradled the head of the unknown woman along with her own body and descended from the second floor. The ease with which she handled the corpse was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. 5 days prior, Wei Xiaohong had become a spirit. Yang Jian's expression hardened. He now grasped the reason behind the advanced decay of Wei Xiaohong's head. If she had indeed been swapped with a ghost 5 days ago, the timeline aligned perfectly. He continued to observe this version of Wei Xiaohong intently. All right, Lu Chang remarked, visibly anxious. The surveillance footage continued, and he quickly retrieved the recording of Wei Xiaohong. In the footage from 4 days ago, she appeared as usual at work, greeting colleagues and enjoying her meals. Utterly indistinguishable from a normal person, even engaging in laughter and conversation with her co-workers. However, in the afternoon of that day, Sister Li, feeling a bit bored, invited several female colleagues, including Wei Xiaohong, to try on clothes. The 4 of them made their way to a clothing store on the 5th floor. The store was empty due to being closed, with all the garments displayed on the racks, available for their trial. At that moment, Sister Li held a dress before the mirror, assessing its suitability. Suddenly, Wei Xiaohong's behavior grew peculiar. She slowly approached Sister Li from behind and extended her hand towards her head. The surveillance footage captured the scene in silence, but that detail was inconsequential. Yang Jian clearly observed that Wei Xiaohong's movements had come to a halt. At that moment, Sister Li had turned around, no longer facing away from Wei Xiaohong. However, such fortunate circumstances did not persist for long. Sister Li remained oblivious to the fact that Wei Xiaohong had transformed into a ghost, treating her merely as an ordinary female colleague. Before long, Sister Li picked out another garment, continuing to pose before the mirror. At this juncture, Wei Xiaohong moved once more. Just as the unfamiliar woman had done to her previously, Wei Xiaohong reached from behind to embrace Sister Li's head, accompanied by a sudden rigidity in her body. A bizarre scene unfolded again. Sister Li's head was removed. No, if Sister Li's head had truly been severed, she should not be standing before me any longer. Yang Jian furrowed his brows, for there could only be one ghost. It was impossible for both Wei Xiaohong and Sister Li to exist simultaneously. Yet in the next moment, a wave of doubt washed over him. The surveillance footage revealed Wei Xiaohong, after removing Sister Li's head, proceeded to detach her own. The two exchanged their heads momentarily. After standing rigidly for a brief interval, they soon returned to normal, resuming their prior activity of trying on clothes. Yang Jian's heart raced as he realized that the situation was not as straightforward as he had initially thought. His gaze swiftly traversed the surveillance footage displayed on the monitoring console, searching the bustling mall. Eventually, he spotted an individual standing at the entrance of a utility room on the 5th floor. The figure was facing away from the camera, rendering their features indistinguishable. Retrieve the footage from this camera, Yang Jian instructed. Lu Jian promptly accessed the recorded video from the surveillance system. 10 minutes prior, Boss Tang, Master Luo, Manager Li, and Sister Li had entered the utility room under the guidance of Yin Li, concurrently at the elevator entrance, in front of the emergency exit, and before various storefronts. Sluggish individuals began to emerge. They surrounded Yin Li and his companions. After the group had sought refuge inside, the encircling figures blocked the entrance to the utility room. Moments later, an inexplicable event unfolded, causing those individuals to gradually disperse, vanishing into the depths of the 5th floor's mall. Upon witnessing this, Yang Jian felt a shiver run through him, taking a slight breath. The specters were not merely one, but a multitude. Those whose heads had been exchanged were all phantoms, or perhaps under the control of phantoms. At this moment, he noticed a slender red mark encircling Lu Chang's neck. He too was one of them. Chapter 50. Head exchange. Lu Chang, have you not noticed anything amiss about yourself? Yang Jian inquired earnestly, his gaze fixed upon him. Are you suggesting that I, like those individuals in the surveillance footage, have had my head swapped? Lu Chang replied, astonishment etched across his face, disbelief evident in his expression. It appears you are unaware of your own condition. Allow me to ask, where were you when you visited the monitoring room? Yang Jian continued. How did I arrive at the monitoring room? Did I come after the power outage? But which path did I take along the way? Whom did I encounter? And what did I see? Lu Chang found himself unable to recall, as if that segment of memory had been entirely erased. Yang Jian suggested. Perhaps you could examine your surveillance footage. Typically, mall security cameras are equipped with night vision capabilities, allowing for clear visibility even in complete darkness. Lu Chang promptly began searching for his surveillance recordings. Soon enough, he located them. The footage revealed that all the patrons were gathered in the first-floor atrium, engrossed in watching Master Luo perform his ritual. Amused by the spectacle, Yang Jian could not help but interrupt Master Luo, leading to a brief exchange of sharp words. However, within the surveillance footage, Lu Chang seemed oblivious to this commotion, making a direct exit. No one noticed the departure of a security guard. How could I have gone to the power room? Lu Chang was taken aback upon seeing himself in the video. After entering the power room, it was not long before the mall experienced a blackout. The power had indeed been cut off by Lu Chang himself. Yang Jian remarked, your lack of memory does not imply that you have not acted. Continue watching. Once the lights of the entire shopping mall extinguished, Lu Chang stood frozen in place, resembling a statue, motionless and silent. However, this state of stillness did not endure for long. He soon regained his mobility, turning towards the restroom on the first floor of the mall. Upon arriving here, Yang Jian recalled everything that had transpired before. The ghost that had just entered the restroom was none other than Lu Chang. This is impossible. How could it be? Why can I not remember a single moment of having done such a thing? Yang Jian took a step back, speaking earnestly. Because at the moment you lost your memory, you were no longer human, but rather a ghost, or perhaps replaced by one. The only reason you retain any memory is that your head is still intact, not yet at the stage of decay. In a few days, once your head begins to rot, your memories will vanish entirely. So, in a strict sense, you died several days ago. Feel your neck. The scar from where your head was replaced should still be there. If you were not a ghost, that mark would be impossible. Lu Chang instinctively touched his neck. As his palm glided over the skin, the small incision immediately reopened, revealing crimson flesh beneath, accompanied by a foul odor. He was indeed decaying. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. I cannot accept that I am dead. I clearly feel alive and well. Lu Chang's emotions surged as he incessantly probed the wound on his neck, desperate to verify Yang Jian's words. Yet, having been replaced by a ghost for several days, the scar was not tight. Each touch only enlarged it, causing flesh to fall away in disarray. The stench of decay grew stronger. What should I do? I do not wish to die. Yang Jian, is there any way you can help me? Lu Chang, in the face of this grim reality, was thoroughly alarmed. His hands smeared with blood, emitting a repugnant odor, while his neck appeared misaligned, presenting an unsettling sight to Yang Jian. Yang Jian perceived fear, pleading, and despair in his eyes. I am truly sorry, but I possess no means to assist you, he stated with utmost gravity. All I can do is urge you to call your family, to utter a few words. This is the only action left to you. Trembling, Lu Chang fumbled in his pocket for his phone, tears streaming down his cheeks as he bowed his head in preparation to contact his family. Yet, as he lowered his head, it became too heavy for his neck to bear. Thud! A dull thump resonated through the air. Lu Chang's head severed from his body, falling to the ground, rolling several times on the tiles before finally coming to rest against the wall. The headless body immediately stiffened, the phone in his hand flickering to life, yet it never completed the call. Casting a glance at Lu Chang's pale, bloodless face, eyes closed forever, Yang Jian sighed inwardly. Once again, another soul claimed by a malevolent spirit. Yang Jian approached her, somewhat roughly grasping her delicate face and pressing her head against the wall. His fingers traced forcefully along her neck. You are not a ghost? Yang Jian inquired with a hint of astonishment, as his fingers glided over her neck. They failed to find the wound. Jiang Yin, filled with both fear and anger, retorted, how could you suspect me of being a ghost? Skepticism is necessary. You two are a staff member of the mall. Who knows if your mind has been swapped? Anyone whose head has been replaced is a ghost, and they remain oblivious to it, Yang Jian replied, releasing Jiang Yin. What shall we do now? There are those creatures outside. How can we escape this place? Jiang Yin was not angry about the situation. Rather, she feared that Yang Jian might be upset. She grasped his hand, her demeanor imbued with a sense of helplessness. Yang Jian said, in the shopping mall, there are still people present. I will lead them out before departing. And the key to the main entrance should be with Sisterly. Once I procure the key from her, we can make our exit. However, before leaving, you must remain here to sift through these recordings and ascertain the true identity of this spirit, ideally uncovering its origin. Ah, I do not wish to stay here. I long to accompany you. Jiang Yin was startled and hurriedly clung to his arm, unwilling to let go. Yang Jian shook his head and said, "No. I require you to monitor the surveillance. Otherwise, how can I ascertain when a ghost approaches me? How can I confirm the true identity of that ghost? I do not have the luxury of time to linger here. Twilight is fast approaching, and once night falls, the mall will become utterly obscured, placing us at a greater disadvantage. But Lu Chang is here, and I am frightened," Jiang Yin replied, her voice tinged with tears. Yang Jin paid no heed, merely retrieving a phone from Lu Chang's lifeless grasp before dialing his satellite positioning device. The call remained connected, ensuring immediate notification of any developments. Furthermore, remember this crucial point: never turn your back on anyone. The specter can only decapitate its victim from behind, as long as you face the apparition. The alignment of your head will deter its assault. Upon concluding his instructions, he placed the phone into Jiang Yan's trembling hands. I'm still very frightened," Jiang Yan confessed. "Have you forgotten your earlier promise on the first floor?" Yang Jian retorted. "Disobedience guarantees your demise. You are an intelligent individual. You must discern when to act. If you muster a bit more courage, this ordeal will be manageable for you. Now, let us dispense with idle chatter and commence our task." Without uttering another word, Yang Jian departed from the monitoring room. "Hey!" Jiang Yan attempted to retain him, but the heavy door slammed shut with a resounding thud. She contemplated following him, yet immediately hesitated in her tracks. Outside lay greater peril. Only this young security guard possessed the audacity to wander through a mall teeming with apparitions. After a moment of indecision, she resolutely gritted her teeth, suppressing her inner dread as she approached the surveillance desk, her grip tightening around Lu Chang's phone. As for Lu Chang's headless corpse and the severed head propped against the wall, she dared not cast even a fleeting glance. "Hello, can you hear me?" Yang Jian strolled through the shopping mall, addressing the satellite phone in his hand. "Listen, I can see you here." A tense voice from the other end responded. "I hear you. Excellent. Remain vigilant to any movements around me and inform me promptly." Yang Jian hung the walkie-talkie-style phone around his neck and hurried towards the location where Boss Tang and his group had encountered trouble. Among the group was Sisterly, who was, in fact, a ghost. Surely, the million would not go to waste? Yang Jian contemplated inwardly. As long as Jiang Yin cooperates well this time, I can earn this sum without resorting to the powers of the ghost eye. Just as he commenced his actions, the once desolate and eerily silent shopping mall began to teem with figures emerging from various hidden corners and shuttered shops. Each individual bore a distinct appearance, their faces pale, eyes closed, and their movements somewhat rigid. Upon witnessing this scene in the monitoring room, Jiang Yin's complexion turned ashen with fear. Meanwhile, those entities had already drawn near. Now just a short distance beside Yang Jian. "Those things have appeared." Jiang Yan's voice trembled as she warned. "I understand. Just report the locations of the nearby ghosts. Do not concern yourself with anything else, and remember my previous reminder," Yang Jian replied with a calm demeanor, which significantly steadied Jiang Yan. Chapter 51. All the Missing Persons. The vast shopping mall exuded an unsettling quietude, devoid of even the faintest sound, save for the echo of Yang Jian's footsteps. Outside, twilight had descended, with the sun casting its rays through the glass windows, illuminating the dim space of the mall with a flicker of brightness. However, this light would not linger for long. Once darkness fell and the mall's lights extinguished, visibility would be utterly obliterated. "Zzz. Left, to your left, there stands a person, accompanied by the crackling of electricity." Jiang Yan's anxious voice emanated from the satellite phone at Yang Jian's chest. A middle-aged man, his complexion ghostly pale and emanating a putrid odor, stood peacefully with closed eyes at the left side of the corridor's bend, resembling a motionless puppet. Yang Jian strode forward, casting a glance to his left. His gaze subtly shifting. He had seen it. He turned slightly and continued onward, deftly sidestepping the middle-aged man. Yet, the man remained motionless, unfazed by Yang Jian's passage. "You are remarkable. Your deductions are indeed correct. It truly is possible. The spirit did not assault you," Jiang Yin exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement as she witnessed the scene unfold in the monitoring room. Yang Jian, however, was not as elated. He remarked, "No. I now harbor doubts that these are genuine spirits. They are likely mere puppets controlled by the true ghosts. The real malevolence must be concealed somewhere, or perhaps within a certain individual. Let us not squander time." The surveillance footage in the monitoring room is preserved for 15 days. I have familiarized myself with the situation in the shopping mall. The incidents have transpired within the past 10 days. From the onset of the events to the temporary closure for repairs. If you search diligently, you are bound to unearth the source. He then hastily added, "In the shop behind you, I have glimpsed someone." Suddenly, he urged again. Behind the glass door of a shop stood a youthful and vibrant girl. Her presence seemingly there for quite some time. Her skin exhibited a dark pallor, indicating she had been deceased for several days, longer than the previously encountered Wei Xiaoong, and was already in a state of significant decay. As she moved slightly, her once lustrous black hair began to fall in disarray. Bloodied water dripped from her eyes and nose. Yet, this lifeless body raised a hand, as if attempting to reach through the glass door to grasp Yang Jian. "Is there one within?" Yang Jian's expression shifted, and he swiftly turned around. He maneuvered his body sideways, retreating cautiously. It was imperative not to turn his back on them, as doing so would invite an immediate assault. Choosing to flee out of fear would assuredly lead to a gruesome demise. Having discerned the pattern, Yang Jian perceived that these spirits were not insurmountable. Indeed, Zhou Jing's 3 statements succinctly encapsulated the essence, as long as one comprehends the murderous patterns of the ghosts at the earliest opportunity. Even an ordinary person can navigate their way to safety. Yang Jian mused inwardly. Naturally, this was only applicable to ghosts of this caliber. Should one ascend to a higher tier, such as that of a ghost infant, indiscriminate slaughter would ensue, and the so-called patterns could not guarantee absolute survival. They could merely enhance one's odds of survival significantly. After evading 2 spirits that had drawn near, Yang Jian quickened his pace once more, for he could hear the incessant approach of footsteps around him, along with the eerie sounds of the elevator's operation. Yang Jian understood that regardless of which direction he faced, spirits would manifest from every angle. It was merely that the specters behind him lingered at a distance, their approach requiring a moment longer. Should he delay excessively, becoming encircled would spell his doom. Of course, Yang Jian's audacity stemmed from his identity as a ghost master. An ordinary individual would never dare to engage in such perilous antics. The storage room lay just ahead. To the left, he needed to hasten, for the number of approaching spirits behind him was steadily increasing, and he had also observed apparitions ascending from the elevator. Jiang Yan's anxiety resurfaced. "I am currently reviewing the surveillance footage, and I should soon identify the initial location of that ghost." "I am aware," Yang Jian replied, casting a glance. Indeed, he discerned the elevator on the 4th floor in motion, and amidst the dimness, he faintly perceived 2 figures within the elevator, making their way to the 5th floor. Moreover, the sounds of the elevator operating on the 3rd and 2nd floors continued to echo. Shadows of indistinct figures flitted about in several locations below. How many individuals had vanished within this shopping mall? A shiver ran down Yang Jian's spine. A rough estimate indicated at least 20 souls, with the number incessantly rising, emerging from every corner and level of the mall. The stench of decay in the air grew increasingly pungent. The ghost had indeed chosen its hunting ground wisely, selecting a location teeming with people. Under normal operating conditions, the disappearance of a dozen individuals over a few days would barely raise an eyebrow. In contrast, in areas with lesser foot traffic, the opportunity for such malevolence would be significantly diminished. The deceased had now transformed into his present predicament. With a sense of caution, he sprinted towards the storage room. At that moment, outside the storage room door stood a man, his face ashen and devoid of color, rigidly positioned. Although his head bore the appearance of a man in his 30s, his body was that of a woman, clad in a flowing dress and adorned with brown high-heeled shoes. It was evident that his head had been switched. The man numbly pounded on the door, each strike resonating like a hammer, threatening to splinter the entrance. His arms were a gruesome sight, flesh mangled and hanging in tatters, exposing bone in a grotesquely contorted manner. A human body, after all, could not rival the hardness of a door. Yet, this did not deter his fervent desire to breach the threshold. Inside the storage room, those hiding could feel the door shuddering, on the verge of yielding. Terror gripped them, cold sweat beading on their brows as they trembled. "It's coming again!" "Yanli, think of something quickly. That door is about to open, and that thing is still outside. It has tea left." Manager Lee exclaimed in abject fear. 5 million. I'll give you 5 million if you can get me out of here. Boss Tang, too frightened to be stingy, urgently extended his finger to declare his offer. While wealth holds significance, one's life is of paramount importance. At this moment, Yin Li's countenance was particularly grim. He glanced at his hands, which were drenched in blood, the crimson fluid having thoroughly soaked through his gloves, continuously oozing forth. "I can no longer utilize this ability, otherwise my demise will be hastened." He inhaled deeply. At this juncture, the blood on the door had ceased to flow, no longer seeping outward, as his hands were no longer pressed against it. Bang, bang. The resounding crash of the door reverberated once more, causing the frame to tremble and the surrounding dust to cascade from above. The force was growing ever stronger as the group huddled together in fear. An inconspicuous figure in the corner, Sisterly, who had remained silent and unperturbed throughout, slowly rose to her feet. She closed her eyes, her face devoid of color, and with an eerie grace, rotated her body to face the group that had turned their backs to her, then gradually extended her hands. Just then, a tremendous noise erupted from outside. Something had fallen to the ground, shattering with a resounding crack. Yang Jian's voice resonated from outside. Hey, those inside, are you still alive? If you are not deceased, please open the door. I possess a means to lead you away from this place. What? There are still people outside. At this moment, the most astonished was Yin Li. He could hardly believe his ears. With so many spirits in this mall, it seemed impossible for any living souls to remain, and if there were, they should have perished by now. Yes, that is indeed the voice of the young security guard. Hurry. Open the door and inquire whether he truly has a way to escape, recalled Boss Tang with remarkable clarity. No, do not open the door. Who knows whether the one speaking outside is human or ghost? Manager Li exclaimed in terror. This reminder sent a chill down Yin Li's spine, prompting him to adopt a serious demeanor. Indeed, there was no evidence to confirm that the young security guard outside was human. What if this was a trap? However, upon hearing the words from those in the storage room, his expression darkened. It matters not if you do not come out. I have reviewed the surveillance footage. And among you, that Sisterly is also a ghost. I wonder if she has commenced her actions. If she has, you will all perish within. Therefore, I implore you to make a decision swiftly. Hearing this, a cold sweat broke out on the brows of everyone in the storage room. What? Sisterly is a ghost? However, in the next moment, they beheld Sisterly standing behind them. Having risen unbeknownst to them, her head was missing. Several screams erupted from the storage room. Outside, Yang Jian could not help but cover his ears. The sound was piercing enough to warrant a more melodious purpose. In the next instant, the door of the storage room was forcefully flung open. A throng of individuals tumbled out in a frantic escape, tears and snot streaming down their faces. Some even wetting their trousers. Hurry, hurry. Help. I do not wish to die. Yang Jian once again cautioned, it is acceptable for you to call out a few times. But do not run recklessly. There are far more spirits outside, and those who flee swiftly meet their demise just as quickly. Boss Tang, Manager Li, and Master Luo, accompanied by their group, scattered in panic but collapsed to the ground after only a few steps. Unbeknownst to them, the corridor on the 5th floor had become densely populated with figures, surrounding them from all sides. Each person bore a pallid complexion, their eyes tightly shut, emanating a foul stench of decay, and they approached with stiffened movements, effectively blocking every possible escape route. These individuals were all those who had vanished from the mall. And today, they had all reappeared. Chapter 52. Lying down, they had thought the storeroom was a temporary refuge, unaware that a spirit had been shadowing them all along. Had it not been for Yang Jian's warning, they would remain oblivious to this peril, and the consequences would have been dire. None among this group could hope to survive. Not even the Ghost Master, Yin Li. Although the Ghost Master wielded the formidable powers of malevolent spirits, he was not omnipotent. Haphazardly employing such powers would only hasten his own demise. At this moment, Yang Jian beheld the young man named Yin Li. His complexion was far from healthy, exhibiting a pallor reminiscent of excessive blood loss and an overwhelming fatigue. However, what intrigued Yang Jian even more was the enigmatic specter concealed within Yin Li's very being. How close was he to reaching his physical limits, and how much time remained until the malevolent spirit would awaken? Are you human? Yin Li did not react with the same panic as others. Instead, upon exiting the storage room, he came to an abrupt halt. His expression grave as he scrutinized Yang Jian. He remained uncertain whether the entire security guard before him was indeed human or a ghost. Yang Jian remarked, "You should be considered human. I recall you mentioning your name is Yin Li. Are you a ghost tamer?" Yin Li's eyes narrowed slightly. "Are you as well?" "I am a member of the International Criminal Police Organization." Yang Jian pondered for a moment, deciding to flaunt a facade of authority. After all, he could not reveal his identity as a mere student, as that would diminish his stature. Furthermore, the operator Lu Xiaoyu seemed eager to recruit him into the International Criminal Police Organization. The International Criminal Police. It is said that the organization is severely understaffed, with fewer than one officer assigned to each city across the nation. The previous international police officer in Dachang City was Zhou Zheng. What is your name? I am Yang Jian. By the way, I should inform you that Zhou Zheng has passed away, having sacrificed himself in the recent university incident, Yang Jian stated calmly. Yin Lidao replied, I see. Thank you for your insight regarding the situation earlier. May I inquire how you managed to withstand such numerous assaults from malevolent spirits? Even as a spirit controller, one would be quite vulnerable in such circumstances. Initially, I presumed that the disappearances in the mall were merely the result of a Class C malevolent spirit. It appears I gravely underestimated the situation. Had I known, I would not have been tempted by this reward. Regret flickered across his face as he lamented his actions. What abilities have enabled you to survive such relentless attacks from these malevolent spirits for so long? Yang Jian did not disclose his own abilities. Instead, he inquired about his companions. Yinli, not one to conceal the truth, lowered his gaze to his blood-stained hands and confessed, on the streets. I am known as Ghost Blood Yinli. My hands are tainted with ghostly blood, which has the power to restrict the abilities of other spirits. I have once collaborated with others to successfully capture a ghost. However, my ghostly blood cannot remain exposed for too long. Otherwise, entities from the blood may emerge. Wait. Did you just say you successfully captured a ghost with someone else? Yang Jian's eyes narrowed, revealing a look of astonishment. What method have you employed? Is it truly possible to capture a ghost? It is rather a straightforward and forceful approach, he replied. I utilized ghost blood to restrict the spirit's movements. If I can confine it within a box crafted entirely of pure gold for a brief period, and if the seal is sufficiently secure, the ghost will be unable to escape. Yinli interjected, this is a universally acknowledged method. As a detective, are you truly unaware of it? I am merely an intern, not yet a full-fledged officer, Yang Jian responded. He indeed recalled having seen a paper online authored by a Professor Bruce Pye. The essence of that paper posited that while a ghost's power could affect all material substances, it could not influence gold. The professor endeavored to analyze scientifically and meticulously to discover ways to subdue ghosts. If the findings of the paper hold true, it implies that a box or vessel fashioned from gold could indeed imprison and capture a ghost. However, it would only serve this purpose and still be incapable of killing or exterminating it. Help me. At that moment, a terrified cry interrupted their conversation. Yang Jian then observed that the head-swapped ghosts had surrounded them from all directions, blocking every corridor. Unless one were to leap from the 5th floor, there was simply no escape. Yet, jumping from the 5th floor would amount to suicide. What exactly is your plan to face such a multitude of ghostly assaults? Yinli inquired, his voice tinged with panic. If this continues, even as an international detective, you will meet your demise here. The power of these malevolent spirits, when overexerted, can lead to death. You must be aware of this. Of course, I am well aware, Yang Jian affirmed. Yang Jian spoke calmly. You must have accumulated quite a bit of ghostly power by now, as even the blood of the spirits in your hands seems to be beyond your control. Your limits must be drawing near. Have you procured the coffin in advance? I am well aware of what you mean, but sometimes survival necessitates desperate measures. Yin Li replied through clenched teeth. Indeed, there are moments when one finds themselves with no alternative, yet when confronting spirits, your foremost consideration should not be your own ghostly power, as this will only hasten your demise. I, however, rely on my intellect. It is only when reason fails that I resort to the powers of the spirits. But now is not the time for idle chatter. I cannot allow this boss to perish so easily. With a smile, Yang Jian gestured towards his own head and then advanced toward a group of spirits not far off. Yin Li's expression shifted dramatically. Even he dared not confront so many spirits simultaneously. How could this young police officer possess such audacity? Witnessing others being besieged by ghosts, he had abandoned any thoughts of rescuing them and was solely focused on how to escape from this place. After all, money was not worth one's life. Suddenly, Yin Li observed Yang Jian approach and trip a few of the spirits. With a cacophony of strange cries, 3 or 4 individuals stumbled to the ground. Are you saving people or endangering them? Yin Li was taken aback. If you want to survive, just lie still on the ground and do not move. By doing so, these spirits will not attack you, and you will be able to leave alive. If you run about, your demise will come swifter. Yang Jian grasped the collar of Boss Tang and issued a low command. At that moment, Boss Tang was paralyzed with fear, as the group of spirits was now upon him. With no other choice, he tightly shut his eyes, choosing to trust Yang Jian's words and lay motionless on the ground. Lying down meant his back would always face the earth, thus perfectly evading any attacks from the spirits surrounding him. Those who wish to live should follow suit. Lie down and remain still, Yang Jian instructed. While some complied and lay down, many others dismissed Yang Jian's advice as nonsensical, believing that lying down equated to waiting for death. Consequently, they continued to flee in terror, desperately seeking an escape. "Hey, that's the 5th floor. Don't jump. You'll die?" Yang Jian shouted at one individual. Amidst the chaos, a colleague of Master Luo, paralyzed with fear, cried out and, in a moment of panic, leapt over the railing, plunging from the 5th floor. "A true warrior," Yang Jian murmured. Yang Jian let out a sigh. Remaining stationary might offer a chance of survival, but taking that leap would undoubtedly seal his fate. Those who jump from buildings are surely doomed, and the fleeing individuals fare little better. Soon, the few who had sought to escape discovered their paths were entirely blocked. The specters encroaching from all directions drew ever closer, until they found themselves completely surrounded. A chorus of anguished screams erupted amidst the throng of ghosts. As 6 or 7 putrid arms reached out, the cries abruptly ceased. Several living heads were forcefully severed. One ghost removed its own head and placed it upon the neck of one of the unfortunate souls, subsequently donning their head in its stead. Thus, new specters were born. Yet, after this gruesome spectacle, an eerie tranquility enveloped the surroundings. All the ghosts stood motionless. The remaining survivors lay on the ground, untouched and miraculously alive. How could this be? Yinli, in astonishment, also reclined, staring at Yang Jian as if he had encountered a ghost. Yang Jian did not lie down. He merely stood there, leaning against the railing, not turning his back to any of the spirits. "How about that? I did not deceive you, did I?" Yang Jian spoke. "Congratulations on surviving. If you don't mind, let us settle the labor fee. I must clarify beforehand that my services come at a considerable cost. Why would I risk my life to save these detestable wealthy individuals? Naturally, it is for profit. Do you really think I care for them?" Chapter 53. A shameful escape within the dimly lit shopping mall. An eerie silence prevailed. The sound of the elevator had ceased, and the footsteps that once echoed from every direction had fallen silent. Even the cries for help had vanished. Yet, the stillness of the mall was far from desolate. A foul stench permeated every inch of space as pale-faced figures, their bodies beginning to decay, stood on the 5th floor, blocking the passageways and seemingly preventing anyone from passing through. These individuals should have long since perished, yet moments ago, they emerged from the corners of the mall, once lifeless, now an unsettling congregation of spirits. At this moment, Boss Tang was tense, his eyes shut tight, unwilling to gaze upon the horrifying scene before him. He repeatedly chanted prayers, hoping for divine protection, wishing that these specters would spare him. He vowed that upon leaving this place, he would burn incense and offer prayers in gratitude. After a while, Boss Tang noticed the surrounding stillness. He was alive and unharmed. His survival, of course, was not due to his fervent prayers but rather because Yang Jian had rescued him. "Boss Tang, stop pretending to be dead. Open your eyes. Do not dismiss what I just said. Your safety is only temporary. Whether you can leave this place is still uncertain. However, if you are willing to settle my labor fee, I can guarantee that each of you will leave here alive." Yang Jian stated. Only then did Boss Tang cautiously open his eyes. As he surveyed his surroundings and saw the decaying corpses nearby, his heart sank in terror. "What are you looking at, Boss Tang?" Yang Jian inquired, standing nearby. Seeing the living Yang Jian brought a sigh of relief to Boss Tang. "Can you truly guarantee my safe exit from here? Are you doubting my professional capabilities? Perhaps you should recall who saved you moments ago. And just to be clear, remain lying down. It is safer for now," Yang Jian replied. Yinli interjected. "Don't be fooled by his youth. He is an Interpol officer from the Asia Division, a recognized member of the state. His words are trustworthy, and apart from him, no one else can assure your survival. You have seen the circumstances. The current situation exceeds my capabilities. Therefore, I advise you to allow Yang Jian to escort you out. Of course, if you're too stingy to pay, then disregard my suggestion." He acted as a good Samaritan, smoothly passing the responsibility onto Yang Jian, realizing he lacked the means to profit from this endeavor. "So, what will it be? Think it over. I want to afford you much time, 10 minutes at most, and then I shall depart." Yang Jian glanced at the time on his phone. He would not delay until darkness fell. In this place, once night descended, visibility vanished completely. Akin to stepping into a realm of spirits, with danger magnified manifold. Boss Tang cautiously inquired, "So, esteemed detective, how much is your service fee? Would 5 million suffice?" After all, this money, whether given to Yan Li or this young detective, seemed more palatable. At least it could forge a connection, a friendship. Considering the individual was an Interpol officer, affiliated with a legitimate institution. Although 5 million was a substantial amount, It paled in comparison to the value of his life. Very well, 5 million it is, Yang Jian replied, his eyes sparkling. Indeed, instilling a sense of trepidation in Boss Tang allowed for a more favorable negotiation. Had he approached directly with the proposition, it would have been met with disbelief and an inability to negotiate the price. However, it was essential to receive payment before commencing the task. This was his modus operandi. If there are no objections, we may proceed with the payment now, he stated. No. No issues at all, Boss Tang immediately assented. For someone of his stature, a proprietor of such a vast shopping mall, 5 million was indeed a sum he could readily procure. Yes, don't feign ignorance, managerly. I am referring to you. Boss Tang is willing to part with 5 million for his safe departure. How much are you prepared to offer? Do not assume I will escort you free of charge. Should you fail to produce the funds, I shall leave you behind, Yang Jian asserted. Manager Li's countenance shifted dramatically. He gazed at Yang Jian with a hint of desperation. Stammering, I cannot come up with 5 million. I only have 500,000. How could a mere manager possess such wealth? I perceive cunning in your eyes. However, I am a benevolent individual. You may have berated me earlier, yet how could I harbor resentment? Therefore, I kindly ask you to open your online banking. Should it reveal less than 500,000, that will be my fee. Should it exceed that amount, I regret to inform you that the excess will either serve to settle my service fee or you will remain here, awaiting rescue. I pride myself on conducting business fairly, with no intentions of making things difficult for you, nor harboring petty grievances. You may rest assured, manager. Yang Jian gazed at him with a serious expression. Manager Li was instantly taken aback. Do not waste time. If the payment is not received, I shall leave with Boss Tang alone, Yang Jian stated. Here, take it. I will give it to you. Is that not sufficient? Manager Li lamented, tears welling in his eyes as he handed his phone to Yang Jian. Yang Jian opened his online banking to check his savings, exclaiming in astonishment, Manager Li, you truly possess a fortune, over 1,800,000. Is it customary for affluent individuals like yourself to have such wealth in their bank accounts? As someone impoverished, I find it hard to comprehend. Yet it appears to be mine now. Please proceed with the transfer. He returned the phone to Manager Li. A schemer, indeed, a merchant of deceit, raising prices at will. It is nothing short of extortion, thought Manager Li, feeling an urge to reprimand the security guard but refraining from doing so. However, refusing was not an option. It seemed that all the money he had acquired through dubious means at the mall would now benefit this petty security guard. Money could be earned again. But once life was lost, all was lost. Ultimately, he paid the sum. After the transaction, Yang Jian turned his gaze toward Master Luo, approaching him with gratitude. Grasping the trembling hands of the master, he said, Master, I am truly indebted to you today. Your ingenious idea of closing the door was remarkable. Not only did it successfully lead to the demise of several of your own disciples, but it also claimed the lives of numerous mall staff. Even your own escape was nearly thwarted. To achieve such self-destructive brilliance is indeed a rarity. In light of your earlier impressive door-locking maneuver, I have decided to extend to you some special consideration. Yang Jian gave Master Luo a thumbs up. Had it not been for his ritualistic practices of locking the door, none of these calamities would have transpired, allowing everyone to escape without such tragic losses. Master Luo's expression was peculiar, a blend of fear and anger. After a lengthy pause, he begrudgingly uttered, I only have a little over 3 million with me. That's all. The rest is secured in my home safe. I will give you everything I possess. Just take me away from here. I acknowledge my wrongdoings and apologize. Is that acceptable? Master, what are you saying? Am I the type to be swayed by money? Boss Tang has offered 5 million. As a feng shui master, your ventures must yield considerable wealth. Let us be pragmatic. For the sake of auspiciousness, I require 8 million to escort you from this place. The cash on hand is inconsequential. Collateral can suffice, Yang Jian replied. Master Luo trembled but ultimately transferred over 3 million to Yang Jian, adding a watch, a jade pendant, a luxury car key, and other peculiar items, barely managing to gather the required sum. Now, with over 10 million amassed, I have unwittingly become a rather detestable wealthy individual. Yang Jian mused, glancing at the balance notification on his phone, a sense of surprise swelling within him. Had it not been for his role as a ghost master, such wealth would have taken him decades, possibly a lifetime, to accumulate through studies and labor. Yet, in the span of a single day as a ghost master, he had garnered such an amount. Little brother, when will you take us away from here? Boss Tang inquired, a hint of urgency in his tone. Yang Jian put away his phone and said, right now. He entered the storeroom and retrieved the key to the large door from Sister Li's corpse. Follow me. But as I mentioned before, you must not stand up, lean against the ground. How can I walk while leaning against the ground? Manager Lee inquired. Yang Jin inquired. Have you ever seen a caterpillar? It is quite similar, akin to a backstroke, and rather effortless. What? You expect a group of grown men to push along like children? Surely, you jest. Why is it that you can stand and walk without any issue? Manager Lee retorted, a hint of embarrassment and irritation evident in his tone. Yang Jin spoke. I am an Interpol officer, possessing the ability to confront malevolent spirits. Do you share this capability? If you find this action shameful, it matters not. Should you perish while standing, I shall bear no responsibility. Manager Lee fell silent for a moment, then swiftly propelled himself along the ground, resembling a caterpillar gliding effortlessly. Is that so? Yang Jin inquired. Indeed, just like that. Your movements are quite precise, gliding swiftly and steadily. Excellent work, he affirmed with a nod. Chapter 54. Slithing out of the mall at this moment, a peculiar scene unfolded within the shopping mall. A group of accomplished adults lay sprawled on the floor, pushing themselves backward like caterpillars, their faces occasionally revealing an unusual delight. It truly works. Those spirits seem oblivious to our presence, remaining stationary, exclaimed Boss Tang with excitement. They had successfully maneuvered from the 5th floor to the 4th, traversing the most perilous area. If all continued smoothly, they would soon escape this place. Manager Lee, how have you managed to glide so swiftly? You've already reached the 3rd floor. Boss Tang exclaimed in astonishment. Manager Lee continued his backward slide, remarking, I lacked familiarity at first, but now I have adapted. I believe I can glide even faster. Perhaps your technique is not quite up to par? Observe my movements, fluid and effortless. Wait for me. Do not leave me behind. Master Luo urged anxiously. His somewhat corpulent form hindered his speed, leaving him trailing at the back. Yang Jian followed behind, witnessing a group of individuals mimicking caterpillars as they slid down from the 5th floor, unable to suppress his laughter. At that moment, none dared to suggest he had lost his composure, for without Yang Jian's ingenious method, their escape would have been far from seamless. Although the act of escaping in such a manner might be deemed somewhat embarrassing for adults, he called into the intercom, Hey, Jiang Yin, how are things on your end? I'm fine here. I've already located the previous surveillance footage and should soon discern the true whereabouts of that ghost. It appears the specter first manifested on the 5th floor, where the initial victim suffered, Jiang Yin replied, her voice tinged with anxiety. Why has everyone left? You're not going to abandon me here, are you? All right. Jiang Yin felt a wave of relief wash over her upon hearing those words. At that moment, dusk settled in. Several police vehicles had already gathered at the entrance of the mall, where a barricade was constructed, delineating a secure perimeter. The entire area had been cordoned off. What is the situation inside the mall? Inquired Lu Jianming, the officer in charge of the case. His expression weary as he scrutinized the now-closed establishment. One of the officers reported, Captain Lu, we received a report of a suspected murderer here, possibly connected to the previous missing persons case at the mall. However, according to a nearby shop owner, about an hour ago, the mall's owner, Tangan, summoned a feng shui master to perform rituals, effectively sealing off the entire premises. We still lack information regarding the conditions inside. Lu Jianming replied. If it truly is the perpetrator at work, that would be fortunate. Prepare to breach the door and rescue any trapped individuals. Yes, Captain. Immediately. The officers outside sprang into action, employing tools to forcibly unlock the mall's entrance. Before long, the lock was compromised, and the heavy door swung open. As the door opened, a foul stench of decay assailed the senses, causing those nearby to nearly retch. Lu Jianming's expression shifted slightly, having dealt with numerous criminal cases over the years. He was all too familiar with the scent of death. Be cautious, everyone. Do not enter yet. Lu Jianming harbored a nagging suspicion that the missing persons case at the mall was far more complex than it appeared. Previous investigations had yielded no evidence, necessitating the temporary closure of the establishment. However, it was too long before those outside the mall froze in bewilderment. Within the dimly lit interior, a man clad in a suit was sprawled on the ground, his face radiating a peculiar joy as he swiftly slid towards the entrance like a caterpillar. What is happening here? No, it wasn't just one person sliding on the ground in such a manner. Behind him were the mall owner, Tangan, the feng shui master, and several surviving employees, forming a chain that cascaded down from the upper levels of the mall. Each individual propelled themselves with remarkable vigor, their movements seemingly choreographed as they descended in perfect unison. Do not approach just yet. Allow them to exit the mall safely before we attempt to rescue. Everyone. Remain vigilant for any unforeseen circumstances, instructed Team Leader Lu. Upon witnessing the mall's entrance swing open, Manager Lee felt as if he had encountered a beacon of hope. His emotions surging to the point of tears, he accelerated his glide, his speed surpassing that of an ordinary pedestrian. Finally, he had emerged alive from the terrifying confines of the mall. Thank goodness, I am not dead. I have survived, he thought, overwhelmed by a joy he had never before experienced. Team Leader Lu wore a look of complexity as he remarked, "It is unclear at this moment. Let's first assess the situation. No, do not lift me. I can still glide. I want to glide a bit farther before I stand," Manager Lee insisted, determined to reach beyond the safety perimeter before rising to his feet. As he watched these individuals successfully escape, Yang Jian realized that his mission had been accomplished, and the funds had been secured. After stepping outside the mall, Yin Li, having just glided out, promptly stood up and proposed, "Now that the matter within the mall has been resolved, considering your capabilities, if we were to collaborate, our chances of capturing the ghost would be significantly enhanced. Shall we join forces? Collaborate to capture a ghost?" Yang Jian inquired, "Isn't it good to be alive? Why pursue ghosts?" "My primary objective in coming here is to capture a ghost. I had previously estimated that the specter haunting this mall is likely to be of a limited, restricted level, with a low degree of terror. However, if I can succeed in capturing it, the value would be immense." Yin Li remarked, "Yet my abilities alone are constrained. With your assistance, our chances would significantly increase. What are the benefits?" Yin Li whispered, "In the underground market, a captured ghost is worth at least 100 million. Major corporations, vast financial conglomerates, and even clandestine governmental departments from various nations are secretly eager to procure such entities. If the ghost level is high, the price will soar even further. We ghost tamers do not have long to live, as you are well aware. Should this venture succeed, even in death, there would be sufficient wealth to provide for my family." Yang Jian shook his head and remarked, "One cannot endlessly accumulate wealth. There is no necessity for me to risk my life for that 100 million. Besides, I have already earned more than enough today, sufficient for my family's needs. Furthermore, to capture a ghost inevitably entails harnessing the power of malevolent spirits. You are well aware of the implications of that. I believe you have already drawn significantly from that power today, and should you do so again, I fear your ghost may escape." Yin Li replied, "I am fully cognizant of my circumstances. Completing this task poses no issue for me. Moreover, do you not wish to learn the means by which a ghost master can survive? Are you content to do nothing and await your demise? Means of survival?" This statement struck a chord within Yang Jian. Beyond merely exchanging the capture of a ghost for monetary gain, one could also procure invaluable intelligence. In truth, the methods for a ghost master to endure had already been discovered, with success noted in Dachang City. Individuals had survived for over 6 months without incident, during which they had invoked the power of malevolent spirits multiple times, seemingly having found ways to control the resurgence of evil spirits. Yin Li hesitated for a moment before divulging this piece of information. Without revealing this, it seemed impossible to sway Yang Jian. Really? A flicker of intrigue ignited within Yang Jian. He felt a stirring of interest. He recalled the words inscribed on the human skin. The method for controlling evil spirits would be revealed in 3 months. Yet, under his current circumstances, the likelihood of surviving for 3 months was slim. Thus, he must acquire the means to master evil spirits beforehand. Waiting for 3 months was not an option, nor could he afford to wait even a month. Yang Jian was reluctant to gamble with his own life on the uncertainties of the future. Who can truly foresee what lies ahead? The words of that human skin are hardly trustworthy. Consider this carefully. While the ghost remains in the mall and the situation remains unchanged, it is imperative to make a swift decision. Once the ghost departs, it will be exceedingly difficult to encounter another spirit that is both comprehensible in its patterns and not overly terrifying. Yin Li insisted, "Give me a minute to contemplate." Yang Jian neither accepted nor rejected the proposition, taking a moment to weigh his options. However, as he pondered, Manager Lee approached with several police officers in tow. "This little security guard attempted to extort me in the mall. I have the transaction records on my phone, all of which serve as evidence," Manager Lee fumed, pointing an accusatory finger at Yang Jian and reporting the extortion incident. "This young man, we require your cooperation in an investigation regarding a case," one of the officers stated in a professional manner. "You think this little worm is trying to stir up trouble?" Chapter 55. Please begin your performance. Yin Li, let us set aside our previous conversation. I must first address this matter, Yang Jian remarked. Yin Li cast a sympathetic glance at Manager Lee. feeling pity for the misguided individual who had chosen to provoke Yang Jian. Did he not realize that Yang Jian was a master of spirits? In this day and age, it is wise not to offend those who command malevolent apparitions. Such individuals can easily sway to extremes. With the benevolent joining organizations like Interpol to promote world peace and contribute to the prosperity and continuation of humanity. Though the sentiment may sound somewhat grandiose, it indeed encapsulates the essence of the matter. Conversely, should one harbor malice, a master of spirits could become a true malevolent entity. Those of their ilk possess myriad ways to extinguish the life of an ordinary person who may remain blissfully unaware of their impending demise. I await your response. Yan Li nodded. Yang Jian gazed at Manager Li and extended his hand, saying, Caterpillar, please commence your performance. What did you say? Who is the caterpillar? Manager Li retorted angrily. You all witnessed how this little security guard displays such a dreadful and arrogant demeanor. He previously extorted me in the mall, causing over 1,800,000 from my bank account to be transferred to his. Such a substantial sum surely warrants an investigation, does it not? Should the circumstances prove true, we will initiate a formal inquiry. Rest assured, we shall not let any wrongdoer escape justice, nor shall we wrong an innocent person. A police officer remarked. Young man, what is your name? Might we see your identification? Yang Jian said, I believe the two officers have misunderstood. I have not extorted him in any manner. It is true that I have a business transaction with Manager Li, who has prepaid my service fee. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with others who were present. We will clarify the matter, but may I have your name and identification, please? One officer inquired. Meanwhile, Manager Li looked at Yang Jian with a mocking smile. I am Yang Jian, and here's my identification. Yang Jian cooperatively presented his identification card for inspection. One of the officers took the card and handed it to a colleague nearby. The colleague, upon receiving the identification, proceeded to verify it on the computer, checking for any criminal record and personal information. Meanwhile, the remaining officer continued the interrogation. Manager Li claims that you extorted him in the mall, demanding a sum of 185,483 yuan. Can you confirm the validity of this allegation? I am a good person. How could I possibly engage in such acts of extortion? Yang Jian responded, this is a slander. Manager Li interjected, nonsense. You claim to be a good person? I possess your transfer records. Officer, look here. This is the previous transaction record. And that account belongs to Yang Jian. Do you acknowledge that this account is registered under your name? If so, it can be confirmed that this transfer is indeed genuine and valid, and we will proceed with an official investigation against you, the officer stated. Yang Jian smiled faintly. This account does not belong to me. Indeed, it is not his. It belongs to his mother. Officer, it does not matter if he denies it. A simple inquiry at the bank will reveal whether this card is his, Manager Li asserted. Keep a close watch on the two of them. The officer took the bank account details and went to gather evidence. Once the officer departed, Manager Li whispered, Young man, do not be ungrateful. You saved a few people and earned over 10 million. Be content and return my money, and we shall consider this matter settled. I will not trouble you further. 180,000. If the charge of extortion is established, you could languish in prison for over a decade. Manager Li's expression shifted, revealing a hint of fear in his eyes. That dreadful place is somewhere he would never wish to return. You little worm are truly repugnant the moment you emerge. You turn your back on those who helped you. Had I known, I would have crushed you underfoot beforehand. Yang Jian's gaze suddenly turned frigid. While I am currently disinclined to deal with you, it would be wise for you to withdraw while you still can. Should you persist in this entanglement. He then leaned closer to Manager Li and whispered, I would not hesitate to reveal to you what a true malevolent spirit is. A shiver coursed through Manager Li's heart. Yet reassured by the presence of numerous officers surrounding him, he boldly retorted, Am I to be intimidated by you? If you possess the capability, then prove it. It is you who fails to recognize your own limits. Meanwhile, on the other side, an officer investigating Yang Jian called out, Team Leader Lu, you must see this. Look at this individual's file. It's quite perplexing. The officer gestured towards the notebook screen. Indeed, the computer displayed Yang Jian's profile. Yet it contained no personal information, only the words file classified, insufficient clearance to access. Even the police department lacks the clearance to view this? Team Leader Lu was momentarily taken aback, then grew solemn. Hand me the ID. I will inquire with the provincial department. He proceeded to pick up the phone and dialed a number. Yes, this is Lu Jiaming. I have the ID information of a suspect here. Could you check it? Our department's clearance is insufficient. How about yours? Team Leader Lu, you truly know how to complicate matters for me. This individual's file has been transferred to a special department with a high classification. Not only can I not access it, but even those of a higher rank lack the authority to view it. Wait a moment. I received a call while investigating this file. The voice on the other end paused. Hello, can you hear me? Lou inquired. After a considerable silence, his colleague finally replied. It's a counter-surveillance protocol. The higher-ups have issued a warning. The file on this Yang Jian cannot be further investigated. They stated that his clearance is significantly higher than that of your district police. Should he hold a position, he possesses the authority to mobilize all municipal police resources. Even here, we lack the right to assign actions. If this Yang Jian has indeed committed any crimes, we may initiate an investigation. But we lack the authority to detain or arrest him. We must seek approval from above to proceed. Be wary of being manipulated by those with ulterior motives. The higher-ups have made it clear that if anyone attempts to falsely accuse an Interpol agent, they will be arrested on charges of endangering national security. I understand. Thank you for your assistance. Team leader Liu fell silent as he hung up the phone. He cast a glance at Yang Jian, whose ID indicated he was merely 18 years old. Regardless of his capabilities, it seemed implausible that one so young could attain such a high level. Could he be one of those criminal investigators? Team leader Liu pondered, coming to a realization. Only individuals of this caliber are treated with such distinction by various nations. I will handle Yang Jian's case. You all may attend to other matters, Team leader Liu declared. Chapter 56. The Source. Team leader Liu approached with Yang Jian's ID in hand, as if he had truly become the victim in this unfolding drama. Team leader Liu spoke, managerly. We can only conduct an investigation regarding your case. A formal case will only be established when there is irrefutable evidence. The rank of Yang Jian is too elevated for us to detain. We must seek approval from our superiors. If you, managerly, are confident that this comrade Yang Jian indeed harbors suspicions of extortion, I kindly ask you to accompany me to the police station for documentation and inquiry. Manager Lee was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Well, what? You have no authority to detain? Team leader Liu, are you mistaken? You cannot detain a mere security guard? Yang Jian immediately understood that he had taken Zhou Zhang's satellite positioning phone, and Liu Xiaoyu had already arranged for him to be integrated into the Interpol organization. One might wonder, does the Interpol division in Asia truly hold such a high rank? He felt a twinge of confusion, as he was not well versed in the hierarchical distinctions of this region. Rest assured, I have already inquired with the provincial team. Manager Lee, please accompany us, Liu remarked. Take Manager Lee to the police station and record his statement. Manager Lee sensed something amiss and cautiously inquired, Captain Liu, what will happen if the investigation does not yield results? If evidence proves insufficient and it is later discovered that the complainant has falsely accused the defendant, he will be arrested on charges of endangering national security. Liu's gaze towards Manager Lee shifted, revealing a hint of unease. As a seasoned captain, he recognized the evident trepidation in Manager Lee's voice. This case was likely a fabrication. Will there be detention? Manager Lee pressed. Detention? Liu shook his head, chuckling lightly. What sort of joke is this? Charges of endangering national security carry a minimum sentence of 20 years, and in more severe cases. You might want to consult your lawyer friend. You should have a clearer understanding than I. In the past, such charges would have branded one a traitor. Are you aware of the grave consequences of that label? What? Manager Lee was taken aback, his complexion paling. Is it really that serious? It's merely a case of ordinary fraud, yet it escalates to the level of treachery against the nation. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. When he glanced back at Yang Jian, fear was unmistakably etched on his face. This was certainly no ordinary security guard. Yang Jian said, Do not mind me. Please continue with your performance. Yang Jian remarked, Did you not accuse me of extortion? Why have you not pursued it further? It was a misunderstanding, came the reply. I was merely having a delightful time pretending to be a caterpillar, and for a brief moment, I became dizzy and uttered some nonsensical remarks that I could not control. Manager Lee interjected, Look at my mouth. It has a will of its own. Perhaps I was just momentarily possessed. It must be so. I, too, have been wronged. You truly are remarkable. I find myself beginning to admire you. However, I abhor leaving matters unresolved. If we are to investigate, it must be thorough. What do you think, Captain Liu? Yang Jian stated earnestly. Naturally, came the affirmation. At that moment, two police officers approached. Manager Lee, overwhelmed with fear, felt his legs weaken and collapsed onto the ground, more despondent than when he had encountered the supernatural. Farewell, caterpillar. Yang Jian waved his hand and said, Safe travels. Do not hold it against me. I did nothing. It was your own actions that led to your demise. Should you emerge 2 decades hence, do not blame me. You scoundrel, Yang Jian, managerly lamented, tears streaming down his face as he spoke with a quivering voice. I never imagined the weight of the International Criminal Police to be so profound. When I encountered Zhou Jing earlier, he seemed utterly unremarkable. Yang Jian, when you exited the shopping mall, were you aware of the situation within? Would you be so kind as to share? If it pertains to matters involving the International Criminal Police, then let it be. Captain Liu restrained his voice recently. The number of missing persons connected to this mall has surged, placing immense pressure on my investigation. I ask for your understanding. All those who vanished were inside the mall. But they can no longer be considered human. The entire establishment now poses significant danger. I strongly advise you to seal off this area immediately and refrain from sending anyone inside. Those who enter may never return. Moreover, you are ill-equipped to handle this case. It falls under the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Police. Zhou Zheng is deceased, and the new officers have yet to arrive. I recommend you transfer the case to the new international investigators. In any case, it is imperative to minimize unnecessary casualties. With genuine concern, Yang Jin suggested. I understand. Team leader Liu nodded, promptly grasping the situation at hand. He immediately instructed the officers to maintain vigilance and cordon off the area surrounding the mall. I still need to enter to address some matters, so I shall not disturb you further in your investigation, Yang Jin stated. Team leader Liu chuckled wryly. You jest. You are the one conducting the investigation, while I am merely here to assist. After personally reviewing Yang Jian's file, he had already concluded that Yang Jian was a member of Interpol. Yin Li, let us proceed together into the mall. Yang Jian wasted no time and immediately took action. Indeed, he had come to a resolution. This ghost must be captured. One cannot evade fate for a lifetime. An opportune moment had presented itself, and it was imperative to seize it. Individuals like us have no alternatives. When an opportunity arises, it must be grasped, or else we are merely waiting for our demise. Yin Li promptly approached. Yes, we truly have no choices. Yang Jian glanced around the dimly lit shopping mall. The sky had darkened. At this moment, within the deserted mall, Jiang Yin remained concealed in the surveillance room on the 5th floor. She dared not venture outside or make any sudden movements. For Lu Chang's headless corpse still knelt on the ground, with its severed head lying not far away. Yang Jian did not come to respond to her words, leaving her to linger in the surveillance room. The survivors had all been rescued, leaving only her behind. She feared that Yang Jian might exploit her to save others for profit, ultimately abandoning her. Hello, Yang Jian, can you hear me? Please, come save me. I've been so obedient. You cannot disregard me, Jiang Yin pleaded, her voice tinged with desperation. Enough of that. I am still a child and have not cried. Yet here you are, an adult, weeping and wailing over a minor predicament. While your body may have matured, your mind remains quite juvenile. Came Yang Jian's voice from the other end. Did you uncover the true identity of that ghost? I'm on my way to pick you up, he continued. Upon hearing Yang Jian's words, Jiang Yan's tears transformed into a radiant smile, filling her with a profound sense of relief. I did not find the ghost's true identity, but I saw that the initial footage originated from a clothing store on the 5th floor. The video revealed a clothing store, recorded during the night. The store appeared closed for business, yet, at some unknown moment, a door within the shop slowly creaked open. The footage showed no discernible person, only a vague silhouette emerging. The shadow paused before a mirror, and then, in an eerie twist, the surrounding mannequins toppled over. The figure approached, disassembling the mannequins, taking their hands, feet, and bodies, and attempting to piece them back together. The resulting mannequin was disjointed, with uneven legs and an ill-fitting torso, as if the shadow could never find satisfaction. This grotesque assembly continued until two had vanished entirely. The mannequins in the store had all been dismantled. Finally, a mannequin stood at an impressive 2 meters tall, with a small body, long legs, and elongated arms, creating a strikingly discordant appearance. Yet, this mannequin lacked a head. The footage showed the shadow ultimately merging with the headless mannequin, after which it began to move. It removed the heads from other mannequins, attempting to place them upon its own neck, but the mismatched heads would roll away, proving unsuitable. The headless mannequin repeatedly tried various heads as time passed, and before long, dawn broke. The shop owner began to arrive, ready to open for business. One female owner approached her store, while the 2-meter-tall mannequin stood motionless before the glass window. As the owner entered, the mannequin's head slowly turned to follow her. Ultimately, it turned a full 180 degrees. But the head on its neck appeared ill-fitting and fell, rolling to the floor. Just as the owner turned around, the peculiar mannequin sprang into action. Its disproportionately long arms reached out towards her. Could this be the first victim? Jiang Yin watched the video, her heart racing with anxiety. Thus, that ghost resides within the clothing store. Chapter 57. The First Collaboration. To clarify in advance, there is nothing wrong with my collaboration with you. However, should we encounter any peril or unforeseen circumstances that exceed our control, I shall not hesitate to flee. At that moment, do not chastise me for abandoning my teammate. Yang Jian once again stepped into the shopping mall. Yin Li remarked, this is quite natural. Our collaboration is aimed at capturing this ghost. If we are unable to achieve this, it is only prudent for everyone to prioritize their own safety. The nature of this ghost is peculiar. Even the most seasoned ghost hunters cannot guarantee the successful capture of a restricted-level ghost. Classifying malevolent spirits into tiers is inherently misleading, as I have learned from past experiences. Your words bring me reassurance, Yang Jian nodded. He possessed a ghost domain and could vacate the mall in less than 3 seconds, while simultaneously shielding himself from other ghostly attacks. Even the door-knocking ghost could not remain in his presence. Surely, the spirits within this mall were not as formidable. It was this confidence in his self-preservation that emboldened him to agree with Yin Li. However, should they succeed in capturing the ghost, how would the spoils be divided? Yang Jian stated, let us clarify this matter beforehand to avoid any unpleasantness later. We shall split the monetary reward equally and share any intelligence. Yin Li replied, you have aided me previously. I would not take advantage of you. That is agreeable, Yang Jian nodded. By the way, may I inquire further? Is the position of the International Criminal Police Organization quite esteemed? Yin Li was momentarily taken aback, responding with surprise, you are unaware? I have previously met Zhou Zheng and gathered some intelligence. In terms of rank, the position within the International Criminal Police Organization is roughly equivalent to that of a police chief. However, the authority it wields is substantial, as it is a direct department with special jurisdiction. Given the recent surge in supernatural occurrences, nations are critically lacking personnel capable of addressing such phenomena, thus making ghost hunters immensely valuable assets across the globe. Our country, in particular, places great emphasis on this. Take Zhou Zheng from Dachang City, for instance. With a single phone call, he can mobilize the entire police force of the district. If necessary, he can even request military assistance and deploy weapons of mass destruction. Moreover, the Municipal Finance Department allocates a special fund specifically for the operations of the International Criminal Police stationed within the city. Yang Jian's eyelids twitched. Such immense power? Although the position is not high, the authority is indeed significant, which makes me quite envious. However, with great power comes great responsibility. Maintaining law and order in a city and addressing supernatural incidents is, to be frank, quite challenging. Yin Li shook his head. The more a ghost master relies on the powers of malevolent spirits, the more likely they are to perish upon the spirit's resurgence. This is an unavoidable reality. In essence, the role of an international policeman is akin to risking one's life to uphold local security. While I admire the authority of international police, I lack that nobility, hence I have not considered joining their ranks. Is it reasonable to expect only one policeman for an entire city? That seems rather unreasonable. Yang Jian furrowed his brows, setting aside the incident involving the ghost infant. He had encountered at least 3 supernatural events himself. Yin Li continued, due to the scarcity of personnel, consider the vastness of the globe. How many cities exist? It is already commendable that one ghost master can be allocated to a city in this part of Asia. Furthermore, individuals like us tend to have short lifespans. We often perish within a few months or less than half a year, not accounting for those who sacrifice themselves during supernatural events. Moreover, not all ghost masters aspire to become international policemen. Most, like myself, prefer the freedom to act independently after becoming ghost masters, whether it be profiting from supernatural events or indulging personal desires. This is far more appealing than becoming a policeman, tirelessly working to maintain order, only to ultimately fall victim to the resurgence of malevolent spirits. What you mean to say is, if death is inevitable, why not utilize this ability to earn a living and savor life before passing? National affairs hold no relevance to oneself, Yang Jian remarked. That is essentially the sentiment. Yin Li concurred. Yang Jian's gaze shifted slightly. However, this contemplation was predicated upon the premise that we could not find hope for survival. Should the circumstances surrounding the resurgence of malevolent spirits alter, nations would be promptly informed. The primary beneficiaries of this intelligence would undoubtedly be the criminal investigators of various countries. For enhancing their survival rates is an urgent priority for any nation. Conversely, Those unrestrained ghost tamers may lose their chance of survival due to a lack of timely information. Yin Li was momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated that Yang Jian would think so far ahead. Most ghost tamers chose a path similar to his, allowing them to live a little longer and enjoy life. You say someone has successfully halted the resurgence of malevolent spirits. From where do you suppose that individual acquired such intelligence? Yang Jian inquired. What are you implying? Yin Li asked. Yang Jian spoke calmly. It is certain that various nations have invested substantial resources into researching and analyzing the existence of ghosts. Even if they have not succeeded in deciphering the mysteries of these entities, they must have discovered methods to control malevolent spirits. Such research must have yielded some results. Though the approaches developed may be fraught with significant flaws, rendering them unreliable and potentially perilous. Hence, these findings have yet to be disclosed. However, with the rise in supernatural occurrences, the situation has begun to deteriorate, necessitating the revelation of even immature methodologies. There is a saying in our country, drinking poison to quench thirst. Yin Li paused thoughtfully before saying, I was merely an electrician before. I'm not well versed in the affairs of state. If this endeavor proves successful, I can introduce you to a unique club where I gather my information. What sort of club? Yang Jian inquired. A club that only those who can control spirits may join. Although its membership is limited, its influence is substantial, and the connections are extensive. They possess far more knowledge than I do. Is that so? I would indeed like to visit if the opportunity arises, Yang Jian replied. Exchanging insights with like-minded individuals could certainly be beneficial. Unbeknownst to them, as they conversed, the two had ascended the staircase once more to the second floor of the shopping mall and were now making their way to the third floor, albeit at a leisurely pace, as they remained vigilant of their surroundings. The individuals they had encountered earlier seemed to have vanished once again. Yang Jian glanced up, noting that the ghost from the fifth floor had now completely disappeared, leaving not a single corpse behind. Have they hidden themselves again? Yin Li pondered. Yang Jian cautioned, do not turn your back on any ghost, for in this mall, they may strike from behind, exchanging their heads with those of others. You must have witnessed this on the fifth floor. Those who have undergone this head-swapping retain their memories from their former lives, entirely oblivious to the fact that their heads have been exchanged. However, should they choose, they can transform into ghosts at any moment. You had already discerned this pattern? Why did you not alert me before, compelling me to slide out with them? Inquired Yin Li, astonished. Yang Jian remarked, it is not that I doubt your abilities, but rather the capabilities of certain individuals. There is a saying that aptly captures this notion. A large tree inevitably harbors withered branches, and a multitude of people is bound to contain fools. The intellect of some is indeed challenging to articulate. You cannot fathom the exceptional nature of those who gamble with their lives. Not only do they endanger themselves, but they also pose a threat to others. My previous efforts were merely to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. What harm is there in letting them act like caterpillars? As you have witnessed, they glide across the ground with remarkable speed and stability, seemingly quite content. Yin Li was momentarily speechless. Well, I concede that your approach is indeed correct. Jiang Yan's voice, tinged with anxiety and urgency, broke through. I am still alive. I saw you enter. Hurry and come to my aid. Just now, I observed Lu Chang's corpse move, and I sensed that something is amiss. And the ghost? Where did it first appear? Yang Jian inquired. I reviewed the surveillance footage, and the ghost first manifested in a clothing store on the fifth floor. It appeared as a vague silhouette, indistinct and unclear. It entered the body of a dummy mannequin. I will send you the image, Jiang Yan responded. Yang Jian said, send me another phone. This one lacks the capability to receive images. All right. Soon, a picture arrived on his smartphone. Is this the true form of that ghost? Yin Li leaned in for a closer look. Yang Jian inquired, have you prepared the tools? Yin Li produced a box crafted from pure gold. Its dimensions comparable to that of a makeup case, yet it was notably weighty, at least several kilograms, enclosed with a precise fit. This ghost is so large. And you have prepared such a small box? Why not bring a pokeball instead? Yang Jian remarked, gazing at him with curiosity. Yin Li responded, the price of gold has risen recently. This custom box cost me over 2 million. I invested all my previous earnings into it. I understand the reasoning. But even for ashes, this box seems insufficient. How do you intend to contain a ghost within? Yang Jian queried. Although it is somewhat small, it can still accommodate the spirit if we make some adjustments. After all, that ghost is merely a shadow, perhaps lacking a physical form, so a smaller box may suffice. Yin Li explained. There's no turning back now. Having come this far, we must forge ahead and give it a try, he concluded. Yang Jian was no longer overly fastidious. He could only adopt a tentative attitude and see if he could successfully confine this ghost. They arrived at the 5th floor. He recognized the clothing store. Behind the glass door stood a haphazard assortment of mannequin bodies, some missing arms, others lacking legs. He had found it somewhat eerie during his first patrol. It seemed his initial instinct had been correct. The true instigator, that ghost, was indeed lurking within. Setting aside his earlier disdain, Yang Jian and Yin Li's expressions immediately turned grave. The store before them was shrouded in darkness. The door was unlocked. A mere tug would allow entry. Yet, the thought of the genuine ghost hiding within made Yang Jian's palms sweat. Strictly speaking, this was his first formal confrontation with a ghost. The previous incident with the ghost infant did not count. That had merely involved passive rescue and escape, with little pressure involved. This time, however, was different. It was a proactive strike. Just as Yang Jian and Yin Li were preparing to proceed, a strange scene unfolded. The heavy glass door of the clothing store, devoid of wind, began to creak open slowly at that very moment. Yang Jian was taken aback. Could it be that this ghost was aware of his impending arrival? Chapter 58, The Influx. You first, Yang Jian said, looking at Yin Li. No. Brother criminal investigator, you should go ahead. I am merely 18 years old, still quite young. It is only fitting that I address you as brother. Moreover, I can only be considered a temporary worker, unworthy of the title of a criminal investigator, so you should take the lead. Your abilities are formidable, and I shall follow your lead and heed your commands. You are being humble. You have been a ghost master longer than I have. You are my senior. I have much to learn from you. Yang Jian and Yin Li stood in front of the clothing store, each politely yielding to the other. The glass door before them swung open of its own accord, revealing a dim interior that exuded a peculiar sense of oppression. Knowing that a ghost lurked within heightened their unease. They had spoken of collaborating to confront the spirit, yet neither possessed the requisite courage to step inside first. A single misstep could prove fatal. Becoming a ghost hunter merely afforded them the means to engage with malevolent spirits. It did not grant them the audacity to act recklessly in their presence. After a brief exchange of deference, neither was willing to take the initiative. Finally, Yang Jian suggested, since we lack confidence, perhaps we should retreat? Yin Li was momentarily speechless. If you let this ghost slip away, the next one may be even more terrifying, and capturing it will be far more challenging. Yang Jian gently touched the back of his hand and remarked, that is indeed the case. The level of this ghost is rather low. Otherwise, it would not have claimed only a handful of lives in recent days. Given this, let us not hesitate any longer and venture in together. Very well, let us proceed, Yin Li responded with a nod. He was reluctant to forfeit this opportunity, for his circumstances were far more dire than those of Yang Jian. The time until his revival grew ever shorter, compelling him to make one final desperate attempt. Let us begin. Yang Jian took a deep breath, gazing at the already ajar glass door, and cautiously approached. Yin Li accompanied him, his expression taut, fully prepared to summon the powers of the malevolent spirit at a moment's notice. The clothing store was not particularly spacious. Measuring perhaps a little over 100 square meters, its interior appeared somewhat chaotic and cramped due to the presence of lifelike mannequins and the haphazard arrangement of merchandise. The ghost resides within that human figure. You have seen the image. Let us locate it and confront it together, Yang Jian urged in a subdued tone. He switched on the flashlight and placed it on a shelf by the entrance. The beam illuminated the store, casting light upon its interior. I recall that artificial human figure. It is quite distinctive, and I am certain I cannot mistake it, Yin Li remarked. Yang Jian remained silent as he gradually stepped into the clothing store, surveying his surroundings. There was an unsettling stillness, devoid of anything peculiar, resembling a temporarily closed shop. Yet, an inescapable scent of decay began to permeate the air. A faint sound echoed, a soft creak, as the glass door, previously ajar, slowly closed. Though the noise was subtle, in such an extraordinarily quiet environment, it resonated with alarming clarity. Nothing seemed amiss. It was as if the door had closed on its own accord. There's nothing here, Yin Li remarked. I am certain that under these circumstances, the ghost is present, Yang Jian responded. He sensed a disquieting aura in the clothing store, unlike any other location, especially since Jiang Yin was examining the surveillance footage and confirmed that the first supernatural incident in this mall occurred right here. Is it concerning that the door has closed? Yin Li inquired. It's of no importance. If we were to flee, we wouldn't exit through the front door anyway, Yang Jian replied. Wait, listen, what is that sound? Yin Li's expression shifted with apprehension. Strange, Faint noises arose within the clothing store, reminiscent of something shifting and scraping. Yang Jian, look at those mannequins. Suddenly, Yinli gasped in alarm. Without needing to be prompted, Yang Jian had already noticed. The mannequins, casually arranged throughout the store, began to slowly turn their heads. Not just one, but all of them were now facing Yang Jian and Yinli, their lifeless eyes exuding an eerie essence, seemingly conveying a dreadful message. I have my eye on you. Do not turn your back on them, Yang Jian cautioned. Be wary of having your heads removed. He observed the legless mannequin suddenly lift its head to gaze at him, its artificial hands twitching as if reaching out. The other mannequins began to exhibit signs of movement, their actions growing increasingly animated. It was as if the ghost was awakening. However, as Yang Jian and Yinli swiftly repositioned themselves, ensuring their backs were not exposed to any mannequin, the unsettling commotion gradually subsided. Can that ghost truly manipulate even these mannequins? Yinli asked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Yang Jian remarked, it appears that all objects possessed by ghosts can be manipulated. Yet I remain uncertain regarding the nature of this particular ghost's existence. Whether it be the model or the previously head-swapped corpse, these entities are not true specters. The genuine ghost lurks in the shadows. To capture it, we must coax it out. Is there any method to achieve this? Yinli replied, not at present. Yang Jian hesitated momentarily. He contemplated enveloping the area in a ghostly domain, hoping to lure the specter within. However, should his assumption prove erroneous and the ghost no longer reside within this clothing store, he would squander a precious opportunity. It would be wiser to wait and employ the ghostly domain only when the specter manifests, lest he find himself grasping at emptiness. Look at that changing room. The door is ajar. Could the possessed model be inside? Yinli suddenly pointed towards a slightly open fitting room. It is quite possible. Let us investigate. The two approached cautiously, their vigilance heightened. Illuminated by the beam of their flashlight, they slowly opened the door to the changing room. Inside stood a woman. Her eyes closed and her complexion ghostly pale. She was unfamiliar, likely one of the mall's unfortunate victims, though her visage resembled that of a woman. Her body was nothing but a mannequin. Had the ghost affixed a human head to the mannequin's neck? No, that's not it, Yinli whispered. At that moment, the door of the adjacent changing room creaked open. A strange model, nearly 2 meters tall with elongated limbs, silently emerged, its form obscuring the light from the flashlight behind it. Its hands reached out towards the heads of Yang Jian and Yinli. However, as Yang Jian noticed the shifting shadows at his feet, his eyes widened in alarm, instinctively reacting to the impending danger. His taut nerves propelled him into awareness. A scarlet eye emerged, revealing the flesh of the back of the head. The moment the ghostly eye appeared, visions flooded his mind. Unbeknownst to him, the mannequin from the mobile phone image had positioned itself behind him, reaching out with its hand. Behind him, Yang Jian let out a low growl, swiftly stepping forward to evade the attack of the entity. However, Yinli reacted just as quickly, feeling a fleeting touch at the back of his head. A wave of icy chill seemed to permeate through his scalp, sending shivers coursing down his spine. Yinli, quick to respond, found his hands stained with blood. Instead of retreating, he reached out towards the grotesque mannequin. I've got you now. His bloodied hand grasped the elongated arm without hesitation, as if merging his crimson essence with the figure. My ghostly blood can suppress the powers of any specter. I must subdue it now, Yinli declared. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the female corpse behind him suddenly stirred, with her mottled, decaying arms outstretched towards Yinli. It seemed that merely restraining the mannequin was futile. You've seized one useless entity, yet failed to perceive the peril around you. Yang Jian observed the reanimated female corpse before him, and without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick. A faint crimson glow emanated from his foot as he struck the corpse, driving it into the wall behind. Though its legs continued to writhe, it was trapped and unable to escape. Fortunately, this time he was collaborating with Yang Jian. Had he come alone, he would have met his demise the instant he turned around. However, a more terrifying event was about to unfold. As Yang Jian emerged from the changing room, poised to confront the peculiar mannequin alongside Yinli, a fleeting glance caught his attention and rendered him momentarily stunned. Unbeknownst to him, the entire storefront had become a throng of people, effectively barricading the entrance. One individual even ventured inside the shop, seizing his flashlight from a nearby shelf. This figure, devoid of a head yet clad in security attire, was none other than Lu Chang. Hey, Yang Jian, trouble's brewing. I just witnessed Lu Chang's corpse walking out, and I was too frightened to utter a sound. Be cautious on your end, came the voice of Jiang Yin through the satellite tracking mobile device. I am aware. Yang Jian replied tersely, his expression darkening. Only now do you choose to inform me? Truly remarkable, considering the danger is standing right before us. With a soft click, the headless security guard extinguished the flashlight, plunging the surroundings into an abyss of darkness. Within that obscurity, Yang Jian discerned the unsettling sound of footsteps as more figures entered the clothing store. An ever-increasing number of apparitions flooded in, as if intent on saturating the modest establishment. Chapter 59. The hidden spirits. Prior to the flashlight's extinguishment, Yang Jian had glimpsed the multitude gathered outside the store, each person pale and exuding the stench of decay. This assembly comprised those who had previously besieged Boss Tang, Master Luo, and Manager Li. Having vanished moments ago, they now reappeared in full force. Their sheer numbers had effectively sealed all exits, rendering escape an impossibility for any ordinary individual. In such a cramped and congested space, no one could guarantee their safety from attack. Is this so many? It exceeds my capabilities. Quickly, lie down. We must leave this place. Yen Li urged in alarm upon witnessing the scene. No, do not lie down. Something is amiss, Yang Jian replied, his countenance shifting as he hastily activated his mobile's flashlight. Under the beam of light, 7 or 8 figures had already infiltrated the clothing store, with more continuously pouring in. Despite their sluggish strides, it would not take long for them to encircle him completely. Why is this happening? Were they not supposed to refrain from attacking if we lay down? Yen Li inquired. Confusion etched on his face. That was the case before, however, the situation has changed. The phantoms we previously encountered were not genuine spirits, which is why they adhered to a fixed pattern of attack. When someone lay down, they lost their target and would retreat until their next appearance. But now, look around. We are not turned away from them, yet these apparitions still approach. Do you not grasp the implication? What are you suggesting? Yen Li's forehead glistened with anxious perspiration. Yang Jian cast a sweeping glance. The true specter resides among this group of individuals, and it is certainly not the lifeless mannequin you hold. I surmise this mannequin merely represents the initial vessel of the ghost. Thereafter, it must have transitioned into another form. The corpse in the changing room behind us serves as compelling evidence. If the entity truly was the mannequin in your grasp, you would have suppressed its power, rendering these corpses devoid of any reason to move. Are you only now articulating this? The blood-soaked, 2-meter-tall mannequin promptly lost its ability to act, collapsing to the ground in an instant, shattering into myriad pieces, and fell silent thereafter. Yang Jian's conjecture proved to be correct. This peculiar mannequin was, indeed, not a true specter. However, at this moment, a group of individuals exuding a foul stench had approached, their cold, pale faces devoid of expression, embodying a chilling silence akin to that of a walking corpse, yet far more terrifying. Among them lurked a genuine ghost. It was over. Doom was imminent. We had fallen prey to this specter. The costume shop was nothing but a trap, and this conspicuous mannequin served as bait, designed to ensnare us. Yen Li's complexion turned ashen, revealing his despair. Even as a ghost tamer, he could not rely on the strength of the malevolent spirit to force his way out. He would either perish from the revived specter or succumb to the ghost present here. Both paths led to certain death. What nonsense are you spouting? We're not dead yet, Yang Jian retorted, gripping Yen Li firmly. A surge of crimson light emanated from him. 5 ghostly eyes opened simultaneously, and the red glow enveloped the area within 3 to 4 meters, encompassing Yen Li as well. His ghost domain unfurled. In this dire circumstance, to proceed without utilizing the ghost domain was tantamount to walking into a death trap. It was impossible to forge ahead, not just for Yen Li, but for himself as well. Under the crimson light, it felt as though they had detached from reality. The approaching specters seemed to glide through their very bodies, failing to make contact. The immediate peril had been averted. This is a ghost domain? How can this be? Your ability is a ghost domain. Yen Li gazed at Yang Jian with a shock that eclipsed even the sight of a ghost. Is the ghost domain truly so extraordinary? Yang Jian inquired, casting a glance at him. Extraordinary? It is nothing short of rare. Those who possess a ghost domain are exceptionally terrifying, and ghost tamers cannot control them. Attempting to do so would result in immediate death from the revived malevolent spirit. Yen Li continued to regard Yang Jian with astonished eyes. Furthermore, the abilities of a ghost domain were defined by ghost tamers as insurmountable. Once one stepped into a ghost domain, it signified the severance of any retreat, unless one could imprison the ghost within. Yet, was that even feasible? Absolutely not. The majority of malevolent spirits endowed with a ghost domain are classified as A-level disasters, a caliber of ghost that could instill despair in ghost tamers worldwide. Yang Jian gazed at him earnestly and said, "Now is not the time for idle chatter. We have merely 3 minutes. Within this brief span, we must identify the true specter among these corpses and confine it within your golden box, or else we shall be forced to flee. His limit was 5 minutes, yet in the interest of prudence, he reserved 2 minutes for their escape. The existence of a ghostly realm indeed allows for swift departure. Yin Li expressed a hint of surprise, evidently grasping a fragment of the ghost realm's capabilities. However, as he beheld the peculiar and crimson eyes sprouting from Yang Jian's hands and head, the flicker of joy that had briefly illuminated his face was abruptly extinguished. These eyes moved aimlessly, casting several unsettling glances at Yin Li, sending a chill down his spine. Yin Li could sense that should the specter within Yang Jian awaken, it would herald a dire catastrophe. It was time to take action. The mobile phone in Yang Jian's hand was already counting down the time as he and Yin Li maneuvered through layers of obstructing corpses. Arriving at the very center of the group, enveloped by a crimson glow, the two of them maintained a distance from the specters surrounding them. Perhaps due to their presence in the realm of the spirits, the ghost lost sight of its target. At this moment, all the corpses stood motionless, rigidly positioned within the confines of the clothing store. Yang Jian and Yin Li began to frantically examine each corpse, discerning which one might harbor the true specter. The ghost must be among them, and they had a mere 3 minutes to locate it. Otherwise, this endeavor would prove too costly. Yang Jian was deep in thought, realizing that having entered the realm of spirits, they could not squander this opportunity. Yet, who among these was the genuine ghost? Was it the highly decomposed female corpse? Or perhaps the man with the swapped head? Maybe it was Lu Chang's body, or the male corpse with Wei Xiaohong's features. Each was a potential candidate. No. They could not rely on mere conjecture. With so many corpses, guessing was futile. Yin Li had summoned the powers of vengeful spirits too frequently. And if he attempted to harness his abilities again, he would surely perish at the hands of the resurrected ghost. To confirm his suspicions, Yang Jian inquired, Yin Li, how many more times can you wield the power of the vengeful spirits? My limit is nearly reached. In my current state, I can manage at most 3 more attempts. After that, I may very well die, Yin Li replied, uncertainty lacing his words. No one truly knows their limits. They can only estimate. 3 attempts. Yang Jian thought, forming a rough judgment in his mind. Just then, one of the corpses stirred. All others remained still, yet this one moved. It was a body clad in a suit, with the head of a middle-aged woman grotesquely attached. Perhaps, due to Yang Jian's presence in the realm of spirits, she chose not to assault them and began to turn away. It must be her, Yin Li exclaimed immediately. Gritting his teeth, he seized the corpse. Vivid crimson blood oozed from his gloved hands, continuously merging with the body. Blood flowed from her eyes, neck, and mouth, as if she were being restrained. Had they succeeded? Yang Jian watched anxiously. Chapter 60. The capture to identify the true specter among the bizarre array of corpses that filled the shop was no small feat. They lacked the resources to attempt each one individually, for wielding the power of vengeful spirits was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Each use directly shortened their lifespan. When the moment to act arrived, it required not only immense courage, but also unwavering determination. Yang Jian possessed this courage, and Yin Li exhibited this determination. Thus, at this moment, they did not flee. Instead, they chose to take action. Blood seeped through Yin Li's hands into the body of the middle-aged woman clad in a suit. The blood in his grasp seemed inexhaustible, and as it permeated, the initially animated corpse appeared to freeze, falling into a silence devoid of any movement. At that moment, the other corpses seemed to lose their capacity for action, becoming rigid in place. This phenomenon appeared to suggest that the true specter lay concealed within this very corpse. Yet, is the reality truly as it seems? Yang Jian was uncertain. Even Yin Li himself was not entirely sure. Is this the corpse in question? Yin Li's expression grew particularly grave. I am not entirely certain, but judging by its appearance, it seems to be this corpse. The blood in my possession can only suppress ghosts. It cannot discern whether it is indeed a ghost. Yang Jian furrowed his brow deeply, surrounded by an atmosphere of dimness and silence. Apart from the continuous seepage of blood from the corpse grasped tightly in Yin Li's hands, no anomalies manifested. Everything seemed to have momentarily stagnated. Yet, this hushed stillness was the most terrifying scenario, for Yin Li could not discern whether the corpse he held was indeed a ghost. If the impasse persisted and a misjudgment occurred, it would undoubtedly be his demise. It could be said that with each passing second, they were incurring losses. The genuine specter possessed ample time to engage them. Yang Jian, what course of action shall you pursue now? You must hasten to devise a method to ascertain whether this is a ghost. If it is, we shall confine it within a box. Sweat began to bead on Yen Li's forehead as he felt the blood surging from his hands becoming increasingly uncontrollable. If this corpse was not a ghost, then the specter must still be lurking nearby. In such a case, if the ghost deliberately remained motionless, allowing Yen Li to squander his abilities, it would be tantamount to indirect murder. Should this corpse indeed be a ghost, the other bodies would have no reason to remain utterly unresponsive. A decoy. There was an 80% likelihood that this initially moving corpse was merely a bait. Much like fishing, one must first attach bait to lure the fish into biting the hook. However, if the conjecture proved erroneous, they would forfeit a splendid opportunity to capture the ghost. Weighing the options, he ultimately chose the side with the greater probability. Yang Jian made a bold conjecture in his heart. This corpse is not a ghost. Yen Li did not expect Yang Jian to utter such words at this moment. Yang Jian spoke earnestly, tinged with a hint of anxiety. However, Yen Li hesitated, reluctant to take a gamble. Cursed be it. I shall trust you this once. Reluctantly, Yen Li felt a surge of unwillingness as he staunched the flow of fresh blood from his hands and relinquished the corpse he had been holding. Do not turn your back on these bodies. Come this way, Yang Jian urged, his gaze narrowing sharply. I understand, Yen Li conceded, opting to withdraw from the mission. Yang Jian, slow down. Yen Li cautiously retreated. As he stepped back, the corpse clad in a suit, adorned with the head of a middle-aged woman, suddenly collapsed to the ground as if it had lost some vital support, adopting a grotesque posture. The head detached from the neck and rolled away, tumbling several times. Once Yen Li's blood soaked into this body, it relinquished its eerie powers and became an ordinary corpse. However, its fall did not affect the remaining bodies. They remained rigidly standing, utterly motionless, maintaining an unnatural balance despite their severe decay. Your suspicions were correct. She was not a ghost. Witnessing this scene, Yen Li felt a surge of both shock and fury. He had been deceived by this specter, just as he intended to retreat into the ghost domain. One of the corpses suddenly stirred. Its head spun around at an astonishing speed, turning a full 180 degrees to face him directly. Its eyes snapped open, revealing a pair of lifeless gray orbs that locked onto him, while its arm reached out, seizing Yen Li's own. With a faint crack, Yen Li's arm was effortlessly detached. Akin to that of a mere puppet, with no blood flowing from the severed end, only raw, crimson flesh. A ghost. Yen Li gasped in horror at the abnormality before him. Yet, the next scene filled him with an even greater dread. The true specter proceeded to remove its other arm, preparing to replace it with Yen Li's. It was as if it were assembling a puzzle. Yang Jian, quickly stop it. You must not allow it to take my arm. It conceals ghostly blood. If it succeeds, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yen Li shouted, trembling with fear. His prior suspicions had been confirmed. This was a trap. Both he and Yang Jian were prey to this ghost, which sought to acquire a superior vessel. Human corpses decay and soon become useless, compelling this ghost to continuously swap bodies and heads. However, the body of a ghost master is different, for it harbors the true essence of a ghost. Once a ghost possesses a ghost master, the terror escalates exponentially, for ghosts do not perish. Before Yen Li could finish his plea, a red flash darted past him. The ghost vanished before his eyes, and his severed arm fell to the ground. I've got you now. You hide well, but since you've entered my ghost domain, you shall not escape unless I perish, Yang Jian remarked with a cold smile gracing his lips. Within the realm of the supernatural, a lifeless form stood before him, motionless. Its head twisted at an unsettling 180 degrees. Yet, Yang Jian understood that the true malevolence resided within this very cadaver. Chapter 61. Successful confinement. The surrounding edifices bore a striking resemblance to those of the marketplace, yet this entire world seemed to be stained with the hue of blood, casting a delicate crimson veil over all things. The ghostly domain appeared diminutive at first glance. However, once ensnared within its confines, the space could expand infinitely, akin to an alternate dimension suspended between reality and illusion. Even Yang Jian, the possessor of the ghostly realm, found himself unable to decipher the true nature of its existence. At this moment, a corpse stood before Yang Jian, a figure that had lost an arm, its head grotesquely rotating at a 180-degree angle. He recognized this body. It belonged to one of Master Luo's apprentices, a man in his 30s, seemingly youthful. Indeed, this specter opted for the freshest of corpses to inhabit, discarding those that were decayed or mismatched. However, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that it possessed the ability to occupy any corpse at will. If that were the case, even the formidable Yen Li would be unable to capture it, unless he were to restrain all bodies simultaneously. Yet, once confined within the ghostly domain, the circumstances would change dramatically. This was the sole method to ensure that the spirit could not escape. Yin Li's decision to collaborate with me proved judicious, and indeed, I did not squander the opportunity to utilize him as bait. Yang Jian's gaze shifted slightly as he glanced at the countdown on his phone. 2 minutes and 40 seconds had already elapsed. However, it mattered not. The ghost had been located, and his limit was 5 minutes. As long as he could successfully confine this spirit, it would make no difference if it extended until the end of the 5 minutes. Yet, it was precisely at this moment that the danger was at its peak. Yang Jian inhaled softly. Previously, he had only confronted a corpse manipulated by a ghost, but now he faced a true specter. The lifeless body before him did not choose to remain still. Perhaps its lurking presence had been discerned by Yang Jian. At that moment, its head, like a clockwork mechanism, slowly turned from behind, returning to its normal state, before lunging forward. Its ashen eyes, uncertain if they could still perceive the world, fixed unblinkingly upon Yang Jian, numb, rigid, devoid of any emotion. It resembled a moving puppet, merely staring, sending a chill down one's spine. Yet, this was not Yang Jian's first encounter with a ghost. He had previously faced even more terrifying apparitions, such as the knocking ghost, and his spirit remained relatively unshaken. Suddenly, the ghost sprang into action. It moved with remarkable swiftness. This fresh corpse sprinting towards Yang Jian at an inhuman speed, arriving before him in mere seconds. It extended its remaining hand, not to seize Yang Jian's head, but to grasp the eye on the back of his hand. Your ghostly eye. Are you attempting to assemble a body entirely composed of vengeful spirits? Is that why you incessantly swap bodies with everyone? Are you searching for a form that suits you? Yang Jian remained motionless, rooted to the spot, neither retreating nor evading. It appears that this specter possesses a significant potential for growth, much like that ghostly infant. Once you manage to assemble a corporeal form composed entirely of spirits, its terror could undoubtedly escalate to an S level of annihilation. Unfortunately, your own level of horror is rather modest. At this moment, Yang Jian did not allow this ghost to seize him. The ghostly eye on the back of his hand seemed on the verge of being forcibly plucked away. Yet, in the next instant, he vanished. Yang Jian appeared not far behind the ghost. I am relieved to have contained a potentially perilous spirit today, yet I remain uncertain whether these apparitions possess any intelligence. He endeavored to extract useful information from the ghost's actions, intentions, and existence, aiming to amplify the results of this operation. Since communication is not an option, the only course of action is to confine such a terrifying entity. Yang Jian did not dare to act recklessly, even though he found himself within the ghost realm. Yin Li, it is your turn to take action. As the red light enveloped the clothing store, Yang Jian's figure materialized, accompanied by that very corpse. Is this indeed the corpse in question? Upon witnessing Yang Jian's sudden appearance, his eyelids twitched, and he promptly inquired, I have trapped it within the ghost realm. Have the other corpses stirred at all during this time? Yang Jian asked. Well, not at all, Yin Li replied, glancing at the other corpses, which indeed remained still. However, I wish to confirm once more, if I make another mistake, you are well aware of my predicament. Yang Jian remarked, it is a relentless struggle, there exists no alternative. If we could successfully confine this spirit, you could retire early, could you not? A treasure worth 100 million, sufficient for a death devoid of regrets. It holds true for me as well. You speak wisely. Yin Li gritted his teeth and stepped into the realm of the spirits. This domain was not one he could enter freely, it was only through Yang Jian's permission that he was granted access. Yet, upon entering, his very presence seemed to pose a threat to the spirit. In an instant, a vague silhouette emerged from the corpse. Its height and size fluctuated rapidly, adapting to match Yang Jian's stature and build. Yet this ghostly figure remained headless. A headless apparition. Was this the true form of the spirit? No wonder every corpse decays most rapidly at the head. It was evidently lacking one. Yang Jian, its target is you. Yin Li exclaimed urgently. Before he could finish his warning, the ghostly figure swiftly approached, as if intent on merging with him. Whether it was Yang Jian's inability to react or the spirit's movements being too uncanny, it soon integrated into Yang Jian's body. He stood still. Impossible? Yin Li's eyes narrowed, his heart tightening in apprehension. After such prolonged contact, he had come to comprehend the essence of this spirit's powers. It was a being capable of seizing human bodies, not just human forms, but others as well. If Yang Jian were to be overtaken at this moment, it would spell disaster. What are you so astonished about? The spirit had merely possessed a lifeless mannequin. It appeared that even a ghost could be deceived. Yang Jian's voice resonated as he approached from the side, his presence unnoticed until now. He bore no injuries. Yet the individual possessed before him flickered with a crimson light and transformed into a mere mannequin. Is this the enigmatic power of the ghost domain? Yin Li gazed in astonishment at the seemingly elusive Yang Jian, harboring doubts that even this incarnation could be a mere imitation. However, even if it were false, he could not discern the truth. The ghost domain had the uncanny ability to distort reality, and only that which Yang Jian deemed real could be considered so. The time is drawing near. If we do not act now, I shall take my leave, Yang Jian declared. I understand, Yin Li replied, taking a single step before positioning himself before the mannequin. The ability to shorten distances? He momentarily set aside his astonishment over the existence of the ghost domain and seized the mannequin. Blood seeped from his gloved hands, swiftly merging with the figure. Thud, thud, thud. The ghostly blood, capable of restraining other spirits, made contact with the genuine ghost, causing the corpses within the clothing store to collapse one after another. Heads and bodies disjoined, reminiscent of a meticulously arranged set of blocks being toppled all at once. It appears to be effective. Congratulations, you have captured a true ghost. Your power is formidable. At the very least, I can only confine it, not restrain it, Yang Jian remarked after casting a glance. Yin Li chuckled wryly. Do not jest. Your ghost domain is the true terror. Unless I physically grasp a ghost, I am of little use. Should my attempt to restrain fail, I would have no chance to escape. However, if we were to collaborate, capturing a ghost would become considerably easier. He cast another look at Yang Jian, acknowledging the complementary nature of their abilities. Yet, a pang of regret washed over him, for he sensed his limits were nearing and his time was short. Had he encountered Yang Jian sooner, perhaps the circumstances would have been more favorable. Let us save the idle chatter for later. Nearly 4 minutes have elapsed. Surely, you do not wish for my demise at the hands of a vengeful spirit. We must secure it swiftly, Yang Jian urged. Just a moment. It will not be so swift, Yin Li replied. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian could only bide his time. After approximately 10 seconds, the malevolent essence infiltrating the plastic effigy had sufficiently accumulated, causing it to begin a slow dissolution. Indeed, it was no illusion. The specter entwined within was seemingly disintegrating as well. Blood flowed profusely, forming a crimson pool, influencing the surrounding ghostly realm. At this juncture, Yang Jian crouched down once more, placing his hand upon the sanguine puddle. It appeared as though he was absorbing the blood back into his very being. The liquid diminished rapidly, ultimately leaving behind a modest accumulation. Yet, within that small pool of blood, a headless figure struggled, reaching out and twisting its body in a futile attempt to escape. However, all was in vain. The blood acted as a binding shackle, ensnaring it firmly. Now it was time. Yang Jian retrieved a hefty box crafted from gold. Although modest in size, it was more than adequate to contain the small pool of blood. The blood writhed on the ground, seemingly imbued with life, as it, along with the trapped headless specter, flowed into the box. With a decisive click, the box closed tightly, yet Yang Jian felt a lingering unease. He extracted golden aluminum foil, wrapping it meticulously in several layers, leaving no gaps whatsoever. This was merely a preliminary seal. The gold foil needed to be melted to completely fuse the openings, ensuring that the spirit would never escape. For even the slightest crevice could grant the specter a chance at freedom, a lesson learned from the misfortunes of previous ghost tamers. Once all was completed, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Was that so? A lesson learned, indeed. Yang Jian observed intently, mentally noting each step. Mere gold was insufficient. It required a thorough sealing without any openings. Now that the spirit was successfully contained, what were your intentions moving forward? If you would not mind, I could temporarily take custody of this box. What do you think? He then spoke slowly. Chapter 62. A pleasurable collaboration with the spirit successfully imprisoned. The cooperative relationship between Yang Jian and Yin Li reached its conclusion. The next step would be to pursue their respective interests. There was but one box. Yang Jian had no reason to allow Yin Li to retain possession of it. Once outside, who would recognize whom? In these times, those in debt held the power. Yang Jian, what do you mean by that? Do you believe I would hoard this treasure for myself? Yin Li arched an eyebrow, regarding Yang Jian with scrutiny. This item shall temporarily remain in my possession. I will spread the word at the club, and soon enough, buyers will come forth. When the time comes for the transaction, we shall split the earnings evenly, sharing information. I shall not take advantage of you, nor allow you to suffer loss. Yang Jian remarked, if that is the case, why not entrust me with it? You may contact the buyer and return to me later. I shall present the items. Are you concerned that I might abscond? Then it seems there is nothing left to discuss. Yin Li responded, taken aback by the cunning of this young officer, who, having just resolved the supernatural incident, was already broaching matters of profit. If you cannot instill confidence in me, then I see no necessity to continue this conversation. Yang Jian replied earnestly. Your lack of trust in me mirrors my own reservations regarding you. Enough. It was I who personally confined this spirit just moments ago, Yinli retorted. I have saved you. Twice, Yang Jian stated calmly. Do you realize that your actions just now nearly cost me my life? Yang Jian fixed his gaze upon him and remarked, You are destined to serve as bait. Otherwise, this operation will undoubtedly culminate in failure. I am considering the greater good. Otherwise, why would you be standing here, engaging in this debate with me? Moreover, in the realm of the supernatural, I could rescue you within a heartbeat. And I possess the confidence to ensure your survival. But can you reciprocate that assurance regarding my safety? Now, what if I insist on leaving with this box today? Yinli replied, his expression hardened. He could never relinquish this hard-won treasure to Yang Jian. Are you certain that the box in your possession is genuine? Yang Jian's eyes narrowed slightly. Do you comprehend the nature of the ghost realm? Yinli's eyelids twitched, and he instinctively glanced at the object in his hand. In an instant, he was taken aback. The golden box had inexplicably transformed into a decaying human head. Almost reflexively, he hurled the head away. When did you make this switch? Yinli exclaimed, both astonished and furious. Take a guess? Yang Jian remarked, in the realm of spirits, only that which I deem to be true is indeed true. Otherwise, everything you perceive may very well be an illusion. Thus, an intriguing question arises. What do you consider to be real? Is it what your eyes behold, what your hands touch, or what your nose detects? When all of these sensations are rendered false, you will come to realize that this entire world is but an illusion, and therein lies the essence of a mirage. Quite a fascinating ability, is it not? It is impossible. The power of malevolent spirits in your realm cannot possibly influence gold. A truth well known among all spirit tamers across the globe. Yinli gritted his teeth as he spoke. Yang Jian remarked, I cannot sway the gold. Yet can I not influence your vision? Do you truly believe that what you discarded moments ago was indeed a severed head? Is it so? A shiver coursed through Yin Li's heart as he hastily retrieved the head he had cast aside not far away. Can you be certain that this head you now grasp is the very same one you relinquished earlier? Yang Jian spoke again. A faint smile gracing his lips. Once the task is completed, if you refuse to trust me, I too cannot place my faith in you. The box cannot be divided into two. While your contributions are substantial, mine are not insignificant either. It was I who first discerned the pattern of this ghost and located it. As his words fell, it became apparent that a golden box had mysteriously appeared in his hand, the very one Yin Li had previously used to confine the headless ghost. If Yang Jian held the box, then what Yin Li clutched was indeed a genuine human head. How infuriating! Yin Li cursed inwardly. He hastily discarded the head he had picked up. His mind was now clouded, for he could no longer distinguish between the real and the illusory within this ghostly domain. At the same time, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over him, as if he were grateful that Yang Jian was not a true ghost. Otherwise, how could this ghost be contained? The threat of annihilation loomed. I concede, I am no match for you. You may take the lead in this matter. What do you wish to do? Surely you do not intend to keep everything for yourself? Yinli said. Should Yang Jian choose to monopolize, Yinli would find himself utterly powerless. Although we have experienced some unpleasantness in the distribution of benefits, I remain a person of principles. If one lacks boundaries in conduct, what distinguishes a human from a specter? Therefore, our previous collaboration shall continue, but I will take custody of this box. You shall be responsible for liaising with the seller. However, I must be the one to negotiate this transaction. What are your thoughts? Do I possess the leverage to negotiate? Yinli replied, let us proceed as you suggest. The mere prospect of maintaining our collaborative relationship fills me with gratitude. Had circumstances been harsher, he might have found himself in dire straits today. Excellent. Call me during the transaction, but refrain from contacting me unnecessarily. I am quite occupied. And may our collaboration be fruitful. He retrieved a pin from his pocket, inscribed his phone number, and set it upon the ground. Once he completed these actions, the surrounding crimson light dissipated. Along with it vanished Yang Jian. Had he departed from the realm of the specters? Yin Li surveyed his surroundings and caught sight of what appeared to be a severed head on the ground. It was, in fact, not a head at all, but merely a packet of instant noodles, the flavor of which he loathed. Pleasant, indeed, he thought, disheartened by the enigma of this spectral domain. Clenching his fists tightly, he was overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Why was it that, as a fellow ghost master, Yang Jian was so fortuitous in acquiring such formidable abilities? It seemed profoundly unjust. Fortunate, were Yang Jian privy to his thoughts, he would surely find them amusing. That kind of fortune he would gladly forego. During that incident of supernatural occurrences at the university, the number of lives lost remained unknown to him. He only knew that he, along with 6 other classmates, had barely survived. Had he not become a ghost master and received the warning from the human skin paper, they would have faced total annihilation, and there would have been no survivors. Could Yin Li have endured such a fate? Yang Jian did not depart from the mall immediately. For one person lingered in his thoughts, Wang Yan. She was the sole survivor of this establishment. Countless souls had perished within its confines. Yet fate had spared a few fortunate ones. Sister Wang Yan, you are not dead, are you? The silence on the other end of the line was deafening. Suddenly, Yang Jian materialized within the surveillance room. His time in the ghost realm was still intact. At that moment, Wang Yan clutched a phone that had long since been disconnected. Huddled in a corner with her head bowed, softly weeping. Despair had begun to envelop her. As she believed Yang Jian and Yin Li had perished after entering the clothing store, never to emerge again. The events within the ghost realm eluded the watchful eyes of the cameras. Wang Yan's heart was shattered. If Yang Jian was gone, what would become of her? The malevolent spirit still lingered outside, and stepping out would surely mean her demise. However, as Yang Jian's voice resonated, her sobs ceased abruptly, and she quickly raised her head. Upon seeing Yang Jian standing before her, a surge of emotion compelled her to leap up and rush towards him. I thought you were dead. It's such a relief to see you unharmed. Alas, what was meant to be a warm embrace turned into a collision. As Wang Yan passed right through Yang Jian's ethereal form, crashing to the ground, blood trickling from her nose as she lifted her head. Sister Wang, why the sudden excitement? I thought you were going to attack me, Yang Jian remarked, puzzled by her reaction. Are you human or a ghost? Wang Yan asked, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at him. She was certain she had indeed passed through him, directly and without obstruction. I have no desire to explain concepts beyond your comprehension. Your task has been fulfilled. It is time to depart, Yang Jian stated, grasping her wrist. In an instant, they vanished from the spot. Chapter 63, Departure. Yang Jian and Yin Li collaborated successfully to contain and imprison the ghost that roamed the shopping mall. Particularly, when the ghost attempted to replace its own arm with that of Yin Li's, it sent a chill down Yang Jian's spine. Had it not been for their prior preparations and timely reactions, both he and Yin Li would have met with dire consequences. Captain Liu, are you still on the case? I had thought you had already departed. Yang Jian exited the mall and beheld Captain Liu, who was on alert along with several other officers. The perimeter was illuminated by red lights, and even the nearby crowd had been evacuated. It was evident that Captain Liu had encountered this paranormal incident before and possessed a measure of experience. Upon seeing Yang Jian, he first offered a salute, acknowledging that the rank of a criminal investigator superseded his own, and then inquired, given the nature of our duties, how could we afford to be negligent? May I ask about the situation inside? Are there any survivors? Yang Jian said, there is both good news and bad news. The good news is that this incident has been successfully resolved, and there will be no more cases of missing persons in this shopping mall. And what about the bad news? Liu asked. Yang Jian's expression slightly stiffened. The number of deceased is rather substantial. Dozens of corpses lie within, presumably all belonging to those who had previously vanished. Under ordinary circumstances, this would undoubtedly constitute a sensational case that would shock the nation. However, at present, one can only say that the casualties remain within the tolerable limits of a municipal level. As for the survivors, regrettably, there exists but one. He gestured towards Jiang Yan beside him. Disheveled and somewhat haggard, Jiang Yan's demeanor, upon emerging alongside Yang Jian, betrayed a flicker of joy at having narrowly escaped death. So many had gone missing, yet only one had survived? Liu's countenance shifted, revealing a profound sense of helplessness. All the missing had perished. This is merely the consequence of a singular supernatural incident. Yang Jian remarked, the danger has dissipated within. At least, that is my belief. I must now attend to certain matters and cannot remain here any longer. Should you require assistance with the investigation, feel free to contact me. Very well. I appreciate your efforts. I shall take charge of the ensuing matters, Liu, with a respectful gaze towards Yang Jian, replied. Although the number of casualties was rather high this time, had it not been for Yang Jian's intervention in addressing the supernatural occurrences within the mall, this calamity might have escalated further. Liu was acutely aware of the perilous nature of the work undertaken by the criminal police. Yang Jian nodded, leaving behind the phone as he departed. Where are you going? Jiang Yin hurriedly pursued him. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, she implored, "Please don't say that. I have agreed to be your girlfriend. You cannot just abandon me like this." "Sister, are you trying to take advantage of me? Who asked you to become my girlfriend?" Yang Jian's eyelids twitched. "Didn't we have a pleasant conversation in the restroom earlier? And please, do not refer to me as sister. I am still quite young." "You know," Jiang Yin retorted. Yang Jian gazed at her and inquired, "How old are you this year?" 25. "No, in reality, I am 24. 25 is merely my nominal age. What do you think? I am still quite young, am I not?" Jiang Yin replied, tilting her head proudly, as if implying that being her boyfriend would be a fortunate bargain for him. "Regrettably, I am but 18 this year, and at most, I am 19 by customary reckoning." Yang Jian spoke up. "Therefore, it would be wise to simply acknowledge your status as my elder sister. The fact that I did not address you as auntie is already a sign of respect. I assure you, I am quite courteous. What do you think, Sister Jiang?" Jiang Yin felt a shiver run down her spine, grappling with a sense of inadequacy regarding her age. She had assumed that Yang Jian was around 25 or 26, which explained why he referred to her as sister upon their first encounter. Indeed, she found herself in the position of an elder sister before him. "Young brother, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance today. It is truly thanks to you that I managed to navigate this situation." Suddenly, Boss Tang, who had been taking statements, noticed Yang Jian preparing to leave and hurried over, grasping his hand with profound gratitude. Yang Jian chuckled, saying, "Engaging in transactions for monetary gain is merely part of the job. The boss is being overly serious." "Nonsense, it is you, my young friend, who saved my life." He continued, "Here is my number. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." Mr. Tang then produced a business card and pressed it into Yang Jian's hand. "Hey, Tangin, your testimony has yet to be fully recorded. The head needs to speak with both you and the bureau. You must understand that you bear a certain responsibility for the disappearance of individuals within your establishment." A police officer interjected. "I will be right there. My apologies, officer. I shall just take a moment to conclude a few words before joining you." Yang Jian felt a twinge of sentiment upon witnessing the scene. Indeed, Boss Tang epitomized the acumen of a shrewd businessman, adept at cultivating relationships. His foresight surpassed that of his contemporaries, elucidating why he held the title of boss, while the individual surnamed Li could merely claim the role of manager. It would be prudent to arrange a meeting with Boss Tang in the future. Accepting the business card, Yang Jian contemplated the potential advantages of expanding his network. After all, Boss Tang was a man of considerable wealth. Should he find himself in need of funds, he could confidently seek assistance from him, certain of a favorable response. However, the question loomed, where to go next? Upon reaching the crossroads, a wave of confusion washed over him. Home? That was a jest. His residence was haunted. And even with the boldest of hearts, he would not dare reside there. Death could ensue. It appeared he must first seek a temporary refuge, biding his time until Yin Li located a buyer, at which point he could attend to the transaction. Yet, prior to that, he needed to secure the object through welding. It had to be rendered completely inoperative. Yang Jian produced a small box enveloped in golden foil. This was not mere foil. It was gold leaf. Though the box was modest in size, it bore a substantial weight of several kilograms. Who could have anticipated that this gilded container held within it a spirit? "Where are you off to? Do you not possess a vehicle? Why not drive?" Jiang Yin interjected, having followed him. "I am but a mere nobody. I own no car, not even a bicycle," Yang Jian replied. "By the way, why are you still trailing me?" Jiang Yin squinted playfully, a smile gracing her lips. "You may have lacked a vehicle before, but now you do. Have you forgotten that you earned 8 million from Master Luo? He was short on cash and pledged a car to you, not to mention the jade and watches. I observed everything clearly from the monitoring room." Her reminder sparked a recollection. Indeed, he had acquired a car through his dealings. Yang Jian reached into his pocket and discovered a collection of assorted items, among which was indeed a car key. He pressed a button, and among the vehicles parked along the roadside, a robust and muscular off-road Mercedes-Benz illuminated its lights. "You've struck gold. This is an imported Mercedes, valued at nearly 5 million. Master Luo has suffered a tremendous loss," Jiang Yin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with recognition. Yang Jian remarked, "I would prefer to sell this car for cash. Otherwise, I shall eventually have to return it to Master Luo." "Come on. The car hasn't been transferred to your name yet. You can't sell it," Jiang Yin interjected, stepping forward and linking her arm with his, guiding him ahead. "Miss, I do not believe we are that familiar," Yang Jian inquired. "With your wealth, youth, and handsome appearance, would it not be acceptable for me to pursue you?" Besides, you saved me, and I have yet to compensate you. How about a visit to my apartment today, to settle everything at once? Jiang Yin suggested with a flirtatious glance, brimming with implications. I can't shake the feeling that your gaze is somewhat predatory, as if you wish to devour me. However, if you would permit me to stay at your place, that would be splendid. Just to clarify, I shall not be paying rent or for meals, Yang Jin replied. Understood. I shall treat you generously. Did you not mention there were matters left unresolved? Allow me to accompany you, Jiang Yin insisted, seemingly determined not to relinquish him easily. Unlike the typical young women, she was a professional, a company accountant. Her career and innate instincts made Jiang Yin acutely aware of the type of partner she desired. Following the recent supernatural occurrences, she was convinced that aligning herself closely with Yang Jin was essential for her future. Otherwise, should another paranormal event transpire, she doubted she would survive. The world had irrevocably changed. Jiang Yin firmly grasped Yang Jin's arm, deliberately pressing her ample bosom against him. Convinced that he could not possibly remain indifferent to her, Yang Jin was driving a muscular off-road vehicle down the road. In the passenger seat, Jiang Yin leaned against the window, a faint smile gracing her lips. Through the glass, she observed the young driver. Though he was somewhat younger, what did it matter? Jiang Yin mused silently. However, in the next instant, Yang Jin's hand suddenly shot up, seizing her neck with such force that it nearly deprived her of breath. Cough, cough. What are you doing? Jiang Yin instinctively struggled. Yang Jin turned his head to look at her. I seem to have overlooked something. Does the ghost in the mall have a head or not? If it doesn't, everything is fine. If it does, where might the head be? How would I know? Can't you be a bit gentler? Jiang Yin replied. I apologize, I can be rather paranoid, but I need to confirm once more, Yang Jin stated. I do not wish to be caught off guard by that ghost at the last moment. He eased his grip slightly, his hand carefully examining her neck, ensuring she had not undergone any transformation. Next time, could you at least give me a heads up? I'm not unwilling to cooperate with you, Jiang Yin complained softly. Yet, she dared not resist Yang Jin's inquiry, for he was the only one capable of confronting the supernatural. Whenever it concerned the paranormal, she would unconditionally comply, as she certainly wished to remain unharmed. Yang Jin gently caressed her neck, repeatedly confirming that aside from the delicate and smooth skin he felt, there was no evidence of a changed mind. It isn't you. Perhaps I am being overly suspicious, he remarked. Jiang Yin replied softly. Others in the car have touched legs and chests, yet I have never seen anyone touch a neck. If you're capable, touch here. She guided Yang Jin's hand to her slender leg. A genuine silk-clad leg, one that could be enjoyed for 3 years. I can wear stockings too. Chapter 64, Inquiry Boss. Could you assist in welding this item? Just secure it tightly. A rough finish is of no concern. Yang Jin parked his vehicle in front of an aluminum alloy door and window shop that had yet to close for the evening, instructing the owner to permanently seal the golden box. As the owner wielded his welding torch, the melting gold leaf revealed an unexpected crimson stain seeping forth. What is this? Blood? The owner exclaimed, taken aback. It's chicken blood, used to ward off evil spirits. Yang Jin concocted a fabricated tale. Ah, I see, the owner responded, not pressing further, as the prospect of profit was sufficient for him. Indeed, if the box remained unsealed, the malevolent force within would inevitably seep out. Fortunately, the ghostly blood left by Yin Li provided some measure of suppression, though such control appeared fleeting. Once the blood was exhausted, the spirit would undoubtedly escape again. Only by welding the gap shut could a permanent solution be achieved, Yang Jin mused. Exercising caution, he promptly set about sealing the box. Any delay could allow the ghost to break free. What is this? It looks so significant, almost like gold. Jiang Yin inquired, her curiosity piqued. Some things are better left unasked. This is of utmost importance to me, Yang Jin replied. Jiang Yin, perceptive and astute, recognized the seriousness of his demeanor and wisely refrained from further questions. Before long, they entered a residential community. Come in, don't be shy. This is my rented studio apartment where I usually reside alone. You're welcome to stay here for a few days, Jiang Yin offered. I won't be here long. I'll be leaving in a few days. Also, my affairs are confidential. It would not be advantageous for you to share, Yang Jin insisted earnestly, primarily concerned that Jiang Yin might divulge information about the golden box. I'm going to take a shower. You can handle things as you see fit, he declared. Jiang Yin was taken aback. Shouldn't that be my line? May I borrow your car to buy some things? I haven't had dinner yet, she replied. Take it. I'm feeling a bit hungry myself. Just bring me back some fried rice, Yang Jian said. Having someone to share the burden of daily life certainly provided peace of mind. He pondered the implications if gold could indeed restrain spirits. The demand for gold worldwide would surge, leading to a continuous rise in prices. Previously, Yanli had mentioned that gold prices were climbing rapidly. With over 10 million in cash on hand and no immediate need for it, perhaps he could venture into gold trading. Even a modest profit of 1 or 2 million would suffice. He contemplated discussing this matter with Jiang Yin later, as her background in accounting would likely afford her insight into financial matters. While showering, Yang Jian gazed at the now sealed golden box before him, contemplating his next steps and strategies. Yin Li's connection to potential buyers would require some time. But he remembered that she had previously mentioned a club exclusive to ghost tamers, a matter worth investigating. However, it appears that the situation with Interpol is even more intricate than I had anticipated. Henceforth, aside from prioritizing the methods to restrain the resurrection of malevolent spirits, my secondary objective will be to ascertain my stance and identity. Should I aspire to be a free and unencumbered spirit master, joining that enigmatic club, or willingly accept the call to become an Interpol agent? Yang Jian's gaze subtly shifted. This step was indeed crucial. Yet the specific choice depended on the respective risks and benefits. Only by comprehensively understanding the situation and making mutual comparisons could a correct decision be reached. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to call the Asian division. The operator was still Lu Xiaoyu. Hello, is this Yang Jian? Lu Xiaoyu's voice sounded somewhat hesitant, as if she were eating. Yes, it is, Yang Jian replied. I have received your action report today. The police team in Dachang City mentioned that you encountered a supernatural incident at the Furuan Mall. What is the situation? As Lu Xiaoyu perused the incident report, she inquired. Has a new ghost appeared? Yang Jian remarked. Your intelligence is remarkably swift. I received the news in less than 2 hours. This was due to someone having reported the incident, prompting the police department to upload the relevant documentation immediately. Furthermore, the individual who accused you of extortion, Li Ming, yes. The manager of the foreign shopping mall has been confirmed by the police as having falsely accused you. He has voluntarily withdrawn the case and admitted his wrongdoing, resulting in a sentence of 6 months imprisonment. You have no objections, I presume? Lu Xiaoyu replied, I am not an Interpol agent. What objections could I possibly have? I have already resolved that supernatural incident, so you need not worry. The primary reason I called you is to gain insight into what exactly constitutes Interpol. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiaoyu continued, in my understanding, Interpol agents primarily serve as a specialized law enforcement force dedicated to maintaining public order. They possess the authority to mobilize all police resources within their jurisdiction and can request military assistance when necessary. They enjoy a high degree of operational autonomy. But their activities are confined to the city, and they are responsible for managing supernatural occurrences within that locality. Is that all? Yang Jian inquired. Are you inquiring about the remuneration? Lu Xiaoyu responded, compensation for Interpol agents varies across the nation. Taking the Asian division as an example. In addition to the salary associated with their position, there are also allowances for responding to incidents. A single supernatural event can yield up to 1 million, initially. It was 20,000, but the latest standard is 1 million. Additionally, agents are entitled to a dispensation of 100 kilograms of gold. If an agent successfully captures and confines a spirit, they receive recognition and a state reward of 10 million. Along with an increase in gold allocation. As for free housing and family support, those matters are handled at the local level, and I shall refrain from elaborating further. What about the information aspect? Yang Jian remarked. The emergence of malevolent spirits across the nation cannot lead one to believe that various countries have not undertaken research and analysis regarding the existence of ghosts. Yang Jian fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, his conjecture proved accurate. Various nations were researching this field. Yet they had not made any groundbreaking progress and were still in the experimental phase. Alternatively, they may have achieved results that remained undisclosed. Nonetheless, the benefits of becoming an Interpol officer were undeniably appealing. Although the financial compensation was not substantial, it would suffice to ensure a person's future security. More importantly, the authority and status associated with Interpol were remarkably elevated. Is it permissible to speak of the obligations and responsibilities that accompany becoming an Interpol officer? Yang Jian inquired. The significance of psychological assessment in this context was paramount. I had inquired about your mental state on several occasions, as it is well documented that individuals who control malevolent spirits often undergo a subtle yet profound influence from these entities. Such influence can be irreversible, in some cases. It can lead to severe mental disturbances, breakdowns, or even tendencies towards self-destruction. Others may find themselves unable to withstand substantial psychological pressure, resulting in a split from reality, a surrender to despair, and a transformation into a complete lunatic. Are you suggesting that most spirit controllers are mentally unstable? Yang Jian furrowed his brow. Furthermore, our conversation records will be analyzed by specialized analysts to evaluate your mental condition. It is assuredly evident that your psychological state is commendable, and the extent of influence from the malevolent spirit upon you is minimal. Hence, I earnestly hope you consider becoming a police officer to serve your nation. Allow me to ponder this matter, I replied. For now, let us conclude our discussion here, and I shall reach out to you again should the need arise. After Yang Jian finished his inquiry, he hung up the phone. Upon hearing the call disconnect, Lu Xiaoyu's note-taking came to a halt, her brow furrowing in contemplation. What is the situation with Yang Jian? She pondered. He possesses considerable potential. We must not abandon him. He has only recently become a ghost handler, yet has successfully resolved a supernatural incident. I have reviewed the report, and it is quite impressive. He managed to confine a Class B spirit within half an hour, an achievement that even seasoned detectives would struggle to accomplish. While it was due to his collaboration with that ghost handler named Yin Li, we cannot dismiss his contributions. At that moment, Captain Zhao Jiangwo approached, his voice low and serious. He held several photographs, all captured by surveillance, one of which depicted Yang Jian disembarking from his vehicle with the golden box in hand. Captain, Lu Xiaoyu remarked, he has already interacted with other ghost handlers, and I fear he may be experiencing wavering sentiments. It is uncertain whether he can smoothly integrate into the police force. Yet he does not harbor disdain for the police, does he? Zhao Jiangwo replied. After all, it was Zhou Zheng who saved his life. He harbors a favorable impression of the police. I can sense it. Should he have been in the company of others, they might have berated us, referring to the police as government hounds, or worse. Some might even have threatened the operator over the phone, causing her to terminate the call in fright. Indeed, Captain, Lu Xiaoyu concurred. I am determined to secure Yang Jian's involvement with Interpol. Exercise caution, particularly regarding his mental state. The psychological burden of becoming a ghost handler is immense. Faced with the prospect of imminent death, individuals may easily stray onto a perilous path. You must avoid coercing Yang Jian through moral superiority. Instead, cultivate a relationship based on mutual benefit. Presently, our collaboration is commendable. He may not be a police officer, yet he has aided our nation in addressing a supernatural event. As long as he poses no particular threat, this cooperative dynamic can persist until he is ready to join Interpol. Chapter 65. The passing ghost. The red paper began to lose its ability to contain the eye. And indeed, the limits of this crimson paper were nearing their end. Yang Jian stood before the mirror, wiping away the water, and noticed that the red paper affixed to the back of his hand had split. Indeed, a remarkably distinct crack had appeared. It is worth noting that this red paper was of a most peculiar nature, an object wielded by malevolent spirits. Typically, he had attempted to tear it, but sheer force alone was utterly insufficient to rend it asunder. Only the power of a vengeful ghost could accomplish such a feat. Was it a consequence of his recent engagement with the ghostly realm? Or perhaps, as time elapses, the efficacy of this red paper diminishes? Yang Jian gently touched the back of his hand. Beneath the flesh, he sensed the eyes of the spirit stirring restlessly, although there were no overt signs. He could feel the ghostly eye beginning to awaken once more. His body seemed to have become a host for this spectral eye, while it grew stronger. He felt himself inching toward demise. Yet, he reassured himself that if he could discover a method to suppress the revival of the vengeful spirit, all would be well. Having encountered several paranormal events, Yang Jian found himself less fearful of death. However, when he glanced at the stack of dark brown human skin parchment beside him, he paused momentarily. The sheepskin scroll was, in his estimation, the most bizarre and sinister object imaginable. Feeling uneasy, he opened the scroll to inspect it, checking for any recent anomalies. For safety's sake, he resolved to have a box crafted at a goldsmith's to securely contain this item, preemptively guarding against the possibility that this human skin was not merely an object, but a malevolent spirit itself, which could very well lead to his demise at its hands. As he examined the parchment, he was suddenly struck by a line of text that had materialized upon it. Today, after my bath, I inspected the sheepskin scroll and discovered a unique ability it possesses. It appears to have the capacity to seal other spirits. And after sealing a ghost, I uncovered a momentous secret. From the sheepskin scroll, I learned the true secret to survival. This felt akin to a transaction, and I found myself deliberating whether to partake in this deal. Gazing at the peculiar sheepskin scroll, my heart filled with uncertainty. "Stop hesitating," he muttered. "Those who trust you are fools. Fong Jing was deceived to his end by you. The idiom tale of ghostly nonsense was tailor-made for you." With a curse, Yang Jian folded the sheepskin scroll and averted his gaze. It seemed that this parchment could always seize upon the deepest desires of one's heart, discerning what one yearned for most. Yet, it appeared to exploit one's desires, methodically orchestrating some ulterior motive. Nevertheless, Yang Jian had not discarded this piece of human skin because the claims it made were undeniably true. Had he not received the warnings contained within this parchment during his school days, he would have perished, even after becoming a ghost master. Thus, despite his awareness of the object's bizarre and sinister nature, he could not help but cling to it as a means of self-preservation, grasping at any slender thread of hope for survival. It was akin to a drowning person's last straw, rendering it impossible to relinquish. As Yang Jian emerged from the bathroom, the door swung open, revealing Jiang Yin, who entered, breathless and burdened with a large bag. Acting on instinct, he stepped forward to relieve her of the hefty parcel. Jiang Yin, slightly apprehensive, remarked, "It's quite late, and I dare not linger outside alone. What if I encounter a ghost? I practically ran all the way from the elevator. Ghosts do not distinguish between day and night. Misfortune can strike at any hour," Yang Jian replied. "Indeed, you are right. But should that happen, you must come to my rescue," Jiang Yin giggled, feeling a profound sense of security in Yang Jian's presence, her anxiety dissipating. Perhaps this is what one refers to as a sense of safety, a tangible phenomenon after all. "Come in." "Huh?" Yang Jian suddenly sensed an unusual sensation within himself. It was not his own physical condition that felt amiss, but rather the ghostly eye within him seemed to be acting independently. At that moment, it appeared beyond his control. And simultaneously, 6 eyes burst forth, opening across his skin on his hands, at the back of his head, and all over his body, reaching an unprecedented peak of intensity. Such an abrupt anomaly was unprecedented for him. The only similar experience he recalled was when he was attacked by a ghostly infant at school, which had triggered the awakening of the ghostly eye. But now it had returned. "Come in, close the door," he urged, pulling Jiang Yin inside and swiftly shutting the door behind them. "I haven't bathed yet, so please don't rush," Jiang Yin replied, a hint of shyness in her voice. Yang Jian covered her mouth, silencing her. Upon witnessing the grave and solemn expression on Yang Jian's face, Jiang Yin immediately sensed that something was amiss. A tremor coursed through her heart, and her eyes widened in fear. No, could it be that misfortune had struck again? Had she encountered a ghost once more? Not here, but outside the community. Yang Jian observed the flickering lights outside, their erratic glow emanating from just beyond the window. He hurriedly approached and peered out. In the distance, a small path unfurled into a dim and muted world, where the streetlights struggled to penetrate the haze. Everything that ventured into this gray realm seemed to be assimilated, losing its vibrancy and becoming a mere extension of that desolate landscape. What could it be? A flicker of concern crossed Yang Jian's face, as several pairs of eyes on his body turned to gaze in that direction. Yet, within mere seconds, all the eyes that had looked away abruptly shut themselves, seemingly of their own volition, devoid of any inclination to reopen, as if sealed by red paper, rendered eerily silent. Were they afraid to look? A chill ran through him. However, with the naked eye, Yang Jian deduced that this pallid domain was likely a ghost realm. Yet, its expanse was alarmingly vast, stretching from the west to the south. It presented an almost boundless gray zone, akin to a harbinger of death that cleaved the city in two. If this were the domain of a ghost, one could scarcely fathom its terror. In terms of classification, it would undoubtedly rank at least as an S-level, destructive in nature. Fortunately, luck was on his side. The ghost realm merely traversed through the middle of the road, leaving the neighborhood untouched. The ghostly eyes likely sensed the impending disturbance ahead of time. Yang Jian, rather than succumbing to fear, felt a sense of relief. Had the ghost realm intersected with his building, he would have faced a grim fate that night. What is happening? Is another ghost manifesting? Jiang Yin whispered cautiously, inching closer, her breath held in trepidation. It doesn't concern us. It is merely a passing spirit, and it should be gone shortly. Yang Jian observed as the ghostly realm began to dissipate. The hazy world gradually transformed into clarity. With his understanding of the ghost domain, he realized that the specter had already departed. While it may appear that the ghostly realm still lingered, in reality, the ghost could have fled to an unknown location. After all, within the ghost domain, spirits had the liberty to manifest at any point. Yet, just as the ghostly realm was on the brink of complete disappearance, Yang Jian beheld an ethereal vision, akin to a mirage, revealing a fragment of that shadowy realm. A flicker of candlelight danced in the dim atmosphere, emitting an eerie green flame. Beneath the white candle sat a golden-hued candlestick, not of ancient craftsmanship but rather a modern European design, possibly crafted within the month. Under the flickering light, a pair of hands emerged, smooth and fair, flawless in their beauty. These hands were pierced through by the other end of the candlestick. Yet no blood flowed forth. As the candlelight swayed, Yang Jian discerned that the hands belonged to a woman, though only her outline was visible, devoid of features or identity, mysterious, unknown, perhaps even terrifying. Ultimately, the vision dissipated, the ghostly domain vanished. Gold is a medium used for sealing spirits. Those hands, that woman. Had the ghost master encountered this entity? Yet it seemed the outcome was one of failure. Such a formidable spirit could not be subdued by a solitary ghost master. It would require a collaborative effort. However, the spirit remained unconfined, signifying that the ghost masters had met their demise as a team. Yang Jian took a slight breath. Which nation orchestrated such an operation? To dare to capture a spirit of this caliber displays remarkable audacity. Chapter 66. I wish to live. Have they departed? Yang Jian stood by the window for an extended period. Only after he comprehended that the gray, shadowy realm of spirits had completely vanished did his tense body finally relax. Fortunately, it was merely a fleeting encounter. Had it been otherwise, he would have had no choice but to flee. Such a formidable spirit was lethal to anyone who dared to confront it. However, judging by the previous circumstances, it appeared that this spirit, though not contained or imprisoned, was indeed somewhat restrained. Otherwise, its hands would not have been purposefully intertwined and penetrating. It was evident that the ghost master had discerned the spirit's method of killing. By employing a candelabrum forged from gold, the spirit's hands were nailed together, thereby curtailing some of its abilities. Yet, what could the candles inserted within that candelabrum signify? Yang Jian furrowed his brow. The candle and the candlestick are inherently intertwined. Both the products of human hands, and they burn brightly. Perhaps they possess a restraining effect on spirits? Or could it be that they serve as a beacon, guiding the ghosts toward a certain direction? It appears that the realm of ghost tamers harbors numerous secrets, and I feel as though I have begun to uncover some effective methods to confront these apparitions. Is it merely my insufficient rank that prevents me from knowing more? Or is it a deliberate technological blockade imposed by various nations? Even amidst such a global catastrophe, must humanity continue to contend with and oppose one another? Yang Jian pondered for a moment. He realized that to survive, he must not become a carefree spirit master. The path of strictness was misguided. To endure, he needed to find ways to ascend, enhancing his identity, status, and even power. Only then could he unveil more secrets and acquire further information. He refused to remain in ignorance, waiting for death. With this thought, Yang Jian cast his gaze once more upon the human skin paper, pressed beneath the golden box on the table. It seemed to harbor all the secrets, yet it demanded a significant price, reluctant to divulge any critical information easily. After a brief contemplation, Yang Jian understood his next course of action. He glanced at Jiang Yin and said, "Do not look at me with that mournful expression as if you have lost your parents. Just now, there was merely a ghost passing by. Everything is fine now. Did you bring my fried rice? I still need to sleep after eating." "Why yes, it's in the bag," Jiang Yin stammered nervously. "Thank you." Yang Jian acted as if nothing had occurred, continuing to eat and drink, his mental fortitude surpassing that of the average person. He felt that even if faced with a pile of corpses, he could still find the appetite to eat. Was this a sign of his abnormality? Upon seeing Yang Jian enjoying his meal, Jiang Yin realized she was truly safe and let out a slight sigh of relief. She then softly said, "I'm going to take a shower now. If anything happens, remember to rush in and save me. I promise I'll be obedient. Rest assured, if anything does occur, I will cover your cremation expenses," Yang Jian replied as he continued to eat. Jiang Yin, at best, would wait until the ghost departed to retrieve the body. "It's all right. Nothing will happen. I will surely live through this." While showering, she motivated herself, slapping her cheeks gently. Having emerged from such a terrifying maul, what could possibly intimidate her now? She had encountered ghosts before. As long as Yang Jian was by her side, she felt no fear. He could handle that entity. And although he remained silent, she had faith in him. However, first, she needed to become his girlfriend. Only then would he protect her. At the very least, a mistress would suffice. Though it was a calculated plan, the thought of executing it caused a blush to rise on her cheeks. The notion of enticing an 18-year-old youth felt like a flirtation with legality. Fortunately, she was a woman. The reverse scenario would indeed be alarming. After her shower, Jiang Yin dried her hair in front of the mirror, making slight adjustments to her appearance. as a beauty pursued by many since her university days. She was astute enough not to be blinded by fleeting romantic entanglements. To her, love and marriage were merely investments to maximize returns. There was nothing better than investing in a promising stock, and Yang Jian stood as the ideal man for her. "I'm coming out. Were you waiting eagerly?" she said, her voice laced with a hint of seduction as she emerged from the bathroom, her cheeks slightly flushed. Jiang Yin approached with curiosity. Noticing the empty food containers on the table, glancing upstairs, she found Yang Jian sprawled across the bed, seemingly unconcerned about waiting for her. "You couldn't even wait for me?" Jiang Yin thought to herself, ascending the stairs clad in a bathrobe. Upon seeing Yang Jian occupying the entire bed, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at his lack of emotional intelligence. "Yang Jian, are you asleep?" she asked, leaning against him as she nestled into his embrace. "No," Yang Jian replied, opening his eyes. "I knew you weren't asleep. How long have you been waiting for me? Are you hungry now? Would you like me to prepare something for you?" Jiang Yin inquired playfully. "Not hungry. I've already eaten," Yang Jian responded. Jiang Yin wrapped her arms around his neck, saying, "What is so great about the food? Haven't you heard that beauty is as appealing as a feast? Do not move. I am currently feeling quite unwell." Cold sweat beads formed on Yang Jian's forehead as the side effects of controlling the malevolent spirit began to manifest once more. His body succumbed to a paralysis upon the bed, rendering him immobile, only able to sense the restless agitation of the ghostly eye hidden within him. "What ails you? Would you allow me to take a look?" Jiang Yin said with alluring charm, planting a kiss on Yang Jian's face. "Does that make you feel any better?" Yet, scarcely had she finished the kiss when a fissure opened on Yang Jian's face, revealing a crimson eye that gazed at her with an eerie glimmer. "Ah!" Jiang Yin gasped in shock, nearly springing from the bed. "I have already instructed you not to move." Yang Jian spoke calmly. "I'm currently unable to exert control over the spirit within my body. If it desires to harm you, I am utterly powerless to prevent it." "How could this happen?" Jiang Yin gasped in shock, covering her mouth. Yang Jian remarked, "The reason I am capable of confronting malevolent spirits is that I have transformed into one myself. Otherwise, do you believe individuals like us have the means to engage with such entities? Is it through intellect or sheer courage? Or do you genuinely think that extraordinary abilities or mystical arts exist in this world? Acquiring the power of a vengeful spirit comes at a considerable cost. And this is but one aspect of it. Being too close to me will not serve you well. I have merely come here to stay for a few days. Once my matters are resolved, I shall depart without disrupting your life or work." Jiang Yan's expression fluctuated, as she had not anticipated this revelation about Yang Jian. "So, will you assist me in the future?" After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she contemplated leaving, yet remained seated on the edge of the bed. Yang Jian spoke directly, stating, "No, I do not possess the authority or obligation to save you. No, not just you. Others are the same. That incident at the mall was merely a stroke of luck for you, as I was there to profit from resolving supernatural occurrences. But I do not wish to perish. I yearn to live well." Jiang Yin cautiously curled up in Yang Jian's embrace. "Ghosts will appear again in the future, won't they? Indeed, supernatural events will proliferate." Yang Jian did not conceal the truth. It is likely that the entire world will soon become aware of it. Yet for the moment, the majority remain blissfully ignorant. No one can predict the day of their demise. It could come from a phone call, a knock at the door, or perhaps in the depths of slumber. "If I were to share my bed with you, would you extend your assistance?" Jiang Yin dared not lift her gaze to meet that penetrating eye. "No," Yang Jian replied unequivocally. Jiang Yin inquired, "What must I do to earn your help?" "You must prove your worth to me, assisting in matters that require attention, much like monitoring surveillance footage in a shopping mall. In return, I shall ensure your protection, safeguarding you from harm. This is a reciprocal arrangement." Yang Jian slightly turned his head to look at her and remarked, "Meaningless acts of saving others will only lead to one's own demise. Then I can be your personal secretary. I am an accountant and possess a wealth of knowledge." She replied, "Are you familiar with finance, particularly stock trading?" Yang Jian inquired. "Yes, I gained hands-on experience during my internship," Jiang Yin responded. "Are you capable of liaising with major clients?" "Indeed, I have access to some high-quality client resources. If you intend to delve into the realm of the supernatural, I could assist you further," she added. "What about translation? I have no issues translating into English." Yang Jian expressed his surprise. "I didn't realize you were such a professional." He had to admit that this woman was indeed competent, exceeding his expectations. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility of her boasting. "If you are reluctant to start working immediately, you could assist me. I genuinely have tasks that require your skills. Beyond a salary, I can offer you appropriate protection." Yang Jian said earnestly. He contemplated forming a team, as it would be impractical for him to operate alone if he aspired to become a detective in the future. "Really?" Jiang Yin raised her head, visibly surprised. It seemed that Yang Jian was not as intimidating as she had initially thought. "It's merely an attempt." "I lack experience in this area," he replied. "It's quite late. I shall retire for the night." The sensation of physical paralysis began to dissipate. This time felt significantly better than the last, indicating that the red paper still had its effects. However, the exhaustion of his spirit soon lulled him into slumber. Jiang Yin glanced at Yang Jian, pondering his thoughts. After a while, she gradually leaned against him and fell asleep. Chapter 67. You overthink. Each individual, when faced with the same circumstance, makes different choices. Aware of Yang Jian's identity as a ghost tamer, Jiang Yin chose not to distance herself, but rather to stake her own fortune on him. Only those who have traversed through hell can appreciate the beauty of the human realm. Those who have encountered malevolent spirits understand the joy of existence in this insecure world. Even if Yang Jian were to transform into a demon, Jiang Yin would willingly seek refuge with him. The price of gold has risen again. How do you know it will continue to increase? I have been monitoring the gold prices as well, but I believe it has reached its peak and is likely to decline soon. As events unfolded, this proved accurate. After a brief surge, gold prices began to exhibit a slow downward trend. Investing 10 million at this juncture would entail considerable risk. Seated before her computer, Jiang Yin, clad in a thin nightgown, paid little heed to the occasional revealing glimpses. Excitedly, she observed the fluctuations in gold prices displayed on her notebook. At the opening today, the price initially dipped before soaring high. At this moment, Yang Jian's acquisition of 10 million was indeed fortuitous. I do not comprehend the stock market. I merely believe that the price of gold will continue to rise. I simply wish to seize the opportunity to earn some pocket money, Yang Jian remarked. Jiang Yin, filled with excitement, inquired, "Do you possess insider information?" "Not at all, it is purely conjecture," Yang Jian replied. However, it was not entirely guesswork. Gold has transcended its role as mere currency to become a strategic resource for nations, an essential commodity, a consumable. Price increases are inevitable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin began to suspect that Yang Jian must possess some knowledge, for how else could his predictions be so precise? After all, he was a criminal investigator, someone to whom even Captain Liu would show deference, certainly not an ordinary security guard. With this thought in mind, she couldn't help but invest in gold alongside Yang Jian, channeling her own substantial savings into the venture. She opted for the highest risk and highest reward gold leverage, aiming to maximize her profits with minimal capital. Naturally, the risks were considerable. Since you are confident that gold will rise, I intend to use the most perilous trading methods to secure a significant profit for you. And I have invested my own money as well. So if we incur losses, you cannot blame me, Jiang Yin declared. Manage it as you see fit. As long as you purchase gold, I will not interfere, Yang Jian stated, trusting his judgment. Understood. Leave it to me, Jiang Yin responded, her excitement palpable. Disregarding any further discussion on stock trading. In his leisure hours, Yang Jian often perused the Interpol website, a specialized platform accessible solely to international law enforcement. His intent was not frivolous. He sought to deepen his understanding of pertinent knowledge. However, to his dismay, he found no mention of the ghastly incident involving a vengeful spirit that he had encountered the previous day. Such a significant event surely warranted some reaction from various nations. It appeared that this grave occurrence was deliberately being concealed, shrouded in silence rather than being publicly disclosed. He shook his head, feeling a tinge of disappointment. The collaboration among nations was far from cohesive. It was no wonder that Interpol had to delineate regions. What seemed like unity was, in reality, a matter of individual nations tending to their own affairs. During the past 3 days, Yang Jian had seldom ventured outside, taking refuge in Jiang Yan's apartment. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, was quite industrious. She claimed that her initial sum of 10 million had burgeoned to over 20 million. Each day, she found herself exhilarated by the ever-increasing figures, to the point of losing sleep, as if that wealth were her own. However, this morning, Yang Jian received a call from Zhang Wei, who conveyed that a serious matter required his attention and requested a meeting at a designated location. After some contemplation, Yang Jian concluded that it would be prudent to meet. "I have a matter to attend to outside," he remarked. "Where are you headed?" "Just a stroll nearby," Yang Jian replied. "Of course." Upon concluding his words, Yang Jian exited the door. As he drove through the bustling metropolis, It was hard to fathom that supernatural occurrences were rampant throughout the world. Dachang City had also witnessed several such incidents, however. The vast majority of its inhabitants seemed utterly oblivious, continuing with their lives as if untouched. At times, ignorance can indeed be a form of bliss. Yang Jian rolled down the car window, observing the bustling sidewalk with a sigh. Soon, he arrived at the pedestrian street where he had arranged to meet Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei had already arrived. He stood amidst the crowd, seemingly embroiled in a heated argument, as if a confrontation was imminent. "Zhang Wei, what are you shouting about? Why did you call me so early?" Yang Jian called out. Upon hearing his name, Zhang Wei looked up, his face lighting up with joy. "Yang Jian, I'm over here. Please, everyone, step aside. Let's put today's matter on hold." He gestured towards an individual, adding, "I'm neither afraid of you nor attempting to escape. I simply wish to shield my friends from witnessing my ruthless side. Consider yourself fortunate today. Who are you arguing with? It looks like a fight is about to break out. What is the issue?" Yang Jian inquired. Zhang Wei scoffed. "There's a middle schooler with an atrocious attitude who dared to cut in line for ice cream. I was just teaching him a lesson about the cold-heartedness of adulthood." "Forget it. Let us go sit in that CAF. I need to discuss something with you," Zhang Wei suggested. Once they settled into the CAF, he asked, "What have you been busy with lately? Are you still working at that mall? I visited yesterday and heard there was a murder. The place has been completely sealed off. The owner's name is Tangyan, right? How do you know so much?" Yang Jian replied, astonished. Zhang Wei explained, "That mall was built by my father. I inquired about it earlier. Now, tell me honestly, is it haunted there?" "You guessed correctly, it indeed is haunted," Yang Jian admitted. "Damn, I knew it. Places that are inexplicably sealed off are usually haunted. It was the same with my school, that neighborhood, and now this mall. I feel like this planet has become unbearable. If I could immigrate to Mars, I would be the first to sign up," Zhang Wei exclaimed, visibly shaken. "However, there is no longer an issue. Everything has been resolved there. By the way, why did you want to see me?" Yang Jian asked. Zhang Wei replied, "Actually, I wanted to ask you about something earlier." "What is it?" Yang Jian prompted. Zhang Wei furrowed his brow deeply, revealing the gravity of the situation. He spoke in a hushed tone. "Last night, while playing a game on my computer, I encountered a supernatural incident, and I suspect it might be related to the eerie curses in those stories from your forum. Could you elaborate?" Yang Jian urged. "It was during the final circle of the game. I was among the last players standing. The upper right corner indicated that no one was left. Yet I died mysteriously, with the screen displaying a failure to win. If it had happened just once, it could be explained away, but it occurred 3 times in a row. Do you think there could be a ghost playing the game?" Feeling a sense of unease, I was so frightened that I couldn't sleep the entire night. Now, my eyelids are heavy and nearly impossible to open. I thought to buy an ice cream to lift my spirits." Zhang Wei inquired gravely. Yang Jian said earnestly, "I believe you have not encountered a ghost, but rather, a hanging. Is that so?" Zhang Wei exclaimed in surprise, looking at Yang Jian. "Could it possibly be a ghost?" Yang Jian said, "You are overthinking. It is absolutely impossible. That is merely a suspension. You have been suspended 3 times until death." "So that is the case. I thought I was haunted." Zhang Wei fell into a profound silence. Chapter 68. Yin Li's text message. Yang Jian regarded Zhang Wei with a somewhat incredulous expression. Having perished in a game due to technological means, he suspected he had encountered a supernatural occurrence, causing him to spend an entire night in fear and sleeplessness. "You truly are remarkable. Did you summon me primarily for this matter?" Yang Jian inquired. Zhang Wei scratched his head and replied, "There are other matters as well. After the incident at school concluded, we were among the fortunate few who survived, correct? So, what is the issue? Did something happen to the others?" Yang Jian asked. "It's not exactly an accident," Zhang Wei explained. Zhao Lei suggested that we gather for an opportunity. Several classmates have been profoundly affected by this incident. They intend to transfer to another school, presumably outside the city. Transferring away from Dachang City? Yang Jian pondered momentarily, acknowledging that this was a natural response. Given the severity of the haunting incidents at the university, it was likely that very few survivors possessed the courage to remain in this city. However, would leaving Dachang City truly offer respite? Not necessarily. Supernatural occurrences are not confined to specific locales. They are phenomena observed globally. Perhaps relocating would bring better fortune. Yang Jian refrained from elaborating on his reasoning, as he could not definitively ascertain whether departing from Dachang City was indeed beneficial or if remaining would yield better outcomes. Nonetheless, I do not intend to continue my education. My grades are mediocre, and even if I persevered, The prospect of gaining admission to a university seems bleak, Zhang Wei confessed. Yang Jin inquired, what are your plans then? Naturally, I shall seek employment at my father's construction company, albeit a rather unambitious choice. Currently, the residential projects in the outskirts of Dachang City are still under construction, and I intend to toil at the site, moving bricks. By the way, would you consider relocating there as well? Although it may be somewhat remote. The transportation is quite convenient. It takes merely about 15 minutes to reach the city center. I can arrange for my father to provide you with a residence. Zhang Wei remarked with rare earnestness. Yang Jian contemplated and remarked, I shall visit your construction site when I have the opportunity. If it proves to be suitable, I will consider purchasing a residence there. I currently possess some funds that could be utilized for securing a place to settle down. Despite the prevalence of supernatural occurrences, life must continue. One cannot simply await demise. Thus, it is settled. I shall reserve a few premium properties for you. Zhang Wei, filled with excitement, responded. If Yang Jian were to move in, I would immediately relocate as well. Thank you very much, Yang Jian replied. Zhang Wei added, no need for gratitude. It is but a trivial matter. By the way, have you had lunch before your arrival? Shall we dine together? As Yang Jian was about to respond, one of his mobile phones rang. A text message appeared on the screen. We are being watched. Safeguard the box. It was from Yanli. The details were unclear. All he knew was that someone had hired individuals to attempt to seize the box. The news of our previous encounter with the ghost had been leaked, and it could be the club members, or perhaps certain grassroots organizations. This realm is rather intricate, and the waters run deep. I have limited exposure to these matters and cannot discern the truth. Yang Jian pondered for a moment and inquired, do you require assistance? Simultaneously, a location coordinate was sent to him. The situation proved to be more intricate than he had anticipated. As he perused the text message on his phone, a frown creased his brow. A transaction that appeared ostensibly normal had attracted the attention of certain individuals and factions. It had escalated to the point of potential violence. The audacity of these individuals was astonishing. They seemed utterly dismissive of the ghost tamers. A sense of discomfort stirred within Yang Jian. However, he soon came to comprehend the underlying motives. The vast majority of humanity is driven to madness by but two things, power and wealth. The target was undoubtedly the ghost contained within the box, pursued unreservedly for profit. The value of a ghost far exceeds 100 million. Otherwise, it would not compel individuals to confront ghost tamers recklessly. The term ghost tamer may sound palatable, yet, in harsher terms, they are merely ghosts. Yang Jian, what troubles you? Your countenance appears rather pallid. Please share your concerns. Perhaps I may be of assistance, Zhang Wei inquired. Following this, he stood, preparing to depart. However, just as he rose, he caught sight of 6 or 7 men clad in suits, exuding an aggressive demeanor, marching into the CAF and immediately beginning to usher patrons out and close the doors. Their movements were fluid and remarkably practiced, culminating in the hanging of a closed for business sign. Yang Jian, you must leave swiftly. These individuals are here to cause you trouble, possibly even to kidnap or extort you. Your identity as a wealthy heir has been revealed, placing you in danger. Yang Jian suddenly exclaimed, his voice raised with urgency. Huh? Zhang Wei was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the gravity of Yang Jian's words, which sounded rather peculiar. In the next moment, several men surged toward them. Help! Call the police! I've got to escape! Zhang Wei exclaimed, panic-stricken as he bolted away. Stop! Don't run! One of the men shouted, pointing at Zhang Wei. The leading middle-aged man cast a glance and remarked, no need to worry about him. He is not Yang Jian. You are the one we seek. Spare us the theatrics. I possess your information. With that, he tossed several photographs onto the table, captured outside a shopping mall. The images featured him alongside Yan Li, Jiang Yan, and Captain Liu, among others. Who are you? Yang Jian inquired, setting his phone aside to scrutinize the photographs. The middle-aged man settled into a chair and replied, I am Wu Feng, a business manager for a certain company. Here is my business card. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Yang Jian. Yang glanced at the business card. Aside from a name and a phone number, there was nothing else. It appeared to deliberately conceal its owner's information. Do you require my assistance? Although Yang Jian was acutely aware of the intentions of these individuals, he deliberately feigned ignorance. Wu Feng glanced around the CAF, noting that his subordinates had secured the premises, clearing out all unrelated personnel, including waitstaff. Only then did he speak. First, allow me to congratulate you on becoming a new ghost master in Dachang City. It is hard to imagine that you were once a high school senior. You are quite unique, a rare talent. Would you consider joining my company? I could offer you a monthly salary of 100,000. That sounds appealing. But I would need to receive an advance of 3 months' salary first, Yang Jian replied with a nod. Wu Feng was momentarily taken aback. His remark was merely a test of Yang Jian's character and understanding of ghost masters, not a genuine job offer. Why would you hesitate to advance my salary if you're offering such a high monthly wage? It's clear you are a fraud, Yang Jian remarked disdainfully. Wu Feng chuckled. If you truly agreed to work for my company, I would gladly advance you a year's salary. If I can entice a ghost master with such a sum, it would be a worthwhile investment. Does this Yang Jian lack experience with money? Is he so easily swayed by a mere few 100,000? He truly appears to be an inexperienced student. Chapter 69, yet again, deceived you. When Yang Jian encountered this group of individuals, he had no intention of departing. He opted to engage with them, for he believed that he should not fear trouble. Rather, trouble should fear him. With an annual salary of 1.2 million. He was indeed in a high position, one that even senior executives in ordinary enterprises might not attain. Yang Jian's eyes gleamed as he declared, "It is settled then. Transfer the funds, and I shall join your company immediately." Wu Feng, observing his exuberance, could not help but perceive him as a novice, freshly stepping into the professional realm. This is not an issue, however. Before you officially join the company, there is one more matter to address. Do you recognize this box? He then produced a photograph, revealing a golden box, identical in style to the one belonging to Yin Li. This item was originally in Yin Li's possession, and he should have handed it over to you upon exiting the mall. Our company is currently in search of this object, and should you manage to procure it, I am willing to offer a premium of 10 million for its acquisition. I pride myself on being a straightforward businessman, and to be candid with you, this item is crafted from gold, valued at over 2.4 million. By accepting my offer of 10 million, you would stand to gain significantly. What do you think? Yang Jian remarked. This item was indeed entrusted to me by Yin Li, who requested that I keep it for a few days. However, it has since vanished. Vanished? How could that be? Wu Feng immediately inquired. I surrendered it, came the reply. Yang Jian remarked. I heard that I could exchange for an Interpol position, which is an official entity, so without hesitation, I offered it up. Some even praised my noble character, which delighted me for 2 or 3 days. Wu Feng nearly choked upon hearing this. You are indeed naively charming. This item is in high demand globally, with nations clamoring to acquire it, and you willingly surrendered it? You deceive me. You lack honesty, Wu Feng said, maintaining his composure while staring at him. I am not deceiving you. Look, this is the document issued from above. In a few days, I may even have to participate in an assessment, Yang Jian replied, producing the satellite positioning phone. Is that a satellite positioning phone for criminal police? Wu Feng instantly recognized it, but soon his anger surged. Could it be that the imprisoned spirit was indeed surrendered by you, Yang Jian? Why did you offer it up? How could you bear to part with it? Are you unaware of what is contained within? You were involved in that incident at the mall. Yin Li would have certainly informed you of everything, Wu Feng retorted, his irritation evident. The lack of information and intelligence left him utterly clueless about Yang Jian. All he knew was that he was a senior high school student who had become a ghost wielder, a complete novice. Yang Jian, aware of this, feigned ignorance to extract some useful information. Understand this, it is a spirit, one that Yin Li and I captured together. It is perilous. You have no idea how many lives were lost in that mall incident. Such a dangerous entity is undoubtedly better handled by the state. I cannot bear to carry it around daily, Yang Jian explained. By the way, what do you intend to do with that spirit? What purpose does it serve? Wu Feng inquired. The applications are extensive. Successful experiments have already been confirmed. He began, only to abruptly halt his words. Yang Jian inquired, what experiment? That is classified information. Since you do not possess the box, there is nothing further to discuss, Wu Feng replied with a stern expression, rising to depart. The exchange of the box and his own induction into Interpol rendered Yang Jian of no value to him. Continuing the conversation would merely be a waste of time. Wait. Yang Jian called after them. Is there anything else? Yang Jian spoke. In truth, I just told a lie and deceived you all. I sincerely apologize. For that box, I have yet to submit it, and it remains with me. What? Are you serious? The item is truly still in your possession? Yang Jian nodded earnestly, stating, Indeed, I am a person of sincerity and straightforwardness. So, would you be willing to sell it to me for 10 million? Wu Feng resumed his previous discourse as he sat down. If you hand it over, you won't receive a single penny. And the position in Interpol is certainly not a desirable one. You have encountered malevolent spirits before. Do you possess the confidence to handle such encounters and come out unscathed each time? This is a profession fraught with peril. You are still young, and there are experiences yet to be savored. The notion of sacrificing oneself and shedding blood is mere deception. Tangible benefits are what truly matter. Hand over the box, and you shall not be shortchanged. I must receive payment first. Only then will I deliver the item, Yang Jian replied. That is acceptable. But I wish to inspect the goods first, Wu Feng countered, signaling to the group behind him. There was no genuine transaction, nor was there any 10 million. Their intent was simply to seize it directly. After all, this was their livelihood, engaging in ventures with no initial investment. Yang Jian shook his head and said, No. That is not acceptable. You previously promised to advance me a year's salary and mentioned a sum of 10 million. Yet, I have not seen a single cent. I find it hard to trust your words. Unless I see the money, I shall not relinquish the items. A nearby individual spoke harshly. Do not underestimate your worth, Wei. He hesitated, unwilling to engage in a physical confrontation with a spirit master. The ghost residing within Yang Jian was of indeterminate nature. It might pose no threat to humans, much like Yanli, or it could prove to be quite troublesome. However, in the realm of gambling, losses are inevitable. So if a modest sum could resolve the matter, he would be amenable. Very well, let us proceed with the transfer. Here is my bank account number. As soon as the funds are received, I shall retrieve the items, Yang Jian declared, taking out his phone from beneath the table. Wu Feng pondered momentarily, casting a glance at Yang Jian. Yang Jian gazed innocently and excitedly, as if he were already daydreaming about how to spend that 10 million. All right. I shall transfer it to you now. Wu Feng promptly executed the bank transfer using his mobile phone. It was completed swiftly. A message chimed on Yang Jian's phone, indicating a deposit of 100 yuan. How could it be just 100 yuan? Did you perhaps make a mistake? Wu Feng glanced at Yang Jian's balance, fully confirming that this was a financially struggling student, newly appointed as a ghost master, indeed lacking in experience. My apologies, I inadvertently tapped the wrong amount. Consider this 100 yuan as a treat for your meal. Subsequently, he transferred another sum. This time, it was accurate, 120,000. The funds have arrived. This is truly wonderful. I am immensely grateful to you, Yang Jian said, shaking his hand with excitement. No need for thanks. Now, shall we proceed to retrieve that box? Wu Feng replied. Yang Jian nodded and replied, Of course, bring it to me. Immediately, he led the group away from the CAF, proceeding down the street. Is it far? We have a car here that can take you there. Wu Feng observed Yang Jian striding ahead, furrowing his brow as an unsettling feeling began to creep in. No need, he replied, unwilling to let Yang Jian slip from his sight. Yet, as they continued forward, the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. The number of pedestrians dwindled until ultimately, the entire sidewalk lay deserted. Wait, Wu Feng called out urgently, surveying the now desolate street. His expression shifted dramatically. Don't move. Raise your hands and lie down on the ground. In the next instant, plainclothes police officers surged forth from the nearby shops, led by Captain Liu. This was no ordinary supernatural occurrence. It was a criminal case, and all the officers were armed. You little rascal. Wu Feng's eyes widened in anger as he nearly charged at the culprit. So furious, are you? Come on, hit me here, Yang Jian taunted, pointing to his forehead. Damn it, Wu Feng cursed vehemently. This scoundrel had not only swindled him, but also summoned the police to apprehend him. Such shamelessness in this world was beyond belief. Though filled with rage, he dared not act recklessly. Yang Jian coldly smiled, stating, To deal with individuals like you, I need not even resort to the powers of vengeful spirits. However, you ought to consider yourselves fortunate to be apprehended. Had you engaged me in combat, I would make you regret ever entering this world. With that, he disregarded the fierce glares directed at him and approached Liu. Captain Liu. These individuals are part of a criminal syndicate, attempting to kidnap and assault me. They are suspected of carrying weapons of mass destruction, so please exercise caution. Captain Liu saluted and replied, Rest assured, I shall not allow a single one of these miscreants to escape. That is reassuring. I must trouble you with this situation, as I have some matters to attend to, Yang Jian remarked. How grave is the charge of assaulting a police officer? He could glean the answer from the fate of that manager Li. He touched the eye on the back of his hand. Yang Jian felt no sense of the restless revival. His heart was considerably at ease. If he could rely on his intellect, he would never resort to the powers of this ghostly eye. This strategy would indeed prolong the time of revival. Alas, had he acquired that 10 million, he would have reaped substantial rewards this time. Thus, they were not the troublemakers. They were, in fact, a harbinger of fortune, a benefactor. In his heart, Yang Jian silently applauded Wu Feng. Chapter 70. Is someone speaking of me? A piercing scream echoed from a residence within a particular community. Though the front door was firmly shut, the interior was densely populated with individuals, all clad in suits and possessing robust physiques. Ghost tamers? I have encountered many entities that straddle the line between human and ghost, and Yin Li, you are not the most unfortunate of them. While I lack the courage and capability to confront spirits, I possess ample experience in dealing with people. A somewhat aloof young man, wielding a baton, cast a scrutinizing gaze upon Yin Li, who lay bound with chains and pinned to the ground. I shall inquire once more. Where's the ghost you captured in the marketplace? Is it in the possession of that individual named Yang Jian? I do not know, and I will not divulge anything. If you have the ability, then seize the ghost within my body, Yin Li retorted, bloodied and sprawled on the ground. However, his powers were insufficient against humans. At this moment, he found himself ensnared, helplessly nailed to the earth. The chains and nails were specially crafted, forged from a blend of steel and gold. Though somewhat hastily made, they were more than adequate to subdue a ghost tamer like Yin Li. What utility does the ghost within your body possess? My objective is that particular item. Your silence matters not. I have already dispatched individuals to Yang Jian's location. Once I ascertain that the object is in his possession, your demise is inevitable. However, given your character, it is improbable you would entrust such a valuable item to an inexperienced novice, even if he is also a ghost tamer. This indifferent young man was named Hao Shaowen, and he was responsible for this operation. If I perish, the ghost will escape, and you shall not fare any better. Yin Li declared through gritted teeth. Hao Shaowen scoffed. What concern is that of mine? By then, I shall have already fled, leaving the International Criminal Police to deal with the aftermath. Do you believe I would fear your death at the hands of a vengeful spirit? Ghosts are ghosts. And you are you. The two are not the same. Your threats do not intimidate me. I thrive on this profession. With that, he swung the baton with great force towards Yin Li's head, striking him mercilessly. Yin Li let out a pain scream as a small dent formed in his skull, as if his very brain might shatter. Such a blow would have likely been fatal to an ordinary person. Yet, Yin Li merely experienced pain and anguish, showing no signs of imminent death. Truly resilient, aren't you? No matter how hard I strike, you refuse to perish. But this is the extent of your capabilities. Hao Shaowen remarked, proceeding to deliver several more brutal blows to Yin Li's arms and legs. The sound of cracking bones echoed, with Yin Li's flesh torn and bloodless. No matter how you strike, it is futile. I shan't live much longer anyway. Do not expect to obtain that box, he said, his face drenched in blood, lifting his head to deliver a grim smile. Hao Shaowen raised an eyebrow at these words. Pray tell, have you truly entrusted that object to the novice named Yang Jian? A fledgling ghost tamer, utterly ignorant. You certainly have an abundance of faith. Despite the unyielding demeanor of Yin Li, he had begun to piece together certain truths. The item in question was likely not in his possession, otherwise he would not exhibit such bravado. He instructed to call Wu Feng, informing him that the item was in the hands of one Yang Jian. As per their usual protocol, should negotiations falter, they would resort to kidnapping his family. A mere young man would surely yield after a bit of intimidation. Let him not presume that his status as a spirit master instills fear. If necessary, they could sever a few fingers from his family and deliver them as a message. There was no need to fear the spirit master excessively. If retaliation were a concern, they could always lay low for a few months, as remarked by Hao Shaowen. Of course, what he referred to as negotiations was, in fact, a near coercion. No one privy to the price would acquiesce, let alone entertain the subsequent threats of abduction. All right, boss. I will call Wu Feng right away, an attendant promptly replied. Suddenly, Yin Li let out a grim chuckle. What is so amusing? Hao Shaowen coldly jabbed the baton into Yin Li's mouth, threatening, are you prepared to lose your tongue? What do you wish to convey, Yin Li? Hao Shaowen inquired. Yin Li responded, though Yang Jian is but a novice, he is far more formidable than I. If you truly intend to seize the item from him, you will undoubtedly come to regret it. Is that so? I shall put that to the test and see what that young man is truly capable of. Hao Shaowen retorted with a sneer. While he held a degree of respect for spirit masters, he did not harbor fear. These individuals were often of short-lived existence. Hesitant to wield their ghostly powers too freely, excessive use would lead to their demise when the spirits revived. Moreover, the power of the spirits could not affect gold. If they crafted a few items from gold to ensnare the spirit masters, they would be trapped with no means of escape. Boss, I cannot reach Wu Feng. The attendant beside him reported, visibly surprised. Cannot reach him? Hao Shaowen furrowed his brow. Try calling others, that young rascal Lu Xiao, and see if they can connect. It's unlikely that no one is available. Boss, we have tried everyone. None are reachable, others chimed in, having attempted the calls as well. Yet, without exception, all were met with silence. Stop trying. They must be unfortunate, Yanli gasped, grinning. If you confront Yang Jian personally, you might catch him off guard and have a sliver of a chance. Sending Wu Feng is, to be frank, quite precarious. Seal his mouth. Pin him down here and let him await his fate. How Shaowen's expression darkened. He had assumed that a mere young man would be easy to handle, focusing his efforts on Yanli, only to find trouble brewing elsewhere. Just as they prepared to tape Yanli's mouth shut, a sudden knock echoed from the door. HM? Instantly, all activity within the room ceased, and every gaze turned toward the entrance. Go see who it is, Hao Shaowen remarked, casting a fleeting glance. One individual approached the door and peered through the peephole. Outside, there was no one present. Since there is no one, let us resume our tasks. You stay at the door and keep watch, Hao Shaowen instructed. However, as that person continued to observe, a series of knocks echoed once more. This time, it was not the main door that resonated, but rather a door adjacent to them. The room should have been checked previously. It was inconceivable that there was anyone inside. No, I hear footsteps. Someone is moving within the room. Boss, the situation seems rather dire. Could it be that we are unfortunate enough to encounter a ghost? Upon hearing the term ghost, the hearts of all present constricted in unison. They dared to confront ghost tamers because the latter were still human, possessing reason and vulnerabilities. Yet to face a ghost, they would lack the courage even if granted tenfold bravery. Ghosts, after all, kill without justification. An eerie occurrence? Could it be that we have encountered such an improbable event today? Hao Shaowen's countenance darkened immediately. He gestured for everyone to leave the premises, insisting that Yanli should temporarily be disregarded and that he would remain behind to confront the ghost, allowing the others to exit safely without panic. Yes, boss. The others, daunted, prepared to open the main door and depart. However, the man attempting to unlock the door turned pale. I can't. The door won't budge. No matter how hard he tried, the lock seemed unresponsive, refusing to yield. Step aside, I will break the lock. Another person rushed forward, brandishing a tool, intent on forcing their way out. Yet, at that moment, a faint sound of the door opening reverberated through the air. The doorknob of the room turned slowly, as if something within was about to emerge. Instantly, every heart raced, teetering on the brink of despair. It was over. Some had already begun to lose hope. Having dealt with ghost tamers before, they understood the true horror of genuine ghosts. I think I heard someone remarking on my good looks. The next instant, the door swung open to reveal Yang Jian, sporting a curious expression as he stepped outside. Chapter 71, Countdown. They had anticipated a terrifying supernatural event, but upon witnessing a mere mortal emerge, their expressions morphed into one of disgust, akin to having swallowed a fly. With that expression, I can only presume you are all disappointed that it is a person who has appeared, rather than a ghost. Yang Jian emerged from the room, a subtle smile gracing his face. Who are you? Hao Shaowen inquired, his expression darkening slightly. He did not allow himself to lower his guard due to Yang Jian's presence. The individual who had just exited the room undoubtedly posed a concern, for it had been confirmed that only Yanli occupied the entire rental unit prior to this moment. Yang Jian cast a glance and then spoke. Earlier, I overheard someone attempting to abduct my family, intending to use that as leverage for extortion and robbery. I trust one did not mishear, for I am indeed addressing you, the tallest among them. His gaze settled upon Hao Shaowen. I am inquiring of you, young man. Do not pretend you are oblivious to my words. Upon finishing, Hao Shaowen gestured to those beside him. Immediately, two adult men, bearing menacing expressions, approached Yang Jian, seemingly poised for confrontation. However, an odd occurrence unfolded. These two men appeared oblivious to Yang Jian's presence, brushing past him as they continued into the room. I found myself intrigued. Given the knowledge of supernatural phenomena, the existence of vengeful spirits, and the presence of ghost tamers, entities straddling the line between the living and the dead, why would anyone dare to provoke individuals like us? My friend, would you care to elucidate? Yang Jian casually closed the door. The two men quietly vanished into the room, leaving no trace of their presence. I believe I have seen your photograph. You are the newcomer, Yang Jian? Suddenly, Hao Shaowen recalled the information from the dossier. The appearance of this individual matched that of the new ghost tamer who had previously encountered Yanli. Yang Jian recalled. It has just occurred to me that your memory is indeed rather poor. However, let us return to the previous inquiry. Why engage in such actions? Is it not obvious? It is, of course, for monetary gain. Shawan scoffed, stating that prior to the existence of supernatural events, individuals would resort to robbery and murder for mere money. One can only imagine what lengths they would go to now. Do you comprehend the immense profits involved in our line of work? It is not just you ghost tamers. Even if genuine spirits were to appear, as long as the payment is sufficient, we would dare to confront them. 1 million may seem a paltry sum for a life. Yet for 10 million, there are countless individuals willing to take their own life. Do not underestimate the allure of wealth. You, young man, are still in your final year of high school, and the harsh realities of society are beyond your comprehension. Most ordinary individuals will never encounter the darker facets of the world, so do not blame me for my ruthlessness, if one must assign blame. It should be to Yinli for lacking the capability to safeguard this vast fortune. Of course, you too lack such ability. Your decision to approach me today was indeed the most foolish course of action. Yang Jian furrowed his brow as he beheld Yinli, bloodied and pinned to the ground. To be candid, an uncomfortable sensation stirred within him, especially as these individuals had turned their attention toward him. Are you challenging me? It is not a provocation, rather. I am stating a fact to you, young man. That box is mine today, or neither of you shall depart from this place. Shawan retrieved a baton from his waist, flicking it with ease, causing it to extend. Is it crafted from gold? Yang Jian cast a glance. Shawan replied. Specifically designed to deal with you ghost tamers. Only in this manner can we inflict pain upon you wretched beings. Gold merely remains unaffected by the malevolent strength of vengeful spirits. To believe that it can entirely restrain ghost tamers is rather naive. Wouldn't you agree? Yang Jian chuckled softly. Do you truly think that subduing Yinli will render you victorious over the others? What do you perceive ghost tamers to be? It appears that the one who fails to comprehend the brutality of this world is not me, but rather you. Shawan scoffed. We are entrenched in this profession. Do you expect us to possess a conscience? How naive. Engage him. Let us first subdue this fellow. His words were merely a stalling tactic. Those behind him had already prepared in secrecy. As his voice fell, nearly everyone wielded a finely crafted hand crossbow. Almost simultaneously, all the crossbows released specially designed arrows, each trailing a golden thread. The thread, too, was exceptional, possessing remarkable resilience alongside the qualities of gold. Upon impact, the golden thread would entwine, potentially immobilizing a spirit. This tactic had originally been devised by foreign special forces to combat vengeful spirits, yet upon dissemination, it proved particularly effective against ghost tamers, though less so against spirits themselves. Thus, this method had been adopted by individuals like them. Whoosh! The arrows flew forth, immediately piercing Yang Jian's body. The barbed arrows embedded into his flesh, causing the attached golden threads to tighten instantly. With 6 or 7 arrows lodged in him, their collective force pulled taut. Yang Jian collapsed to the ground. With such meager prowess, he dared to approach? Truly a death wish. Shawan approached with a cold demeanor, striking Yang Jian's occiput with his baton. The force was unexpectedly great, leaving no room for mercy. Instantly, Yang Jian's skull fractured, blood gushed forth incessantly, and his body convulsed before succumbing to lifelessness. Dead. Shawan paused in disbelief. How could someone as resilient as Yinli perish from a single blow to Yang Jian? No, that is not Yang Jian. As his eyes darted, he realized that the figure sprawled on the ground was one of his subordinates who had gone missing upon entering the room. When did this transpire? Claps echoed in the air. Yang Jian found himself seated on the sofa, clapping and laughing. Marvelous, truly marvelous. That recent display was executed with such fluidity first, feigning a delay to allow your subordinates to prepare, then striking with precision to swiftly subdue. You truly are a seasoned professional in this field. I have witnessed firsthand how you deal with ghost tamers. Yes, I shall take note and remain vigilant in the future. Shawan's expression darkened considerably. It seemed that Yang Jian's ability with malevolent spirits was rather formidable. Was it an illusion? Or could it alter one's thoughts? Or perhaps it had the capability to find a substitute. The information was far too scant to draw any conclusions. Yang Jian's expression turned cold. He had witnessed the ruthless nature of these individuals. In less than 10 seconds, they had taken a life. Had he been in the same situation, unprepared, he too would have fallen victim. It was no wonder that Yinli had succumbed to these people's grasp. The flaws of his ghostly blood were glaring. While it was formidable against malevolent spirits, it seemed ineffectual when confronting humans. Yet, this world required not only the ability to contend with ghosts but also with people. As the countdown commenced, he posed the first inquiry. Who do you serve? However, that phrasing felt incorrect, as if implying the existence of a hidden puppet master. Instead, he opted for a more direct approach. Whose money are you profiting from in this transaction? With that, he placed his phone on the coffee table, which displayed a 3-minute countdown. This was the life countdown that Yang Jian had set for these individuals.